Chapter 1. I am indeed foolish, truly. Rod stood before the balcony, gazing at the scene before him, conversing with himself. From his elevated vantage point, he beheld the distant sky, radiant and sunlit, with verdant mountains stretching endlessly. Yet, in his immediate surroundings, the sky was shrouded in gloom, a mysterious dark aura enveloping the ancient castle. Thick, ominous clouds swirled above, obscuring all sunlight. Surrounding the castle lay desolate hills, dotted with trees whose trunks were pitch black, their leaves long since fallen. A group of lean, hairless humanoid creatures with dog-like heads merrily scampered away, burdened with several large sacks. This was the Demon King's castle, the sole residence of the Demon King on the continent of Terra. He, Rod, was the Demon King. According to local folklore, the Demon King commanded 7 formidable generals, collectively known as the 7 Infernal Kings. Not only did they possess terrifying power, but each also led countless legions of demons and monstrous beings, ever poised to wreak havoc across the continent. Regrettably, Rod had yet to encounter any of the 7 generals. Could it be that he wished to evade them? Certainly not. The title of Demon King was one he had assumed merely 2 months prior before that. He was an ordinary laborer. One fateful day, a notification suddenly appeared on his phone. Would you like to become the Demon King? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Rod clicked no. To his astonishment, a new prompt emerged. Would you like to become the Demon King? Yes or no? Rod dismissed several such queries, until the next one unexpectedly morphed into, would you not like to become the Demon King? Yes or no? The moment he clicked no, he found himself transported to this place. Before him lay the barely breathing former Demon King, who seemed to have expired shortly after imparting the necessary lore. In essence, this world was governed by 2 primary factions, one comprised of orderly races such as humans, elves, and dwarves, and the other constituted by chaotic races like demons, orcs, and ratfolk, known as the Demon King's army. The Orderly Alliance was ruled by the Supreme Heavenly Council, while the Demon Army was under the dictatorship of the Demon King. While Rod's identity as the Demon King might sound impressive, the reality was starkly different. In centuries past, it indeed held great significance, but the tides of time had shifted. The turning point came 300 years ago during the War of Heaven. In that colossal conflict that engulfed all of Terra, the ultimate weapon of the Orderly faction, the hero, faced off against the preceding Demon King at the heart of the continent. The battle was cataclysmic, blotting out the sun and moon, even altering the landscape, leaving behind a terrifyingly deep chasm at the center of the land. Ultimately, the Demon King emerged victorious, slaying the hero, and the demon army surged forth, invading the interior regions unchecked. However, the Demon King also sustained grave injuries in that battle and succumbed a few years later. The title of Demon King is unique. It is not merely a matter of possessing immense power and authority. There are 2 pathways to inherit the title. Either the previous Demon King designates a successor directly, or, in the event of the Demon King's death, a successor is randomly chosen from among the Demon Kin. The previous Demon King perished too swiftly to designate a successor, leaving the title to a nondescript demon scholar. Typically, those who assume the title of Demon King gain formidable power, but such power comes with conditions. As the light casts a shadow, the brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Thus, the strength of the Demon King is directly linked to that of the hero. The greater the Demon King, the stronger the hero, and vice versa. Then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. For a full 3 centuries, no new hero had emerged from the Orderly faction. The absence of a hero, coupled with the mediocrity of the previous Demon King, rendered him incapable of commanding the demon legions. Were it not for the continued existence of the title Demon King and the balance of power among the 7 generals, this Demon King would have perished long ago. However, as time passed, those generals gradually departed the Demon King's castle, establishing their own domains. Though nominally still subordinates of the Demon King, they fought their own battles. 300 years had elapsed, and the newly appointed Demon King, a mere scholar lacking power, found his lifespan dwindling. With no desire to pass the throne to those generals, he resolved to summon an individual from another world to assume the mantle of Demon King. Rod was that unfortunate soul. "I am indeed foolish, truly." Rod repeated the phrase to himself, sighed, and turned to re-enter the castle. As he traversed the corridor, he encountered a swaying skeleton and greeted it. "Good morning, Skull." Unfortunately, the entity offered no response, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. Skull was the moniker Rod had assigned to this collection of undead originally. Each possessed a unique name, but he soon realized he could not distinguish one from another, hence the uniform designation. In the vast expanse of the Demon King's castle, he was the sole occupant, accompanied only by mindless undead, whom he could control solely through necromantic spells. When he first arrived, the sight of these undead had startled him several times, yet he had since grown accustomed to their presence. The treasures amassed over generations by the Demon Kings had been pilfered by the generals, leaving behind only discarded relics and scrap metal. Coupled with the castle's dismal atmosphere, one could only wonder which Demon King had suffered a blow to the head, fearing others might not recognize this as the lair of violence and almost perpetual cloud of darkness had been cast over the entire castle and its surroundings, depriving the area of sunlight throughout the year. The atmosphere was indeed well-crafted, yet the environment was uncomfortable, dark, and damp, driving away even the monsters, who subsequently vacated the premises. Only mindless undead remained. Fortunately, over the years, some resourceful individuals had devised a solution to the food scarcity. They cultivated a plethora of edible crops suited to the dim environment, primarily various mushrooms of all flavors and shapes, ensuring Rod would not be the first Demon King to perish of starvation. Moreover, the previous Demon King had been diligent. Rod inherited his mushroom garden, yielding satisfactory harvests daily. Speaking of which, during his initial encounters with these mushrooms, Rod had spotted dancing little figures, but after a few meals, he experienced no further oddities. Indeed, the body of a Demon King possessed remarkable adaptability. It even bestowed upon him a unique talent: poison resistance, a certain resilience to toxins. And upon arriving here, he discovered an attributes panel, though it was generally of little use, causing Rod to nearly forget its existence. Rod, the Demon King. Race, Demon King. Level 1. Strength, 480. Agility, 510. Stamina, 450. Endurance, 460. Magic, 500. Talents, Demon King, Chaotic Adaptation, Dark Aura, Poison Resistance. The first 3 talents he possessed upon arrival, with Chaotic Adaptation being a universal trait among chaotic races. Chaotic Adaptation, an extraordinary ability to adjust to any environment. Demon King and Dark Aura were exclusive talents of the Demon King. Demon King, you wield power sufficient to rival that of a hero and dispel the light. Dark Aura, you appear exceedingly dark. What does it mean to appear exceedingly dark? Since the emergence of produce and the absence of guardians, various lingering monsters have begun to pilfer or raid the food supplies, such as the group of dog-headed creatures Rod had just observed freshly emerged from their own warehouse. Gazing at the smashed warehouse door before him, Rod let out a long sigh. He had thought he had hidden his provisions securely, yet these dog-headed creatures had remarkably keen noses. Their numbers increased with each visit. If this continued, he would soon find himself bereft of sustenance. "I suspect they'll return tomorrow. I must devise a strategy to deal with them," Rod muttered to himself as he stepped inside to assess his losses. This space had once been a bedroom, the original furnishings still intact. Since Rod had hastily relocated these mushrooms, he had not examined the room closely before. Now, upon closer inspection, he noted that the decor was quite luxurious. The previous occupant must have been a relatively high-ranking demon. As Rod bent down to gather the scattered remnants of mushrooms, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer beneath the bed. It was an ancient tome, its metallic cover intricately adorned with various elaborate patterns. Amidst the array of designs, a few words were inscribed. Rod strained to decipher them using the rudimentary demon language he had recently learned. Book of Chaos? Chaos Compendium? Chaos Compendium? What could it possibly do? Instinctively sensing the book's significance as a Demon King, Rod pondered for a moment before abruptly lifting the book above his head. Ding! Chaos Compendium System successfully bound. Silence enveloped the room. He had provided the sound effects himself. Regrettably, the anticipated voice did not materialize. Avada Kedavra, Yerabaha, glory to the dark god. Expand. Regrettably, it appears that the voice activation feature is not functioning, as there is no response whatsoever. Moreover, considering his age, he felt a tinge of embarrassment recalling his earlier antics, even though he was alone. Rod placed the book aside, deciding to first organize the mushrooms before anything else. However, upon attempting to organize, he was met with an unwelcome surprise. Damn it! The salt has been completely taken, not a grain left. Salt is a seasoning made from a crop known as salty mushrooms, which are dried and ground into powder to impart essential flavor. But given the weather in the Demon King's castle, drying is out of the question. It relies entirely on air drying, rendering salt exceedingly scarce. On the balcony of Rod's room, a row of salty mushrooms still hung to dry. The absence of salt now meant that Rod would have to endure tasteless meals for an indefinite period. You scoundrels! I shall remember this grudge. Later that evening, after dinner, at the pinnacle of the pitch-black Demon King's castle, a faint glow emanated from a window. Having just consumed a flavorless dish of boiled mushrooms, Rod's frustration had reached its zenith. One may endure poor living conditions, but one must not suffer unsatisfactory meals. He needed to devise a plan to deal with those goblins. Currently, the most promising solution lay within this newly discovered tome, Chaos Compendium. Under the illumination of his room's light, Rod casually flipped through the hefty book, with a notebook beside him containing notes he had taken while self-studying the demon language using texts left by the former Demon King. Unfortunately, the notebook was entirely blank. As he leafed backward through the pages, he found them all devoid of writing. It was only when a piece of paper fell out from the book that he encountered a line inscribed in the demon language. I am utterly useless. Rod struggled to decipher the text, piecing together the meaning through trial and error, ultimately forming a coherent sentence. The demon treasure he had sought for years was nothing remarkable. It could only control low-level monsters. Useless. Utterly useless. Chlorisvalg. Chlorisvalg? I recall that name. Rod sprang from his chair, hastening to the bookshelf to retrieve a volume. My Later Years, authored by Chlorisvalg. Chlorisvalg was a demon king from many years ago, and this book narrates his tale of losing confidence after being defeated but spared by a hero, subsequently abdicating his title and wandering the world alone. Rod skimmed through the memoirs of this demon king. Though he understood little, he sought the keywords Chaos Compendium to translate the relevant context. Thus, the night passed in this manner. By the time Rod set the book down, the sun had once again begun to rise on the distant horizon, and his notebook was densely filled with notes. At last, he comprehended the essence of this tome. In summary, according to demon lore, this book could command countless legions. To vanquish the hero, Chlorisvalg embarked on a quest to locate this lost demon artifact, and indeed he found it. However, upon acquiring it, he discovered that the artifact was far less effective than the legend suggested. It required defeating monsters before they could be captured in the compendium, and those of higher strength could not be contained. Summoning them again demanded considerable magical power, rendering it quite impractical. Notably, it allowed for the enhancement of captured monsters' abilities and the fusion of different creatures. Yet after such arduous efforts, the resultant monsters were merely adequate in strength, prompting him to release all the creatures recorded within the book and allow them to fend for themselves. Yet, the term adequate was relative to Chlorisvalg himself. For instance, the infamous and fearsome creature Chimera was one of the creations from this compendium, a beast capable of annihilating an entire squad of fully armed knights. For Rod, this clearly presented a pathway to enhance his own capabilities. Moreover, possessing controllable monsters would at least deter those goblins from pilfering at their leisure. The sole dilemma remained. Where could he find monsters he could defeat? It seems there truly is a possibility. With this thought, Rod, having endured a sleepless night, felt invigorated and, clutching the book, pushed open the door to venture out. He located the undead skeleton soldier in the corridor, known as Skull. These skeleton soldiers were not particularly formidable, weaker than an average adult male. Yet Rod would not dare approach them if that were all. The primary concern lay in the fact that these skeletons lacked intelligence, attacking only the living forces of order, rendering Rod, as a demon king, invisible to them. The first time he encountered these undead beings, he had been frightened in a shattering one, and throughout the encounter, the skeleton offered no resistance. It was unlikely they would do so now either. Nevertheless, despite the reassurances, Rod still felt a twinge of anxiety. He set the Chaos Codex aside and retrieved a decorative axe from the wall, raising it high as he took a deep breath before bringing it down with force. Crack! The skull shattered, sending fragments flying, along with an arm. The skeletal soldier's body swayed precariously, appearing as though it might collapse at any moment. Don't die. If you die, you'll be of no use. Rod quickly cast the axe aside and seized the metallic tome resting on the ground. He had gleaned its purpose while perusing the memoirs of Korisvark. Rod swiftly turned to the first page and, aiming it towards the skull, instinctively channeled his magical energy into it. Come forth. His internal magic was siphoned away, manifesting as a web of intricate runes with a black background and white borders, swirling around the skeletal soldier. Subsequently, the skeletal soldier's form was swiftly disassembled, enveloped by the runes and drawn into the pages of the book. Upon inspecting the page, he discovered an illustration of the skeletal soldier, accompanied by descriptive text in demonic script. Skull, low-tier undead race, undead level, 3 strength, 40 agility, 22 stamina, 37 endurance, 89 magic, 0 talent. Undead, soul devourer. Undead, undead cannot truly perish. Soul devourer, undead who have lost their souls crave pure souls. Indeed, the attributes of the skull were rather low, significantly inferior to Rod's own. Moreover, with his magic depleted, Rod felt a profound emptiness within him, akin to sprinting 50 meters and then standing still to catch his breath before gradually recovering. However, there was no time for a protracted respite. He turned to the page depicting the skull and opened it before him. His magic was once more drawn forth, and the illustration of the skull floated out from the page, reconstituted under the embrace of the runes. The skull retained its vacant expression, scratching its head in confusion. Come here, Rod commanded, and the skull promptly scuttled over to him, making a clattering sound. Crouch over there. The skull obeyed, darting to the indicated spot and squatting by the wall. Pick up the axe. Chop that table. Jump to Nirvana. The skull, utterly unresponsive. It seemed that overly complex commands were beyond its capabilities, yet simple attack orders posed no difficulty. Thus, the subsequent task was straightforward. With some magic remaining, it should suffice to capture all the known undead within the Demon King's castle into the Codex. The reason for specifying known was primarily due to the fact that, despite having been there for 2 to 3 months, Rod had not fully explored the entirety of the Demon King's castle. For instance, in the underground areas and dungeons, he sensed that something terrifying lurked below. His life was still young. He had no intention of meeting his end here. Before long, Rod had successfully captured all 9 of the skeletal soldiers he was aware of into the Codex. To his surprise, the one he had shattered upon arrival had not entirely perished. Fragmented bones. Low-tier undead race. Undead level, 2 strength, 0 agility, 0 stamina, 41 endurance, 16 magic, 0 talent. Undead. Soul devourer. The Codex depicted it merely as a heap of bones strewn across the ground, devoid of any offensive capability and unable to move. Yet it was not completely lifeless. Nonetheless, it was not entirely without merit. Rod intended to utilize it to experiment with the second function of the Chaos Codex, fusion. This function was straightforward, allowing the merging of 2 creatures from the Codex into one, with the outcome being random. Korisvark had previously attempted to merge a human with a giant ape, resulting, on fortunate occasions, in a creature with the arm of a giant ape, possessing both its strength and human intellect, but on unfortunate occasions. The result was an entity with intellect akin to that of a giant ape, but only marginally stronger than a human. Ultimately, the results were left to fate. Rod was eager to test the fusion of this fragmented skeleton with other intact skeletal soldiers. The other material for fusion would be the skull he had initially captured. This was not merely a matter of discarding the weak. Rather, the skull's base attributes were indeed the lowest among all the skeletal soldiers. Aside from the fragmented bones, with a sense of urgency, Rod commenced the fusion ritual without delay. He first summoned the fragmented bones and set them aside, then opened the page depicting the skull and infused it with magic. A multitude of runes materialized around the fragmented bones, but Rod soon sensed something amiss. His magic was being consumed by the book like a flowing stream. This magic depletion before he could finish his thought. He lost consciousness. Crackling sounds jolted Rod awake that I thought I was done for. Struggling to rise from the ground, his head spun, and the ground swayed beneath him, requiring him to brace himself against the wall to maintain his balance. In the dim confines of the Demon King's castle, it was impossible to gauge the passage of time. How long have I been dazed? Rod resolved to install a clock in the castle at the earliest opportunity. Preferably a grand one. However, before he could regain his footing, he noticed a hunched figure approaching from the opposite end of the corridor. Upon closer inspection, it was a dog-headed creature wielding a pitchfork. As soon as it laid eyes on Rod, the creature let out a startled cry, brandishing its rusty pitchfork and charging at him. If struck by that weapon, even if he didn't die immediately, the tetanus it carried would surely claim his life. In a panic, Rod searched for something to defend himself, when his gaze fell upon another figure standing silently to the side. "Protect me." At this command, the figure raised its hand and swung abruptly. Bang! It was as if a watermelon had been smashed. The grotesque head of the dog-headed creature exploded before Rod, showering the ground with viscous remnants. The headless body stumbled forward a step before collapsing face first. Where did that dog come from? Damn it! Rod cursed, exhaling deeply. After 2 months of acclimatization, his mental fortitude had improved significantly, far better than the time he had trembled for an extended period after slaying the fragmented bones in a fit of excitement. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to examine his newly acquired creature. Skull low-tier undead race. Undead level. 5 strength. 82 agility. 30 stamina. 51 endurance. 93 magic. 0 talent. Undead. Soul Devourer. This was the result of merging the skull and the fragmented bones, with each attribute, especially strength, significantly enhanced, nearly doubling in value. Consequently, the level had also risen for the inhabitants of this world. Levels and attributes appeared to be common knowledge. Every living being possessed its own level and attributes. The hierarchy here does not merely signify the experience gained from slaying monsters. Rather, it resembles a form of evaluation pertaining to attribute values. Among the tomes collected by the Demon King, there seems to be one authored by a human scholar that delves into the study of attributes, although Rod has yet to peruse it. Visually, the newly amalgamated skeleton soldier stands taller than the original skull. Its fragmented bones have transformed into a bony armor that renders its physique somewhat sturdier. Additionally, a second arm has sprouted from beneath its left ribcage, with the area above the wrist enveloped in numerous scattered bones, elongated and indeterminate. Whether they resemble bone blades or clubs remains unclear. It was this very club that had obliterated the head of the dog-headed creature moments ago. And from the gaps among those scattered bones, blood and brain matter continuously dripped down. It seems that this fusion has proven quite successful. With no time for meticulous examination, Rod summoned 3 additional skeleton soldiers, ensuring that his remaining magical energy was sufficient for adaptive responses. Grasping the tattered tongs left behind by the dog-headed creature, he descended the stairs. The presence of the dog-headed creature and the commotion emanating from below indicated that several more had infiltrated the castle. Rod's immediate objective was to expel these intruders from his territory. Dog-headed creatures belong to the category of beast men, distinct from the green-skinned Orcish brutes, though such distinctions are of little consequence for the moment. An adult dog-headed creature typically stands between 1 to 1.2 meters tall. While not particularly strong, they are agile and possess a degree of intelligence, excelling in cooperative hunting. Though their individual combat prowess is not formidable, they pose a significant threat to ordinary humans. Hence, even when these dog-headed creatures brazenly pilfer from him, Rod had previously chosen to overlook their antics, opting instead to conceal his provisions more discreetly. After all, his own life takes precedence. Now equipped with some countermeasures, it was time for Rod to impart a lesson to these marauders. He stood at the railing of the 2nd floor, gazing downwards, where approximately a dozen dog-headed creatures clad in tattered rags ambled about the side hall, wielding rudimentary weapons. In the main hall lay the remains of the late Demon King, unmoved since his demise, deterring the dog-headed creatures from approaching recklessly. Previously, Rod had attempted to place some food beside the late Demon King for preservation, only to discover the next day that the mushrooms had sprouted legs and were scuttling about. leading him to abandon that idea. It is worth noting that Rod believes the late Demon King possessed considerable strength, given his ability to summon Rod from another world. However, strength is relative. Primarily, Rod has yet to encounter other formidable figures, leaving him uncertain of the late Demon King's standing in this realm. Until he attains comparable power, Rod intends to refrain from recklessly venturing out. Returning to the matter at hand, despite their keen sense of smell, the dog-headed creatures remain oblivious to Rod's presence. After a thorough observation, Rod issued commands to his skeleton soldiers. 2 skeletons were assigned to guard the exits, while he and another skeleton positioned themselves at the entrance leading inward. He summoned 2 more skeletons to flank the entrance to the main hall, poised to sever the retreat of the dog-headed creatures should they attempt to flee in panic. The strongest skull remained on the second floor, ready to descend and disrupt the cluster of dog-headed creatures once the other positions were secured. With a general plan established, Rod contemplated the scene, gritting his teeth as he summoned 2 additional skeletons to join the skull for an aerial ambush. Thus, from 9, the count of skeletons was now 8, and Rod's magical energy was nearing depletion. Should danger arise, he would have to devise a means of self-preservation to bolster the combat effectiveness of these skeletons. Rod instructed them to arm themselves with the decorative weapons adorning the walls: axes, hammers, and swords, all of poor quality and craftsmanship, with the better ones long pilfered. Nevertheless, in this dire moment, any weapon was better than none. As the dog-headed creatures wielded weapons of similar caliber, with the plan firmly in place, Rod waved his hand, and all the skeletons sprang into action, dispersing to their designated positions. The clattering of bones and metal against the floor resonated loudly. The dog-headed creatures, possessing sufficiently acute senses, soon took notice of the commotion. Several of them halted, scanning their surroundings while sniffing the air warily. However, most remained unconcerned, for this was not their first foray into the castle. They were aware of the presence of some skeletons, which appeared dazed and harmless. Yet perhaps due to Rod's innate talent for stealth, they remained oblivious to his existence. The skeleton soldiers silently sealed all exits in the side hall. Rod held the chaotic tome in his hands and conveyed commands to all the skeletons telepathically. In the next instant, the skull and 2 skeletons wielding axes charged down the staircase from the second floor. Rod had considered letting them leap directly down, which would indeed have been quite intimidating. However, given the brittle nature of the skeletons, he feared they might disintegrate upon impact before even engaging in battle. The dog-headed creatures immediately spotted the 3 skeletons, sending them into disarray. Had a more robust creature appeared, perhaps driven by hunger, they might have dared to confront it. However, faced with a throng of ancient bones that had lain dormant for centuries, they were understandably reluctant to engage. Defeat meant death, and victory could lead to injuries that might render them prey for other monsters. Even if they emerged unscathed, expending energy was hardly justifiable for these fast-metabolizing creatures. Every hunt or battle was a gamble. Either they would feast or starve. Should a hunt fail, their remaining stamina would render subsequent hunts nearly impossible, ultimately leading them to become food for their companions. Thus, upon facing an attack, this group of dog-headed creatures opted for flight, seizing whatever scant food they had pilfered and bolting for the exit. That moment, the 2 skeletons stationed at the door surged forward, their weapons striking down the foremost dog-headed creature with brutal efficiency. The splatter of blood that followed unleashed a frenzy among the other famished dog-headed creatures. The scent of blood drove these ravenous beasts to pounce upon the 2 skeletons and the corpse on the floor. Recognizing the perilous turn of events, Rod abandoned any notions of ambush tactics and swiftly commanded all skeletons to converge, seizing the opportunity to slay as many as possible amidst the chaos. The greater the number of dog-headed creatures that fell, the more disorder would ensue among the remaining, ultimately favoring Rod's side. The skull towered over the dog-headed creatures, nearly twice their height. It strode boldly into the throng, swinging its bone club to send one dog-headed creature flying, while employing its sharp bone spikes to eviscerate another. The other skeletons charged in, indiscriminately hacking away, though the decorative weapons they wielded lacked substantial power. Their strikes were more akin to bludgeoning than slashing. Yet, despite their gaunt appearance, the skeletons possessed considerable strength, eliciting yelps from the dog-headed creatures with each blow. Rod, armed with a fork, stood at a distance, observing, for after all, blades are indiscriminate, An injury to oneself would be ill-advised at that moment. He sensed a swift, light-footed approach from behind and promptly leapt aside, narrowly avoiding a long spear that thrust toward the spot he had just vacated. The dog-headed creature wielding the spear lost its balance, tumbling to the ground. Having narrowly escaped death, Rod wasted no time, raising his fork and striking downwards with all his might. Bang! The mace struck directly upon the creature's head, failing to shatter it like a skull, yet rendering the dog-headed being disoriented and incapacitated. Rod did not dare to linger. He swiftly turned to ensure no other dog-headed creatures approached from different directions before delivering several more blows until the creature was utterly obliterated. It would be foolish to assume there were no other foes lurking in the castle. One must exercise greater caution. Having resolved the immediate threat, the skeleton soldiers had also succeeded in subduing the remaining dog-headed beings. Under Rod's command, the skeletons formed a circle, encircling the remaining creatures. The dog-headed beings were battered and bruised, with broken limbs scattered about. However, the skeletons were not without their own losses, as 3 had been shattered and others sustained damage. Time was of the essence. The dog-headed creatures were in a weakened state, presenting an opportune moment to capture them in the tome that he raised the Chaos Codex, directing it towards the dog-headed beings. Channeling his magical energy to ensnare them, captured targets would resist, but upon failing, they would be drawn into the Codex. After enduring a thorough beating, these creatures not only lacked the strength to resist, but also the will to do so, making their capture almost effortless. Dog-headed being race. Beastman level, 2 strength, 36 agility, 77 stamina, 43 endurance, 25 magic, 0 talent. Tracking aside from agility, their attributes were inferior even to those of the skeletons. As he contemplated capturing the other dog-headed creatures, an idea suddenly struck Rod. His ambition now extended to the entirety of the dog-headed horde. Immediately, runes composed of magical energy enveloped all the dog-headed beings present, transforming into motes of light as they entered the Codex. Dog-headed assault troop race. Beastman level, 8 strength, 38 agility, 89 stamina, 40 endurance, 23 magic, 0 talent. Tracking, pack tactics. Tracking. Dog-headed beings possess a keen sense of smell, enabling them to track subtle scents in the air. Pack tactics. Dog-headed beings coordinate their actions in groups, working together harmoniously. The illustration in the Codex depicted a menacing group of dog-headed beings wielding various weapons, their injuries clearly visible. Rod was astonished to discover that it was indeed possible to capture an entire troop within a single tome. Typically, each capture or release of a creature from the Codex required the expenditure of magical energy, and releasing them one by one was time-consuming. Hence, he had wished to see if it were feasible to capture a group of similar creatures in one go, and to his surprise, it worked. Moreover, it seemed that the displayed level represented the collective level of the troop, while the attributes appeared to reflect an average, possibly indicating that talents were part of the overall evaluation. That he resolved to consult the texts for further clarification later. Rod momentarily pondered these questions, but decided to set them aside for now. The immediate priority was to eliminate any lingering threats. He released one of the captured dog-headed beings, commanding it to lead the skeleton soldiers in tracking down the remaining creatures within the castle. Creatures drawn into the Codex retained their original consciousness, yet became unwaveringly loyal to their master. Such a twisted ability was indeed a remarkable treasure of the demon race, with an insider to aid him. Locating the other dog-headed beings proved effortless. These creatures were already isolated, and under Rod's command, they offered no resistance during the onslaught. For these scattered dog-headed beings, he saw no need to waste time and magical energy capturing them one by one. He simply exterminated them all. By the time the ordeal concluded, Rod was utterly exhausted, both physically and magically, relying solely on sheer willpower to avoid succumbing to sleep. After recalling the last dog-headed being, still gnawing on the corpses of its former companions, into the Codex and commanding the skeletons to remain on standby, he returned to his chamber and collapsed into slumber. Just before drifting off, he contemplated how to best utilize the Chaos Codex. A night passed without incident. The following day dawned dreary and overcast. A faint light filtered through the window as Rod opened his eyes. The restfulness of his sleep left him doubting whether the events of the previous day had been but a dream. His hand grazed against an uneven metallic object beside his head, jolting him into full awareness as he sat upright. It was no dream. He exhaled deeply upon flipping through the Codex. gazing at the pages filled with captured creatures. After such a long time in this world, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Until now, his existence had been a haze, for in such a place, his meager strength could easily invite the death of any aggressive creature. Though he was still alive, it felt as if he were merely drifting along, like a leaf on water, likely to be submerged by the slightest wave that at last. He had acquired the power to establish a foothold in this realm. As for the notion of reclaiming the glory of the demon lord, that was not a concern for him at this moment. To entertained the idea of challenging the 7 demon generals after merely defeating a pack of dog-headed beings was not wild ambition, but sheer folly. As long as they did not seek him out, all would be well. Standing by the window, surveying the darkened landscape, Rod resolved to undertake a task that had long occupied his thoughts: to shut down the grand magical array enveloping the demon lord's castle. This grand array was not particularly formidable. Otherwise, a mere pack of dog-headed creatures would not have been able to invade so easily. It merely cast a blanket of dark energy around the castle and the ominous clouds above. In simpler terms, it was a weather array. This very array prevented Rod from seeing the sun by day and the moon by night, resulting in incessant rain and a perpetually moldy castle. Furthermore, it siphoned magical energy from the earth, rendering the surrounding land barren. The wood Rod used for mushroom cultivation was brought from outside the array's influence by the former demon lord, who had ventured beyond its bounds to fell trees. Rod had contemplated whether to disable this magical array, but since it symbolized the demon lord's castle, doing so would render it indistinguishable from any ordinary fortress, leading him to abandon the idea. He could hardly comprehend the previous demon lord's fixation on appearances. If he intended to cultivate crops to improve his quality of life, he would need to deactivate this magical array. His prior hesitance stemmed from the fact that the array was located within a secret chamber beneath the castle. And the last time he ventured there, he had heard thunderous snoring emanating from within, prompting him to flee. One should never jest with their own life. After all, the situation has changed. If necessary, one could allow the monsters to buy time while making their escape. Although it still poses some danger, Rod believes that this risk is worth taking. Rising from his slumber, he hastily consumed some tasteless roasted mushrooms before descending to the first level, accompanied by the skeletal sentinels. The corpses of the goblin dogmen slain yesterday remained here, and after some contemplation, he decided to release the goblin assault squad to feed. These creatures, accustomed to the wild, possess a tendency to cannibalize their own kind. Thus, while they would not starve within the confines of the compendium, their lack of sustenance would prevent recovery. Bearing the wounds inflicted by the skeletal soldiers, it was imperative they healed properly, as their combat effectiveness would be crucial for future encounters. Unlike the skeletal soldiers, the goblin dogmen, even if subjugated, still required nourishment, which was one of Rod's motivations to expand his cultivation efforts. Should he intend to capture more monsters in the future, the scant mushrooms he currently cultivated would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Fortunately, the castle harbored an abundance of seeds, many of which Rod had yet to comprehend regarding their potential yield and would need further study. Initially, within the Demon King's castle and its surroundings, it was impossible to rely solely on plundering human resources. There existed a degree of agricultural and pastoral capability. However, due to the uncontrollable nature of the monsters, self-sufficiency often eluded them. Utilizing the chaotic compendium, both the undead and the goblin dogmen, among others, could be harnessed as labor, and the situation should prove more favorable than during the reign of the Demon King. Viewing it from an optimistic perspective, this was the case, but the practicality remained to be tested. Regardless, to cultivate anything, sunlight was essential. Thus, this grand magical circle had to be dismantled today. Accompanied by several skeletal soldiers, Rod descended into the basement through a small door at the back of the main hall. It had been quite some time since anyone had ventured here, as spiderwebs and various insects were ubiquitous, along with some diminutive monsters that subsisted by preying on insects. These creatures were devoid of combat prowess and, upon hearing Rod's voice from afar, swiftly vanished from sight, leaving Rod disinclined to waste time pursuing them. Holding a torch, he walked amidst the skeletal soldiers, igniting the wall sconces along the way. Before him lay a square, vacant chamber, flanked by 2 doors on either side. Among the 3 doors, only the one to the right could be opened directly. The left door required a roundabout journey to the second level before returning. while the middle door necessitated a key found in a chest after navigating a mechanism from the left door. Rod knew this layout all too well, having traversed it previously according to the construction plans he had discovered. The key now resided in his pocket. He directly unlocked the middle door, revealing another square chamber. This room was divided by iron bars, behind which sat a chest, while on either side of Rod were staircases ascending and descending. Taking the staircase to the right would lead to a sealed door, necessitating access to a room on the ground level to retrieve a key from a cabinet to unlock it. Naturally, Rod had already procured that key in advance. This was merely the beginning. The original designer of this castle must have been afflicted with some folly, as they insisted on locking doors that could have been easily opened. Requiring a convoluted route to access them or crafting specialized locks necessitating keys from distant locations to it exuded a sense of exclusion, all the while yearning for entry. Furthermore, anyone familiar with keys and locks knows that with frequent use, they tend to become increasingly loose. Thus, successfully inserting the key hinges not only on force and angle, but also on experience. So, despite the door standing before him and the key in his possession, this centuries-old, decrepit door still required considerable effort to unlock. Moreover, the map occasionally revealed that while traversing, an elevator would suddenly lead directly to the ground level, emerging at the entrance. The upper portion of the castle bore a similar design. But during the Demon King's reign, all doors had been opened, allowing for relatively smooth passage. Were all the doors to be shut and the keys returned to their original locations, Rod would require no less than half an hour to traverse from the castle entrance to his chamber. For someone unfamiliar with the layout, it could take an entire day and night to find their way out. Who, then, was responsible for this design? As Rod approached yet another door, he could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed aloud. Just a mere 10 minutes from his previous location, there stood a door that would automatically close and lock itself if neglected for a while, forcing one to retrace their steps to unlock it. However, as he neared his destination, he could sense that he was close to the end. Continuing forward, he encountered a staircase leading downward. Turning at the base of this stair would lead him to a mezzanine between the first and second underground levels. Positioned directly beneath the throne, the map depicted a magical circle icon at its center, with a pattern resembling the head of some beast. The magical circle was situated here. Before Rod stood an intricately patterned door, and as he pressed against it, he could hear a resounding snort emanating from within. The last time Rod had reached this point, he had turned back and never returned. Now, revisiting the location, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Taking several deep breaths to acclimate to the slightly damp, musty odor surrounding him, he placed both hands on the door and pushed forward. With a cacophonous creak, the heavy door began to slowly swing open. A cloud of ancient dust billowing forth. Coughing and sputtering, Rod waved his hands to clear the dust from his face, spitting several times onto the ground for relief. Yet, he soon realized that the thunderous snoring he had previously heard had ceased. In the darkness before him, a pair of crimson-slit pupils fixed intently upon him. When one thinks of the Demon King's castle, aside from the ominous figure clad in pitch-black armor, one might envision a fire-breathing dragon, perhaps red or black. The creature before him, however, was a deep brown. Yet, the lizard-like head unmistakably belonged to a dragon. Rod scratched his head, engaging in a silent stare-off with the creature's large, draconic eyes. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene. Without hesitation, Rod made a decision. Onward, he commanded the skeletal soldiers at his side before turning to flee. Regardless of the circumstances, this foe was not one to be confronted at present, though the dragon appeared relatively small. Its head comparable to that of a bull, it was still a dragon. Should it unleash a breath of fire, he would undoubtedly find himself face to face with the old Demon King. Questioning why such a monstrous entity had been permitted to reside here, was it a deliberate ploy to unsettle him? Before fleeing, Rod meticulously left a skull at the entrance, hoping it might serve to hinder the dragon's pursuit. Rod sprinted swiftly around the corner, pressing himself against the wall, cautiously peeking out to observe the massive door. The interior remained shrouded in darkness, but soon he heard the creaking sound of the door. It was evident that the dragon was thoroughly enjoying its meal. However, after waiting for a considerable time, no further sounds emerged. Was it settling down for another slumber? Rod glanced at the compendium. The pages of the 3 skeletal soldiers he had dispatched had vanished, indicating they had perished beyond resurrection. It seemed even the undead could not withstand the dragon's appetite. 2. would likely fare no better than the undead, and in the jaws of the dragon, he would probably last less than half a second. The plan to renovate the Demon King's castle would have to be shelved in favor of a contingency plan. As Rod pondered this, he suddenly heard a long, drawn-out sound, a roar. This sound was not forceful, but rather resembled a beckoning call. It bore no hostility and even felt somewhat endearing. What was happening? Rod stroked his chin in contemplation. Could it be that the dragon was attempting to lure him closer for a meal? Regrettably, you are not a dragoness, and I am not a dragon enthusiast. Such tactics will not work on me. Rod shook his head and turned to leave. Another long cry echoed, tinged with a hint of desperation. Hissing, Rod inhaled sharply, scratching his head and stroking his chin. Damn it, if I don't take a look, no one will be able to sleep afterward. Resolutely, he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, making his way towards the grand entrance. Soon, he arrived back at the doorway. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, he beheld the dragon's head still gazing at him with longing eyes. It was only then that he noticed a massive magical circle on the ground. Emanating a faint glow, the dragon was positioned right in the center of this radiant formation. With the firelight aiding his vision, Rod was astounded by the sight before him. The dragon's body was not particularly large, merely slightly bigger than a bear. It lay sprawled on the ground like a great lizard, with a pair of noticeably atrophied wings pressed against its back and a long neck craned forward. The magical circle encircled it, leaving remnants around that resembled remnants of a meal. This dragon was likely young and, due to prolonged starvation, had devolved into a beastly form. Scattered about were numerous fragments resembling dragon eggs from his books, each differing in color, indicating that there was not merely one egg. Yet, there was only one dragon present. The other dragon eggs may have been consumed before hatching or devoured after emerging. This beastly dragon was the very core of the magical circle. Upon seeing Rod approach, the beastly dragon appeared quite pleased, calling out once more. Rod even detected a semblance of a smile upon its fearsome visage. It seemed to interpret Rod's previous dispatch of skeletal soldiers as an offering of food. Its repeated calls indicated a desire for more sustenance. Clearly, there was nothing here sufficient to sate its hunger. The skulls were essential combat assets that must be preserved. However, gazing at the beastly dragon, Rod conceived an idea. You understand my words, don't you? If so, nod your head. According to the records, dragons possess extraordinary intelligence, with much knowledge inscribed in their very genes. Even a malnourished, beastly dragon should be no exception. Sure enough, after Rod's words fell, the beastly dragon eagerly nodded. Good. In that case, I have a proposal. Rod paused, carefully choosing his words. That I can release you and ensure you will no longer suffer from hunger. But you must not resist anything I am about to do. Is that agreeable? After speaking, Rod anxiously regarded the beastly dragon. His plan was straightforward. To document the dragon in his compendium. As long as a creature is recorded within the compendium, time halts, and it enters a state of slumber, thus eliminating its hunger. Once Rod's food supply is ample, he could either release it or allow it to hunt on its own. In any case, it would never go hungry again. More importantly, this would directly dismantle the grand magical circle, saving Rod considerable effort. It was a proposal beneficial for both Rod and the beastly dragon. The beastly dragon, whether realizing the mutual advantage or simply yearning for freedom, nodded without hesitation. All right, listen carefully, do not resist, Rod instructed, opening the page of the Chaos Compendium before him. As the compendium closed, the beastly dragon vanished from sight. With its core lost, the runes composing the magical circle began to crumble and soon disappeared entirely. The beastly dragon was now recorded within the compendium. Beastly dragon race, dragon level, 24 strength, 210 agility, 76 stamina, 453 endurance, 147 magic, 165 talents. Beastly dragon blood. Beastly dragon scales, magic resistance, blade resistance, impact resistance, poison resistance, earth resistance, fire resistance, water resistance, wind resistance, light resistance, dark resistance, night vision, devolution, chaos adaptation. Rod was left speechless by the attributes displayed before him, setting aside the impressive 3-digit values. The myriad of talents at the end rendered him utterly perplexed. This was merely a devolved, beastly dragon. What might a true dragon of its kind entail? Thank goodness there was no confrontation. Otherwise, he would have been woefully inadequate for naming this dragon. He resolved to wait until it was well fed. thus allowing it to feel a sense of participation in its naming. Rod patted the cover of the compendium, muttering to himself. Upon returning to the surface, the rain had ceased, the sky remained overcast, and the ground was still shrouded in darkness. The effects of the magical circle's closure would not manifest immediately. However, the layer of black mist enveloping the Demon King's castle was dissipating rapidly. Before long, seeds carried by the wind would germinate in the soil surrounding the castle, which, despite years of barrenness, was surprisingly fertile due to the countless corpses buried beneath from past battles, though the land had been devoid of life for years. The richness of the soil was undeniable, a true black earth that it was the presence of the grand magical circle that had siphoned the magical energy from the land, rendering it incapable of nurturing even a blade of grass. Magic, often referred to as ether by scholars, is the most vital resource in this world, even surpassing air and water in importance. The survival of any living being hinges on ether, even undead creatures and rock monsters, or certain elemental beings, remain unaffected by the absence of air and water, yet losing ether would lead to their immediate demise. Ether permeates all things. Magic is merely the controllable portion of ether. According to the texts, a deficiency in ether results in death, while an excess can lead to mutation. For orderly races, their meticulously structured bodies make them resistant to significant external changes, yet for the chaotic races endowed with chaos adaptation, the acquisition of great power often accompanies physical transformation. Rod recalled the various demon lords before him, each possessing bizarre metamorphic forms that represented their true power, as only those bodies could accommodate their vast ether reserves. Will I also transform into a being with 3 eyes and 2 horns if I grow stronger? Rod pondered as he stood before the castle gate, hands on his hips, deciding to set that question aside for now. With the dissolution of the magical circle, he had much to attend to. On one hand, he needed to select suitable crops based on the season. On the other, he must clear the land for planting. The optimal time for cultivation was fleeting, spanning only a few short weeks, and he had to act swiftly. The farming season was upon him. Meanwhile, approximately 20 kilometers from the Demon King's castle, a famished band of goblins, led by a larger goblin, advanced forward. Their destination was the castle, hidden within the blackened earth, visible from the mountaintop. They knew not what lay ahead, but they were aware that food awaited them there. That was all that mattered. Outside the Demon King's castle, the long-neglected black earth welcomed the sunlight once more. Gazing up from the castle gate, one could hardly discern its original form amidst the various spiked embellishments. It bore no resemblance to a dwelling place of a demon lord. Yet, this was precisely the effect Rod desired. He still rather enjoyed basking in the sun. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, grasping the hoe that was thrust into the soil. Bending down to begin tilling the land, beside him, several skeleton soldiers and goblins were engaged in the same task. Cultivating crops, of course, is not merely a matter of scattering seeds, for the time being. Fertilizer need not be considered, and the moat surrounding the castle can provide water, so the first requirement is a plot of soft soil. It is essential to form ridges. The process of forming ridges involves piling the earth into elongated mounds, atop which the crops are sown. Should it rain, the water will accumulate in the furrows, draining outward to prevent the crops from being submerged for extended periods, which could lead to rot. Concurrently, some of the rainwater that cannot escape will pool in the furrows, providing moisture for the crops atop the mounds. Additionally, sufficiently thick and loose ridges will furnish an excellent growing environment for the subterranean parts of the plants. According to the records in the city, the climate in the demon realm is rather harsh, with pronounced dry seasons, bitter winters, and torrential rains. Thus, besides forming ridges, constructing greenhouses and digging drainage ditches cannot be overlooked. However, the goblins are manageable. The skeleton soldiers, with their rather inept heads, cannot handle such complex tasks, so they can only assist in turning the soil, while the ridge making must be done by his own hands. It is not that he is unwilling to employ the goblins, but the current food reserves are insufficient to feed them, allowing only one to be released for assistance. After all, at this early stage of his enterprise, as the proprietor, he must endure a bit of toil. Speaking of which, he recalls reading about creatures akin to large earthworms that burrow through the soil. Capturing a few of those to aid in tilling might be worthwhile. While Rod was lost in thought, contemplating the feasibility of capturing more magical creatures for labor, the goblin suddenly turned its head and barked toward the distance. Rod could sense the goblin's hostility. What is approaching? He immediately set down the hoe, beckoning the skeleton soldiers and goblins to retreat to the castle, and then ascended to the top floor via the lift. Standing on the expansive balcony, he gazed into the distance, where the nearly barren black earth lay before him. In such an environment, the slow-moving group of goblins approaching from that direction was particularly conspicuous. How many of them are there? Observing the large mass of gray-brown, uninvited guests, Rod supported his chin with his hand. Feeling troubled, according to the records he had read, goblins typically travel in groups of 3 to 5, occasionally numbering up to 20, but never in great abundance. However, this horde of goblins was conservatively estimated to number 3 or 400. Reaching the threshold of another subspecies of goblins known for their higher social structure. Regardless of the cause, this throng of 300 or 400 goblins could not be a mere illusion. While his available forces amounted to a mere 30 or 40, the disparity in numbers was tenfold. The adage 10 surround 1 does not apply in such a manner. Had this been the previous day, he would have likely had to roll up the bedding and flee or raise the drawbridge to retreat like a turtle. However, today, Rod stroked his chin and issued orders to the skeleton soldiers. Close the side gates and open the main gate. Let them in. The Demon King's castle was not designed like a typical fortress with towering walls. After crossing the moat via the drawbridge, one was met with a gate leading directly to the courtyard before the main hall, flanked by side doors. Venturing further, a corridor led to the hall where the old Demon King resided. A place Rod typically kept closed to prevent any undesirable effects from the old king's overflowing magical power. Now, needing a sufficiently large space, the courtyard before the main hall was the best option. The skeleton soldiers promptly sprang into action. Having previously opened all the castle's doors for ventilation and moisture removal, Rod began to close them one by one. Before long, the majestic Demon King's castle was left with only the main gate wide open. The colossal gate resembling the fangs of a behemoth, poised to devour the audacious intruders. Meanwhile, Rod transported the uneaten goblin meat from earlier into the courtyard, awaiting the arrival. Soon, the group of goblins arrived at the castle's entrance. Goblins are among the most widespread beastmen on the continent, their status akin to that of gremlins or goblins among orcs. These omnivorous creatures excel in group hunting, but they often scavenge the remains left by larger predators. Possessing a keen sense of smell, they are sometimes trained by more intelligent magical beings to serve as hunting tools or pets. That it is precisely due to their resemblance to dogs in terms of training that they are called goblins. After all, outwardly, their sharp snouts and upright ears resemble those of foxes, while their sparse brown fur is reminiscent of small primates. At this moment, the ravenous goblin horde, guided by their acute sense of smell, caught wind of the scent of blood and flesh wafting from the great door, and without hesitation, they surged toward it. Undeterred by any suspicions regarding the castle, the leading goblin, evidently more intelligent than the others, hesitated at first to approach the castle. However, even as the leader, he could not control the actions of the entire group. After much deliberation, he succumbed to his craving for blood and flesh and followed the others into the castle through the main entrance. As the goblins eagerly rushed through the corridor to seize the meat laid out on the ground, they failed to notice 2 skeleton soldiers descending from the chandelier above. Their bodies shattered upon impact but quickly reassembled, wobbling toward the entrance to activate the gate-closing mechanism. Only then did the goblin leader become aware of the unusual occurrence behind him, but it was too late. The massive gate crashed down, sealing off their escape route. Simultaneously, Rod, standing on the balcony of the courtyard's second floor, opened the compendium. The time has come to fulfill your promise of a hearty meal. Magical runes materialized, and soon, a colossal figure emerged from the magic circle formed by the runes. Crashing heavily into the courtyard, boom, upon landing, the thick dragon claws crushed several nearby goblins into a bloody pulp. The remaining goblins, still engrossed in their struggle for food, suddenly felt an overwhelming fear emanating from their very bloodlines. Roars followed in quick succession. Roar! Roar! The roar of the beast dragon reverberated throughout the castle. The formidable dragon's presence surged forth like a tsunami, sending tremors through the goblins, who relied solely on hunting small creatures for survival. The slaughter commenced. The bloodline of dragons carries the legacy of their combat prowess. Even having been confined within the magic circle since birth, this beast dragon maneuvered with the skill and efficiency of a seasoned warrior. Wielding its sharp claws, fangs, and tail as instruments of death, unleashing a tempest of carnage. Its powerful strides allowed it to rend multiple goblins apart with each swipe, devouring them as if they were mere snacks. The vast majority of goblins fled in a panic, yet the doors surrounding the courtyard had been firmly shut, and the path they had entered was also sealed, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Only a few goblins mustered the courage to retaliate, but their inferior weapons and frail physiques were utterly incapable of penetrating the dragon's scales, let alone leaving a scratch upon them at this point. The beast dragon was merely indulging in a feast. Over 300 goblins were more than enough to satiate its hunger that had lingered for centuries. Rod observed from a distance, marveling at the beast dragon's predatory prowess, and could not help but lament that even in its diminished state, its combat capability remained terrifying, while simultaneously feeling grateful that he had not found himself at odds with it. However, it was uncertain whether such luck would persist. He too must find ways to enhance his own strength. Amidst the agonizing cries of the goblins, Rod pondered earnestly about the future in this realm. The path to self-improvement was remarkably straightforward. It lay in rigorous training. Whether it be running, high jumping, martial arts, or meditative practices, any form of exercise could enhance one's attributes across the board. The extent of these enhancements would, of course, be influenced by individual talent. For instance, someone gifted in magic would experience a swifter increase in magical power during relevant training, and the same principle applied to other attributes. Beyond the enhancement of attributes, an equally critical aspect was the development of skills. Abilities such as martial techniques, magic, and special skills might not directly reflect in one's level or attributes, yet they could substantially bolster combat prowess that a mere level 5 individual, after undergoing specialized training, could potentially surpass an untrained level 10 creature in genuine strength while armed. The amalgamation of attributes, abilities, weapons, and equipment, perhaps augmented by items imbued with magical effects, collectively constituted a person's overall power to amplify one's strength. It was essential to identify where to commence. Firstly, it appeared that the Demon King's collection contained several tomes regarding training methods. Previously, Rod had been unable to delve into these due to his limited literacy. But now that he had grown increasingly familiar with the language of the demon race, he could shift his focus slightly towards this area. Rod's immediate priority was to ascertain which direction he ought to pursue. If he possessed greater aptitude for physical prowess, then spending all day in meditation would not be the optimal route. As for abilities, this consideration would follow the enhancement of his attributes. Regarding weapons and equipment, it must be said that the valuable items in the Demon King's castle were mostly depleted. The finest suit of armor currently adorned the old Demon King, tailored specifically for his massive frame. Indeed, the old king stood nearly 3 meters tall, possessed 4 arms, and bore a single horn, rendering it impossible for Rod to wear. Should he acquire wealth in the future, he might venture to nearby towns to commission a custom set. However, the question remained, where were the towns located? Finally, the magical artifact, the Codex of Chaos, undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of magical items. Yet, such treasures were scarce, and there remained numerous unexplored areas within the Demon King's castle. Rod had only traversed as deep as the second underground level that was conceivable that relics, overlooked by previous adventurers, akin to the Codex of Chaos, awaited discovery. Nevertheless, such treasures were serendipitous finds, not to be forcibly sought after. First and foremost, he had to earnestly elevate his foundational attributes. If Rod were to choose for himself, a path reliant on physical stamina and combat skills would undoubtedly be a prudent choice. Yet, having entered a world infused with magic, the ability to cast devastating spells could also present an irresistibly alluring option. He envisioned standing alone upon a desolate plain, facing an army of thousands, then raising his hand as a formidable spell rained down from the heavens, turning countless foes to ashes in an instant. Roar! The satisfied roar of the beast dragon interrupted Rod's reverie. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the courtyard had nearly been cleared of goblins. Only a few stragglers remained, having lost most of their will to resist. Among them, one goblin stood out, significantly larger than the others, brandishing a spear towards the direction of the beast dragon. It was battered and bloodied, yet still refused to fall. However, the beast dragon had already taken notice of it. Raising its claw, it prepared to deliver a crushing blow. "Wait, spare its life," Rod called out urgently. This goblin, seemingly different from the rest, might very well be an elite unit. To slay it would be a grave waste. Preserving it for inclusion in the codex would likely yield greater utility than that of ordinary goblins. Upon hearing Rod's command, the beast dragon, having lifted its claw, lowered it once more and, instead, used its tail to ensnare the goblin. Flinging it against the wall, the goblin leader crashed heavily against the surface before crumpling to the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Thus, the goblin's offensive had been effortlessly quelled by a de-evolved dragon. While the reason for the gathering of such a large tribe remained unclear, it ultimately posed no threat. The goblins had not all been consumed. Rod successfully cataloged the remaining 30 or so, recording them 5 at a time for ease of use. However, the injuries inflicted by the stones, which Rod had named, would likely require a lengthy period of recuperation within the codex. The stones here were not literal stones, but rather the name Rod had given to the beast dragon, stone beast dragon race, dragon level, 24 strength, 210 agility, 76 stamina, 453 endurance, 147 magic power, 165 talents, beast dragon blood. Beast dragon scales, magic resistance, blade resistance, impact resistance, poison resistance, earth resistance, fire resistance, water resistance, wind resistance, light resistance, dark resistance, night vision, de-evolution, chaos adaptation. Rod had previously contemplated bestowing it a name, initially considering Bahamut, a name evocative of a formidable dragon. However, upon reflection, he decided a simpler name might be more fitting for its upbringing. Hence he settled on Stone. Now, after centuries of deprivation, Stone was brimming with energy, frolicking exuberantly about, leaving Rod unable to call it back. Though he could issue commands through the codex to constrain Stone's movements, he ultimately opted against it. After all, the creature had not ventured beyond its confines for hundreds of years. Letting it run free for a while seemed only fair. And hunger would eventually prompt it to return. Thus, with these thoughts in mind, Rod closed the codex and turned towards the castle. Time passed in this manner. When Rod first arrived, it seemed to coincide with the depths of winter. Now, after an extended period, spring had arrived, bringing with it blossoms and warmth that a gentle breeze carried seeds from afar, which had taken root in the dark soil, flourishing within a mere month since Rod had sealed the great magic circle. Lush grass now blanketed the earth. The restoration of the etheric environment had revitalized the surroundings of the Demon King's castle. At this moment, Rod was outside the castle, supervising the goblins as they labored, while he himself was in another field, harvesting the freshly sprouted medicinal herbs. This herb, known as whiteling grass, was one of the demon race's commonly utilized healing plants. After placing the harvested whiteling grass under the sun to dry its moisture, he collected it once more and placed it into a large pot, repeatedly stirring and sodding to ensure the leaves rotated evenly, receiving uniform heat and moisture loss. Then extinguish the fire to cool down, and proceed with the second stir-frying until no steam rises. Again, extinguish the fire to cool down for the third stir-frying until the leaves shrivel into strips and emit a delightful fragrance, at which point they can be removed and ground into powder. These powders, when applied externally, are remarkably effective for hemostasis and sterilization. When ingested, they can enhance one's resistance. After all, Rod lives in a remote area, far from human habitation, and it is prudent to have some measures in place in case of illness. It would be quite embarrassing for a formidable Dark Lord to meet his end due to his severe cold. Not far from the herb garden lies 2 vegetable plots, each approximately an acre in size, where fast-growing crops are cultivated. Each plot is overseen by a dedicated goblin, responsible for daily watering. For instance, in the potato field, the caretaker is the previously recorded goblin chief, who, due to his towering stature and potato cultivation, has been aptly named Potato Fat Tiger. Potato Fat Tiger Goblin Chief Race. Beastman level, 6 strength, 51 agility, 89 stamina, 56 endurance, 33 magic, 10 talent, tracking. Leader adjacent to the cornfield, overseen by Rod's earliest recorded goblin, is aptly named Corn Little Husband, a counterpart to Potato Fat Tiger. Corn Little Husband Goblin Race. Beastman level, 3 strength, 41 agility, 79 stamina, 46 endurance, 27 magic, 0 talent, tracking perhaps due to being well fed. Little Husband's attributes have improved slightly since his arrival, and he has leveled up. These 2 goblins are relatively more intelligent compared to others, as they do not accidentally uproot the crops while wielding their hoes. With a sufficient number of goblins, the less intelligent skeleton soldiers have been assigned to guard duty. In addition to these two plots, there is another patch in the castle courtyard where fast-growing crops resembling cabbage, greens, and radishes are cultivated, tended to personally by Rod. These can be harvested roughly every half-month, along with mushrooms, and serve as the primary food source in the Dark Lord's castle. However, to be frank, the number of mouths needing sustenance in the castle is limited to just a few. Besides Rod himself, there are only Potato Fat Tiger, Little Husband, and Stone Dada. Where has Stone wandered off to now? Rod straightened up, tossed the herbs into the basket, clapped his hands, and looked around. After a few days of letting Stone roam free, Rod discovered that there was no need to prepare special food for it. Its hunting range is impressively vast, often venturing beyond the previous black zones to hunt, ensuring it remains well-fed, and occasionally bringing back additional provisions for the others in the castle. Just as Rod was pondering about Stone, he noticed a grayish-brown figure approaching from afar, clattering along. It was none other than Stone. However, it appeared to have feasted on something, with blood smeared across its mouth and splattered on its body. As it bounded joyfully toward the castle, Rod quickly called out to it, "Stop!" Stone immediately halted its steps, reluctantly turning back. Rod pointed towards the moat. "Come here, wash yourself off before entering." While he couldn't clean the entire castle, Rod made it a point to tidy up frequently traveled areas. He certainly did not want Stone traipsing about leaving trails of blood. Just as Rod was leading Stone towards the riverbank, he suddenly noticed something drifting towards him from upstream. "What is that?" Rod squinted, trying to discern the shape. Was it a person? Meanwhile, in the northeastern corner of Terra Continent, in the Iron Kingdom's capital, Platinum City. Inside the palace, a soldier hurriedly traversed the corridor, halting before an ornately decorated door. After taking a deep breath, he called out loudly, "Report." Entered at a somewhat raspy voice responded from within. The soldier, emboldened, pushed the door open. The room resembled a study, sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the space. An elderly man clad in a white robe with golden trimmings sat at the desk, his gaze fixed on a book before him. Noticing the soldier about to kneel, he spoke in a detached manner. "Speak quickly, I hope you bring good news." The soldier hesitated, then stammered, "Your Majesty, the general has reported that the hero has been slain." "Oh," the old king raised his eyebrows, glancing in the soldier's direction. "Where is the body?" The soldier faltered. "Speak." The old king's tone grew more severe. The general stated they are still searching, seeing the old king's displeased expression. The soldier quickly added, "At the time, the hero was gravely injured and fell from the cliff. Although there was a river below, survival seems impossible. I do not need your speculation." The old king closed the book, startling the soldier. "Tell the general that, by all means, we must see the body. The hero is the source of calamity. The peace of the alliance must not be disrupted after 300 years. Yes, Tina Priestley had a dream. In it, she was suddenly chosen to become the hero, pursued relentlessly by her swordsmanship instructor, ultimately cornered at the edge of a cliff. That moment, she was utterly exhausted, struggling to face the seasoned warrior, while her subordinates behind her suddenly betrayed her, leading to her helpless fall from the cliff. It wasn't a dream. Tina awoke, the excruciating pain radiating from various parts of her body, making her realize that her desperate experience was not merely a figment of her imagination. The surroundings resembled the residence of a wealthy individual, lavishly decorated yet devoid of any valuable ornaments. "Where am I? Am I not dead?" She propped herself up on the bed, only to aggravate the wound on her abdomen, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. "Don't move. The wound will reopen." Another voice called from the doorway. Tina struggled to turn her head and saw a young man in a robe standing at the entrance, holding a tray. The young man quickly approached, setting the tray aside before sitting on the edge of the bed. Tina noticed that it contained towels, gauze, and powdered herbs. She glanced down at her wound. "Did you save me? I saw you floating down from upstream and thought you were dead," Rod replied. He had been preparing to give Stone a bath when he spotted the woman drifting in the river, prompting him to send Stone into the water to retrieve her. Upon discovering she was still alive, he proceeded to administer first aid and bandage her wounds. Who would have thought that the first aid skills he learned in a previous life would prove useful here and actually save a life? "Thank you so much," Tina said softly, nodding. "My name is Tina Priestley. I am Rod." Rod smiled. Having been in this place for quite some time, Tina was the only person he had encountered capable of conversation besides the old Dark Lord. which brought him immense joy. Not to mention, Tina's beauty was striking. She was not the typical large-eyed, sharp-chinned beauty. If Rod were to describe her, he would say she was exquisite. Her features were perfectly balanced, carrying a hint of heroism. While tending to her injuries, Rod also noticed the calluses on her palms, indicating she was not a pampered noblewoman but rather a warrior. Regardless, it was quite exhilarating to meet a beautiful maiden in this realm. Judging by her appearance, Tina appeared to be human, yet her identity remained uncertain. Although Rod could not fathom how she ended up here, the order and chaos races had been at odds for millennia. Simultaneously, Tina gazed at the man before her, silently contemplating. The hero is a criminal of the Order Alliance. Though this is not my intention, it is best not to reveal it. I cannot let him know I am the hero. I cannot let her know I am the Dark Lord. As two individuals simultaneously exchanged a smile, they inexplicably nodded at each other. By the way, I am here to change your bandages. Rod suddenly recalled something, casting an awkward glance at the young maiden before him. You understand the urgency of the situation at that time, don't you? Upon hearing this, Tina seemed to remember something, her cheeks flushing slightly. It's nothing. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Tina possessed remarkable recuperative abilities. After lying in bed for a day, she was able to rise and walk the following day. She had been in a state that suggested she could perish at any moment when Rod had rescued her. Consequently, Rod could only attribute this to the generally robust physique of the inhabitants of this world. After all, he had not encountered others. By the third day, Tina had almost fully recovered, and Rod could no longer confine her to the room. Moreover, he had other plans in mind. Ahem, Rod knocked on her door, and upon hearing a response from within, he pushed the door open. He found Tina standing before the mirror, adjusting her attire. She had donned the armor she had worn while floating in the river. Though Rod did not recognize the insignia emblazoned on it, her long black hair was neatly tied back, and the sunlight streaming through the window outlined her figure in a radiant glow. Upon seeing Rod enter, Tina turned her head and smiled. Good morning, Rod. Good morning, Rod replied and continued. There are a few matters I must discuss with you. I am currently residing here temporarily. The true owner of this castle resides in the main hall, but he prefers not to meet people, so please do not venture into the main hall. As for the other inhabitants here, apart from myself, they pose no danger, so there is no need for concern. In Tina's room, Rod reiterated the importance of not wandering about the castle haphazardly. Otherwise, while getting lost may be a minor inconvenience, one might encounter something peculiar. Other inhabitants? Tina inquired, somewhat puzzled. She had not once left her room and was not entirely clear about her surroundings. She had merely glimpsed the outside through the window, which seemed to suggest she was in a castle nestled deep within the mountains. However, she had certainly not heard any other voices during the past 2 days. Rod scratched his chin and then stepped towards the door, glancing back at Tina. In any case, you can walk, right? If so, then follow me. Tina did not quite comprehend what Rod meant by the other inhabitants being peculiar. As a knight of the kingdom, she had encountered all manner of strange beings. Yet, as soon as she stepped out with Rod, she turned to find a skull face nearly pressed against her own. Tina instinctively threw a punch, sending the skull spinning 3 times on its neck before it drooped down. Then she watched as the skull raised its hand and pressed its head back into place. This skeleton was even wearing a pair of floral shorts. This is Skuldo, who has been keeping watch at your door for the past 3 days, Rod introduced. Although Skuldo is an undead, he is rather exposed. So to avoid any inappropriate impressions, I specially rummaged through the old Demon King's room to find him a pair of shorts to wear. Naturally, Skuldo was not the only one. The other 4 skeletons also appeared at that moment, marching in a line around the corner, each adorned with floral shorts of various colors, evoking a sense of summer and beaches. Rod did not neglect to introduce them. They are Skeleton A, B, C, and D, but you only need to know that, as I cannot tell them apart either. Tina, she had never imagined that monsters would guard her door. Tina's mind was a whirlpool of confusion when Rod pulled her along, taking the elevator down. This is the room of the castle's master. Just be sure not to enter, Rod emphasized once more, pointing towards the grand door of the hall. However, the door was firmly closed, and the key was in his possession, so there was no problem. Shortly thereafter, they stepped outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, Tina looked up, marveling at the castle's grand architecture. The pointed decoration struck her as somewhat odd. Just then, she spotted 2 dog-headed creatures, one tall and one short, one stout and one lean, climbing up from the moat, both puffing and panting while carrying a bucket of water in their mouths. And just ahead, a massive beast was sprawled on the ground, seemingly basking in the sun that, if she was not mistaken, that was a dragon. Just as Tina doubted her own eyes, Rod began to introduce the creatures. The tall one is Fat Tiger. The short one is Little Husband, and that one, Rod pointed at the stone from a distance, is Stone. They all reside here and are, shall we say, my subordinates. But Tina had yet to process this information. Is that a dragon? Yes, a beast dragon, Rod replied. And as if sensing their presence, Stone abruptly stood up, flapping his small wings, bouncing over to them, and sitting down with a goofy grin that he has regressed a bit. Resembling a dog. Do not mind him, Rod said, tiptoeing to pat Stone's head. He was contemplating whether he should prevent Stone from playing with Fat Tiger and Little Husband too often. Why does this dragon now resemble a dog? Meanwhile, Tina was still reeling from the shock, as she had truly never encountered anything like this. Dragons were legendary creatures. Since they were legends, they were certainly not beings one could encounter casually. These mysterious and ancient entities preferred solitude. And wherever dragons dwelled, it was invariably in places inaccessible to ordinary folk. Only the St. Luth Empire, a member of the Order Alliance, had once forged a pact with a giant dragon, allowing them to call upon its aid in times of national peril. For the vast majority, the very existence of dragons was akin to fairy tales. Even a regressed beast dragon was not something one could easily witness. This Tina was at a loss for words. After contemplating for a while, she finally asked, "Are you a necromancer?" "No." Rod shook his head. "A beast tamer." "Not that either." "Then what?" You can call me Rod." He pondered carefully. "A Pokémon trainer." "Tina, never mind. That is not important." Rod waved his hand and adopted a serious expression. "The primary reason for bringing you out today is to discuss a matter." Tina too became earnest. "Please go on." Rod then gestured towards the direction of Fat Tiger and Little Husband. "Please look over there." Tina turned her head, somewhat puzzled. "Do you see that patch of vegetable garden?" Rod asked, pulling out a twig and starting to draw in the dirt. "Young lady, look here. The soil is excellent. Rich in ether and fertility, producing nothing but good crops. You remember the herbs I taught you about? Those were all grown here. Look, right there. The yield is astonishing." Rod pointed to the herb patch with the twig. Continuing, "Let me explain. This vast expanse of land belongs to the city, and it can all be cultivated. My current plan is to plant crops like corn, potatoes, and greens in this area, while this patch can be used for herbs. If we have the opportunity in the future, we can process them and sell them. The mountains behind are devoid of trees, making them suitable for fruit trees, and this vacant plot can be used for livestock. I have contemplated several species suitable for raising here." Rod rambled on, and as a result, Tina felt bewildered. "Your meaning is my meaning is, everything is ready. We just lack one thing." Rod squinted and raised a finger. "Investment." Only then did Tina comprehend, her expression shifting to one of realization. But soon after, her demeanor turned somewhat awkward. "However, I currently have no money." "That is not a problem." Rod clapped his hands, exuding confidence. "Although we lack funds, we have our bodies." Tina took a step back. Rod spent quite some time explaining his thoughts to Tina, pulling her back from her wandering imagination and clarifying his intentions. In essence, he proposed a partnership, two individuals embarking on a shared entrepreneurial journey. The current state of the castle was such that Rod could barely manage alone, but for continued growth, he required assistance. He had considered abandoning everything and fleeing. Yet he was acutely aware of his ignorance of the world and realized that his current abilities were only sufficient to contend with goblins. Furthermore, as a demon lord, he was marginalized by both the demon and human realms. Historical accounts detailed a spell named Insight, capable of revealing one's attributes, should anyone cast it and discover his identity as a demon lord. It would spell disaster for him. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to remain in this well-known yet deserted demon lord's castle, establishing a secure foundation and enhancing his strength. He also needed a military force capable of self-defense. Hence, ensuring the army's logistics through farming appeared to be the most grounded approach. What Rod lacked most at present was a capable manager. The goblins could temporarily alleviate the labor shortage, but Rod alone could not oversee them. Although Stone was clever, it possessed the wisdom of a mere child, and it was unrealistic to expect it to manage the goblins. Then Tina arrived. After 3 centuries of solitude, a newcomer appeared. How fortuitous. Rod could not let this opportunity slip away, and he was determined to persuade her to stay. Although the prospects of orchards and livestock were mere illusions at this stage, enticing her to join him necessitated presenting some semblance of a promising venture. This was not merely an empty promise. After articulating his proposal, Rod anxiously glanced at Tina, hoping she would not insist on leaving, as he could only plead with her. What else could he do? Despite being a demon lord, he could not resort to coercion. Unbeknownst to him, his proposal aligned perfectly with Tina's desires. It dawned on Tina that the so-called Order Alliance had not seen a hero in 300 years. Not due to a lack of heroes, but because every hero that emerged was secretly eliminated by the king's covert forces. While she was still unclear about the king's motives, she found herself a fugitive, wanted by the entire Order Alliance, with nowhere to turn in this vast world. Thus, the prospect of finding refuge was a welcome relief. However, she felt a twinge of guilt for not disclosing her true identity to Rod. "It is a great honor to collaborate with you," Tina said, slightly bowing in agreement, to which Rod eagerly returned the gesture, his face alight with joy. He then waved at Stone, instructing, "Stone, go fetch more food. Let us feast tonight." "Rawr," Stone roared, scampering off. Rod watched Stone's jubilant figure, contemplating that it could no longer associate with Fat Tiger and Little Foo. Its barks had now taken on a canine quality. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger and Little Foo, engrossed in their tasks, seemed to have heard their names mentioned. Casting puzzled glances at our ODs night fell, Rod kindled a bonfire in the courtyard, and a massive creature, akin to a small car, was skinned and cleaned, ready to be roasted over the flames. He had marinated the beast in advance, and as it cooked, the sizzling fat released a mouth-watering aroma. Given the size of the creature, utilizing different cooking methods for various parts would be more economical. For instance, the mutated mushrooms that scurried about would pair perfectly with the beef brisket for stewing, while the meat from the creature's back was ideal for roasting. Yet, since Tina had just arrived, it was best to minimize the use of potentially toxic spices and ingredients, at least until the first batch of detoxifying herbs was cultivated. Moreover, with Stone at the table, Rod was disinclined to prepare a separate meal for a dragon. Did he even know how much it could consume? 80 pounds. That single acre of potatoes, once harvested, would be devoured by the dragon in its entirety. With such an appetite, it would either have to learn to cook for itself or be resigned to eating roasted meat, or perhaps even raw fare. Stone, relishing its first taste of cooked food, happily clutched a rib in each claw, while its tail wrapped around a charred leg of beef, blissfully unaware that Rod was tired of managing its meals. Fat Tiger and Little Foo had already filled their bellies and were now napping against Stone's belly. Rod, meanwhile, set aside some of the fire and placed a pot over it, simmering a broth of beef offal to as Stone caught the enticing aroma wafting from the pot. It leaned in closer, still gnawing on its food. "Shoo, shoo, this is not for you," Rod exclaimed, raising a hand to push Stone back. But his modest strength was no match for the dragon's. Before he knew it, he found himself tumbling backward in an instant. He sprang back to his feet. "Well then, today I shall show you who the true master is." "Rawr." Stone joyfully raised a leg, sending the drowsy Fat Tiger and Little Foo flying across the yard. Tina, seated nearby, exuded an air of elegance as she cut her food into small pieces, savoring each bite without urgency or competition. Observing Rod as he readied to wrestle with Stone, a peculiar mix of emotions welled up within her. Just moments ago, she had been hunted by the very nation she once served, pursued by a revered mentor, and betrayed by trusted subordinates. Yet here she sat, in a tranquil moment that felt almost surreal. She suddenly felt a pang of fear. If Rod were to discover her true identity, would he cast her out? In the library of the Demon Lord's castle, Rod was engrossed in a tome, grappling with a headache. Ever since he had partnered with Tina, forming a cohesive team, he had liberated a significant portion of his time, allowing him to delve into his own matters. The most pressing of these was, of course, the issue of fundamental attributes. Rod, the Demon Lord race, Demon Lord level, for strength, 58-10 agility, 56-10 stamina, 55-10 endurance, 51-10 magic, 73-10 talents. Demon Lord. Chaos adaptation, dark aura, poison resistance. Unbeknownst to him, an additional 10 points had mysteriously manifested behind the attribute values. Rod had yet to comprehend the significance of these increments. speculating that they might be rewards following an upgrade. However, these enhancements were not visible on the stone's attributes. Nevertheless, augmenting attributes was undoubtedly a boon, prompting no immediate concern. After a period of rigorous training, Rod's overall attributes finally surpassed the threshold of 50 points, reaching a level commensurate with an ordinary individual, while his magical prowess soared beyond 70 points. This clearly indicated Rod's innate talent for spells. With this revelation, he resolved to devote himself to the arcane arts. Yet, he soon discovered that this path was fraught with challenges. The intricate interplay of various runes, spells, and the conversion of ether presented a convoluted logical framework, rivaling the complexities of advanced mathematics he had encountered in his previous life. Much like mathematics, these spells adhered to a meticulous learning trajectory, transitioning from the simplest tricks to the most arduous Tier 10 spells, even extending to transcendent spells, with each logical step intricately linked. Leaving no room for shortcuts, mastery could only be achieved through diligent study, one lesson at a time. That a mere glance at the 4-tier spell runes nearly evoked memories of his calculus classes, almost lulling him into slumber. That it was no wonder that the library housed an abundance of spell books, yet none were ever borrowed. For the vast majority, the content was incomprehensible, and for those who could decipher it, the tomes were rendered unnecessary. Cultivating a true mage necessitated not only that students possess the ability to learn, but also that instructors excel in the art of teaching. This required a foundation built on rigorous education from a young age, culminating in a methodical ascent before one could rightfully bear the title of mage. The old Demon King epitomized such a mage, albeit his talent was modest, achieving merely a near 6th tier level before his demise. He had commenced his studies in spells from an early age, a journey that, for Rod, who was starting from scratch, would likely yield a lifetime of struggle to match even half of the old Demon King's prowess. However, Rod was not devoid of alternatives. The realm of magical professions extended beyond mere mages. That a profession, in essence, resembled a validated pathway for cultivating abilities, a grand avenue forged by the toil and blood of countless predecessors. It was not mandated that one adhere strictly to their paths, yet those who aspired to carve their own niche must brace themselves for a lifetime of lagging behind. After all, the pioneers who birthed these professions were, without exception, prodigies of rare caliber. Rod felt his own talents were rather unremarkable, leading him to favor a selection from existing professions. Various options such as sorcerer, sage, monk, priest, magic knight, and paladin presented themselves, with over a dozen formal professions documented within magical tomes. Not to mention unrecognized spellcasters like druids and shamans. Each pathway, however, bore distinct prerequisites. For instance, sorcerers adhered strictly to a bloodline doctrine, relying solely on the inherited magical lineage to cast spells, with dragons serving as quintessential examples of sorcerers. As for Rod's Demon King lineage, according to records, it was indeed viable for sorcerer training, enabling him to unleash a plethora of formidable spells without any formal education. Yet, this came with a prerequisite, a hero. Only a powerful hero could awaken the Demon King's bloodline, thus allowing one to reap its benefits. Presently, no sign of a hero was in sight, rendering this option moot. The sage role demanded an exceptionally high knowledge base, with learning difficulties surpassing even those of mages. Meanwhile, the monk, priest, and paladin professions were entirely aligned with order, standing in stark contrast to Rod's inclinations. After sifting through a multitude of professions, Rod ultimately settled on 3 that resonated with his abilities. The Magic Knight, a warrior who harmonizes magic with martial prowess, infusing spells into combat techniques, and enhancing himself through runes etched upon his body to unleash formidable strength. That Rod's physical attributes were sufficiently commendable, making this a prudent choice. The Abyssal Sorcerer, a practitioner who fuses their bloodline with abyssal creatures to gain power, represented a perilous career path. That it necessitated access to the abyss, survival within its depths, and ultimately merging with its denizens. Such a path was ill-advised unless one possessed an insatiable thirst for power, hampered by innate limitations. Lastly, Rod was particularly drawn to the summoner profession, a spellcaster who communicates with souls and ether to summon elemental spirits. Transcending mere spellcasting, summoners could channel the power of elemental spirits, transforming themselves into embodiments of those elements. This profession also relied heavily on innate talent, requiring the ability to commune with elemental spirits. While perusing the materials, Rod attempted meditation as outlined in the texts. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a fireball dancing before him. It seemed the choice had been made. Fireball. A fireball, roughly the size of an apple, traced a graceful arc through the air before precisely striking a darkened tree trunk, erupting in a fiery explosion. Boom! The already fragile trunk was cleaved in two, with the remnants igniting in a fierce blaze. Whoosh! Much like sinking a basket, Rod clenched his fist in excitement. Signaling his success, he then noticed Tina's puzzled gaze directed towards him, prompting a moment of awkwardness as he cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. Since summoning the fire spirit, Rod had adopted this behavior, casually casting fireballs, and the stones had grown accustomed to his antics. Yet, who wouldn't indulge in the thrill of spellcasting once they mastered the art? Furthermore, practicing magic was a necessity. Rod reminded himself 3 days had elapsed since his initial summoning of the fire spirit, and his proficiency in controlling it to cast spells had markedly improved. A summoner, by nature, could not manipulate ether for spellcasting. Instead, they acted through elemental spirits, transferring ether to them for release. The advantage lay in the absence of the need to study myriad spell knowledge. One merely needed to understand how to communicate with elemental spirits. The drawback, however, was the limitation to only casting spells that the elemental spirits could wield, precluding the acquisition of new spells. To illustrate, if one likens Fireball to a program, mages write the code themselves to achieve the Fireball's effect. While summoners utilize existing Fireball code, saving substantial learning time, but lacking any flexibility, mages can modify the original code to alter the nature of the Fireball, such as transforming it into a flame arrow, a chain fire, or a large fireball. But if the fire spirit lacks such codes, the summoner is at an impasse. Thus, this path bore both advantages and disadvantages. Over the past few days, he had also experimented with summoning other elemental spirits, ultimately discovering that while he could summon the more common spirits, the fire and dark spirits displayed the greatest adaptability. For instance, to unleash the most basic attack spell, summoning a fire spirit for the fireball required approximately 2 points of magic, whereas summoning a water spirit for a water ball necessitated 5 points. Clearly, utilizing the fire spirit proved to be a more efficient choice. Moreover, Rod's daily tree explosions were not merely for amusement. The once vibrant Black Earth was home to numerous trees, yet these had languished in a half-alive state due to a lack of ether. Even now, they had not revived. Their branches resembled charred wood, exceedingly brittle. Retaining them would only hinder future cultivation of various crops. Their greatest utility seemed to be as firewood. However, the castle's storage was nearly overflowing with firewood, rendering such a surplus unnecessary, making it prudent to remove these trees sooner rather than later. In addition to this, Rod had dispatched 2 teams of goblins to procure timber from more distant locales. This lumber would be used to construct fences around the vegetable plots to shield them from bizarre magical creatures that might damage the crops. Lately, Rod had noticed a curious increase in the number of magical creatures in the vicinity. During his initial months at the Demon King's castle, only a band of goblins roamed nearby, yet in just the past 2 days, he had encountered several groups of magical creatures. Each day, the stones returned from their excursions, their bellies full, bringing back a bounty of meat. Could it be that the grand magical array was deterring creatures from approaching? Rod contemplated the improbability of the situation. After all, the Demon King's castle was originally constructed to house monstrous beings. Establishing a magical barrier to deter them seemed utterly nonsensical. In the past, the absence of monsters in the vicinity led Rod to surmise that there was simply nothing here to sustain them. Without a viable food chain, it was only natural that no creatures would venture near. However, currently, the landscape was merely dotted with some weeds, far from sufficient to attract monsters seeking to settle. A sense of foreboding washed over Rod, and his instincts were often remarkably accurate. Suddenly, a pivotal question struck him. Why had the goblin-like creatures, such as Fat Tiger, ventured to this locale? Goblins were notoriously driven by hunger, instinctively gravitating towards areas abundant in food. Yet, aside from the mushrooms cultivated by Rod, there were scarcely any insects in the vicinity of the Demon King's castle. Under normal circumstances, goblins would not stray here, and given their relatively small population, it was implausible that they could muster a significant presence. Something extraordinary must have transpired, compelling them to undertake a mass migration and, in their desperation for sustenance, gamble their fortunes at the Demon King's castle. Following this line of reasoning, Rod pondered whether the recently observed monsters around the castle were similarly motivated. With this thought in mind, he swiftly turned and raced down the slope towards the fields. In the garden, Fat Tiger and Little Foo were concluding their day's work, lounging atop a pile of hay to bask in the sun. Startled by the sudden sound of approaching footsteps, they quickly scrambled to their feet. Fearing they might be accused of slacking off, Rod observed their frantic movements with a mix of amusement and bemusement. Surely, he was not the kind of heartless capitalist who would scold them for idling. Nevertheless, he did not lose sight of his pressing inquiry. "What brought you here?" Goblins typically lack the ability to articulate human language. Rod had only acquired a smattering of common phrases upon his summoning, and goblin tongue was not among them. However, both Fat Tiger and Little Foo comprehended Rod's question. Upon hearing it, they began to yelp excitedly, gesturing animatedly. Remarkably, Rod discerned fragments of meaning from their movements. "Are you saying something is pursuing you?" Fat Tiger exuberantly flailed its arms. Rod rested his chin on his hand, pondering the implications. Whatever force had prompted such a large-scale migration of monsters could not be a trivial threat. Previously, the old Demon King had provided a semblance of security. However, with only a few frail and elderly beings remaining, Rod could not guarantee their safety from impending dangers. It was imperative to first ascertain the nature of this threat. He could not remain idle, awaiting information to arrive unbidden. Thus, Rod resolved to embark on a journey to the nearest town to the Demon King's castle. "Stone," Rod called, cupping his hands into a trumpet shape. Before long, a grayish-brown sphere came rolling down from the opposite side of the hill, kicking up a cloud of dust as it approached, halting right before Rod. The dust enveloped him, coating his face in a layer of gray. "You should go wash up first." With a grunt, Stone curled into a ball and rolled away towards the riverbank, leaving Rod and the goblins covered in dirt. Perched atop Stone's back, Rod navigated through the dense underbrush. This area lay beyond the Black Zone, known locally as the Cloudy Mountains. To be precise, the Black Zone resided within the Cloudy Mountains, named for the great magical array established at the Demon King's castle, which resulted in perpetual rain in the region. Such an arrangement was akin to marking a large red dot on a map, advertising to others that the boss resided here, inviting adventurers to come and attempt to claim valuable loot. In the records of the old Demon King, although heroes were absent, there were always adventuring parties eager for glory who braved numerous obstacles to confront him. Though all had ultimately failed, their incessant attempts were a source of annoyance. Rod's urgency to deactivate the magical array stemmed, in part, from this very reason. Without the Shroud of Clouds, locating the hidden Demon King's castle within the deep mountains would prove a daunting task, especially as the once darkened land was on the verge of losing its gloom. I digress. In such a vast mountain range, it was improbable that only the old Demon King and his castle occupied this territory. Approximately half a day's journey from the Black Zone lay a town named Greystone, a settlement established by a group of demons seeking refuge from the ravages of war 2 centuries prior. Fleeing the ominous clouds of the Demon King's castle, they had settled in this moderate location, where they had since thrived and multiplied. Ironically, the safest haven within the demon realm was near the Demon King's castle itself. Outwardly, demons bore little difference from humans, often merely exhibiting greater stature regardless of gender. This was due to their chaotic heritage, which endowed them with an innate adaptability that allowed their forms to shift due to the influence of ether. Rod had previously observed this town from a distance, but had refrained from entering, prioritizing safety as he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. Now, having ascertained that it was an ordinary town, he felt no further trepidation. The town was enclosed by wooden walls, with a single gate facing away from the Demon King's castle for entry and exit. The direction towards the castle was completely barred, and the surrounding forest had been cleared to ensure visibility, creating an overall shape reminiscent of a sieve from above. To avoid attracting undue attention, Rod instructed Stone to remain hidden in the forest, prepared to call for assistance should the need arise. After ensuring he bore no conspicuous items, Rod pulled the hood of his robe over his head, picked up a relatively straight twig to serve as a makeshift staff, and proceeded along the main path towards the front gate of Greystone. This marked his first attempt to engage with outsiders, excluding Tina, which had been an unexpected encounter that left him somewhat anxious. Typically, if he merely acted as a traveler, he would encounter few issues. Yet he was not entirely familiar with the norms of interaction in this world. While Tina had seemed quite normal, she was of the human race, and the customs of demons might differ. Through the high walls, Rod observed several arrow towers erected within. Guards stood atop the towers, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Long before Rod reached the gate, they had noticed his leisurely approach. Travelers were evidently a rare sight in this area. Thus, as he neared the entrance, a group rushed to close the town's gate without hesitation. Rod thought, "This is exceedingly cautious." After finally reaching the entrance of Greystone, he found the gate firmly shut, with no intention of admitting this stranded traveler. He stepped back and craned his neck to look up. Above the gate, a young guard, his helmet askew, called down, "Hey, what do you want?" Rod recited his prepared response. "I was passing through and noticed this town. I was hoping to find a place to rest. Turn back." The guard waved dismissively. He clearly had no intention of opening the gate. "Are there any other towns nearby?" Rod continued to shout. The guard pointed vaguely into the distance. "If you head that way along the main road for about 2 days, you'll find Rolna town. You can go there. 2 days? I'll perish on the road." Rod interjected, gesturing towards the sky. "Look, the sun is setting. Just let me in, will you? If monsters emerge and I die at your doorstep, it won't reflect well on you." "Is the sun setting?" The guard glanced up at the sun hanging above. "That's not important." Rod took 2 steps back, positioning his head at a more comfortable angle to alleviate the strain, and continued to shout, "I'm not a bad person. There's no harm in letting me in. Who would believe that?" The guard pointed at Rod and exclaimed, "What kind of good person would cover his face? Who knows what lies beneath your hat?" The sun was blazing, and shielding oneself from its rays was futile. Rod lifted his hat, exposing his face to the guard, and gestured towards his own head. "Take a good look. What do you think I am?" The guard squinted, craning his neck to peer at Rod, then shouted, "Damn it, so handsome. You must be a human. Get lost, get lost. Humans, stay away." Rod could no longer contain his irritation. He brandished his stick at the guard. "Hurry up, get down, and let someone else take over." The guard merely stuck out his tongue and made a face. "Nah, hey, you little rascal." Rod rolled up his sleeves, ready to summon stone to demolish the gate, when suddenly an elderly man appeared beside the guard. Swinging a stick and striking the guard's helmet with a resounding thud, "Enough of this nonsense. Which scoundrel is the mayor?" The young guard immediately stood at attention. "You little brat, you'll get yours later." The old man muttered a soft reprimand, then peeked his head around the wooden wall with a forced grin. "Travelers below, don't fret. I shall open the gate for you at once." He then turned back. Chattering away to the people below, Rod shielded his eyes from the sun and squinted upwards, and after a brief moment, the large wooden door was slowly pushed open. The old mayor approached with a beaming smile, saying, "Esteemed traveler, please come in. Feel free to explore." The stark contrast between his demeanor and that of the young guard left Rod somewhat perplexed. He couldn't fathom the old man's ulterior motives for the old mayor. His reasoning was quite simple. This young man, being a non-local, had traversed a perilous mountain path to arrive here, which indicated remarkable prowess. Furthermore, he wielded a staff, which, though the mayor did not recognize, he had heard was a symbol of a wizard. In a town currently in dire need of manpower and combat capability, it would be absurd to leave a wizard standing at the door, should the wizard take offense and set the gate ablaze. Who would be left to reason with him? It must be said that the old mayor was indeed astute. Upon hearing the news, he quickly assessed the situation and determined the appropriate course of action. Once the gate was fully opened, the old mayor ushered Rod inside, pulling the guard close and apologizing. "My sincerest apologies, esteemed traveler. This young lad is rather thick-headed. I haven't even asked for your name." "Rod Da. It is an honor to meet you. Your name is renowned." Rod was taken aback, sensing that the old man's excessive flattery concealed some ulterior motive. He felt he must remain vigilant. The old mayor did not engage in further conversation, stating he had matters to attend to, while instructing the young guard to continue guiding Rod, as a means of both apology and hospitality. With the mayor's acknowledgement, the young guard's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, turning into one of utmost respect. Through their dialogue, Rod learned that the guard's name was Greg, and he was merely 18 years old. In such a place, one could hardly expect to find genuine soldiers. The local youth had banded together to form a militia, somewhat capable, yet few in number. From Greg, Rod gleaned the reason for their current state of tension. According to tales from traveling merchants, a rat tide had emerged. The rat tide referred to the phenomenon where numerous rat folk emerged in search of sustenance. Thus, it was essential to introduce the rat folk as a race. Firstly, Ratfolk belonged to the chaotic races, but even amidst the chaos where myriad monsters roamed, ratfolk were the most despicable, greedy, and frenzied of all. For the forces of order, they were typically classified as a subset of beastmen, indicative of a profound misunderstanding of the ratfolk. Ratfolk possessed their own societal structures, languages, and civilizations, constituting an independent race. For the demonic races, however, ratfolk were a calamity. These creatures, endowed with remarkable reproductive capabilities and rapid metabolisms, were perpetually tormented by hunger. They dwelled underground, forever scheming to pillage the surface's offerings. Yet, before they could extend their claws to the surface, they first had to survive the jaws of their own siblings to consume or be consumed. This was the first lesson every ratfolk learned upon birth. Failing this lesson meant a prompt restart. Each female ratfolk could give birth to approximately 20 offspring, with the fastest among them birthing within 3 months. Coupled with their insatiable hunger, it was only a matter of time before their numbers swelled to the point of food scarcity. At such times, the ratfolk warlords, commanding vast swathes of their kin, would cast the surplus rats to the ground, allowing them to pillage at will. After all, losing a few was of no concern. Every morsel they seized was a gain. The deceased rats could even serve as sustenance for others, making it a foolproof venture. This mass exodus of ratfolk was termed the rat tide. The rat tide spared no targets. They would consume anything edible in sight, rendering them a catastrophic threat even to demonic entities and various monsters. It was likely for this reason that the likes of Fat Tiger and his band of goblin folk were compelled to flee towards the shadowy mountain range, seeking sustenance in the desolate Blacklands. However, the Blacklands too had begun to sprout life to survive the rat tide. The only solution was to eliminate a sufficient number of rats. Ratfolk were a timid breed. Once they realized their own mortality, their overwhelming numbers would quickly dissipate, resulting in utter chaos. Therefore, whether among demonic or human forces, the strategy to combat the rat tide was to fortify within towns. As for those unable to establish cities, they either needed the strength to fend off the rats or would have to flee. Yet, Rod pondered, would a rat tide manifest here? He inquired of Greg. Rod had not encountered any related records in the old Demon King's notes, and was uncertain whether the rat tide had never reached this place or if it had all been repelled by the old Demon King. Greg's youthful face took on a serious expression as he replied, "There have been a few instances in history, though they were minor. However, according to news from traveling merchants, this time seems far more severe." Oh, Rod nodded silently. Choosing not to elaborate further, in such a remote town, it was unlikely to receive any substantial information. Typically, ratmen prefer to assault densely populated cities, as breaching the walls allows for unrestrained plundering within. Akin to opening a can of food, towns that are 2 days' journey away, like this recent settlement, would hardly attract many rats. However, the town's atmosphere suggested an impending threat, indicating that it would not be a simple affair. Moreover, should the rat tide spread to this vicinity, it could very well impact the Demon King's castle as well. During a rat tide, swarms of rats move in the millions. Even a small offshoot would overwhelm the mere dozens of gnolls residing in the castle. For Rod, the most prudent course of action appeared to be sealing the gates and awaiting the end of the rat tide. The only concern was that those rats might be stubborn enough to invade upon spotting a castle here. Preparations were essential. Rod's preparations entailed enhancing the castle's defenses as much as possible during this period. Due to the rat tide, numerous monsters had been driven into the Shadowcloud Mountains. If he could document these creatures in his compendium, it would bolster their chances against the rats. Yet, these monsters were refugees, and locating them would not be an easy task. Moreover, if he spent half a day capturing only a few goblins or gnolls, it would hardly be worthwhile. Just as Rod lamented his predicament, his gaze fell upon the bulletin board in the village. Elsewhere, in a certain forest, night had fallen. Melodious music echoed throughout the camp, beside the flickering flames. A young man with golden hair and a small mustache strummed the strings of his lute, singing verses in a lilting manner. Beside him sat 3 other adventurers, garbed in similar attire. Enough singing. Violet, one burly man, wielding a massive axe, could no longer contain himself and shouted, "If you keep this up, you'll attract the rats." The golden-haired man immediately ceased his song, raising an eyebrow with a cheerful tone. "Oh, Micah, do you not appreciate this heroic ballad? I could sing something else, that's not the point," Micah interjected, awaiting Violet's response. You can't just stand at the back singing during every battle, but I am a bard. Micah, Violet replied with a carefree demeanor, smiling. And I will use my magic to assist you all. Another voice chimed in, interrupting him. But your magic is utterly useless. How can that be? I certainly possess, and you expect to share in our earnings equally. If you feel my share is excessive, I could certainly take less. This is not about the money, Violet exclaimed in surprise, just as the last of the group spoke up. All right, Micah, Stan, enough of this. Tomorrow brings its own challenges. So let us rest early. He rose and headed toward the tent. Upon hearing someone defend him, Violet beamed and followed suit. Indeed, Scott, you are my best friend. Yes, enough of this. Sleep now, Scott replied, expressionless, nodding slightly before disappearing into the tent. Violet returned to his own bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Violet awoke from his dreams, bewildered as he surveyed the now deserted surroundings. The campfire had extinguished, and all belongings had vanished. Where is everyone? The town's bulletin board typically displayed requests for assistance, detailing who needed help and the rewards offered. This was a means for the group to support one another, with monsters rampaging. They showed no regard for whether one belonged to the human or monster race. When violence ensued, hesitation was absent. Consequently, the bulletin board was filled with requests for monster extermination, complete with descriptions of the creatures and their locations. Many notices bore the same handwriting, likely because not everyone possessed the skill to write and had to enlist others' help. Most of the postings were from lumberjacks, fishermen, or miners needing to venture outside the town. Encountering monsters during their work was indeed perilous. Rod's gaze swept across the bulletin board. Although his reading skills were somewhat lacking, the context and accompanying illustrations allowed him to grasp the meaning. After perusing the notices, he selected 2 requests to take. One was from a miner near the iron mine, reporting the discovery of skeleton crawlers within the cave, while the other came from a lumberjack who had been attacked by a flock of chocobos while felling trees. Skeleton crawlers, as their name suggests, were undead creatures, generally formed from the amalgamation of various species' corpses, significantly larger than typical skeleton soldiers, often moving on all fours. Some even possessed tails, and their heads could be either human or beast-like. The combat prowess of skeleton crawlers varied greatly depending on the materials constituting their bodies. Retaining certain traits from their previous lives, these undead entities would also attack chaotic beings. This was indeed the norm for undead. While the less aggressive skeleton soldiers were the exception, for Rod, undead creatures required no sustenance and were virtually indestructible, making them highly advantageous. Next were the chocobos, giant birds resembling ostriches, possessing robust legs yet lacking the ability to fly. In some regions, they were trained as mounts. Although their endurance was inferior to horses, their off-road capabilities were significantly superior, and they exhibited greater agility. Rod's intention in capturing chocobos was primarily for breeding. These birds could weigh 400 to 500 pounds upon reaching maturity, making them well suited for future cavalry training or as a food source. As for whether he could sustain them, that would be determined later. First, he needed to give it a try. Additionally, there were several other postings that caught Rod's attention, such as those concerning swordtail lizards and mountain spirits, but either the locations were vague or Rod lacked the means to deal with them. So he set them aside for now. Are you really heading out now? Greg questioned, bewildered at Rod's decision to leave the town with the request slips in hand. Just moments ago, he had been adamant about entering. And now, having merely taken a brief turn inside, he was heading back out without resting. The whims of these wizardly folk were truly unfathomable. However, Greg had nothing more to say. If the wizard wished to go, so be it. Rod, moving with urgency, inquired about the locations on the requests before promptly exiting the town, calling upon Stone, who had been napping in the nearby grass, and ventured into the forest. His first destination was to capture the flock of chocobos. One reason was that it seemed slightly closer, and another was that chocobos were quite lively. The later he arrived, the farther they would flee. Conversely, the undead would remain undisturbed for a century, so there was no need for haste. The lumberjack had mentioned seeing the flock of chocobos heading westward while returning to the town the previous evening. Given that chocobos lacked considerable endurance and traveled in groups, they likely would not have strayed too far. Sitting atop Stone's back, Rod grasped the spines protruding from the creature's back with one hand, while holding Greg's sketched map with the other, appearing to contemplate their next actions. though in truth he was pondering whether he should provide Stone with a cushion. Dragon scales were indeed rather uncomfortable, which explained why dragon riders donned full armor. The lumberjack's operational area was not extensive, and before long, Rod spotted the unmistakable signs of felled timber ahead, indicating he had arrived at his destination. "Stop here," Rod instructed, patting Stone's back before dismounting. "Stay here and do not wander." The Stone stood obediently in place that a flock of chocobos moved in unison, leaving behind substantial footprints. Following them would pose no challenge. However, if the Stone were to run amok and roll about, no amount of footprints would be of any use. This refers to the moment on the return journey when, upon reaching a slope, a group of chocobos was spotted passing below. Following the description in the commission, Rhodes searched for the location where the lumberjack had previously been. Peering down, he clearly discerned a series of deep and enormous bird claw prints imprinted in the mud. "Ah, found it!" Rhodes exclaimed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he waved to the beast dragon behind him. "Stone, follow me!" Roar. Although the discovery of the footprints was swift, by the time they caught up with the flock of chocobos, dusk was approaching. Rhodes, lacking the enhanced senses of a demon hunter that would have illuminated the footprints, relied solely on his keen eyesight to navigate the dense vegetation in search of a path. When he finally spotted the distinctive yellow feathers ahead, his eyes felt strained from the effort. Rhodes patted the Stone again. "Be cautious, circle around, and avoid injuring them too severely. I am the art of hunting." The Stone was far more skilled than Rhodes and required little instruction. The Stone's performance indeed pleased Rhodes. It first suppressed its presence, stealthily approaching within 20 meters of the resting chocobos, before suddenly leaping from the underbrush, exuding its draconic aura unabashedly. Roar. Accompanied by a mighty dragon's roar, birds perched nearby stiffened and fell from the trees, while a multitude of distant birds took flight in terror. The chocobos, confronted with the Stone's overwhelming presence, froze in place as if ensnared by an illusion. Some even tilted their heads, unsure if they had fainted or perished. It was only then that Rhodes sprang into action. Opening the bestiary hanging at his waist, its runes instantly enveloping the flock of chocobos to conserve magical energy, Rhodes efficiently captured them all onto a single page of the bestiary. Chocobo flock species: avian beast level, 16 strength, 74 agility, 83 stamina, 65 endurance, 56 magic, 21 talent. Flock. Their attributes, hovering around level 10, had likely been elevated by their numbers. However, Rhodes did not place much hope in their combat prowess. Satisfactory would suffice. He noted that 3 remained on the ground, having succumbed to fright. Chocobos, capable of being trained as battlefield mounts, were not inherently timid creatures. The crux lay in the overwhelming pressure exerted by the dragonkin. Yet, to be fair, Rhodes had never experienced such a sensation himself. The 3 deceased chocobos were of no use, so he instructed the Stone to handle them, tying any excess to its body to bring back for others in the castle, while the Stone feasted. Rhodes glanced skyward. There was still ample time to venture into the mine. He could return directly to the castle afterward, timing it just right as for the information he needed from Greystone Town. He had already acquired it, making a special trip unnecessary. Rhodes had his own territory to oversee and lacked the energy to assist them in defending their town. By the time Rhodes reached the mine, darkness was nearly upon him. This stretch proved longer than anticipated and fraught with challenges. Fortunately, he managed to capture a sleeping stone troll, quietly adding it to his collection. Ironhead troll species, troll level, 12 strength, 123 agility, 13 stamina, 126 endurance, 177 magic, 0 talent, resilience. Long sleep, giant strength, a prime example of high stats paired with low combat effectiveness. 3 attributes exceeded 100, and a single punch could likely leave the Stone dazed, yet its level remained at a mere 12. The most dismal aspect was its meager agility of 13. What does an agility score of 13 signify? The skeletal soldiers in Rhodes' bestiary, swaying and moving at a snail's pace, boasted agility scores exceeding 20. An agility of around 10 is akin to the speed of a crawling infant. Due to this deficiency, the stone troll was utterly incapable of hunting. It subsisted solely on stones and the minerals contained within, utilizing its internal heating organs to transform them into a hard shell that encased its body. Furthermore, with the seemingly infinite lifespan of trolls, they grew larger with age, yet paradoxically slower, ultimately succumbing to the weight of their own mass and becoming immobile mountains. According to the records in the library of the Demon King's castle, one of the 7 demon generals, King Priestly Gabriel, built his fortress atop the back of a stone troll that had existed for countless years. Using ample ether to propel the creature forward, crushing everything in its path, Rode lacked the prowess of that demon general. He merely intended to place this stone troll at his entrance as a stone lion for protection. If an opportunity arose, he could procure another to create a pair to flank the entrance. After all, stone trolls spent most of their time asleep, awakening only to consume stones, alleviating concerns about its dietary needs. On another note, Rode pondered whether merging the stone troll with a more agile creature could mitigate its sluggishness. After some reflection, he decided to set this query aside for now, with only one stone troll in his possession. A failed fusion could lead to considerable loss. However, if he managed to capture several skeletal crawlers later, he could merge them with the original skeletal soldiers to enhance their combat abilities. Rode mulled over these thoughts. He led the stone forward, stepping into the mine's entrance. The cave was dark and damp, with an odor reminiscent of shorts soaked overnight in water during the sweltering summer. The scent assaulted his senses. For a fleeting moment, Rode considered turning back. Yet, upon reconsideration, he resolved to press on and see what lay ahead. Torches and flares hung on the walls, remnants left by previous miners. Greg had mentioned that this was the only known mine in the vicinity, where all the miners from the town had gathered, though he was uncertain whether they had ceased operations in response to the emergence of monsters in the tunnels. Delving deeper into the mine, Rode soon encountered a glow emanating from the walls. Crystals that emitted a faint luminescence, spaced at intervals, providing some meager light. Although the fire spirit he summoned emitted light, it was insufficient for illuminating distant areas, leaving him somewhat apprehensive about the enveloping darkness. However, the situation improved considerably with the newfound light. Yet, as they ventured further, the passageway suddenly narrowed, preventing the stone from proceeding. Rode had no choice but to store it back in the bestiary. He wondered what would happen if they encountered skeletal crawlers here. He glanced at the bestiary. While he had brought out the skull, he was uncertain if its combat effectiveness would suffice. The recently acquired Ironhead troll could serve well here, as its height measured just over 1 meter, with a width of about the same. For safety's sake, Rode's hand rested on the cover of the bestiary. Should anything go awry, he would promptly release the Ironhead troll. Not long after, passing through an opening, the space ahead expanded dramatically. This area resembled a mine pit, likely a natural cavern that miners had subsequently excavated. The tunnels they had carved and the stairs and iron frameworks they constructed spiraled down the edges of this vast pit. Summoning his courage, Rode peered over the edge. The depth was unfathomable, seemingly leading straight to the earth's core. That a fall from such a height would spell disaster. Shaking his head, he withdrew his gaze, finding the skeletal crawlers remained the priority. However, given the oppressive darkness of this place, the emergence of any creature, let alone skeletal crawlers, would not be surprising. The question remained, in such a vast void, where would the monsters be lurking? As he was grappling with a headache, he suddenly caught sight of flickering flames in the distance that did not resemble the luminescence of crystal. Was someone still toiling here? Rod hastened towards the source of the fire and soon discerned a cluster of small huts perched on the edge of the pit. It appeared to be a resting place for miners. With the presence of others, matters became simpler. Rod approached a room that emanated light and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Hello? Is anyone there? His voice echoed within the mine, yet no response came. Just as Rod began to wonder if someone had left the light on, he heard movement from within. It seemed as if someone was pushing a chair aside and dragging their feet towards the door. Then, with a creaking sound, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man with an unkempt beard and disheveled hair. Good day. I heard there are monsters around here. The old man scrutinized Rod with weary eyes, as if he had been awake for an entire week, then grinned to reveal a set of yellowed, uneven teeth. Come in. Just in time for a meal. Heh. Rod nearly asked which office of the Soul Hall the old man belonged to, but the invitation was too warm to refuse, so he stepped inside to take a look. Upon entering, he was greeted by the bubbling sound of a pot in the center of the room, accompanied by an indescribable aroma wafting through the air. The old man hunched over and ambled deeper into the house, casually saying, "Make yourself at home. Just treat it like your own." Curious, Rod leaned over to peek into the pot, and upon doing so, his features contorted in disgust. reminiscent of an elderly man engrossed in his phone on the subway. "What is this meal of yours? It looks like a primordial concoction." Rod's remark went unanswered as the old man silently approached from behind. Wielding a pickaxe high above his head, with a swift motion, he swung it down. The clang of metal resounded as the old man's pickaxe flew away, intercepted by a stone giant, Ironhead, that had materialized between them. The pickaxe had merely left a faint white mark on the giant's head, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Rod had initially contemplated inquiring about the presence of a skeleton creature, but opted against it. With a sigh, Rod stood up and gestured toward the old man. "Ironhead, unleash your rock-cracking fist." The stone giant raised its fist and delivered a powerful hook to the old man's face. A resounding thud echoed as the old man crashed against the wall, his head tilting at an unnatural angle, a classic case of a head tilt. Rod snapped his fingers, recalling the still-frozen Ironhead. The blow may not have killed the old man outright, but he would certainly remain incapacitated for the time being. Rod discerned that the old man was in the process of being transformed into an undead, retaining a modicum of intelligence and the capacity to attack the living. In a few years, once the contents of his skull were consumed by flies, he would be reduced to a mindless shell. Standing vacantly as he did upon first encountering his skull, the cave was infused with a potent essence of death, typically found in burial grounds teeming with the deceased, yet the concentration here was evidently abnormal. Prolonged exposure to such an environment could swiftly transform chaos beings like demons and monsters into the undead. It would be prudent to complete the task and exit as expeditiously as possible. As Rod stepped out, a horde of semi-undead emerged from other rooms, wielding pickaxes and shovels, advancing menacingly towards him. It appeared that the dense death essence had abruptly manifested, swiftly converting the miners into the undead. One could only speculate what they had unearthed. Not wishing to dwell on these matters, Rod summoned a fire sprite while releasing Ironhead. Fireball! A blazing fireball hurtled forth, detonating upon one of the undead. Engulfing it in flames, Ironhead charged into the throng of undead, sweeping them into the abyss with a powerful sweep. The combat prowess of these undead was likely inferior to their living forms. Probably around levels 3 or 4. With a modicum of caution, Rod could easily handle them alone. Before long, the last of the undead was set ablaze and sent tumbling over the edge of the pit. Even in pieces, they could only crawl, their combat effectiveness far below what Rod deemed necessary. Thus, he saw no reason to linger. He pondered whether the individual who had commissioned the task was among them. If he had to speak, that person would indeed be considered his employer. Upon resolving his employer's fate, Rod was about to continue when he suddenly heard commotion from one of the rooms. Another one? He raised his hand, ready to cast a fireball and incinerate the room, when a voice called out, "Wait, I'm not one of them." Rod paused, his hand still poised in the air, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. The room erupted in a cacophony of clattering, followed by a cry and the sound of overturned furniture before the door finally opened. Out stepped a young man clad in tattered finery, with golden hair. Rod noticed that he bore a dark object on his back, indistinct from a distance. The moment the man opened his mouth to speak, his gaze met Ironhead, who squatted beside the house, and he froze. His eyes darting towards Rod, pleading for assistance. "Fear not. He does not consume humans," Rod reassured him. The man relaxed slightly, only to stiffen again as Rod added, "At least, not yet." Ultimately, Rod instructed Ironhead to stand back, which allowed the man to exhale in relief. "Greetings, my savior, my hero. I am the poet, Violet Andrew, chronicler of heroic epics." The self-proclaimed bard, Violet, bowed extravagantly, introducing himself to Rod. His speech bore the cadence of a musical theater performance, punctuated by an unusual rhythm, and he even rolled his tongue while stating his name. Turning to Rod, he continued, "Might I inquire your esteemed name, noble hero?" Rod found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the bard's manner of speaking. He sensed that this individual could become a nuisance. "You may call me Rod." "Very well, Rod." Violet responded with an air of familiarity, launching into a lament. "I find myself most unfortunate. My comrades have forsaken me. I became lost in the forest and stumbled into this cave, thinking I might find aid, only to discover these people have gone mad. I believe today would mark the end of Violet Andrew." "Uh-huh. All right. You should leave. The exit is over there," Rod replied dismissively, sizing up the bard to determine if he bore any signs of mutation. Concluding that he had not been here for long, he lacked the inclination for idle chatter in such a place and prepared to delve deeper into the cave. Violet, mid-sentence, turned to find Rod nearly out of earshot. Rod? Where are you going? Wait. Don't leave me here alone. Let me tell you about my captain, the legendary adventurer, Ed Scott. His armor is imbued with dragon's blood, rendering it nearly indestructible, his longsword forged in dragon-'s breath, capable of shattering anything. One day, we accepted an assignment from Mayor Fitzgerald to venture into the Death Swamp, to hunt the vile, corrupted dragon. Archibald, who spewed forth the breath of decay, before we had even met, the malevolent roar of a dragon echoed from the depths of the toxic swamp, while the tales of the bard reverberated within the cavern. 3 figures formed a line, advancing deeper into the mine. Rod led the way, the bard Violet positioned in the middle, with Stone bringing up the rear. Violet insisted that it was unsafe to proceed alone, necessitating his following our OD'd AT that moment. Rod thought that an extra companion would not significantly impact their journey, and thus permitted him to accompany them. Now, however, he regretted that decision. That it was evident that the bard had grown accustomed to being abandoned by his comrades. Moreover, Rod found himself empathizing with his former companions. From the very start, this individual had not ceased his incessant chatter in this brief span of time. He had transitioned from expressing his aspirations of becoming an adventurer to recounting tales of his 12th expedition against a dragon. As for the veracity of his stories, they were merely entertaining. Taking them too seriously would be futile. Rod could scarcely believe that someone who would freeze in fear upon encountering a juvenile wyvern could embark on a quest to hunt a legendary dragon. Furthermore, according to Violet's description, their intended quarry was likely the swamp long-tailed lizard, which possessed a combat prowess of approximately level 12 upon maturity. Nevertheless, being a bard, one could understand such embellishments. However, the incessant noise was indeed bothersome. Scott raised his shield to deflect Archibald's dragon breath, while Micah followed closely behind, his greatsword cleaving into the back of the corrupted dragon. At this juncture, Violet abruptly halted mid-sentence. By the way. He turned and glanced nervously at Stone. Can he breathe fire? The beast dragon cannot. Rod succinctly replied that, that is reassuring. Violet nodded, glancing around with curiosity. What are you here to seek? Silence. Very well. Violet ceased his rambling, though only momentarily. However, I still believe that while silence is necessary, it is not imperative to venture into such perilous places. One can easily perceive the ominous atmosphere here. Look, there are insects. I mean, we could choose a different location. Perhaps a tavern in town that is about to close. At least the underground there would not suddenly reveal itself. He abruptly stomped down on a skeletal hand that had just emerged from the earth, causing it to recoil. Or anything else. Rod sighed in exasperation, unwilling to respond. Following the mine's corridor, the group had descended to a considerable depth. The walls still bore illuminated crystals, though occasionally, natural crystals sprouted from the walls and ground, providing light. It appeared that these crystals had grown within the cave. Rod snapped off a crystal and tucked it into his pocket, contemplating whether he could craft a lantern from it in the future. If successful, he could place some within the castle. Most of the lighting in Demon King's castle relied on magical lamps. However, since the great magic circle had ceased to function, those lamps had extinguished, leaving them reliant on oil lamps and torches. Perhaps in the future, they could replace them with crystal lamps. These crystals are truly beautiful, almost like magic. Speaking of which, did you know, Rod, that I also possess magical abilities? My mother told me from a young age that I had a remarkable aptitude for magic and that I might one day become a great mage. Although my primary profession is that of a bard, I can also cast spells, though perhaps not as adeptly as you. Given my demeanor, I am not particularly skilled in combat. Violet continued his incessant prattle, and at that moment, Rod suddenly perceived some sounds. Silence, he interjected to halt Violet's flow of words. The bard seemed eager to say more, yet he too detected a disturbance. Clack, 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 like something light and brittle colliding together. The sound grew louder and more chaotic, seemingly approaching Rod and his companions. Finally, Violet fell silent, withdrawing a cloth-wrapped object from his back, a wooden lute. At that moment, the source of the noise gradually became apparent from the cave entrance ahead. It was a horde of creatures, either quadrupedal or hexapedal, their bodies haphazardly assembled from various bones. These were the very creatures Rod sought. The skeletal crawlers. The number he observed was 6, he wondered if more lurked behind. Oh, Violet took a step back, clutching his loot. My spells may not be very effective against them. Fall back, be cautious, and do not fall, Rod commanded, one hand summoning a fire sprite, while the other rested on the tome at his waist. At that moment, two skeletal crawlers lunged at them. The mine passage was relatively spacious, wide enough for a van to pass through easily. One side bore a rock wall, while the other featured a makeshift railing. With a bottomless pit beyond, in the center of the path lay iron rails for the mine carts. When the foremost skeletal crawler charged, it clawed through the wooden sleepers of the tracks, then leapt high, barreling straight towards Rod. What a fine track. Why ruin it? Rod muttered, flipping open the tome. Ironhead leapt into action, enveloping the charging skeletal crawler in an embrace. The skull promptly appeared, and a bone club swung down, crushing the crawler's head. What sorcery is this? Where did it come from? Violet exclaimed, dumbfounded. And before he could process the scene, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Stone leapt high above his head, its front paws pinning down two skeletal crawlers poised to pounce. Another crawler, attempting to leap, was struck midair by a fireball, exploding and losing half its body as it crashed to the ground. Rod assessed his magical energy and, without hesitation, opened a new page, focusing on the skeletal crawler ensnared by Ironhead. Though the creature struggled, it could not withstand the immense strength of the stone giant, exceeding 120 points. Its form was relentlessly disassembled by runes, absorbed into the tome. The capture of such a resisting creature took far longer than anticipated. Meanwhile, the remaining two skeletal crawlers were undeterred, skittering up the walls, intent on leaping down from above. Stone seized both crawlers, slamming them down as they attempted to reach the ceiling. The one captured by Ironhead was also fully recorded. Yet the stone giant remained momentarily frozen in place, oblivious to the fact that its prize had vanished. However, that was of little concern. Even if Ironhead did not stir, Rod had a plan. Stone, charge, roar. Stone leaped to Ironhead's side, swaying its body, and struck Ironhead's back with its tail. The stone giant transformed into a ball, rolling forward with momentum. The previously injured skeletal crawler was crushed once more, its remaining bones shattering completely, rendering it utterly incapacitated as for the other four. They were smashed into a heap, with Ironhead following suit, collapsing atop them. The scattered bones beneath it wriggled, yet not a single one could escape. Observing the pile of bones, Rod swiftly recorded them all onto a single page. Skeletal crawler race. Undead level. 12 strength, 63 agility, 81 stamina, 89 endurance, 133 magic, 0 abilities. Undead, soul eater, immunity, intimidation. Skeletal crawler horde race. Undead level. 18 strength, 71 agility, 78 stamina, 92 endurance, 121 magic, 0 abilities. Horde. Undead, soul eater, immunity. Rod noticed that the solitary skeleton crawler he had recorded possessed a talent known as intimidation, while the other four did not share this trait. He also captured the one still lying on the ground, which likewise lacked the intimidation ability. Was it possible that even among identical creatures, different individuals might exhibit variations not only in attributes, but also in talents? As he perused his other recorded monsters, he found few suitable for comparison. Only the initial skeleton soldiers he had captured were each allocated a dedicated page. If different individuals of the same species could indeed possess different talents, might this imply that capturing monsters resembles a form of lottery? If nurturing them were the goal, should he specifically seek those with exceptional talents? It seemed he required more specimens for further experimentation. At the same time, he noticed an interesting distinction. Although a group of identical monsters was recorded on a single page, the goblin received the additional talent called group coordination. The chocobo had the ability of social living, while the skeleton crawler possessed the cluster trait. Group coordination indicated that goblins acted in concert, coordinating with one another. Social living suggested that chocobos thrived in community, while cluster referred to the skeleton crawlers gathering together. The descriptions indeed bore subtle differences. Did this mean that although they all engaged in collective action, the degree of cooperation varied among them? From Rod's observations, it was evident that goblins demonstrated a superior understanding of teamwork compared to skeleton crawlers. Did this imply that some monsters were better suited to being recorded on the same page to acquire cooperative talents, while others were more appropriate for individual recording in search of unique talents? Just as Rod was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed something amiss with the stone beside him. That it was crouched low, baring its teeth, staring menacingly at the direction of the deep pit behind him. He heard Violetta's stammering voice. Rod, you must look." A foreboding sensation washed over Rod. Turning to follow the stone's gaze, he beheld a colossal dragon skull emerging from the depths of the pit. Eerie blue flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets, its body still concealed within the surrounding darkness. That it was a bone dragon. Damn. Now he understood the source of the intense, deathly ether permeating the mine. After a brief moment of shock, as the bone dragon opened its mouth just 10 meters away, both Rod and Violetta fell silent, instinctively fleeing without a word of warning to one another. Rod hastily recalled the ironhead and skullcap monsters, then deftly leaped onto the back of the fleeing stone. In the next instant, a thunderous crash erupted behind them. Glancing back, Rod saw the entirety of the bone dragon's head engulfed in the dust and debris raised by the collapsing tunnel. Had he lagged even slightly, he would have surely become a meal for the beast. Hearing Violetta's voice still intact, Rod cast a glance and realized the clever little fellow was clinging tightly to the stone's tail. Having not been thrown off, since he was still alive, it wouldn't hurt to lend a hand. Rod patted the stone's back, and it immediately understood his intent, flicking its tail so that Violetta landed atop its back. Barely stabilizing himself, Violetta's mouth began to move again, tears streaming down his face. "Rod, you truly won. Abandon me. You are my best friend." Not quite. Their relationship hadn't yet reached such heights. Boom! Just as Rod was about to respond, another earth-shaking tremor reverberated behind them. The bone dragon's claws had latched onto the rocky wall, resembling a colossal gecko, its glowing blue eyes once more fixated on the stone and Rod. It then charged forward. Wah! It's coming!" Violetta shouted, and Rod could only hope the stone could run faster. Yet the stone was already sprinting at full speed, never having run this fast before. The tunnel beneath the bone dragon rapidly crumbled, and not only the rear but also debris began to cascade from above. The ground beneath their feet shook violently. The stone was swaying precariously. And if they slowed even a fraction, they would be buried by the falling rocks before the bone dragon even had a chance to strike. Before the tunnel collapsed entirely, they finally burst forth into a relatively open area where a group of miners had previously rested. However, just as they did, a claw clawed at the edge of the cliff, and the bone dragon once again emerged, its skeletal wings unfurled, and it took to the air, hovering ominously above. Could it truly fly? In this world, where physical laws seemed altered, it felt absurd to question such a phenomenon. Rod merely felt that remaining silent at this moment could cause his heart to leap from his chest. The bone dragon flapped its wings once more, performing a roll mid-air before diving toward the stone below. Rod realized that the stone's legs could not outrun a pair of wings, and as the dragon's claws neared, he had a sudden inspiration and opened the Chaos Codex. Ironhead, use knockdown. A burst of light emanated from the page, forming the body of a stone giant above the bone dragon's head, its massive fists plummeting down. Boom! The impact struck the dragon's skull with a resounding force. Perhaps due to its age, the skeletal structure seemed brittle. The blow caused its head to tilt, inadvertently shifting its body. Its claws narrowly missed the stone, sending debris flying and showering Rod and Violetta with rocks. Yet miraculously, they remained intact. Ahead lay the narrow tunnel Rod had entered. Once they reached there, even the bone dragon would struggle to follow. However, that single punch seemed to have enraged the legendary undead creature. It opened its mouth to unleash a silent roar. Although no sound emerged, a tangible shockwave rippled outward, striking Rod in the back, leaving him breathless. The glowing crystals surrounding them shattered under the force, plunging the entire cavern into darkness. Rod quickly summoned a fire sprite to illuminate a radius of several meters, revealing the tunnel entrance tantalizingly close. Yet behind them, a flicker of eerie blue flame ignited, rapidly expanding. Damn, it was dragon breath? Rod hastily glanced ahead. The stone could not enter the tunnel. Prepare to jump. What? Violetta, still bewildered, didn't he grasp Rod's intent as he seized the scruff of Violetta's neck. Crouching on the stone's back before launching himself upward, in the same motion, he recalled the stone into the codex. As they landed, rolling into the tunnel, the eerie blue flames illuminated the cavern, revealing the bone dragon. Its head raised high, showcasing the terrifying presence of a legendary creature, its breath charged and ready to unleash. Rod dared not pause. Grabbing Violetta and sprinting forward to that moment, the dragon's breath erupted. Boom! The surging blue flames engulfed the entire tunnel in an instant. The dragon's breath continued for nearly 10 seconds before ceasing. The rocks within the tunnel melted into flowing magma, creating a passage still radiating intense heat, with droplets of molten rock cascading from above. Midway through this passage, a fragment of rock, not yet fully melted, stirred and vanished into shimmering light, entering the metallic codex at Rod's waist. In the moment before the flames consumed everything, Rod and Violetta dashed through the narrow opening. Hiding behind the rocky wall, T immediately summoned Ironhead to shield them from the searing heat of the dragon's breath. However, Ironhead's rocky exterior was nearly scorched clean, leaving it as a bald-headed creature. When we return, I'll ensure you get a feast. Whatever flavor of stone you desire, I'll find it to fill you up. Rod patted the illustrated guide, though it was unclear whom he was trying to comfort. Before summoning the stone creature once more, the path ahead had nearly transformed into a pool of molten lava, necessitating that the stone carry them away while they deftly avoided the dripping lava from above. The situation remained perilous, as no one could be certain that the skeletal dragon would not return for a final strike, after allowing the stone to bear both of them out of the mine. They hastily traveled several miles until they reached the banks of a small stream, where they finally paused to catch their breath. Continuous summoning had nearly depleted Rod's magical energy, and he desperately needed a moment's respite to avoid losing consciousness. He had thought his fleeting life might end here. Rod gasped for air, still shaken by the experience. This was merely his first venture outside, and already he had encountered such ghastly creatures. This world was undeniably treacherous. He resolved to never venture out again, opting instead to seclude himself within the castle as a recluse. He repeated this in his mind. Meanwhile, Violet, after overcoming his initial anxiety, erupted into laughter. "Ha! The fact that I can still see the sun tomorrow is precisely what I have longed for, an adventure." Rod looked at him, bewildered. "You enjoy courting death?" "Death? No. No, Rod. The thrill lies in escaping from the jaws of death. If I weren't here, you might have truly perished." The bard maintained his exuberance. "But you are here, aren't you? Perhaps this is destiny, to plunge into the abyss of death, to be beset by the undead, to battle dragons. These are the very plots that only ever appeared in the tales I concocted. Thus, I declare you my dearest friend." Rod raised an eyebrow. "So you finally admitted that your stories are mere fabrications?" Violet, unashamed, replied. "Stories must please the audience. A touch of exaggeration is only fitting." "Very well, say whatever you wish." Rod sighed in exasperation, then rose from the ground, brushing off the stone that was bent over drinking from the stream. "Let us go, stone. Time to head back." Violet sprang up. "Hey, wait. I'm coming too." By the time they exited the mine, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Upon returning to the castle, the moon hung high in the heavens. Violet gaped at the castle, nearly swallowed by the shadows. "Is this yours?" "Close enough," Rod replied absently. After a day of running, the stone creature was famished, appearing as though it could barely muster the strength to walk. As Rod dismounted, he had taken only a few steps when he spotted Fat Tiger and Little Husband dashing toward him from the castle. "How are there still monsters?" Violet exclaimed, startled, but he soon calmed down upon seeing Rod's unperturbed demeanor. "Are they part of your household?" "Yes," Rod replied distractedly, watching as the two dog-headed creatures scurried to him and quickly sought refuge behind his back. "What is going on? Are there monsters spawning in the castle?" Just then, Tina emerged from the castle entrance, seemingly searching for something, and her gaze landed on Rod. "You're back. Did you see?" She noticed Fat Tiger and Little Husband hiding behind Rod, and her expression shifted to one of understanding. "They must have a close bond with you. I was wondering why they ran off without eating." This remark filled Rod with a sense of foreboding. What meal? Before him lay a pot of unidentifiable concoction, and Rod was suddenly reminded of the thick soup he had encountered in the mine not long ago. While the ecological environment within the pot was not as terrifying, the odor wafting from it was even more unbearable. Tina stood nearby, shaking her head in confusion. "How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this." "Indeed. What is going on? How can you even ask that?" Rod turned to glance at the various ingredients laid out beside him. Almost every type of mushroom cultivated underground had been utilized, akin to preparing a soup with every spice imaginable. He glanced at Tina, initially intending to glare at her and reprimand her for her lack of discretion. Yet the moment his gaze met hers, he saw her shrink back slightly, leaving him at a loss for words. Well, never mind. I suppose I'll handle this. In the castle courtyard, a plucked chocobo was set upon the grill. This area was rapidly becoming their dining hall. Initially, Rod had intended to capture it for breeding, but before they could construct the bird pen, they found themselves feasting on one. It was unavoidable, after encountering so many trials today. And with the stone creature's assistance in preserving their lives, they had to reward it somehow. The first batch of potatoes had already been harvested, with Tina bringing in over 1,000 pounds. Accompanied by Fat Tiger and Little Husband, this constituted just over 1/10 of the entire yield, and Rod anticipated that if they released more dog-headed creatures tomorrow, they could gather around 7,000 or 8,000 pounds. This variety typically would not yield such a high harvest, likely due to some mysterious enhancement of the land, but with over a ton of potatoes gathered in a single day, much of it was likely due to Tina's efforts. So she deserved some recompense as well. Tomorrow, they aimed to finish harvesting the potatoes and plant another batch, which would hopefully mature alongside the corn. They would be even busier then. After Fat Tiger set up the fire and Little Husband boiled the water, Rod began hanging the marinated chocobo on the grill, while simultaneously trying to push the drooling stone creature back. Tina absent-mindedly poked the fire with a stick, while Violet quietly strummed his lute, seemingly preparing a melody for his new story. Yet, he appeared unsatisfied and eventually set the instrument aside, curiously gazing at Tina. Lady Tina, you are of the human race, correct? What brings you here? This question left both Tina and Rod momentarily stunned. Although she had been living in the castle for some time, both had speculated about each other's identities. After all, the castle was adorned with demonic inscriptions, and while Tina could not decipher them, she was no fool. She could infer that she was within the territory of the demon race. In such a place, could there truly exist a castle belonging to humans? From the moment Rod first laid eyes on Tina, he had recognized her as a human. Yet, both had skillfully pretended that this fact did not exist. However, with Violet's arrival, the truth was bluntly revealed. Tina, flustered and unsure how to respond, was caught off guard when Rod casually interjected. She was injured and fell into the water. I just happened to see her. Tina stole a glance at Rod, noting his usual calm demeanor, and felt a slight sense of relief. Violet displayed no animosity toward humans. Instead, he expressed surprise. So you floated here? This place is quite far from the Iron Kingdom. Iron Kingdom? Rod questioned, looking at Violet with curiosity. It seemed he had knowledge of Tina's origins, sensing Rod's confusion. The bard pointed to the emblem on Tina's shoulder armor. Look, the renowned crest of the Iron Shield family. You recognize this? Rod exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. During my travels, I visited the Platinum City. Platinum City? Where is that? Rod felt his knowledge was indeed lacking. Tina, perplexed, directed her gaze toward the bard. But aren't you a demon? Well, not exactly, Violet replied, striking a pose with exaggerated flair. The bard of heroic epics. Violet Andrew, am a half-demon. Simultaneously, the other two emitted a sound. The half-demon, a hybrid of human and demon lineage, exists in a realm where, despite the prevailing animosity between humans and demons, their appearances are indistinguishable, and reproductive barriers are absent, resulting in a considerable number of offspring. However, the classification of a child as either human or demon predominantly hinges upon the lineage of the mother, implying that most offspring will belong to one of the two races. The occurrence of a half-demon is exceedingly rare. Visually, a half-demon bears no discernible difference from either humans or demons. Yet, they lack the ability for chaotic adaptation and possess an additional trait known as unstable magic, which enables them to manipulate ether more effortlessly than the average individual. Therefore, although neither humans nor demons openly acknowledge the existence of half-demons, numerous seasoned mages actively seek out half-demons to apprentice them. Remarkably, a half-demon does not require formal training. By focusing on their bloodline in a sorcerous manner, they can effortlessly acquire a plethora of spells. It is not uncommon for a half-demon to visit the capital of a great human nation. However, Rod had another crucial thought. So, you truly wield magic. Of course, why would I deceive you? Rod immediately pressed. Then why were you utterly useless when that dragon was pursuing you? Dragon? What dragon? Tina was bewildered. I mentioned this before. I am not adept in combat. Violet sighed and spread his hands. And moreover, my spells are ill-suited for confronting such beings. What kind of magic do you possess? Rod remained skeptical. This is rather complicated to explain. Allow me to demonstrate. As Violet spoke, he picked up his lute and gently plucked a string that a soft, ethereal melody wafted through the air, and Tina gazed at Violet in confusion. There was neither fire nor light. Seemingly nothing had transpired. Only Rod appeared somewhat perturbed, his feet repeatedly lifting and lowering. This spell induces the sensation that one's underwear is misaligned, compelling a continuous adjustment of its position. I have named this spell the Adjustment Egg. What a ridiculous spell. You must dispel it. Violet subsequently showcased his other magical abilities. For instance, he could create an illusion that made one feel as though mosquitoes were incessantly buzzing around their ears. Evoke the sensation of greasy fingers as if one had just handled a roasted chicken leg, and even generate the discomfort of gravel in one's shoes to demonstrate that he was not merely adept at such illusory tricks. He also unveiled what he referred to as Elemental Magic .1 spell, which he named High Temperature Ray, produced a gentle breeze with a precise temperature of 37.5 C, lasting approximately half a second. In contrast, the corresponding biting cold spell dropped the temperature of the wind to 26 C, akin to the settings of a previously used air conditioner, just as he confidently prepared to use his magic to clean the dining area. Rod halted him. Violet was in the midst of drawing a magic circle with a cloth and a basin, claiming that this spell required merely an hour to cleanse an entire flat surface. Rod opted for a broom, as it was lighter and swifter. Given the late hour, he decided against sending Violet away, allowing him to stay in the castle for the night. However, to Rod's surprise, Violet vanished early the next morning, leaving behind a note stating that he could not stay for free, as his money had been taken by former companions, and he needed to earn some in town to repay his debt. While Rod had initially intended for Violet to work in exchange for lodging, he was taken aback by this unconventional approach, though it was a brief surprise, as he had important matters to attend to, namely harvesting potatoes. The potato field spanned approximately 1 acre, with each side measuring around 25 meters, densely populated with verdant potato sprouts that a portion had already been excavated, with Tina having dug alongside Fat Tiger and Little Husband the previous day. However, their lack of experience meant their efficiency was subpar. Rod himself had little experience, having only farmed alongside his family in a plot back in his previous life, and after moving to the city, he had not touched the soil again. Unexpectedly, he found himself once more tilling the land in another world. He released 2 squads of 10 goblins, whose task was to claw through the earth, while he and Tina focused on sorting the leaves from the potatoes, placing them into separate baskets, which Fat Tiger and Little Husband would then transport to the lower warehouse of the castle. Originally intended to serve a prison-like function, Rod had repurposed the space after discovering its low, dry temperature made it ideal for storage. Although Rod referred to them as potatoes, these bore only a resemblance to the potatoes of his former world. They were larger, tinged with green, and bore a faint bitterness, yet were edible. The potato leaves were not wasted, as Rod intended to use them as feed for the chocobos when no better alternatives were available. Meanwhile, in the castle's underground cultivation area, Rod expanded the mushroom farm, increasing its scale tenfold. This space had likely once served as a barracks, but was now meticulously organized, with stacks of wood piled up as cultivation bases for various mushroom species. Due to the multitude of varieties, some of which were toxic, Rod personally oversaw this section. Entrusting it to the goblins could lead to one of them inadvertently poisoning themselves while snacking. Additionally, the herb garden in the courtyard was undergoing expansion, a task assigned to Tina, for whom Rod had even provided a pair of goblins to assist. Tina had no prior experience in cultivation, starting effectively from scratch. Rod had initially thought he would need to frequently lend a hand. But to his surprise, this knight displayed unwavering determination, repeatedly demolishing and reconstructing areas that did not meet her standards until they resembled something substantial, though her dusty and grimy appearance somewhat tarnished her image. In the remaining free time, Rod delved into the study of genuine magic, rather than the dubious summoning arts. Ever since he discovered that different magical creatures possessed varying talents, he had contemplated capturing a particularly gifted specimen for nurturing. However, individually assessing each creature seemed an inefficient use of time, and if the creatures were social, it would be challenging to identify the one with potential without inadvertently allowing the desired one to escape or perish. In such circumstances, a particular spell proved invaluable. Insight. This spell allowed him to perceive the attributes of others, akin to the information Rod could view in the bestiary once he had captured a magical creature. Previously, he had refrained from leaving the castle out of fear, as this was considered a fundamental spell, akin to first-grade education in the realm of magic. Beyond this, the learning would devolve into basic theoretical studies. Thus, if Rod wished to embark on the path of magic, this spell represented a most fitting starting point. However, he was currently at the stage of kindergarten literacy, with the acquisition of his first spell still a distant prospect. Another matter could now be prioritized: enhancing his current combat capabilities. The Chaos Bestiary, aside from cataloging creatures, possessed a significant function: fusion. Using one creature as a base and another as material, it allowed for the merging of two distinct beings. Randomly inheriting traits from both, the newly formed creature would retain the consciousness and primary appearance of the base creature while experiencing a boost in attributes. However, if the two creatures' attributes differed excessively, the enhancement would be minimal or non-existent. This conclusion was drawn from the notes of the demon lord Chorusval. Rod's fervent capture of magical creatures aimed to utilize fusion to bolster the combat strength of his current stock. However, he was left with only 3 types of creatures for fusion: skeletal warriors, skeletal crawlers, and goblins. Among these, goblins were the most numerous, exceeding 50, while the skeletal warriors amounted to 5, and the skeletal crawlers numbered 6. Given the goblins were essential labor, Rod decided to temporarily use just one squad of 5 goblins for experimental fusion, instructing Stone to take Fat Tiger along each day to capture some live creatures. It was apparent that Stone was not keen on this, so Rod assigned him an additional task: to bring back some sizable stones. This decision was prompted by Rod's observation that a small section of the gate at the castle's entrance was missing, likely devoured by the iron-headed child left at the door. To summarize, that evening, after wrapping up his tasks, Rod ventured to the previous location of the Grand Magic Circle, donning a dark robe that exuded a distinctly villainous aura as he commenced his fusion experiment. While capturing a skeletal crawler, one had been crushed by the iron-headed child, rendering it completely devoid of strength and agility. It was only fit for use as fusion material. The base creature for the fusion was the skull that had previously undergone fusion once before. Skullbone low-level undead race. Undead level: 5 strength, 82 agility, 30 stamina, 51 endurance, 93 magic, 0 talent. Undead, soul devourer with 82 strength. At this level, it was undeniably formidable, possessing a bone blade made of shattered remnants, making it a strong combatant. Coupled with its undead nature, even goblins, if they did not strategize, would find themselves gradually ground to dust if they faced dozens of it. It was considered one of Rod's primary conventional combat forces, even more useful than the iron-headed child. Utilizing the already broken skeletal crawler as material for fusion was a prudent choice. Rod first set the skull aside, still in its peculiar form, one side adorned with 2 arms, and the other with a combination of an arm and bone blade. Standing there in a daze, the crushed skeletal crawler lay on the ground, resembling a heap of rotten bones buried for many years. Given sufficient time, and placed in an area rich in deathly ether, it might even rise again. However, Rod saw no necessity for that. He opened the bestiary, infused it with magic, and constructed runes around the skeletal crawler, decomposing it into ether streams, which he then gathered onto the skull. After this period of magical enlightenment, Rod had begun to grasp the process. Though the specifics remained elusive, in any case, a luminous cocoon enveloped the skull, and after approximately 10 seconds, the light gradually dissipated. What emerged was a transformed skull, having undergone noticeable changes following its previous fusion. The skull had reached a height of 1.8 meters. This time, Rod estimated it surpassed 2 meters. Spikes had sprouted from the cranium, giving it a more beast-like appearance, likely influenced by the head of the skeletal crawler, which resembled either a lizard or some other creature. An additional arm had emerged beneath the original right arm, achieving symmetry that a tail had grown from the coccyx, equipped with sharp spines at its tip. Resembling a bone mace, all over its skeletal form, a layer of fine bone shards had developed, akin to an extra layer of armor. In terms of attributes, there had been some enhancements. Skullbone undead race. Undead level: 8 strength, 99 agility, 27 stamina, 71 endurance, 103 magic, 0 talent. Undead, Soul Devourer, immunity, strength, stamina, and endurance had all seen improvement, with the level increasing by 3. However, agility had paradoxically decreased. This perhaps indicated that fusion did not guarantee attribute enhancement. Rod speculated that the loss of mobility from the shattered skeletal crawler, coupled with the added weight from the newly formed bone armor and additional limbs, had resulted in the decrease in agility. Nonetheless, the decline was minimal and thus acceptable. Furthermore, the skull had inherited a new talent from the skeletal crawler: immunity to abnormal states. A simple yet highly effective talent. The range of abnormal states here is remarkably extensive, encompassing not only paralysis and sleep disturbances but, as documented in the texts, even polymorph spells can be rendered immune by this talent, a trait frequently possessed by higher undead beings. Interestingly, following this fusion, the designation following the skull's name has shifted from lesser undead to simply undead. One wonders if this could be considered a form of evolution. However, in terms of actual combat prowess, it is evident that one cannot discern the true capabilities merely by examining the attribute table. The true test lies in practical engagement. Rod summoned an additional skeletal crawler at level 11. Let us see how it fares, he commanded, stepping back as he issued the ordered AT-Rod signal. Both sides sprang into action, colliding fiercely. The vast majority of undead, lacking self-awareness, resort to the most basic forms of combat: slashing, grabbing, and biting, actions that typically reflect the species they belong to in life. Observationally, although the skeletal crawler boasted a higher level than the skull by 3 tiers, it was clear that the skull possessed superior combat skills. As the battle commenced, the skeletal crawler charged directly at the skull, attempting to bite. This instinctive action derived from its prior existence as a beast, yet having become undead, its muscular strength had significantly waned, resulting in a noticeably diminished bite force. The skull raised a hand, thrusting it into the crawler's mouth, reaching down to grasp its ribcage, and then forcefully slammed it down. The impact nearly shattered the skeletal crawler. Naturally, the crawler did not yield easily. It quickly contorted its body, clinging onto the skull with its limbs and tail, engaging in a frenzied struggle. However, the skeletal crawler, being a speed-oriented undead, despite its higher level, had a strength barely exceeding 60, while the skull's strength approached the 3-digit mark, placing them in entirely different leagues. Devoid of its agility advantage and dragged into close-quarters combat, it took only a few exchanges for the crawler's limbs to be dislodged, with another exertion of force. The skull twisted off its head. That will suffice, Rod declared, halting the experiment. The 2 undead opponents ceased their movements as if an off switch had been activated. Rod was relatively pleased with the skull's combat effectiveness, though he held a lower opinion of the other undead. These creatures epitomize high attributes but low combat efficacy. While they may charge recklessly and claw wildly, they possess little else and are easily toyed with. Though their attributes appear elevated, this is primarily due to the fact that most undead lack significant magical power, making their single metrics seem superior compared to others of the same level. If they are to be utilized effectively, it seems that Rod must personally control them to ensure adequate combat prowess. What if, however, these undead were endowed with intellect? This notion led Rod to his next experiment, merging the undead with living beings. The living beings in question were the previously selected goblinoids. Originally, these goblinoids operated in teams of 5, one of which Rod disbanded before reintegrating them individually, incurring a slight increase in magical expenditure, yet yielding excellent results. The goblinoid released was one of these, temporarily named Dog Meat, serving as the basis for the fusion. Dog Meat Goblinoid Race. Beastman level: 2 strength, 35 agility, 78 stamina, 40 endurance, 31 magic, 0 talent. Tracking at this moment. It gazed around in confusion, hesitant to move without Rod's command. The material for the fusion was the skeletal crawler that had just been defeated, which had since reattached its limbs and was now attempting to affix its head back onto its neck. As soon as the head was secured, a series of runes enveloped it, swiftly disassembling into ethereal light streams that enveloped the goblinoid, forming a luminous cocoon. Unlike the previous instance, this cocoon persisted for a significantly longer duration. Rod estimated it would last at least 2 minutes. As the cocoon dissipated, the once diminutive goblinoid, standing at merely 1 meter, underwent a profound transformation. Firstly, its height surged to nearly Rod's stature, even in a half-crouch position. It appeared to reach about 1.5 meters. Its physique, while still slender, exhibited a newfound robustness, with muscles visibly defined. Prior to the fusion, it seemed merely skin stretched over bones. Now, bones had pierced through the skin, forming a layer of pristine bone armor. Its claws remained, reduced to mere bones connected by remnants of flesh, presenting a particularly fearsome aspect. Spines sprouted along its back, extending from its spine to the tip of its tail, culminating in a sharp spike that seemed capable of piercing through anything. Dog meat race. Hybrid monster level. 10 strength. 57 agility. 113 stamina. 76 endurance. 110 magic. 0 talents. Undead. Soul devourer. Tracking though it was one level lower than the original skeletal crawler. Both strength and agility had seen enhancements, with the agility of 113 being the highest among Rod's current forces. However, due to the incorporation of the goblinoid, stamina and endurance had slightly waned, and some crucial talents, such as immunity, were absent. Nevertheless, with the addition of a living brain, one could surmise that its combat potential should see some improvement. Observing the still somewhat vacant expression of Dogmeat, Rod recalled that goblinoids were not particularly renowned for their intelligence. Rod then attempted another fusion of the goblinoid and the skeletal crawler, yielding entirely different results. Goblinoid undead race. Undead level. 3 strength. 17 agility. 68 stamina. 22 endurance. 25 magic. 0 talent. Undead. Immunity. Beholding this skeletal dog, which had undergone no change in size, merely transitioning from a standing to a prone position, Rod confirmed that the outcome of fusions indeed hinges on fortune. Following this, he experienced significant losses in subsequent attempts. When merging 2 goblinoids, the resultant creature bore 2 heads. Perhaps due to the addition of an extra head, this goblinoid, which Rod named Aglon, inexplicably manifested a magical talent, hinting that it might be capable of spell casting with training. Yet, a dilemma arose. A woo, a woo, a woo, a woo. The 2 heads are engaged in a quarrel, even pushing each other away with their claws, resembling a bizarre altercation between themselves. Rod pondered for a moment and decided to bestow names upon these 2 heads, A.G. and Alone, the dog-headed beings. Race. Beastmen. Level. 5. Strength. 31. Agility. 65. Endurance. 41. Stamina. 32. Mana. 40. Talents. Tracking. Split personality. IT remains uncertain whether it would be possible to teach them to speak. Otherwise, the castle would be inundated with the incessant bickering of dogs, which could become quite exasperating. Next, he proceeded with the merging of 2 skeleton crawlers, utilizing that one individual with a unique talent as the material. Vonier, the skeleton crawler. Race. Undead. Level. 14. Strength. 67. Agility. 89. Endurance. 91. Stamina. 137. Mana. 0. Talents. Undead. Soul devourer. Immunity. Intimidation. Aside from transforming its original body into a larger and more complex form, with a slight enhancement in attributes, there were no discernible differences based on these 2 outcomes. The fusion of creatures of the same kind appears to be relatively stable. Although some mutations may occur, the attributes continue to receive a consistent boost. Point 1 could only conclude that the experiment had yielded preliminary results. As for the last remaining skeleton crawler, Rod considered it prudent to retain it for potential future use. Having taken considerable time for the entire experimental process, Rod, feeling fatigued from standing, had already seated himself. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly felt a prodding sensation against his waist. Ouch! What is this? He reached into his clothing, discovering a long, hard object that glimmered dull. I nearly forgot. I brought this back with me. This was the luminous crystal he had unearthed in that mine at present. Rod had not encountered anything like it in his books, but given the abundance of such crystals in that mine, they likely held little value. He had initially contemplated the automatic luminescence of this object, pondering its potential for illumination. While mulling over how to cut this crystal without shattering it, Vonier, the recently fused skeleton crawler, had approached Rod's side unnoticed and stretched out a hand to grasp it. Its movement was not particularly swift, and Rod deftly evaded its grasp. However, he was taken aback. Shouldn't these undead creatures remain inert unless commanded by him? Yet, its recent actions clearly indicated a desire for the crystal. Soul devourer. The soulless undead yearn for pure souls. Rod opened his compendium and observed that nearly all undead possessed this talent. If it desired the crystal due to this ability, did that mean the light emanating from it was a soul? Rod contemplated this, retrieving some shards of crystal from his inner pocket, remnants from when he had fled earlier. He cast these small fragments onto the ground, prompting Vonier to scuttle over eagerly, pressing its head close. Subsequently, Rod witnessed the glow from the shattered crystals gradually seep out, consumed by vanity that moment. Only a transparent glass shard remained on the ground. Had it absorbed the soul from the crystal? Rod was uncertain. He swiftly consulted the compendium once more, but there were no changes in Vonier's attributes. However, this did not necessarily imply it was without merit, as he had only discarded a piece roughly the size of a fingernail. Should he attempt to use a whole crystal? Rod hesitated, for the sole crystal he possessed was this one. And using it would deplete his resources. He wondered if there might be others in the town or whether Violet would return, allowing him the opportunity to inquire if she recognized it or to consult Tina instead. Resolute in his decision, Rod waved his hand, summoning all the various monsters around him back into storage, and turned to ascend the stairs. Shortly thereafter, within Tina's chambers, the young knight was tidying her bed. Her upbringing had instilled in her a regimented lifestyle, compelling her to retire at a designated hour. Just then, there was a series of knocks at the door. "Who is it?" Tina inquired, a hint of vigilance in her tone. "It is I, Rod. I have something I wish to inquire about," he replied cautiously, mindful of the late hour and the potential awkwardness of disturbing a lady's rest. Moments later, the door opened from within, revealing Tina, her hair still steaming, dressed in simple attire after shedding her heavy armor. "What do you wish to show me?" she asked. Rod presented the crystal from his pocket. "This is something I found earlier." "Do you know what it is?" "This appears to be an ether crystal," she assessed after a moment of scrutiny. According to her explanation, ether crystals had only recently emerged as a new form of energy among humans over the past few decades. Rich in ether, once extracted through special methods, they proved immensely useful in both military and civilian applications. In Tina's hometown of Platinum City, every household had already installed ether lamps, which could be used upon payment of an ether fee each month. Upon hearing this, Rod felt his earlier notion of utilizing the crystal for illumination had become less feasible. From Tina's explanation, it seemed that the ether within the crystal would gradually dissipate once mined, necessitating specialized methods for storage, though such details remained confidential, and she was unaware of them. Thus, this crystal would be of no further use to Rod if he retained it. It would be wiser to utilize it sooner rather than later. "Very well, I understand. Thank you. Sleep well," Rod nodded, preparing to depart. Tina appeared to wish to say something further, her lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately only managed a simple, all right. With that, the door closed. Rod, absorbed in thoughts of the crystal, failed to notice Tina's expression that he was preoccupied with the realization that ether crystals would undoubtedly become a vital resource in the future. Hence, the abundance of crystals within that mine represented an inexhaustible wealth. The solitary concern remained. The bone dragon. Rod rubbed his temples in frustration. How could such a creature exist in this vicinity? Bone dragons are the undead forms of dragons transformed after death. Though their flesh is gone, their innate magical prowess remains intact, and they can even wield unique necromantic spells. Some may possess combat abilities even surpassing their living selves. Historical accounts of dragon slaying typically narrate legendary feats accomplished by a singularly formidable individual leading an elite team, often requiring various powerful artifacts and weaponry. There were even instances where entire nations were eradicated from maps by vengeful dragons following failed attempts at slaying them. For now, the peculiarities surrounding the local fauna could be set aside. However, it was impossible for Rod to ignore the existence of that mine. To forego an opportunity for profit would be tantamount to incurring a loss. Moreover, the crystal in his hand demanded a method of utilization. Sitting on the floor of the library, Rod cradled the crystal in one hand while perusing historical documents about the city with the other. He noted that Tina had claimed the essence within the crystal was ether. Yet it had the peculiar ability to attract the undead. The undead sought out pure souls, thus they displayed a diminished aggression towards the chaotic races, whose souls were particularly susceptible to etheric corruption. Even in the case of a skeleton crawler, when a human and a demon stood together, the former would undoubtedly be the first target. Consequently, Rod had long believed that ether and soul were fundamentally distinct entities. However, as he sifted through the records left by previous scholars, he realized he had erred in his understanding. The soul was indeed a form of ether, which manifested different properties depending on the environment. Thus, the ether in the outside world often contained excessive impurities, leading to mutations in the souls it encountered. Therefore, since the ether crystal housed a soul, Rod attempted to catalog the crystal in his compendium. In an instant, the crystal vanished from his grasp, and a new page appeared in the compendium. Ether crystal. A crystallized form of pure ethered it was indeed feasible. Rod had previously encountered records in the notes of the demon Lord Chorus Valk, who had captured ethereal entities similar to phantoms using the compendium. This indicated that the chaotic compendium could indeed catalog souls. Given this, as a conglomeration of souls, the ether crystal should also be capturable. This notion prompted Rod to act. This was merely a precursor to another audacious idea he harbored. He sprang from his seat, hastily crawling beneath his bed to retrieve a sealed glass jar containing a nut the size of an infant's fist, adorned with swirling patterns. This was a seed from a plant known as the killing flower. Although classified as a plant, it was also a type of magical creature. This creature primarily used its mouth to absorb nutrients, while its roots extracted ether from the earth to bear fruit. The fruit was hollow and exceptionally light, allowing the wind to scatter these seeds to new locations where they would take root and sprout into new killing flowers. Many affluent demons and nobles cultivated these plants around their estates for security purposes, although many had also fallen prey to their own creations, a magical entity. It could be cataloged in the compendium, prompting Rod to experiment with the idea of merging this plant-like creature with the ether crystal, conceivably allowing the ether crystal to be cultivated like a vegetable. Of course, the randomness of such a fusion could yield unpredictable results. Rod contemplated this and decided to seek a safer location, opting not to conduct the experiment in his room. To be cautious, he carried the killing flower seeds directly to the courtyard, then opened the compendium. Taking a deep breath, he followed the procedure, channeling his magical energy, and the rune successfully appeared beside the killing flower seed. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed. Killing flower. Species, carnivorous plant. Level, 0, strength, 0, agility, 0, stamina, 0, endurance, 0, magic, 0, talent. Ether absorption, growth. Next, Rod turned to the page detailing the ether crystal. Once more, he infused it with magical energy, and streams of etheric light emanated from the compendium, enveloping the dark seed. This process took longer than any previous fusion. Rod sat on the ground, anxiously fixated on the radiant cocoon before him. His prolonged gaze in the dim surroundings left his eyes feeling strained. Even the demon Lord Chorus Valk, who had originally acquired the chaotic compendium, had never attempted to merge ether crystals with magical creatures. No one could predict the outcome. Just as he began to doze off, his eyelids heavy, he noticed the light before him dimming. What lay before him was still a seed of similar size, but now its surface was coated with a glass-like material. What is this? As Rod reached out to touch the seed, it suddenly convulsed violently, burrowing into the soil, leaving only a small tip exposed. He had previously read that the seeds of the killing flower were lively, but he hadn't expected such exuberance. They truly did burrow at the sight of soil. Meanwhile, the attributes of the killing flower in the compendium had also undergone a transformation. Ether killing flower. Species, hybrid magical creature. Level, 0, strength, 0, agility, 0, stamina, 0, endurance, 0, magic, 0, talent. Ether absorption, growth, etherification. Similar to dog meat, its species classification had shifted to hybrid magical creature, and it had acquired an additional talent, etherification. The body will exhibit etheric characteristics. This could potentially be deemed a success. Rod scratched his face, uncertain. He would have to wait for the killing flower to mature to ascertain the results. For safety's sake, he gathered a pile of wood from the storage room, constructing a large enclosure around the seed to prevent anyone from inadvertently wandering in and being mistaken for sustenance. After a clatter of hammering, by the time he finished, dawn had barely broken, and he dragged his weary body back to his room. Collapsing into slumber, in his dreams, he envisioned a tree sprouting within the castle, laden with ether crystals. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Greystone Town, a crowd had gathered near the town's entrance. Even the elderly mayor had arrived. Upon hearing of the commotion, Violet joined the throng, tiptoeing to peer into the crowd. There, amidst them, lay a massive rat, riddled with arrows. It was a rat man. The rat man is about to arrive. The mayor trembled as he leaned on his staff, stuttering as his words fell. The surrounding townsfolk erupted into a clamor. Why is it so much earlier than in previous years? So soon. Yet, the walls have not been fully reinforced. Old So and the others haven't returned since going to the mine. What shall we do? I visited once, and the entire cave has collapsed. What about those inside? We don't even know what kind of magical creature has been through there. Alas, with so few people this year, can we still hold our ground? The crowd buzzed with anxiety, and the old mayor furrowed his brow. However, he quickly regained his composure, striking the ground with his staff. Fellow villagers, quiet down. He raised his voice as much as he could. We have faced the rat tide many times. We have always persevered in the past, so there is no need to fear. The mayor is right. Another militia member with a weapon echoed. Those damned rats will know that Greystone Town is not a place they can invade at will. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Other militia members raised their weapons in solidarity, encouraging one another. With some protection in place, the townspeople managed to regain a semblance of calm. However, within their midst, Violet remained far from optimistic, according to the habits of the rat folk. Their movements could be traced with some predictability. Generally speaking, even a scattered group of rats would not venture so early into such a remote town. Their primary targets for attack would undoubtedly be the bustling cities filled with large populations. Thus, the only explanation for the early appearance of the rat folk was that the sheer number of them had forced those without food to seek sustenance in the distant and shadowy mountains ahead of time. If this were indeed the case, the scale of the rat tide could exceed their worst fears. In this context, Greystone Town had already suffered the loss of a dozen strong young men due to the anomalies in the mines, which had delayed the fortification of their walls. Violet rationally assessed that the remaining townsfolk would struggle to hold their ground. Even if they called for reinforcements, one could not guarantee that aid could arrive from the nearest town, which was a 2-day journey away. That if there truly were so many rat folk, even if they managed to reach out, others might not have the capacity to come to their assistance. Moreover, the round trip and troop mobilization would take at least 4 to 5 days. By the time reinforcements arrived, it would be too late. If it were up to Violet to make a decision, it would be simply to flee as long as they brought enough provisions and retreated deep into the mountains. The starving rat folk could never catch up. Yet, the mountains were rife with monsters. One could hardly claim that it was safer than facing the rat folk. If one had to speak of safety, there was indeed one place that stood out: Lord's castle. If they could persuade the townsfolk to leave and convince Lord to take them in, the matter would be settled. Violet muttered to himself with a hint of self-mockery, but he had already made up his mind. A bard singing epic tales of heroes could not stand idly by in the face of peril. Lord was roused from his slumber in the pool of ethereal crystals by a series of loud knocks at the door. Still groggy, he opened the door to find Violet beaming at him, along with his distinctive greeting. Lord, long time no see. Lord felt as though one foot remained in his dreams. He pinched his face and rubbed his eyes to confirm that it was indeed Violet before him. What brings you here so soon? I have urgent matters, important matters, Violet said, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he directly stated his purpose. That I hope you can help the townsfolk of Greystone through this rat tide. Lord considered for a moment. Greystone Town, the one just beyond the mountain? Yes. And you want help, yet you haven't devised a plan for yourself? I have thought it through. If I had even a modicum of capability, I would have already laid down my life for it. Violet pointed to himself. That I lack the means and cannot force it. You understand. Now that's quite something. Lord raised an eyebrow. That I do not deny that. Violet accepted the compliment without a hint of embarrassment, then continued. Moreover, I am not asking you to assist me for free. Before coming here, I had already considered this. You mentioned before that you needed more hands. Right? Indeed. What of it? Lord began to grasp Violet's intentions. Think about it. If you agree to let them take refuge in your castle during their stay, wouldn't they serve as your free labor? And they will surely bring provisions with them. They cannot leave food for the rats so you wouldn't even need to prepare food. Just provide them with a place. This is a guaranteed profit for you. Violet said animatedly. By this point, Lord had fully awakened and began to contemplate the bard's proposal seriously. He recognized that Violet made a valid point. Indeed, he was short on manpower and had sufficient space to accommodate an entire town's populace. However, Violet also omitted certain considerations. For instance, by sheltering these townsfolk, Lord would bear the responsibility of protecting them, and without the buffer of Greystone Town, The rat tide would directly threaten the castle, increasing the pressure on Lord. Nevertheless, after some deliberation, Lord still found the proposal appealing. Firstly, the walls of the Demon King's castle were far sturdier than the wooden walls of Greystone Town, making it significantly easier to defend against the same townsfolk. Secondly, if Greystone Town fell, it would only attract more rats to their vicinity, leaving the castle without a buffer. Thirdly, Lord was indeed in dire need of labor, as long as they could withstand this wave of rat folk. He would not have to worry about manpower for some time. Finally, fostering good relations with the townsfolk could prove beneficial for future dealings with outsiders for the risks, beyond confronting the threat of the rat tide. The potential chaos caused by an influx of unfamiliar faces into the castle also needed to be taken into account. Overall, the benefits far outweighed the risks. Standing at the door, Lord reflected, while Violet anxiously awaited his response. Finally, he spoke. What do you think of my proposal? Violet quickly inquired. Can you agree? I can consent, Lord replied. But have you discussed it with the townsfolk? When will they come? For how long? And how many days will they work for me after the rat tide subsides? Who will have command? I need answers to these questions. Despite the substantial benefits, Lord knew he must consider all possible outcomes and prepare accordingly. Reality was not a game. Even the most fervent vows made during alliances could become mere scraps of paper. Those townsfolk, even as victims, could potentially turn against the farmer, and Lord had to remain vigilant. Once they entered the castle, he would lose his greatest barrier against them, even if these people lacked the combat prowess of Lord's monstrous allies. He could not ensure that all his creatures would always act as bodyguards. Moreover, if they suddenly turned hostile and attempted to seize the castle, employing poison or other devious means would be difficult to defend against. All these factors required careful consideration. His understanding of this world was still too limited. A single misstep could lead to becoming a corpse beneath a pitchfork. Violet's expression mirrored his own dilemma. I have spoken with their town leader, but they do not believe that there is a castle here, and it seems they are reluctant to leave their town. So, I was hoping you might agree first, allowing me to prove that there is indeed a place for them to seek refuge before I persuade them once more. So, you haven't secured an agreement on your end. Lord rubbed the back of his neck in exasperation. Fine, I will send Stone with you to check it out. Thank you. I appreciate you adding a bit of chaos to my peaceful life, Violet replied as he departed. Once Violet was gone, Lord found himself unable to return to sleep. He tidied his attire, completed his morning routine, donned his robe, and made his way to the courtyard. That he glanced at the sky. The sun had only recently risen, and Tina had yet to awaken. He had only slept for 2 or 3 hours, but did not feel particularly tired. Moreover, judging by Violet's appearance, it seemed he had also gone without sleep, having rushed through the dangerous forest from Greystone Town. A poet, devoid of combat prowess, running through perilous terrain for a cause that bore no personal benefit. Such selflessness was remarkable. Rod let out a sigh, his mind a whirl of unspoken thoughts. He turned around and began to prepare for the tasks that lay ahead. Although negotiations had not yet borne fruit, the possibility of receiving refugees from Greystone Town loomed on the horizon, necessitating Rod to make advance preparations. The foremost concern was their accommodation. Initially, Rod had contemplated erecting tents for everyone in the courtyard, as the town's population was roughly around 1,000, a number that could be accommodated. However, this approach would not foster good relations in the future. The Demon King's castle could easily house tens of thousands of demon clansmen, its intricate internal structure resembling a small city, providing ample space for these townsfolk. Yet, unrestricted access was not an option. Ultimately, the chosen location would be the ground floor of the castle. This area had previously served as the barracks for the demon army, and following the departure of several demon generals, it had become quite vacant. A multitude of rooms were tightly arranged, spacious enough, with doors large enough for even 3 to 4 meter tall giants to enter with ease. In fact, higher floors were also unoccupied. But it was imperative to reserve certain spaces to prevent disobedience. For instance, if one wished to forbid access to the 4th floor, yet only stated that entry to the floor above was prohibited, those on the 3rd floor might be tempted to ascend for a glimpse. However, if they were told to remain on the 1st floor, their chances of venturing to the 4th would diminish significantly. Of course, this was merely a hypothetical scenario, as even the upper floors of the castle held little of value. Rod simply wished to avoid individuals loitering near his door, insisting on establishing some semblance of order. Next came the task of fortifying the castle's defenses. Alas, this thought brought him considerable distress. The primary issue was that his cornfield and herbal patch lay outside the castle walls, currently at the halfway mark in growth. Should rodents invade now, they might gnaw the roots away. Wasting this period of cultivation was one concern, but even more pressing was the fact that the seeds were scarce, each one precious to Rod. To safeguard his crops, it was imperative to keep the rodents at bay. This meant that reliance on sturdy castle walls would not suffice. The battlefield must be pushed further afield. Rod's first thought was to construct a perimeter wall. But this idea was swiftly dismissed. Securing enough timber on short notice was unfeasible, as the black earth had only recently sprouted grass, with the nearest trees several kilometers away. Moreover, even if ample wood were available, time was inadequate to construct a wall capable of enclosing the castle. Thus, alternative strategies must be sought. Rod picked up a stick and began to sketch in the soil. First, he needed to analyze the castle's location. Nestled deep within the Shadow Cloud Mountains, it occupied a central position between two branching ridges, with a river flowing from the mountains, passing the castle and forming a moat. In a radius of approximately 7 to 8 kilometers around the castle lay a remarkably flat area, almost devoid of vegetation, an expanse once influenced by a grand magical array, referred to as the Black Earth. Within this territory, the terrain was unnaturally even, as though deliberately leveled to the edge of the Black Earth rose sheer cliffs, almost vertical, allowing passage only through narrow crevices in the rock. Beyond that lay the typical forested mountains. This layered range obstructed routes in and out, perhaps hundreds of years prior, when the Demon King held sway. A path existed, but now it had been completely reclaimed by nature. Anyone wishing to approach from outside would have to navigate a long and winding mountain trail, all the while avoiding getting lost. Thus, if a strategy to fend off a rodent invasion was required, the geography of the Shadow Cloud Mountains could be exploited. The dense foliage and increasingly abundant magical creatures would serve to scatter the rodents significantly. And if their movements could be monitored, it might be possible to strike them down one by one. However, this presupposed the ability to track the rodent horde. Rod lacked any farsight abilities or biological detection radars. In terms of sensory acuity, the rodent men were quite adept among magical beasts, making it challenging to gain an advantage in this setting. Moreover, a single misstep could lead to an encounter with a formidable rodent army, resulting in inevitable losses on his part. The folly of losing the big picture for minor gains was not an option. That a sufficiently powerful means to halt the advance of the rodent army was essential. Suddenly, Rod appeared to have conceived an idea. Although fraught with peril, should it fail, it would spell doom for everyone involved. Yet, if successful, not only would the rodent crisis be averted, but there could be substantial additional benefits as well. It was worth a try. Rod suddenly comprehended why gamblers would wager their very lives. When the potential rewards were significant enough, it was all too easy for one to lose their sense of reason. Meanwhile, in Greystone Town, the scent of blood pervaded the air of this peaceful settlement. The town mayor stood atop the gate tower, gazing into the distance where countless dark shapes stirred ominously. How could they have arrived so swiftly? Those were the rodent men, poised to launch an assault. Behind him, in the square before the gate, townsfolk were piling corpses, preparing to burn them. If these bodies were left unburned, they would merely serve as fodder for the rodents. The mournful sounds of weeping echoed throughout the town. That very morning, a scattered horde of rodents had suddenly emerged, breaching the walls and wreaking havoc within the town. By the time the townsfolk managed to slay the rodent men, over 20 had perished, and more than 100 were wounded, many of whom were able-bodied men. Thus, Greystone Town had utterly lost its capacity to withstand the impending rodent tide. The rodents would not launch an immediate attack. Their timid nature compelled them to engage in internal conflict before sending the losers forth as cannon fodder. These rodent men were mere expendables. Their deaths would not impact the horde's overall strength. Yet, judging by the current state of affairs, the town might not endure the onslaught of these expendables. The palpable sense of dread hung over the town, with no one knowing what would come next. Each harboring their own pessimistic predictions, the mayor, Greg, approached the elderly mayor, bearing several injuries that had been hastily bandaged, barely stemming the flow of blood. He was forced to grip a rodent's spear tightly to steady himself. It was this very spear that had inflicted such a gruesome wound upon him. Though his face still bore the innocence of youth, in just one day, his expression had matured considerably. Upon seeing Greg approach, the elder mayor expressed surprise. "Greg, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to?" "I'm fine. I'm not dead yet," Greg interjected, shaking his head and pointing behind him. The elder mayor turned to see a dozen townsfolk, similarly injured, clutching weapons and donning crude armor, making their way to the castle walls. Many of these individuals struggled to maintain their footing, let alone engage in combat. "What are you all doing? Go back," the elder mayor commanded, but Greg merely shook his head in response. "Mayor, you know the town cannot hold. This horde is larger than any we've faced before, and our numbers are woefully insufficient. Moreover, we cannot repair the breach in the walls." He raised his hand, indicating a section of the wall that had been hastily reinforced with a few wooden beams, appearing intact from a distance, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that the wooden barrier was precariously unstable, ready to collapse at the slightest gust of wind. The village artisans were toiling to fortify that section, but their efforts yielded little result. The elder mayor furrowed his brow. "What are you trying to say?" Greg continued. "I heard from that traveler last night. There is a castle deep in the mountains, correct?" The elder mayor scoffed. "That frivolous bard. His tales are nothing but nonsense. You cannot trust a single word from those storytellers." "But what if it's true?" Greg urged. "We have no other options left. We cannot stay in the town, or everyone will die." "That is not an option either," the old mayor abruptly interrupted his discourse. "The Shadow Cloud Mountains are not an option." "Why?" "It is perilous there." He lifted his gaze towards the distant sky. Since his childhood, that expanse of sky had been shrouded in ominous clouds. That it was the fabled forbidden land of Huisher Town. Long ago, even in the time of his great-grandfather, tales circulated that it led to the abyss, a realm where the vengeful spirits of the fallen demon kin congregated, consuming all who unwittingly ventured near, their souls eternally tormented. Records in the town indicated that none who dared to explore the shadow clouds ever returned. Over time, an unspoken rule was established within the town. Under no circumstances should one approach beneath those ominous clouds. Yet, Gregor disagreed with this sentiment. Death is death. Does it truly matter whether one's soul persists? What is of greater significance is that now, there are claims of a safe haven there. If he deceives us, the outcome would be akin to being devoured by rats. However, if it is true, many might survive. Gregor's words began to sway the old mayor in truth. The moment he heard Violetta mention a safe place deep within the Shadow Cloud Mountains, his resolve had already begun to falter. Gregor merely stoked the flames of his uncertainty. Sensing the old mayor's hesitance, he turned to the others. "Go inform the townsfolk to gather provisions and prepare to exit through the tunnels." However, amidst this, the old mayor discerned an underlying intention. "And what of you? Given our current predicament, we cannot leave." A young militiaman smiled, a sense of resignation washing over him. "You need someone to hold the rear. As long as we remain here, those rats will hesitate to charge. None wish to be the first to perish. But if we all flee, the others will not make it far." He turned to face the relentless tide of rodents in the distance, tightening his grip on the spear. "Mayor, we cannot afford to waste any more time." The old mayor fell silent, suddenly extending his hand to grasp the spear as well. "Mayor, what sense is there in allowing the young to perish while an elderly man, half a foot in the grave, seeks to escape? After all, I am but an old bones that cannot venture far." "Maven," he called upon a tall, sturdy man with a square jaw and a genial countenance, who had been standing a short distance away. "You lead the townsfolk into the mountains, beneath that very cloud." The man named Maven, having overheard the preceding dialogue, naturally grasped the old mayor's intent and, with a sorrowful expression, inquired, "And you, mayor?" "I shall remain." The old mayor forcefully seized the spear from Gregor's hand, discarding his cane to take a step forward. This aged figure straightened his stooped back, and a hawkish gleam ignited in his murky eyes. "I shall let these repulsive rodents know that even this old tooth can gnaw upon their flesh." The black tide surged forward, an unstoppable force advancing relentlessly. Maven stood atop the mountain, watching their lifelong abode, the small town, succumb to the tide of ratmen, and he painfully shut his eyes before turning away. Behind him stood the remaining residents of Huisher Town, their hearts ashen, silently awaiting the next course of action. "Continue onward. Do not linger here." Maven leaned upon the old mayor's staff, positioning himself at the forefront of the procession. The throng of several hundred resumed its march. Their destination lay deep within the Shadow Cloud Mountains, a forbidden realm that legend dictated should never be entered. Yet, in recent times, the perpetual clouds that enveloped that very place had suddenly dissipated. This unprecedented phenomenon sent ripples of anxiety through the town, fueling rumors, soon followed by news of the impending rodent tide. Many connected these two occurrences, believing that the vanishing clouds heralded disaster. However, none dared venture into the mountains to uncover the truth. Maven held a different belief. He remained convinced that it was a sign. Unlike the other townsfolk, Maven had not spent his entire life within the confines of the town that in his youth. He had departed Huishur to explore the outside world. During his travels, he had heard a legend. The Dark Lord, missing for 3 centuries, was imprisoned within a deep mountain. This brought to mind the ominous clouds that had loomed over his hometown for centuries. He subsequently returned to Huishur town, repeatedly seeking permission to explore the Shadow Cloud Mountains. However, both the mayor and the townsfolk vehemently opposed his attempts alongside his companions. Eventually, he had no choice but to clandestinely enter the mountains under the cover of night. Yet that night, his fellow travelers perished along the way. He alone escaped by sheer luck. Disheartened, he had not considered the matter further. Little did he realize that today, he would be compelled to lead all the townsfolk into the mountains. The horrific memories of that night still haunted him, and he could only pray not to encounter a similar fate again. Moreover, he had no other choice. Behind them lay the insatiable tide of hungry rodents. Thus stopping was not an option. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the rear of the procession. The rats are upon us. On another front, Violetta was racing down the mountain path atop Stone. His spirits were high. Negotiations with Rod had concluded favorably, and all that remained was to return to Huishur town to relay the news. With Stone at his side, his words would carry much weight. However, as he neared Huishur town, a strange commotion ahead caught his attention. An unsettling premonition surfaced in his mind. Stone, please hasten. Stone snorted, yet quickened his pace. The beast dragon's hefty body forged a path through the forest. Drawing nearer to the chaotic sounds ahead, suddenly, Violetta noticed shadows flitting through the trees. Were those the townspeople? Among them, he recognized a few familiar faces and called out, "Hey, over here." The individuals seemed to hear his voice and rushed towards him. It was then that Violetta observed that most of them were women and children, covered in wounds, likely sustained while fleeing through the thicket. What has happened? He barely uttered the question when the person at the forefront urgently shouted, "Quickly, please save them." Save whom? Maven and the others. They are still behind, being pursued by the rats. Although he did not fully grasp the situation, Violetta recognized the urgency. He pointed behind him. Run towards that direction. Along the path I just came from. Quickly. Then he turned to Stone. We must assist them. This is also for Rod's sake. Stone emitted a disinterested grunt, but immediately set to motion. Soon, the cacophony of ratmen cries reached their ears. Most ratmen lacked proficiency in the demon tongue. Only those of higher standing would begin to learn to speak. Here, however, were the lowest of the low, mere slaves of the ratmen, shrieking as they chased after a group ahead. These were the men of the town, and when the main force was pursued by the ratmen, under Maven's leadership, they had chosen to remain behind and confront the advancing rodent horde, fighting and fleeing. Only 100 remained. A single misstep would see them overwhelmed by the half-human tall rats, leaving nothing but bones in an instant. Do not stop. With a thunderous roar, Mawan thrust his spear through the chest of an approaching ratman, then forcefully swung the weapon to fling the half-dead creature aside, crashing it into several others that were also lunging at him. In the very moment of their fall, the downed ratmen were swiftly overwhelmed by their kin, becoming fodder for their own kind. Yet, this merely delayed the relentless advance of the horde for a fraction of a second. In the blink of an eye, more rats screeched and surged forward. As Mawan fought and retreated, his heart raced with urgency. Their stamina was nearly depleted, while the tide of ratmen seemed inexhaustible. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a ratman evaded his thrust. The creature let out a piercing scream, brandishing a cleaver aimed at his abdomen. There was no escape. Just then, a colossal figure descended from the heavens, crushing the ratman beneath its foot into a pulp, with a second mighty roar that reverberated through the air. The entire swarm of ratmen came to a halt. Shurtu stood tall, bellowing at the horde. As the draconic presence spread its dominion across the area, those ratmen closest to him quaked in terror, some even perishing on the spot, their eyes rolling back in fright. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the vicinity, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Awen gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. A dragon? But how could this be? Hey, dashing young man, where are the others? A voice called from above them. Awen looked up to see a figure clinging to Shurtu's back. That was someone he recognized. You are that poet, aren't you? The one who sings epic tales of heroes, Veolite and Delu. Veolite, rather ungracefully, spread his limbs wide, gripping onto the protrusions on Shirtu's back to avoid falling. Turning his head, he shouted at Ma1, "Stop dawdling. Run. Leave this to me." It was as if Ma1 had awakened from a dream. He immediately turned and beckoned to the other townsfolk, urging, "Hurry, let us go." His voice jolted the others from the stupor induced by the dragon's formidable presence. Those who had fallen in fright scrambled to their feet, rushing forward without a backward glance. Meanwhile, the rat horde began to stir. Crouched behind Shirtu, Veolite felt a chill run down his spine as he observed the restless swarm, but a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. What did I mean by "leave this to me"? What a foolish bravado. Shirtu may have thick skin and great strength, but he was no match for a horde of ratmen. The last thing he wanted was to be carried back to the castle by Shirtu, riddled with spear wounds. "Shirtu, you will protect me, right?" Shirtu ignored him, merely exhaling a breath. Veolite cautiously shrank back. For now, the ratmen dared not approach, deterred by Shirtu's draconic aura, but it would not be long before their hunger overrode their reason. Even a young beast dragon like Shirtu would not suffice to deter them. They would charge even into the lair of a mature red dragon. If such a scenario unfolded, even an adult dragon would have to flee. The notion that a multitude of ants can overwhelm an elephant was no mere jest, and the ratmen were not ants. They were a cunning race, possessing a sophisticated social structure, formidable technology, and magical prowess. Driven by insatiable greed, they were the most despicable, vile predators on the continent, a calamity to all living beings. "Listen to me, Shirtu. When I give the command, do not hesitate. Just run. Let us return to Rod without delay. Shall we?" Shirtu cast a sidelong glance at him, signaling his agreement that it was not foolish. It understood its own limits. At last, the patience of the rat horde reached its breaking point. The rear ranks surged forward, pushing the front ones, which either trampled each other to death or were compelled to charge ahead. The sheer numbers instilled a false courage in these otherwise timid slaves. Suddenly, the first ratman leaped forward, crying out, inciting the entire horde into a frenzy, their shrill screams echoing through the air. "Shirtu, run!" With that cry, the once majestic beast dragon leaped back, covering a distance of several meters in a single bound, its forelegs swiftly propelling it forward. Veolite clung tightly to Shirtu's back, striving to avoid being thrown off, while simultaneously praying that the spears flying from behind would not pierce him. From above, one would see a horde of fans chasing after an idol. As the tide of rats filled the entire valley, on the opposite side of the valley, a ratman clad in bright red armor, wielding a long knife, gazed at the fleeing Shirtu, his elongated blood-red pupils betraying unrestrained hatred. With a swoosh, a spear sliced through the air, narrowly missing Veolite's legs. If Shirtu had moved any slower, my life would have been irrevocably altered. Veolite was drenched in sweat, glancing back at the rat horde, now less than 50 meters away. "How much farther? I do not wish to die." Just as he cried out, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a tree, grabbing him and pulling him off Shirtu's back, dragging him underground. Oh. He wanted to say something, but a hand swiftly covered his mouth. "Chill. Keep quiet if you don't want to die." The voice was familiar, and as a flicker of light ignited, Veolite recognized Rod standing beside him. He immediately burst into tears. "Rod, I thought I was going to die." He reached out to embrace Rod, only to be met with a kick that sent him sprawling, his tears and snot mingling with the dirt. That moment, a thunderous rumble echoed above, the sound of the rat horde rushing past. Veolite realized he was now in a cave, with the stone giant Ironhead squatting at the entrance, blocking it. Outside, the rat horde streamed by. Veolite opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing Rod gesture for silence, he immediately swallowed his words. Rod leaned against Ironhead, peering through a gap to observe the situation outside. "Be quiet and enjoy the show." Veolite, puzzled, leaned closer to the other side to glimpse the scene. "What are we watching?" Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The pillar of azure flames shot into the sky, tearing a massive rift in the clouds. Then, a silent shockwave surged forth. It was only then that the source of these phenomena made its grand entrance. With a deafening explosion, the mountainside erupted, revealing a gaping hole from which a grotesque head, glowing with blue light, emerged. Not long after Veolite had departed atop Shirtu, Rod had devised a strategy to counter the rat tide. This method was colloquially known as drawing the flood away. also referred to as misleading, seducing, or framing others, a tactical maneuver. The destination of this diversion was, of course, the mine where the skeletal dragon resided. The last time they had come, a breath of dragon fire had sealed the entrance, and the skeletal dragon had not pursued them, which implied something significant. It is evident that it is still not sufficiently enraged. Thus, one must provoke it to the point of igniting an inferno that engulfs everything in its vicinity. Consequently, Rod dispatched 2 squads of gnolls, armed and equipped, into the depths of the mine. They commenced a cacophony of sound. Beating drums and clashing cymbals, the skeletal dragon emerged. 2 buckets of farmyard manure, intended for watering crops, were doused upon its head. Without further ado, Rod ushered all the gnolls back into the compendium. Retreating into a pre-dug pit to evade the dragon's breath, the original plan might have warranted greater meticulousness. However, upon gazing into the distance and witnessing the horde of rat men surging forth, he unhesitatingly executed this streamlined strategy, commanding the stone to divert the rodent swarm towards him. Given the considerable distance from the castle, there was no concern about collateral damage reaching that domain. Thus, we find ourselves in the current predicament. The furious skeletal dragon unleashed its breath, piercing through the mountainside, emerging to confront the vast multitude of rat men. With a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended, letting out a resounding roar that echoed in Rod and Violet's minds. The heavens transformed in an instant. The sun, once high in the sky, dimmed rapidly, succumbing to darkness, leaving only a crimson halo at its edges. Within mere heartbeats, noon morphed into the depths of night that a purplish mist rose from the ground, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. In the absence of their kin, the rat men descended into chaos, their panicked screams dissipating almost immediately into the void. Beneath the fog, the ground began to churn. Countless hands and claws erupted from the earth, as innumerable undead materialized amidst the rat horde. Their eyes glowed with a fierce red fire as they lunged toward the nearest living beings. The rat men, whether attempting to flee or retaliate, found their strength seemingly sapped by the encroaching mist, unable even to lift their weapons or muster a cry, rendered helpless as the undead tore into them. The scent of blood began to permeate the the mist seeped through the cracks. Rod immediately summoned the fire spirit to incinerate the life-draining fog with its magic. He then opened the compendium, capturing another undead that had clawed its way out of the ground. Condemned soul race. Undead level. 0 strength. 0 agility. 0 stamina. 0 endurance. 0 magic. 0 talent. None on the compendium. It appeared merely as a collection of bones. Though it bore a striking resemblance to a common skeleton warrior, it was, in essence, a summoned entity forcibly animated by the skeletal dragon's necromantic spells. Once contained within the compendium, it was devoid of any magical sustenance, revealing its true form. At last, the outside world brightened gradually, the cacophony subsiding into an eerie silence. Outside the cave lay a desolate stillness. Rod collected the nearly incapacitated Ironhead into the compendium for recuperation and cautiously peered out of the cave as far as the eye could see. All trees stood lifeless, a thick layer of withered leaves carpeting the ground, with only the occasional glimpse of a rat-man corpse protruding from the foliage. From this vantage point, he beheld the skeletal dragon unfurling its wings, soaring into the distance while unleashing some unknown magic upon the earth. I fear I may have overstepped my bounds that I anticipated a cleansing breath from the dragon, yet it unleashed an expansive necromantic spell that decimated tens of thousands of rat-men in an instant. It appears intent on eradicating the rat-men entirely. That a thorough extermination is indeed welcome. Let dogs fight amongst themselves. Yet, Rod was acutely aware that the rat-men would never mobilize a formal army against this skeletal dragon. Once the dragon had vented its ire, it would likely return to its lair. However, future activities in this vicinity would require utmost caution. Should it lay eyes upon him again, the consequences could be dire. Let us depart swiftly. Rod summoned the stone once more, pulling Violet along as they prepared to leave, though she appeared lost in thought. "What occupies your mind?" he inquired. Violet murmured, "The harbinger of the king of death casts wings that obscure the heavens. The prison of mist envelopes the land. This is indeed the realm of the living's desolation." What? This was a poem not widely known, depicting the death dragon Gladstone commanding the Legion of the Dead during the War in Heaven, representing King Sharon as he battled the holy dragon of the St. Louis Empire on the Famine Plains. Enough, Enough. It is merely a tale from centuries past, Rod interjected. Furthermore, if this skeletal dragon is indeed the legendary beast, it would be rather humiliating for it to be doused with manure by gnolls. Let us not linger. We must make our escape. Indeed, Violet nodded, dutifully climbing onto the stone's back, with a powerful push. The stone dashed towards the castle that A.S. Rod gazed ahead. His thoughts wandered to other matters. King Sharon of the Underworld, previously mentioned, was said to have 7 demon generals under the demon lord's command. Known as the 7 Kings of Hell, they were the Fire King Salamander, the Water King J. Ramungander, the Mountain King Priestly Gabriel, the Wind King Mansfield Garuda, the Iron King Gaius Augustus Caesar, the Death King Sharon, and the Life King Da Jiao Shu. Each of these demon generals represented one of the 7 elemental attributes: fire, water, earth, wind, metal, death, and life. Additionally, the attributes of light and darkness were presided over by the hero and the demon lord. Respectively, it appeared that the demon lord's forces commanded 8 of the 9 attributes, while the forces of order wielded but 1, seemingly showcasing a significant advantage for the demon lord's army. However, this was not the complete picture. Even during the zenith of the demon race, the 7 demon generals were nominally under the demon lord's command. Their actual obedience depended on the capabilities of the reigning demon lord. This mirrored the status of a martial arts alliance leader within a narrative of chivalry. For instance, the Death King Sharon had not actively participated in any conflict since the war in Heaven 3 centuries ago. Even then, he merely sent his subordinate, the Death Dragon Gladstone, to lead the charge. Historical records from the demon lord's castle indicated that he had never left his abode, rendering him the most enigmatic of all demon generals, and so mysterious was he that Rod had read in books that his whereabouts were unknown. However, if the dragon that appeared this time was indeed the legendary Death Dragon, could it not imply that Sharon resided in close proximity to the demon lord's castle? Would my act of dousing his general with organic fertilizer not invite retribution? Rod stroked his chin, contemplating this matter earnestly. Before long, they returned to the castle. Along the way, remnants of shattered bones littered the ground, gradually decomposing into deathly ether. At the castle gate, Tina stood vigil, wielding a longsword. Surrounded by a near-mountainous pile of fragmented bones, beyond the gate behind her, hundreds of ordinary demon kin from Greystone Town were crammed into the courtyard, though the skeletal dragon's magic had reached this place. It seemed Tina had successfully defended against it. Quite the capable knight she is, Rod mused as he dismounted from the stone and swiftly approached her. Is everything well? Yes, all is well. Tina, for reasons unknown, turned her head away with a hint of guilt. She had been tending to the fields alongside Fat Tiger and Little Husband as usual when a large group of people suddenly arrived, seeking refuge, claiming they were being pursued by rat men. Despite her initial skepticism, Tina allowed them to take shelter in the city. However, just as they entered, the sky darkened suddenly, and from the earth emerged a horde of undead creatures advancing towards the castle. Tina had no choice but to rally a few strong individuals from the group to fend off the assault of the undead. Reluctantly, she harnessed the power of a hero, sweeping away a significant number of the undead in one fell swoop. It was only when the sky brightened once more and the relentless undead began to fall that she realized the individuals surrounding her were demons, the sworn enemies of humanity. At that moment, Rod returned, causing her to feel a wave of anxiety. Yet Rod, too, was not preoccupied with thoughts, focusing solely on finding a way to accommodate the surplus of people. As he entered, a tall middle-aged man approached him. Greetings, I am Marvin. May I inquire if you are the master of this castle? Not quite a master, but I do manage this place, Rod replied, deflecting responsibility onto the old demon king. This tactic was advantageous, as it allowed him to avoid lengthy explanations by simply stating that the master disapproved. It was remarkably convenient. Marvin appeared to be the leader among this group, and with his assistance, the entire process of accommodation proceeded smoothly. Save for a few townsfolk who were troubled due to their unstable mental state from recently losing loved ones. But Marvin handled those issues adeptly, very useful indeed. Rod glanced over the demons and noted the absence of the old town mayor and the guard from his previous visit who had denied him entry. Although he had no personal ties to them, their swift disappearance elicited a slight sense of melancholy. The majority of the townspeople were injured and required immediate attention to their wounds to prevent infection. Some had brought a few medical supplies, but it was insufficient. Rod contemplated for a moment and called Marvin to accompany him to the storeroom for herbs. The storeroom was located one level down. Upon entering, the middle-aged man earnestly expressed his gratitude. "We are immensely grateful for your hospitality. Otherwise, we would truly be left with nowhere to go." Rod filled a bag with dried herbs. He turned to Marvin. "If you wish to express your thanks, direct it towards that bard. He was the one who came to inform me that you might be in need of refuge. And this place is not a charity. It is not a haven for idlers," Rod continued, standing upright. "Here, if you wish to eat or have shelter, you must rely on yourselves. If you agree, I will allow you to stay temporarily. The performance requires both a red face and a white face. While Valet selflessly saved them, playing the role of the benevolent, Rod assumed the role of the stern figure, reminding these townsfolk from Greystone not to take his leniency for granted, even though he considered himself quite accommodating. Marvin paused momentarily before contemplating. "We will not take advantage of your generosity." "Very well," Rod replied, reiterating the conditions he had previously conveyed through Valet. In essence, during their stay in the castle, they would need to assist in clearing land, maintaining cleanliness, and harvesting crops. After hearing Rod's stipulations, Marvin appeared to question whether he had missed something. That all? I expected at least something in terms of tribute. Yet you say that any crops grown are theirs to keep, with only the seeds needing to be surrendered. This arrangement essentially amounted to free lodging and sustenance. For this, Rod had his rationale. Frankly, he was indifferent to the meager produce they would cultivate, be it potatoes, corn, cabbage, or any other crop. Seeds were abundant, and there was no necessity for excessive food storage. What he needed was merely to expand the scale of planting. In contrast, clearing land was a considerably more laborious task than sowing seeds. Even if the townspeople departed later, the land would remain, requiring only the demons to maintain it. Moreover, Rod harbored other thoughts. Greystone had already been ravaged by the ratmen and bone dragons, leaving it barren. If, in the coming period, they cleared land and constructed homes around the castle, this could potentially evolve into a new Greystone. And he, perhaps, could benefit from this free labor, with the only cost being land that he had no capacity to develop in the first place. Not to mention, there would ultimately be a way to reclaim that land. Why not seize the opportunity? Upon receiving Rod's assurance, Marvin promptly returned to the townsfolk, informing them of Rod's conditions and certain prohibitions associated with residing in the castle. For instance, access to the upper floors was forbidden, descending to the basement required prior permission, and entry to the Great Hall was also restricted. Everyone was made aware that the true master of the castle resided within the Great Hall. A small faction of the townspeople expressed mild dissent, but Marvin adeptly resolved their concerns, seemingly possessing significant esteem among the populace even prior to this matter. Meanwhile, during the townspeople's day of rest, Rod meticulously planned the surrounding areas centered around the castle and ventured beyond the realm of the Blacklands, sketching a comprehensive map of the environment. The map revealed that the expanse of the Blacklands was a remarkably standard circle, with the Demon King's city at its center. Within this circular perimeter, the majority of the terrain consisted of plains, interspersed with a few hills that did not obstruct visibility. A river flowed from the northeast towards the southwest, bisecting the Blacklands and the Demon King's city into northwestern and southeastern regions. Next came the matter of resource acquisition. Obtaining stone and wood was not a daunting task, as they were plentiful in the vicinity, alleviating concerns of scarcity. However, the procurement of essential metals posed a challenge. The original source of metals for Greystone Town was a mine inhabited by a bone dragon, which had thrived for centuries, offering a rich variety of ores and serving as a vital resource for the town. Unfortunately, it appeared that someone had inadvertently breached the dragon's lair, resulting in a perilous situation for anyone who dared enter. It seemed necessary to seek out a new vein of ore in the castle's library. Rod recalled encountering a book detailing methods for locating mineral deposits, which he planned to consult in due course. Finally, it was imperative to conduct a demographic survey of Greystone Town's inhabitants. An inaccurate count of the total population, including men, women, the elderly, and children, as well as the number of craftsmen, was essential for formulating further detailed plans. The rat plague had been effectively addressed, and as long as no unforeseen calamities arose, the subsequent tasks could progress at a measured pace. After a night of rest, Rod approached Marvin once more to convey his forthcoming plans, delegating him to relay the information. Upon absorbing Rod's strategy, Marvin pondered for a moment before presenting a request. He wished to allocate a portion of the workforce to delineate an area around the castle for constructing new dwellings. The original purpose of the Demon King's city was as a fortress, and its living conditions were not particularly favorable, characterized by darkness, dampness, and poor ventilation, rendering it quite uncomfortable. The upper levels were significantly better. However, access to them was strictly prohibited by the castle's master, with a substantial number of women, the elderly, children, and the injured among the townsfolk residing within the castle posed health risks. Thus, Marvin aimed to erect houses outside the castle for the townspeople. Upon hearing this request, Rod's heart leapt with joy, though he maintained an air of difficulty, stating that he must seek the castle master's approval before proceeding. Naturally, in the end, consent was granted with remarkable ease. Thus began the orderly construction of the new Greystone town surrounding the castle, and after an initial period of panic, the townsfolk quickly adapted to cohabitating with the magical creatures. Days later, Violetta, who had ventured out to gather intelligence, returned with first-hand accounts on the day following the rat plague's devastation of Greystone town, which was subsequently obliterated by a powerful spell from the Bone Dragon. Violetta had expressed a desire to assess the external situation, ensuring that the rat plague would not return. Since he enjoyed roaming, Rod was unperturbed by his forays and promptly assigned him a chocobo as a mount. Nearly a week had passed since that day, and the houses outside the castle had begun to take shape, while the fields behind were being fervently cultivated. Violetta finally returned, confirming that the Bone Dragon was indeed Gladstone in the courtyard, after quenching his thirst with water from Marvin. Violetta recounted his experiences. He had initially arrived at what remained of Greystone town, only to discover that it had attracted the bulk of the ratmen, making it a prime target for Gladstone's attention. Although the buildings had not been entirely destroyed, over 10,000 ratmen had been transformed into undead creatures. Roaming the town, he had barely escaped with his life after a fleeting glimpse. Afterward, he hastened to Lerner City, which was significantly larger than Greystone town and had managed to endure the rat plague, albeit with some losses. It was there that a veteran from the Horn tribe, who had survived the heavenly battle 3 centuries prior, recognized Gladstone. The undead dragon refrained from launching an assault on Lerner City. Instead, it incinerated a group of ratmen attempting to breach the city before soaring northward, according to recent intelligence from Lerner City. The undead dragon flew to the withering marshes of Tyrol, spat at the great horned rat temple, and then vanished through a rift in space, leaving the gray-furred ratmen seers within the temple in a fit of rage, utterly powerless to retaliate. Although they professed allegiance to the great horned rat, they were loath to risk their lives for it. After all, one's own life took precedence over duty. In any case, it was clear that the rat plague had been resolved in this region. Violetta took another hearty sip of water, grinning with pride as he remarked, "Now there are rumors circulating that the Demon King ordered the undead dragon to quell this ratman uprising. They have no idea that it was our doing." Rod replied with a stoic expression, "Indeed." Tina, however, expressed confusion. "Why is there no Demon King?" According to human propaganda, the demon race remains under the rule of a demon king, gathering strength and eyeing human territories hungrily. Violetta, bemused, retorted, "Aren't you humans also without a hero for 3 centuries? What is so strange about our lack of a demon king?" Mention of heroes made Tina swiftly change the subject. "By the way, why did that undead dragon fly all the way to Tyrol? Was it simply because it believed the ratmen had destroyed its lair?" "I'm not entirely sure," Violetta admitted, puzzled. The influence of the Lord of the Abyss had always been shrouded in mystery. The outside world only knew of his existence among the Demon King's ranks, lacking any concrete details. Yet Rod had some insight. The Lord of the Abyss and the Great Horned Rat were arch-nemesis, and it was not surprising for the undead dragon to seize the opportunity to vex him. Intrigued, Violetta inquired, "Oh, Rod, what do you know?" "Not much, really. Just some hearsay," Rod replied casually, leaning on his in essence. The Great Horned Rat wasn't always the Lord of the Abyss. He orchestrated the assassination of the former Lord, subsequently inheriting that position. The prior Lord shared a good rapport with the Lord of the Abyss, resulting in a cycle of life and death. Thus, grievances arose, and whenever the opportunity presented itself, revenge was sought. "I see. I had no idea," Violetta exclaimed, astonished, as he pulled out a notebook to jot down notes. Rod waved his hand dismissively. "These matters are documented in the library. If you're interested, feel free to investigate. There's a library in the city. I never knew. It's on the 12th floor. Upon entering, turn left, proceed to the second entrance, then take a right and ascend to the 13th floor. Move forward to the 7th entrance, turn left, and return to the 12th floor via the elevator. And by the way, the elevator to the 12th floor can't be accessed directly. You must first go up to the 8th floor. Violetta's writing came to an abrupt halt, his expression a comical mix of exasperation. I'll give it a try next time. Just don't perish in the maze, Rod advised. Rod nodded slightly, this very moment. No one noticed a vivid crimson figure, accompanied by a horde of pitch-black furred rat men, stealthily entering the darkened land and crouching behind a hillock, secretly observing the castle not far away. Additionally, there was a stone sitting cross-legged at the edge of the field outside the castle. Yawning. Finally, I have found it. The red-armored rat man lay flat against the ground, its crimson eyes fixated intently ahead, a clump of earth clenched tightly in its grasp. After Violetta chattered on for a while, he promptly entered the castle in search of something to eat. The journey from Lerna City to this place, riding a bird, would take a day and a half at least, and a slower pace would stretch it to more than 2 days. During this time, he had to fend for himself regarding food. It was no wonder he appeared so famished and dazed. That moment, Rod recalled that another person was waiting, and it was Tina who had come to find him first. Just as he began to speak, Violetta burst in from outside, launching into a lengthy discourse. By the way, what were you about to say? Ah, right. Tina had been lost in thought until she finally recalled. Marvin had just visited me, expressing a desire to construct the walls first, as the number of monsters in the vicinity was somewhat excessive. The newly cultivated fields to the west were trampled last night, and many of the freshly sown seeds were devoured. Rod pondered for a moment before responding. Currently, we are somewhat short on wood, so let us postpone the wall construction. For now, we shall encircle the fields with a fence, and I will arrange for some monsters to guard them, which should improve the situation considerably. However, we must remind them not to become frightened. Rod intended to utilize the undead as scarecrows. There were only a few skeleton soldiers remaining, and other amalgamated undead, such as skulls, were also quite suitable for the task, as they were merely lying idle anyway. However, should a timid individual encounter a suddenly standing skeleton at night, they might very well faint from fright. After hearing Rod's thoughts, Tina nodded slightly. All right, I will go inform them now. Rod reciprocated with a nod. Thank you. She then made her way outside the castle. Ordinarily, it would have been more convenient to discuss such matters directly with Rod. However, it was likely due to the time during the rat tide when Tina had intervened to help them fend off the undead summoned by the death dragon, which had evidently fostered a closer bond between them. It was also possible that Rod's daily interactions with monsters had instilled a sense of fear in the townsfolk. Regardless, Rod was indifferent to this, as long as the objectives were achieved. The somewhat cumbersome process was of little concern. Conversely, Tina, who had initially been described as a partner, now seemed to behave more like Rod's subordinate, yet she bore no grievances. Moreover, her demeanor had subtly shifted since her arrival. Although she had once spoken with utmost deference while clad in full armor, she now donned a lighter, simpler garment, no longer clanging around in heavy armor. This could perhaps be attributed to her desire to avoid being recognized as a member of the human race. As Violetta had immediately identified her upon arrival, returning to the matter at hand, with the task assigned, there were duties to attend to. Currently, there were 6 plots of land surrounding the castle. 2 were originally designated for corn and potatoes, located at the front of the castle, and they were expected to yield a harvest by next week. Rod had made some preliminary plans at that time, so there was no need to relocate them, saving considerable effort. The other 4 plots were newly cultivated around the initial 2, and since the work was done by professional farmers, they were notably more organized than those hastily dug up by Rod's dogs. According to the plan, the vast expanse of plains in front of the castle would be transformed into farmland, with a wooden bridge crossing the river leading to the residential area at the back. Thus, to deal with any enemies approaching from the front, it would suffice to construct a wall along the river and block the bridge. Beyond the black earth at the rear lay towering rock walls, so there was no immediate concern regarding enemy advances from that direction. The primary task for the fields at the front was simply to prevent them from being trampled by monsters. As Rod contemplated these matters, he arrived at the edge of the fields. Fat Tiger Xiao Fu was leading 2 squads of goblin-like creatures, diligently engaged in their usual tasks, albeit under the guidance of an elderly farmer from Greystone Town. Rod did not know his full name, but others referred to him as Old D. In light of yesterday's events. He was now overseeing the retilling of the fields alongside others and greeted Rod's approach with a wave. "Hey, Rod." Rod raised his hand in acknowledgement and walked over. "I heard about the fields being trampled by monsters. I plan to place a few skeletons here to guard them. Could you assist me in determining the best locations for them?" As Rod spoke, he summoned forth the undead that accompanied him. Among them were a skeletal crawler, 3 skeletal warriors, and a composite creature comprising a skull, a Vorner, a dog-like entity named Dogmeat, and another unnamed amalgamation. Upon their appearance, Old Die could not help but take a small step back in trepidation. To be frank, ordinary skeletal warriors are not an uncommon sight for the demon race. Encountering 1 or 2 while strolling along the road is quite typical, especially in graveyards where the undead rise daily. However, the peculiarities of the beings before him were unsettling. The skull and Vorner stood and knelt respectively, both exhibiting grotesque forms covered in barbed protrusions, while Dogmeat appeared as a bizarre fusion of flesh and bone. The last creature, a skeletal hound with 4 paws and a head, remained nameless and its purpose unknown. These were entities he had never encountered before. Nevertheless, Old Die, possessing a professional spirit, soon found a new home for the assembly of undead, even fashioning some straw garments for them to enhance their fearsome appearance. With no pressing matters requiring his attention, Rod retreated to the castle to continue his study of magic. Soon, night fell in the deep of night. Tranquility enveloped the castle. The deep blue sky stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds, as the silvery moonlight bathed the freshly sprouted black earth. After a day of toil, the townsfolk had long since succumbed to slumber. A group of furtive figures emerged from behind the hills, advancing toward the castle. Clad in crimson armor, Swin led the way. His long knife in hand, he considered himself the most malicious, twisted, greedy, and selfish Ratman warrior in the entire clan. From the moment of his birth, he had consumed 7 of his brothers with his underdeveloped teeth and claws, thus escaping the fate of slavery and receiving training as a warrior of his clan. As he grew, he murdered their captain for a taste of fresh meat, and the clan leader, recognizing his potential, took him as an apprentice, nourishing him with the finest human and dwarven flesh, crafting the best armor and weapons for him, all to cultivate the deadliest of Ratman guardians in preparation for the clan's potential civil war. During this rat tide, Swin was dispatched, viewing it as his inaugural trial. Should he return with 100 demon heads, the position of the next clan guardian would be his. Thus, at the very moment the rat swarm surged from the underground tunnels, he assassinated the current captain, well aware that the captain would never allow him to complete his task during the rat tide. Seizing the initiative, he stealthily approached the captain from behind and, with the knife bestowed by the clan leader, severed his head. Now, all that remained was to return with a sufficient number of heads. Swin's initial target was Lerner City, but he quickly recognized the substantial risk involved and the competition he would face from other Ratmen for the heads. Such an endeavor was not worth the peril. Employing his more astute intellect, he redirected his forces to attack the seemingly distant Greystone town. First, he led a group of Ratmen into the town, breaching the walls, planning to rally a larger force for the assault. However, when they broke through the gates, they found only a sparse few inside. Many had already fled at that moment. A sense of humiliation washed over Swin. Feeling as if he had been played for a fool, he immediately commanded his Ratmen to pursue, and just as success seemed imminent, a beast dragon lunged forth, disrupting his plans. Soon after, a skeletal dragon appeared, incinerating all the forces he could command. This left the exceedingly selfish and narcissistic Ratman warrior seething with rage. Unable to retaliate against the skeletal dragon, he directed all his hatred toward the stones. What followed was several days of getting lost in the forest until he finally encountered a demon riding a chocobo, which led him to this place. Now, the moment for revenge had arrived. The thought of those people screaming and bleeding beneath his blade filled him with exhilaration. The rat horde stealthily traversed the hills and crossed the plains, the castle gates not far ahead. The gate stood open, the drawbridge lowered, presenting an almost unobstructed path. Yet, why was there a large stone positioned beside the gate? Cackling, Swin mused on the carelessness of leaving the gate unguarded. He dashed ahead, taking care to navigate through the fields obscured by crops to avoid any sudden appearances of guards. Midway through his dash, Swin's keen ears caught an unusual sound from behind. He quickly turned, gripping the long knife strapped to his back, but saw nothing but the bewildered faces of other ratmen. Only a strangely shaped scarecrow swayed in the wind. Where did this scarecrow come from? Just as he pondered this, the scent of blood wafted into his nostrils. Simultaneously, the ratmen noticed that the surrounding scarecrows seemed to multiply unexpectedly. Then, those scarecrows sprang to life in an instant. One ratman was impaled through the chest by a sharp tail and lifted high. Blood erupted from the wound in all directions. This bizarre and terrifying spectacle overwhelmed the ratmen under Swin's command, sending them into a panicked frenzy of screams as they fled in all directions. "Stop screaming, you fools! These are merely skeletons," Swin bellowed, cleaving down a fleeing ratman with his knife. Yet, this tactic, which usually instilled fear in the rat horde, only exacerbated their terror, causing them to scatter even more chaotically. Damn it! Upon hearing the commotion emanating from the castle, Swin realized the ambush had failed, that he faced two choices: to slink back in defeat, forever resigned to obscurity, or to gamble recklessly amidst the chaos. While most would choose survival, Swin, being a ratman and the most avaricious and obsessive of his kind, would not hesitate to pull the trigger on himself if the reward were enticing enough. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he opted for the latter, seeking refuge inside the castle before the inhabitants could emerge. Biding his time for an opportunity, as he sprinted across the drawbridge, the wide-open gate in sight. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something moving. How could a stone move? The thought barely registered when darkness engulfed his vision. What? Are there still ratmen left alive? Observing the headless corpse of a ratman sprawled across the drawbridge, Rod scratched his head. This ratman was clad in fine armor, suggesting he was no ordinary slave rat. He had simply failed to notice the ironhead boy nearby and was struck down in a single blow. It was indeed a rare sight for a ratman, agile enough to surpass 100 points in adulthood, to be killed by a stone giant with only 20 points of agility. However, the immediate concern was to clean the blood before it became a permanent stain. "Could someone fetch me a bucket of water?" Rod called out to the onlookers. He had descended upon hearing the commotion below, only to be greeted by such a scene that in the distance, several ratmen lay dead in the fields. Victims of the dispatched undead, though the numbers were not significant, as most undead could not match the speed of the fleeing ratmen. Once the ratmen decided to flee, they were beyond reach. All right, it's all over now. You may return." Rod gestured for the townsfolk to head back to the castle to rest, accepting the water bucket that was brought to him. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a water spirit. Water flow. With a commanding gesture, the water sprite manipulated the water within the bucket, causing it to roll and cleanse the bridge's surface repeatedly. In no time, the water transformed into a crimson liquid. While the bridge gleamed spotless, utilizing the readily available water proved to be far more efficient in conserving magical energy than generating water through ether. With a flick of his hand, Rod cast the controlled water sphere into the moat, and the water sprite vanished alongside it. At this point, he approached to inspect the corpse of the ratman. It was evident that the ratman was clad in meticulously crafted armor. Although Rod was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters, the quality seemed unlikely to be inferior to that of Tina's set. Despite the considerable difference in size between the ratman and himself, Rod proceeded to strip the armor, pondering whether a craftsman might be able to modify it for his use. The ratman's weapon lay nearby, a single-handed sword approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a blade robust enough for cleaving, displaying almost no signs of wear, clearly indicative of a fine weapon. Moreover, Rod could sense the fluctuations of ether emanating from it, suggesting it might even be a runic weapon. Initially considering acquiring a weapon for himself, he realized fortune had smiled upon him. Rod removed the sheath from the back of the red-armored ratman and secured it to his waist. It felt somewhat ill-fitting, yet it was preferable to carrying it on his back, which seemed rather juvenile, a notion Rod found increasingly unacceptable. Just as he was about to venture forward, Tina caught up from behind, inquiring, "What were they discussing? What transpired?" "A rat managed to escape and made its way to the castle," Rod replied as he moved ahead, picking up the ratman's head and removing the crushed helmet. Discarding the battered head into the water, "I intend to search the vicinity for any other rats. Will you join me?" Tina responded softly. The moonlight illuminated the plains surrounding the castle, casting elongated shadows of the three figures under the night sky. Leading the group was Dogmeat, a hybrid creature Rod had created for experimental purposes. It possessed the innate abilities of soul consumption and tracking, enabling it to locate lurking ratmen effortlessly through both scent and soul. It had been responsible for eliminating the majority of the ratmen attempting to infiltrate previously. Under Dogmeat's guidance, those ratmen still hiding around the castle were swiftly hunted down and torn apart by its claws, requiring little effort. Currently, Rod was taking a precautionary stroll while contemplating ways to bolster the castle's defenses. The recent discovery of the ratmen felt akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Next time, luck may not favor them as it had this time. Thus, it was prudent to consider training sentinels and establishing watchtowers around the castle. Dog-headed creatures were particularly suitable for sentinel training. Possessing keen senses and decent night vision, coupled with greater patience compared to other beastmen, as long as they were well fed, they were amenable to training. Previously, they had been tasked with farming primarily due to the lack of alternative resources. Now that manpower was sufficient, once the fields were cultivated, they could be relieved of their agricultural duties. The two walked leisurely, eventually reaching a slightly elevated hillock that afforded a view of the vast area in front of the castle's main entrance. Gazing at the tranquil Demon King's castle bathed in moonlight, Rod suddenly recalled the desolate state it had been in not long ago. Barren black soil, grotesquely twisted dead trees, a sky shrouded in ominous clouds, and a castle exuding an eerie black aura. He was astonished at the transformation that had taken place in such a short span of time. Noticing Rod lost in thought, Tina inquired, "What are you pondering?" "I was considering what this place might look like in the near future," Rod replied, raising his hands to form a frame, encasing the castle within it. "Perhaps there will be extensive fields cultivated with herbs, vegetables, fruits, and grains, enough to satiate every inhabitant of the town. Behind it, a thriving settlement fortified by sturdy walls, where individuals of all kinds, be they demon, human, or other creatures, could coexist peacefully, free from the fears of war, disease, and hunger." He acknowledged that this vision might seem fanciful, given the ongoing ceaseless warfare between the human and demon races, not to mention the internal strife within each faction. Yet, he sincerely believed that if more individuals could recognize that they were not adversaries, such a future was not entirely unattainable. As he spoke, Rod suddenly turned to Tina, offering a smile. Consider it a naive dream of mine, nothing to take to heart. However, in Tina's eyes, the man before her, smiling with unwavering conviction, radiated an extraordinary strength. "I believe so," she whispered. "Fire, water, earth spikes, gale, shadow." Another morning dawned, and as was his custom, Rod practiced fundamental magic in the courtyard repeatedly until his magical energy was depleted. This routine deepened his affinity with the elemental sprites, and although the magical energy consumed remained relatively unchanged, the speed of his spellcasting noticeably increased. Concurrently, it also served to hone his magical attributes. Magical power, 7475 level, 3-4. A subtle notification appeared at the edge of his vision, indicating the effectiveness of Rod's practice. His level had finally increased. Rod, the Demon King race, Demon King level. For strength, 60-20 agility, 57-20 endurance, 56-20 stamina, 52-20 magical power, 75-20. The basic attributes had seen only minimal improvement through daily training. Yet the additional bonuses had inexplicably increased by 10 points, causing his actual attributes to far exceed his level. The average attribute value stood at 80, comparable to that of a normal level 13 creature. It remained a mystery why his combat rating was merely 4. The elemental sprites floating around him continually vanished and reappeared, seemingly shifting between various elemental forms. Yet each sprite was unique. They resembled fragments of Rod's soul, disassembled and fused with different elemental ethers. Rod requires a number of elemental spirits equivalent to the portions of soul he must divide, although it is possible for the souls to return to their original bodies, as long as the contract remains intact. Each summoning of a spirit of the same attribute corresponds to the previous one summoned. In simpler terms, it is akin to allowing these elemental spirits to reside within his own body. Due to this characteristic of the elemental spirits, they can also be stored within the chaotic codex. This contraption is indeed all-encompassing. Rod experimented with it and found that summoning a spirit through the codex resulted in no difference from a direct summoning. In fact, it required an additional consumption of magical energy due to the intermediary of the codex. While this method allows for the observation of the elemental spirit's attributes, As anticipated, all attributes remain at 0. Which is hardly surprising. As for merging the fire spirit with other creatures or elemental spirits, Rod has yet to attempt this. Primarily, this is due to the fact that it is a part of his own soul, making it a risky endeavor, and he decided to conduct further research, perusing more text to enhance his theoretical knowledge before proceeding with practical applications. Undertaking experiments without theoretical backing is merely a gamble with fate. After releasing one final burst of fire, the fire spirit dissipated beside Rod, who leaned on his knee, gasping for breath. The physical exhaustion from continuous spell casting is akin to that of long-distance running, even if the spells cast are merely of the lowest tier. Yet, glancing at Tina, who tirelessly swings her sword day after day, Rod felt a palpable sense of disparity. He never had the habit of exercising in the mornings. However, Tina arises with the dawn to practice her swordsmanship until the sun fully ascends. Rod began to feel rather lethargic, often waking up around noon, and thus decided to join her in morning practice. He had previously discreetly inquired about Tina's level, and from her demeanor, it was evident that she was at least above level 20. He felt fortunate to have such a formidable ally to add a note. He had also asked Violetta, who claimed to be level 4, in comparison to old Di, the farmer who was basking in the sun beside the fields, who was level 6. Violetta's combat prowess could only be described as marginally superior to that of an ordinary goblin half her size. Having concluded his morning training, Rod returned to the castle. Retrieving a piece of previously cut raw meat from the underground storeroom, he tossed it into the enclosure situated at the center of the courtyard. After this period of growth, the etheric man-eating flower had sprouted buds, a fist-sized bloom that opened and closed, revealing numerous sharp barbs within it. As Rod through the raw meat, the flower immediately opened its mouth, snapping it up and beginning to chew with a crunching sound. Its biting force was not yet formidable. It merely utilized the hard protrusions within the bud to grind the meat, secreting acidic fluid to decompose and absorb it. This piece of meat, roughly the size of a palm, was sufficient for it to feast for half a day. It has now been approximately a month and a half since the rodent tide had passed. The farmland in front of the castle had expanded to 20 acres, and several wooden houses had already been constructed behind, with townsfolk gradually moving out from the castle, in the right rear of the castle. A structure made of stone, noticeably taller than its surroundings, was beginning to take shape, with only the roof remaining to be completed. This was a workshop. The adage goes, if one cannot conquer, one must resort to technology. Thus, the defense of the newly constructed Greystone town could not solely rely on Rod and Tina. The townsfolk themselves needed to participate in the defense. With the establishment of the workshop, craftsmen could produce bows and spears, thereby equipping them with some fighting capability against less dangerous creatures. The next step would be the construction of wonders, a jest. However, reality is far from a game. In a game, placing a facility results in its immediate completion within a few rounds, whereas in reality, it requires months of tangible effort to construct. Moreover, considerations must be made for the potential need to start over due to various reasons. For instance, the original Greystone town lacked a dedicated workshop, with craftsmen working individually, leading to repeated miscalculations in size during the initial planning, resulting in the foundation being redone 3 times. Fortunately, with Marvin, an adept project manager, the town's construction has continued in an orderly manner. If Rod were to manage it himself, he could only wonder if it would be completed within 2 years. What good fortune. Marvin is indeed invaluable. While Rod stood on the opposite bank of the river, contemplating, he suddenly noticed a commotion across the way, with a crowd gathering. Something has happened. Rod crossed the makeshift wooden bridge over the moat to join the townsfolk. Make way! Make way! He saw 2 individuals carrying a middle-aged woman, her body covered in wounds, maneuvering through the crowd and entering a building marked as a temporary hospital. Although Rod could not enter, he observed the trail of blood she left behind, and, judging by the volume of blood, it seemed unlikely she could be saved. Marvin appeared to have heard about the situation and hurried over. Just as he reached the door and glanced inside, Rod noticed his complexion visibly paled. Inside the medical room, the town's healer was applying medicine and reciting incantations, desperately attempting to save the life of the injured woman. Outside the room, the crowd had thinned considerably. Marvin was questioning the 2 men who had brought the woman back, and Rod listened attentively. We were patrolling as usual, then saw something lying on the ground from a distance. One recounted that it looked like a creature, but when we got closer, we realized it was Aunt Vera. She was nearly out of breath and covered in injuries that we hurriedly carried her back. The two men spoke in a disjointed manner, recounting the incident. Nevertheless, Rod grasped the essence of their words. Both men were militiamen organized by Marvin, tasked with patrolling the castle's surroundings daily. Today was no different, but while patrolling a certain area, they unexpectedly discovered Vera lying on the ground. Vera's role in the town involved gathering firewood, and she typically wouldn't venture deep into the forest. The location where she was found was within the bounds of the Black Earth. They noticed she was grievously injured and her breath was fading, prompting them to carry her back. Yet, it was still too late. We found her right over there. One man pointed in a direction. Our weapons are still where we left them. If we head that way, we'll find it. After concluding the inquiries, Marvin wore a grim expression, lost in thought that he turned, seemingly ready to inspect the scene, only to find Rod standing beside him. Let us go together. I wish to see for myself, Rod suggested. The town's area was not extensive, and they had not walked far before they found themselves amidst the grasslands. Following the trail of blood Vera left behind, they soon reached the spot where she had been discovered. Two long spears lay on the ground, and the grass was drenched in blood. It was a creature, and a large one at that. Rod stepped forward and immediately spotted enormous footprints in the ground. Judging by the prints, the creature's size was at least on par with that of a stone golem. As a firewood gatherer, Vera would typically carry a wooden basket, yet the basket was not found beside her, but approximately 200 meters away from the discovery site. This led to the conclusion that she had encountered the creature and immediately attempted to flee towards the castle, only to be overtaken here. After slaying Vera, the creature had promptly turned and fled towards the forest. This indicated that the creature was likely not carnivorous, or at least not hungry when it killed Vera. Otherwise, it would not have left her body intact. It was a purely aggressive act. The creature might still be nearby. It was imperative to call back the townsfolk who were still outside. As Rod prepared to return, he noticed Marvin seemed poised to speak. He halted and said, "It seems you know something. Please, share your thoughts." After a moment of hesitation, Marvin nodded. "All right. That is nearly a decade ago. Marvin departed from Greystone Town at the tender age of 16. This place is a remote enclave, far removed from the comforts of civilization. Even with a lifetime of effort, one could aspire to be nothing more than the mayor elected by the townsfolk. By the age of 11, he had already distinguished himself as the most exceptional disciple in the dojo, his swordsmanship far surpassing that of his peers. His master believed that if he continued his training diligently, he would surpass himself before reaching 16. However, Marvin was not content with such limitations. Through the tales of wandering merchants, he learned of a much grander world beyond, one filled with vast cities that stretched beyond the horizon. Treasures buried across the globe, and the notorious cunning of humankind. That moment, Marvin silently vowed to carve out a name for himself in this world. Thus, in the year of his 16th birthday, he resolutely left Greystone Town against his family's wishes, embarking on a journey into the wider world. That departure marked the beginning of 10 years. During this time, he indeed made a name for himself. First joining a mercenary band and participating in the wars against humankind, accruing notable merits before leaving the military to become an adventurer, leading a team into perilous realms in search of legendary treasures. At times, he would return empty-handed, while at others, he would amass wealth overnight, only to squander it all too swiftly. It was during this journey that he encountered his one true love, a fellow adventurer named Yolanda. Their meeting was steeped in drama. Their respective teams had set their sights on the same bountied monster, leading to a conflict that ultimately revealed a conspiracy orchestrated by their employer, intent on forcing them into mutual destruction. After sacrificing several comrades, the remaining members formed a new team to exact revenge on the merchant who had employed them. They set ablaze his estate, plundered his riches, and after severing his head to hang at the estate's entrance, they departed triumphantly. Marvin's encounter with Yolanda ignited within him a desire to retire from such perilous undertakings and lead a tranquil life. Yet before that could materialize, they had one final job to complete. Within the merchant's treasury, they discovered a key and a notebook. The notebook revealed that the merchant had been in search of the fabled Demon King's castle. The key he possessed was, in fact, the key to the castle's vault. This revelation led Marvin to recall the mountains shrouded in mysterious clouds near his hometown of Greystone, which he believed matched the descriptions found in the notebook. Thus, he returned to Greystone with his companions. He and Yolanda agreed that, should they find nothing, they would simply part ways and marry in the town, leading a peaceful life together. However, this last adventure took a tragic turn. In the shadowy mountains by night, they encountered a monstrous creature. Their swords proved utterly ineffective against this beast, which moved like the wind, effortlessly shredding their armor with its claws. In the end, Marvin managed to escape only because the creature lost interest in him. From that day forth, a haunting nightmare took residence in Marvin's heart. He became despondent, losing the courage to seek vengeance, and even hesitated to return and lay his comrades to rest. Yet, the image of that creature, as it loomed in the night, remained indelibly etched in his mind. The wounds inflicted upon him by that beast mirrored those now found on Vela. As Marvin spoke, he lifted the hem of his garment. On the left side of his abdomen, amidst various scars, lay a row of puncture wounds, as if pierced by nails. Is this the mark left by that creature? Rod tilted his head for a closer look. Noting that the wound had penetrated through his body, emerging from his back, he recalled that Vela bore similar wounds. Suddenly, Rod had a thought. By the way, what level are you currently? He inquired of Marvin. He had heard that asking others about their levels was considered impolite in the outside world, but given the circumstances, it was prudent to gauge the enemy's strength. Marvin, upon hearing the question, displayed little displeasure. It is rather shameful to admit, but due to years of neglecting my training and the lingering effects of old injuries, I am currently only at level 12. However, I faced that creature at level 18, while my 3 companions were around level 15. If I can defeat you, that implies that the creature must be at least level 25. This is troubling. Rod scratched his head in frustration. Excluding Tina, his strongest ally was the level 24 stone, while the others hovered around level 10. What does level 10 signify? In the outside world, openly stating one's level is generally frowned upon, so many have simplified the classification of strength into a more digestible hierarchy. For instance, level 5 denotes the prowess of an ordinary adult, while reaching level 10 allows one to claim titles such as swordsman or warrior, signifying entry-level proficiency akin to a regular soldier in an army. Progressing further, every 10 levels marks a significant threshold. Level 20 represents a second-tier swordsman, capable of defeating a squad of regular soldiers under equal conditions, while level 30 signifies a third-tier swordsman, able to contend with an elite squad, and so forth. Here, a squad refers to 10 individuals. Thus, Rod estimated that the creature was likely around level 25, a conservative estimate at best, considering its ability to easily overpower a team of elite adventurers averaging level 15. Its actual level might be even higher. A reckless assault could result in dire consequences for himself, Rod pondered, his gaze once again drifting to Marvin's wounds, suddenly recalling a creature he had encountered in a book. Marvin, come with me, Rod instructed, turning to head toward the castle. Having spent several days in the castle, it was Marvin's first venture beyond the ground floor. The complex architecture of the upper levels almost left him dizzy. But he finally arrived at the destination Rod sought, the library on the 12th floor. The grand doors required considerable effort to open, revealing towering bookshelves filled to the brim with tomes, their heights stretching beyond the range of his gaze. Agron. Just as Marvin marveled at the existence of such a place, he heard Rod call out, and soon after, a dog-headed figure emerged from behind a shelf. Another head followed suit. A 2-headed gnoll scampered forth, halting before Rod, one head facing him while the other regarded Marvin. Drop. Get. The 2 heads uttered in unison. Taken aback, Marvin took a step back. The gnoll can speak? Allow me to introduce. The left head is Agr, and the right is Alone. Rod gestured toward the gnoll and then indicated Marvin. This is Marvin de Nah, Agron replied, each head articulating a word, having witnessed much in his travels. Marvin quickly regained his composure and bowed slightly. Greetings, I am Marvin. Rod nodded approvingly before addressing the matter at hand. Agron, please assist me in locating the bestiary pertaining to trolls. Nah, Agron replied. Before turning and dashing deeper into the library, we should follow, Rod remarked to Marvin. Agron was the unexpected result of Rod's previous fusion of 2 gnolls. Compared to ordinary gnolls, Agron's attributes were slightly inferior. Yet he possessed the rare magical affinity among his kind. This enabled Agron not only to learn the common language of the continent, but also to grasp written words. Hence, Rod had permitted him to peruse the library freely, effectively appointing him as the librarian, while ensuring that the 2 heads would never quarrel. Presently, Agron likely had a deeper understanding of the library's tomes than Rod himself. Aglon called out, and as Rod followed, He noticed Aglon had just descended from an exceedingly tall ladder, cradling a thick, heavy hardcover book in his arms. The tome was titled Compendium of Troll Species in the Western Continent, authored by Bernard J. I distinctly recalled that the information I sought was located on page 1450. Rod promptly laid the book on the ground and flipped through its pages, navigating the table of contents until he arrived at the desired page. There, vividly illustrated, was a creature of tall and slender stature, adorned with numerous unnatural bulges, and a pair of claws that were long and sharp, reminiscent of nails. Upon seeing the depiction of this creature, Marvin gasped sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yes, this is it. This is the one. The first line of the page bore the name of this creature, Death Nail Demon. A troll-type monster, given its formidable digestive capabilities, remarkable regenerative abilities, and its chaotic adaptability as a creature of chaos. It can thrive in nearly any environment across the continent. Consequently, it stands as one of the most diverse subspecies among all monsters. For instance, the iron-headed whelp is a stone troll that subsists by consuming rocks. Although the current iron-headed whelp appears as a plump stone sphere, it is primarily composed of rocks and minerals that have been melted and gradually accumulated on its surface through glandular secretion. The creature's core is roughly the same height as an average human, albeit slightly more robust. This is merely a result of being stunted in growth due to the weight of heavy stones pressing down since childhood. Other adult trolls typically exceed 3 meters in height. The death nail demon that Marvin observed was one such specimen. This type of troll shares some ecological traits with the stone troll, having evolved the ability to consume rocks in environments where food is scarce. Yet the death nail demon is more selective, preferring to feast solely on metallic ores. These trolls use their exceptionally strong jaws to crush the ores before swallowing them, where they are melted in a high-temperature organ known as the fire sac. After absorbing a portion of the ores, the less absorbable remnants are expelled and affixed to their bodies in a manner resembling armor. The pair of long, pointed claws is, in fact, composed of molten metal, completely losing their grasping ability beneath layers of metal while still functioning akin to picks to break through the surface rock and extract the embedded ores. The book also provided the average attributes of an adult death nail demon. Death nail demon race. Troll level, 25 strength, 180 agility, 125 stamina, 350 endurance, 245 magic, 0 abilities, resilience, chaos adaptation, regeneration, or detection from the statistics presented. Although it is merely one level above the stone troll, its attributes surpass those of the stone troll significantly. The stone troll's innate magical properties elevate its level, yet it has not learned any spells, and with its plethora of unused resistances, its actual combat prowess is likely diminished in a direct confrontation between a stone troll and a death nail demon. The former would likely suffer defeat, especially considering the particular specimen Marvin encountered, which was presumably of a higher level and maturity. However, this does not imply that Rod lacks strategies to contend with it. Otherwise, why would hunters engage in their pursuits? They would merely compare their own levels with that of their prey and resign themselves to inevitable demise if the prey's level were superior. In truth, whether among the demon or human races, those who carve out a path amidst the throngs of monsters to establish towns and gradually expand their realms possess their own methodologies. The wisdom of predecessors, honed through relentless hunts of various monsters, has culminated in a specialized approach to tackling different species. Trolls are certainly included in this compendium. Rod had already devised a preliminary plan in his mind: 3 portions of giant tumor grass, 2 spoonfuls of yanga tree sap, and 1 portion of poison heartgrass, crushed and juiced. According to the compendium's description, this concoction would suppress the remarkable regenerative abilities of troll-type monsters. Another recipe was aimed at producing bait specifically designed to lure death nail demons. Additionally, a means to breach the thick metallic armor encasing the death nail demon was imperative. I can inquire with the witch doctor about these materials. She is well versed in the local herbs. Marvin remarked while surveying the lengthy list of ingredients. Well, I appreciate your assistance. If you find anything lacking in the vicinity, we can venture into town to procure it. The Chocobo housing should be established by now, so we can borrow one, Rod replied. Understood, Marvin affirmed emphatically before hastily departing, his demeanor a blend of fury and exhilaration, intent on settling both new and old scores with this monster. Rod observed Marvin's retreating figure for a moment before also making his way outside the castle. The 3 conditions necessary for hunting the death nail demon were straightforward, except for the third, which posed a significant challenge. Marvin had previously mentioned that their weapons had no effect upon striking the creature's body. With no single-molecule chainsaw sword or a power hammer equipped with a disintegration field at his disposal, the principal dilemma remained how to breach the ironclad exterior of the demon. Rod mused on this matter. He stepped outside and encountered Tina approaching him. "Rod?" she called out, hastening toward him. "Have you heard about Vera?" "Yes," Rod nodded in response. "The assailant was likely a death nail demon, at least level 25.25, Tina echoed. Falling silent for a moment, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Initially, Rod intended to say that he could manage alone, but upon reconsideration, he recognized Tina as a seasoned knight who might possess valuable insights, and thus shared the difficulties he was currently facing. A troll clad in armor is indeed an uncommon sight among humans. I've never encountered one myself, Tina pondered aloud, seemingly struck by a thought. Old Way might have a solution. Rod had to concede that Tina was better acquainted with the inhabitants of Greystone Town than he was. For instance, he had no knowledge of who Old Way was. In any case, he followed Tina into the town and toward the workshop that was still under construction. "Old Way," Tina called out, and a man crouching on the ground, seemingly engaged in processing beams, turned to face them. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with few wrinkles on his face, yet his disheveled hair and beard had turned completely white, clad in a simple tank top. His well-defined muscles strained against the fabric. A ruddy, bulbous nose adorned his face, and he wore a pair of dark goggles. Upon seeing Tina, he lifted his goggles and greeted her with a smile. "Ah, Tina, what brings you here?" "There are some matters I need to consult you about," Tina replied, gesturing toward Rod. "This is Rod, correct?" "I know," Old Way responded, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Rod. He approached and clapped Rod's shoulders heartily. "I haven't had the chance to thank you properly yet. Thank you for providing us with shelter and for constructing this grand building." "It was merely a small gesture," Rod replied with a smile, rubbing his shoulders where Old Way had clapped. Tina then recalled that she had yet to introduce Rod to Old Way. "This is Wei Ku Tuajin, the finest blacksmith in town." "The finest? I'm the only blacksmith here," Old Way chuckled before continuing. "Now what can I assist you with?" "Old Way, you are quite familiar with metals, correct?" "The situation is as follows," Tina nodded, recounting the current predicament to Old Way. "A creature that resembles a being clad in armor certainly poses a challenge," Old Way mused, perched on a stone stool at the entrance of the workshop. Resting his chin in thought, if it were a human in armor, one could simply sever the straps securing the armor to remove it easily. However, if the armor is part of the creature's body, "Is there no potion that can directly melt the metal?" Rod interjected. "Such a miraculous substance does not exist, at least not to my knowledge," Old Way murmured, and then remarked that while it might be possible to melt iron with a constant high flame, such temperatures could only be achieved within a furnace, and elsewhere it was simply unfeasible. Suddenly, Tina had a thought. "Could we not construct a large furnace and lure the creature inside?" "That seems unlikely." Rod shook his head, not to mention whether such a large furnace would generate enough heat. The claws of the dead nail demon can carve holes in solid rock. It would be quite difficult to contain it within a furnace. What if we bound it with iron chains? But those chains would likely melt away first. Old Way also shook his head, dismissing that idea. The trio fell into a brief silence. Rod propped his head on his hand, attempting to extract something useful from the meager knowledge of the sciences he possessed from his past life. But being a humanities student, he had barely scraped a passing mark in physics and chemistry. It was far from his forte. However, he suddenly recalled a television program he had seen in his previous life about knife forging, where blades made from high-strength alloys frequently broke with the slightest force, rendering them incapable even of crushing garlic. "Old Way, under what circumstances do the knives you forge tend to snap easily?" Old Way's eyes suddenly lit up. 5 days later, another night had fallen. Rod, Tina, and a group of strong young townsfolk led by Marvin were fully armed as they ventured out of the town. After several days of investigation, Marvin had largely tracked the movements of the dead nail demon and now needed only to draw it out. They stood on the precipice of the dark earth, flanked by towering rock walls, with a narrow gap between them wide enough for 2 or 3 people to pass side by side. Typically, townsfolk would use this gap to access the forest, and according to the footprints found earlier, the dead nail demon had also come through here. Rod, Marvin, and Tina awaited not to confront the creature directly, which would be reckless and potentially fatal. Many townsfolk lay in ambush elsewhere. Their task was to lure the demon from its lair and guide it into an encirclement, executing their plan flawlessly. For this moment, they had prepared for 5 days, with Marvin nearly sleepless. personally procuring the raw materials from Rolna City and meticulously confirming the various props needed. Old grievances and new vendettas were set to find resolution. The dead nail demon typically roamed at night, and with specially crafted bait, they aimed to make it believe that intruders had entered its territory, thus drawing it closer. Marvin silently recited the entire battle plan, his hand resting on the sword at his waist, which seemed to offer him a modicum of calm. Tina donned her armor. Though the insignia had been erased, she appeared entirely unperturbed, eyes slightly closed in repose. Exuding the air of a seasoned warrior, Stone stood nearby, idly pawing at the grass. Rod leaned against Stone, clutching the chaotic tome at its coming. He suddenly announced. With that declaration, the other two fell silent, mounting their prepared chocobos. Rod climbed onto Stone's back, summoning a fire spirit, his gaze fixed on the gap. The night wind whistled through the opening, rustling the branches and leaves, creating a sound reminiscent of crashing waves. The three awaited in silence. A faint disturbance, mingled with the wind's whispers, approached. The sound quickly neared the fissure, and suddenly a shadow burst forth. It was Dog Meat, clutching a cloth bag in its mouth. Following closely behind was another elongated figure. Matching Dog Meat's speed, Flame, Rod immediately unleashed his most potent spell, a swirling fireball forming before the fire spirit and then hurtling forth. Boom! The crimson fireball collided with the slender figure, erupting upon impact. In that fleeting moment of illumination, Rod discerned the approaching creature, its metallic sheen unmistakably identifying it as the dead nail demon. The demon's form was shrouded in the smoke of the explosion. Its momentum momentarily halted. Run! The trio swiftly changed direction, racing eastward along the rock wall with Dog Meat. A furious roar from the dead nail demon echoed behind them, its cry akin to a lion's but laced with the jarring sound of metal tearing. Rod glanced back, noting that the smoke had not yet dissipated when the dead nail demon charged forth again, all fours propelling it with remarkable speed. How could something clad in iron run so swiftly? Despite his confusion, the fact remained that an adult dead nail demon could outpace all other creatures present, even surpassing the agile Dog Meat, whose agility was rated at 113. However, this was of little concern as it was merely a prop match. An object the size of a fist, dark as night, arced through the air before crashing into the dead nail demon's face. Smack! The object burst open, splattering a thick, black liquid all over the demon. Just as the dead nail demon attempted to anchor itself with its sharp claws, a rotten carrot struck its face. Rod's voice rang out. Homegrown carrots. No pesticides. Do you like them? Roar! While the dead nail demon could not comprehend their words, it sensed the derision in Rod's tone and became infuriated, careening after them without a second thought. Rod recognized that their objective had been achieved. Like many other giants, the dead nail demon possessed a fair degree of intelligence but had a poor memory. If merely provoked in its territory, it would likely forget its pursuit after a while and return to its original location. Thus, they had awaited this moment to incite its fury and lead it into the carefully prepared trap. Soon, markers set by other townsfolk appeared ahead. Prepare to jump. The chocobos and Stone leapt high, clearing the markers. The pursuing dead nail demon, however, failed to react in time. As it lunged forward, its footing gave way, and it tumbled into the prepared trap. Snap, snap. The sound of two crisp claps echoed as bear traps embedded in the pit clamped down on the demon's hind legs. Of course, this force was merely sufficient to leave 2 marks on the metallic exterior. But this was merely the beginning. The trap was shallow, allowing only half of the dead nail demon's form to sink in, while its upper body remained above ground, with its front paws braced against the earth. It prepared to claw its way out, but the townsfolk, who had been lying in wait, surged forward at that moment. In their hands were grappling hooks connected by iron chains, forged tirelessly by Old Way and his apprentices over the past few days. Bind it! At Marvin's command, the hooks were hurled at the dead nail demon, then yanked forcefully, snagging it at the junction of its metallic shell and flesh. Pull hard. The townsfolk simultaneously yanked on the chains. Though the demon's claws had sunk into the earth, it was forcibly yanked backward, pressing against the trap's walls. Roar! It roared as it grappled with the townsfolk, threatening to topple everyone who dared to seize it. At that moment, a stone creature leapt onto the scene, biting down on the iron chains, and effectively pinned the dead nail demon within the trap. But as the demon found itself immobilized, Marvin surged forward, drawing his already poisoned longsword, and thrust it into the gaping maw of the beast. With a harsh crunch, Even the razor-sharp tip of the blade could only manage to slice a small opening within the demon's mouth before it was crushed as easily as a snack. However, the venom coating the sword also seeped into that tiny wound. Roar, roar. In an instant, the dead nail demon thrashed violently, clearly affected. Marvin, overjoyed, retreated and turned to Rod. "It's your turn now." "No problem," Rod replied, releasing the iron-headed baby. Iron-headed baby unleashed the devastating beam of light. The iron-headed baby took a deliberate step forward, opening its mouth wide as a torrent of molten lava erupted forth. It had been previously noted that most trolls possess a unique organ known as the fire pouch, which allows them to melt particularly indigestible substances. The stone trolls and dead nail demons, in particular, utilize this ability to liquefy ores and rocks for sustenance, even transforming them into robust armor that shields their bodies. Under certain circumstances, they can even regurgitate the molten rock. This specific scenario arose from excessive overindulgence. Prior to this hunting expedition, Rod had stuffed the iron-headed baby with an abundance of stones, allowing it to eat until it was full, even to the point of nausea, before recalling it into his compendium, awaiting this very moment. Now unleashed, the iron-headed baby could no longer contain itself, expelling a blend of searing lava and dissolving liquid, drenching the dead nail demon from head to toe. Meanwhile, Rod continuously cast fire spells to elevate the temperature around the demon. Despite its desperate struggles, the dead nail demon remained immobilized, its armor gradually turning a fiery red. At this juncture, Rod suddenly dismissed the fire sprite and summoned forth the water sprite, flowing water. Upon receiving the command, the water sprite began to whirl, causing the nearby river to surge and erupt into a column of water that crashed against the dead nail demon. With a hiss, the vast quantity of water instantaneously vaporized under the extreme heat, causing the iron armor on the demon to cool rapidly from its crimson state. Then, a faint cracking sound echoed as a minuscule fissure appeared in its armor, forged from an incalculable amount of ore. This was the plan devised by Old Way for Rod. Simply put, quenching. Quenching is a critical process in blade forging, where rapid cooling enhances the metal's strength, making the tool more durable. However, this is an exceedingly intricate procedure. Any misstep in temperature, timing, or technique could yield counterproductive results, even leading to the blade's fracture. What Rod aimed to achieve was an exceedingly flawed quenching of the dead nail demon's armor. Its outer shell, constructed haphazardly from assorted ores, was already susceptible to cracking under the intense heat from the iron-headed baby's fiery breath, with its internal temperature uneven and lacking proper forging. The oil previously poured over it, mingling with water, created an impure quenching liquid that exacerbated the material's flaws. Ultimately, the rapid cooling induced by the forceful water impact proved to be the catalyst for the metal's fracturing. Now, while the dead nail demon's metallic exterior remained hard, it had also become exceedingly brittle that a powerful strike would easily shatter it. The one to deliver this final blow was Marvin, who had been patiently waiting nearby, wielding a heavy forging hammer. Witnessing the immobile, furious dead nail demon, memories flooded back, the sight of fallen comrades, the anguished pleas of a loved one urging him to flee, and the terrified townsfolk, alongside his own past escape from the town. Sadness, guilt, and rage surged within him, transforming into strength as he hoisted the hammer high. He then brought it crashing down upon the demon's chest. Clang! The iron armor of the demon's chest, already riddled with tiny cracks, shattered under the impact like fragile glass, sending metallic shards flying and revealing the thick, dark skin beneath. The troll's outer skin was remarkably resilient. An ordinary knife would struggle to penetrate it. Yet, those present were not mere commoners. Tina swiftly followed Marvin's lead, dashing forth with her longsword drawn. With a flash of silver under the moonlight, crimson blood splattered. However, even this did not suffice to completely eviscerate the demon, as a solid piece of chest armor remained intact, safeguarding the organs beneath. Without hesitation, a specially forged chisel was positioned against the demon's chest, aligned precisely with the heart behind the armor. Marvin raised the heavy hammer once more, preparing to strike the chisel with all his might. Clang, once, clang. With each strike, the chisel delved deeper, penetrating the tough exterior of the troll, whose dulled sense of pain still registered the excruciating agony. The air was filled with its wretched screams, yet such cries only fueled Marvin's resolve to wield his hammer with greater fervor. At long last, the cries of the dead nail troll began to fade. The chisel had fully breached its breastplate, piercing its heart. The troll's formidable vitality would allow it to linger for at least another hour in this condition. But it was powerless to resist any longer. Only when the dead nail troll lay motionless in the trap did Marwan finally cease his efforts. The townsfolk, who had been straining against the iron chains, were able to relax their weary bodies at last. Marwan set down his hammer, retreated a couple of steps, and collapsed onto the grass, weeping uncontrollably. As dawn broke, the fierce battle came to an end, leaving everyone utterly exhausted, devoid of even the strength to celebrate, and they returned home to sleep. Rod also returned to his chamber, collapsing onto his bed. After nearly non-stop casting of spells, he was on the verge of fainting. The Chaos Compendium was carelessly tossed aside, flipping open to a certain page. Dead Nail Troll Race. Troll Level. 27 Strength. 192 Agility. 151 Stamina. 363 Endurance. 251 Mana. 0 Talents. Resilience. Chaos Adaptation. Regeneration. Mining Rod slept soundly until the afternoon. Awakening in a daze, he lingered in bed for some time, scratching his disheveled hair before heading out to wash up. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the compendium, confirming with relief that he had indeed captured the dead nail troll within its pages. His concern for the dead nail troll stemmed not only from the threat it posed to the town's safety, but also from its mining talent, which was precisely what he needed at this moment. While he had successfully captured it, a dilemma loomed. The troll's heart had been pierced, leaving it in a state of near death. It only survived due to being stored in the compendium. Once released, it would not be long before it perished. Should it die, it would not merely be a wasted effort, but a significant loss. The previous night, he had pondered how to save the dead nail troll, or rather, how to preserve its mining talent. To his credit, he conceived a plan to merge the dead nail troll with an undead creature. Based on previous experiments, any creature fused with an undead would at least inherit one of the undead's talents, rendering the state of its heart irrelevant. Yet, he feared that if the talent of the merging material overshadowed the crucial mining ability, it could be lost. Currently, there was no way to completely avoid this scenario. He could only strive to minimize its likelihood. First, if there was a significant level disparity between the two merging entities, it would lessen the impact on the base creature. Secondly, if the undead used as a merging material possessed fewer talents, the probability of replacing the original creature's talent would diminish. Thus, Rod needed to find a low-level undead with minimal talents to serve as the fusion material for the dead nail troll. Fortuitously, he found such a creature. Useless Thing. Undead Race. Undead Level. 3 Strength. 17 Agility. 68 Stamina. 22 Endurance. 25 Mana. 0 Talents. Undead. Immunity. This creature had resulted from Rod merging a goblin with a skeleton warrior, inheriting the goblin's low attributes and losing all remnants of its original talents, including the soul-devouring talent of the undead, with the physical prowess of a goblin and the intellect of an undead. Rod could not fathom its utility, hence naming it Useless Thing. Who would have thought that even a waste could find purpose? Forgive me, I misjudged you. You are a useful waste, Rod mused to himself as he grabbed the compendium and exited his room. Seeking an empty chamber, his own room felt cramped, and the dead nail troll could hardly stand upright within. Despite its current state of incapacity, Rod opened the compendium, releasing the ailing dead nail troll, and flipped to the page detailing the Useless Thing. As with all previous fusion processes, a cocoon of light enveloped the dead nail troll. What followed was a protracted wait. Seizing the opportunity, Rod resumed his studies of introductory spells. Since he only needed to learn one spell, Insight, he focused solely on relevant knowledge, and after several days, he had nearly mastered it. Next, he would practice slowly until he could reliably construct the spell runes. At long last, the radiance of the cocoon began to wane, and the newly reborn dead nail troll emerged. Compared to its former self, it was significantly shorter, standing just over 2 meters. The thick metal armor that once adorned its exterior had vanished, and its once pitch-black skin had transformed into a pale shade of blue-violet. Without the peculiar adornments typical of trolls, it bore a striking resemblance to humans or demons, albeit taller, bulkier, and possessing a less appealing visage, though trolls would vehemently dispute the latter point. Now, the dead nail troll bore an uncanny likeness to an ordinary tall man, with slender limbs and a conspicuously large belly. However, protruding from its joints were pristine bone spurs, rendering its posture notably unnatural and somewhat frightening. Useless dead nail troll race. Hybrid creature level. 26 strength. 163 agility. 116 stamina. 389 endurance. 271 mana. 0 talents. Undead. Resilience. Regeneration. Mining. Bone growth. Why did even the name get fused? Rod muttered with a hint of sarcasm. Scanning the attributes of this new creature. After its transformation into an undead, its strength and agility had diminished, resulting in a drop in level. Was this the price of purification? The former talents of the dead nail troll remained largely intact. With the undead's talents inherited as expected, though it had lost the chaos adaptation ability, the question remained, what was this bone growth? Bone growth. Bones can grow rapidly, forming bone spurs. Rod pondered for some time, ultimately concluding that it was an intriguing trait and decided to rename the dead nail troll. Let us call you Junmalu. After returning Junmalu to the compendium, Rod descended to the courtyard to tend to his daily watering and fertilizing tasks. However, he soon discovered that someone else had already taken care of it, even noting that the carnivorous plant had a piece of meat currently being chewed in its mouth. That it seemed that Tina was the culprit. Rod marveled at her seemingly boundless energy, appearing invigorated every day. Perhaps this was the difference between mages and warriors. He felt perpetually fatigued, with even an hour less sleep leaving him feeling utterly drained. With no urgent matters at hand, Rod decided to stroll through the town as usual, hoping to uncover any new developments. Yet, upon entering the town, he heard someone calling out his name. Rod? Rod. The distinctive, rolling intonation indicated it was Violetta. However, when Rod scanned the area, he could not locate him. Here, up top, following the voice, Rod found Violetta suspended from the town gate, his hands bound behind him, his shirt torn away. Rod, save me, just get me down. In response to this predicament, Rod merely placed his hands on his hips, regarding him with a skeptical gaze. What trouble have you stirred up with some maiden? Violetta's brows furrowed indignantly as he proclaimed. Trouble? What trouble? Rod, don't listen to their nonsense. I merely sought out Anna to discuss her fondness for music and poetry. Discuss? What business do you have entering someone else's home? Another voice emerged as Mawin approached, gazing up at Violetta with a complex expression. Fortunately, when your husband entered, he merely observed that you had stepped into the room. Had you climbed into bed, I would have been unable to save you. Good heavens, are you still a scoundrel? Luoda also wore a disdainful expression. Violetta, however, appeared defiant. Mawin, what do you mean by that? Although I, Violetta, have a fondness for the fairer sex. When it comes to discussing music, it is indeed a discussion of music. Enough, enough, do not say more. Luoda interrupted Violetta's defense, suggesting that he should reflect on his actions while hanging there, and he would be released after dinner. Indeed. Furthermore, if you wish to discuss music in the future, it would be best to choose a location visible to all. Awen nodded, and then turned to Luoda. By the way, Luoda, I have something here that I need to show you. What is it? The two continued their conversation as they made their way toward the town, leaving Violetta still hanging at the door. Twisting in distress. Dinner? I haven't even had lunch yet. Hey Luoda, my friend. Luoda followed Mawin to the town hall. Though referred to as a hall, it was essentially just a spacious room, with a dedicated office for Mawin. Interestingly, it seemed that Mawin had never expressed a desire to become the town mayor, nor had anyone suggested electing him. Yet it was indeed Mawin who managed all matters, large and small, within the town. Awen led Luoda to his office, rummaging through a drawer for something. What do you wish to show me? Seeing Mawin's mysterious demeanor, Luoda couldn't help but ask. A treasure. Ah, here it is. Awen placed a box on the table and opened it. Curiously, Luoda leaned in, revealing a strangely shaped, oversized key inside. What is this? This, I obtained from a merchant's home, is said to be the key to the Demon King's treasury. Mawin extracted the key, which was the length of a forearm, and presented it to Luoda with both hands. I wish to offer this as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Ah, this. Luoda suddenly felt unsure whether to accept it. Awen's gaze suggested he had anticipated this uncertainty. However, Luoda soon resolved his hesitation. Having rendered assistance, it was only natural to receive a reward. There was no need to overthink it. Very well, thank you. Luoda smiled and accepted the key, but at the moment of contact, the enormous key abruptly vanished, transforming into a small key-shaped symbol in the palm of Luoda's hand. Luoda, good heavens, no need for explanations. It seems the key has found its rightful owner. Well, that is that. After saying this, Luo De placed a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Ma Wan, fully aware, nodded in agreement. Currently, it was a time of intensified construction in New Greystone Town, and Ma Wan had numerous tasks to attend to, so Luo De refrained from further disturbing him, merely inquiring about the key's use in a manner akin to exchanging a secret signal. However, according to Ma Wan, he was also unsure of the key's exact purpose. Even the claim that it was the key to the Demon King's treasury was derived from the merchant's notes. Could there truly be a treasury in the city that had not been thoroughly plundered? Luo De expressed skepticism regarding this matter. He was well acquainted with the above-ground portion of the castle, and if the key was indeed meant for opening a door, that door must surely lie underground. The underground. Although Luo De's strength had significantly increased, and with the formidable presence of Shi Tu and Junma Liu at his side, the thought of descending into the depths still filled him with trepidation. Regardless, he resolved to investigate. Firmly deciding, Luo De disregarded Veo Lai Te, who remained pleading for help at the door, and set off toward the castle. Thus far, Luo De had only ventured to the third level of the Demon King's underground. Upon descending further, he had heard peculiar sounds and opted not to proceed. The underground originally served primarily as a barracks for the monsters, but Luo De had largely repurposed it as a storage area, at least in the known sections. He had not encountered any doors that could not be opened. Although the keys were hidden in odd places, there would always be a means for someone to acquire them. Therefore, if he sought an unopened door, he would need to descend below the third level. The underground of the Demon King's castle was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few unlit lamps, some oil lamps, others magical lamps that could be lit with a surge of magical energy. However, the magical lamps were scarce, and for the most part, Luo De relied on the fire sprite for illumination. The stone brick passageway was far more spacious than he had anticipated, perhaps designed from the outset to accommodate larger monsters. Even Shi Tu, with his considerable bulk, moved without feeling confined. Luo De decided to release Junma Liu to forge a path ahead. The castle's drainage system was concealed within the walls, connecting to the moat, and as Luo De walked through the passage, he could hear the sound of flowing water seeping through the cracks. Perhaps due to years of neglect, parts of the fourth level were already submerged, making passage impossible. If he could not find anything on the fourth level, it would be troublesome. The underground had been expanded by successive Demon Kings for various reasons, and with only an earlier map in hand, Luo De was uncertain how many levels remained below. This place was not. Again pushing open a door, he beheld a room meticulously filled with upright coffins, prompting him to silently close the door once more. As long as the coffins remained undisturbed, the state of existence within was a blend of both monsters and none. Before reaching a certain level of power, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary confrontations. This was not cowardice. It was simply a matter of prudence. However, it appeared that he was nearing the completion of his exploration of the fourth level without encountering any doors requiring a key, and the entrance to the fifth level was submerged. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. With no time for contemplation, he swiftly turned to retreat while drawing his long blade to defend himself. Clang! The impact felt akin to being struck head-on by a sledgehammer, sending Luo De nearly flying backward, struggling to regain his footing. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, he then beheld his assailant, a towering suit of metal armor, slowly raising its heavy sword that had struck the ground. This armor bore no distinction from the decorative suits commonly found in the town, entirely black and towering nearly 3 meters high, with an empty, dark void behind the lifted visor. Who would place an iron golem in their own home? Who are they trying to defend against? Luo De cursed the madness of a long-gone Demon King, raising his hand to cast a fireball that struck the iron golem. Yet, the golem remained utterly unmoved. At that moment, Junma Liu charged toward the iron golem, colliding heavily with it. Clang! A dull sound reverberated through the passage as the iron golem was sent flying, its armor scattering across the ground. Junma Liu's bony protrusions shattered upon impact, littering the ground. It seemed that not only did it exhibit bone overgrowth, but also some degree of osteoporosis. Luo De recalled the information about iron golems, the attributes and materials of these magical constructs, as well as the magical energy used in their creation, varied widely, ranging from 50 to 300. However, this particular one did not seem to be of high caliber, having been easily dismantled upon impact, with its fist-sized core rolling away. Luo stepped forward and crushed it underfoot, causing the armor pieces that had begun to reassemble to lose their cohesion and collapse to the ground. The essence of the iron golem lay within that core. It was not even classified as a monster, merely a mechanical creation of magical technology. However, given the current state of the castle, it seemed unlikely that a location necessitating the protection of an iron golem would be an empty room. Rod contemplated as he turned back toward the direction from which the iron puppet approached. There lay a fork in the path that he had previously intended to explore later, thus temporarily disregarding it. However, upon Rod's arrival, the magical lamps adorning the walls of the fork began to illuminate one after another. The path extended to its end, revealing a stone door adorned with intricate runes, not particularly tall, but imposing nonetheless. As Rod drew nearer, the patterns on the door began to glow, gradually rearranging themselves into the semblance of a magical circle. Junmarlu, go! Rod signaled to the bone giant beside him, which obediently charged forth and struck the magical circle with a powerful fist. Boom! Rod felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. Yet, the magical circle remained unmoved, only rippling with faint, water-like waves that spread outward. It appeared that even if one could forcibly dismantle this magical array, the walls would be the first casualty. With a resigned sigh, Rod stepped forward and attempted to press his hand, marked with the key insignia, against His palm made contact with the magical circle. The key symbol in his hand emitted a faint glow, causing the magical array that barred the door to gradually dissipate from the point of contact. What a fortuitous coincidence that this is indeed the key. Observing the now deactivated protective array and the door that began to open automatically, Rod scratched his head. Both the door and the magical lamps appeared relatively new, indicating they had been installed here more recently. At that moment, the magical lights within the chamber also flickered to life, allowing Rod to discern the room's condition. The chamber was roughly the size of a basketball court, with a ceiling soaring about 20 meters high, resembling a factory warehouse. Yet, this warehouse was nearly devoid of any furnishings, save for a peculiar stone platform situated in the center. This platform stood about half a meter high, featuring stairs leading up to it, with no visible seams, suggesting it was crafted through magic as a single entity. The surface of the platform was engraved with complex runes. After a period of study, Rod could only vaguely comprehend the logic behind these runes, akin to discerning the components of a computer's motherboard and graphics card, though it was certainly an improvement over complete ignorance that on top of the platform stood two slender, curved golden rods, forming a structure resembling a doorframe. What could this be? Some sort of artifact. Rod reached out toward the doorframe, but the instant he made contact, he felt a significant portion of his magical energy being siphoned away. Simultaneously, the surroundings transformed. Everything within his line of sight lost its color. The basketball court-like hall vanished, replaced by an endless void that defied comprehension. The stone platform beneath him remained unchanged, but looking further, the ground appeared shattered, with only a small area around the platform still intact, resembling floating islands in the air. Rod could even see Junmarlu standing in its previous position, its form exhibiting a spectral quality, as Rod attempted to touch it, his hand passing right through its body. Numerous similar floating islands surrounded him, some connected by similarly floating debris, while others lay far apart. Gazing further into the distance, islands seemed to be shrouded in mist, obscured from view. Within that fog, something colossal appeared to be moving slowly. Where is this place? Rod felt a twinge of panic and retreated to the center of the stone platform, attempting once more to touch the metallic pillar. Yet nothing changed. He then took out the Chaos Codex, trying to summon the stone, but to no avail. However, the fire sprite manifested normally, its crimson flames flickering, adding a splash of color to the otherwise gray and white world. Rod took several deep breaths to steady himself. The gray mist and the fathomless floating islands indicated a plane distinct from reality. Rod recalled having read about this phenomenon in a book. This is the abyss. Damn it. Though he had calmed himself, he couldn't help but utter a curse. The abyss is considered by scholars to be an alternate realm, fundamentally different from reality, yet corresponding to it in myriad ways. The so-called ether represents a breeze blowing from the abyss into reality. The abyss once existed solely within the conjectures and theories of scholars, while a few mages or scholars claim to have reached the abyss through certain means. These methods were never reliably reproducible, leaving the abyss to linger as a mere legend among a select FEW It wasn't until 300 years ago, during the War of Heaven, that the abyss truly emerged into public consciousness. The most powerful demon king and hero in history, in a desperate clash at the heart of the continent, tore apart the fabric of space, opening a direct entrance to the abyss known as the Great Rift. Only then did the abyss reveal itself to the masses. Over the past 3 centuries, many adventurers have attempted to explore the abyss. Due to its peculiar correspondence with reality, some bizarre, yet powerful abyssal artifacts could occasionally be discovered therein, drawing countless daredevils. However, those who returned from the abyss were few and far between. Even those who managed to return, maintaining their sanity, remained tight-lipped about their experiences in the abyss. Some attempted to employ memory-reading spells on them. But the casters often succumbed to madness first, at least during the time the book Rod read was penned. The abyss represented the very source of chaos. He wondered if the current academic community had made any new discoveries regarding the abyss. But there was no doubt that the environment he now found himself in was exceedingly perilous. However, Rod himself no longer felt any fear. How could someone carelessly leave an abyssal portal lying around? Such a lack of decorum, Rod muttered to himself, stepping down from the stone platform, the solid ground beneath him feeling almost indistinguishable from reality at the edge of the floating island on which he stood. Several twisted stone slabs resembling springs led toward another floating island. On that island, Rod thought he spotted something. Hey! Rod leaped from one floating stone to another. Although these stones and slabs appeared to be suspended in mid-air, they felt remarkably stable underfoot, not shifting wildly. The slabs bore some decorations. Some resembled those found in a demon king's castle, while others seemed entirely unrelated. Soon, Rod jumped onto the first floating island. The floor of this island exhibited the quintessential style common to demon kings' castles. Not far from him stood a figure resembling a stone statue at the center of the island, completely motionless. Beside that figure, several indistinct shadows loomed, each varying in height and build, though faintly humanoid in form. Rod approached, and the figure at the center maintained a pose of wide-open mouth and outstretched arms, as if eagerly attempting to convey something, yet its eyes lacked any spark, and the texture of its skin resembled freshly baked clay, marked by fine cracks. Simultaneously, Rod noted that the long robe worn by this figure mirrored his own, and it seemed to depict a scene, with the central figure attempting to persuade others. Suddenly, a voice echoed from an unknown source. "This is all just an accident. I cannot comprehend why it is me. Among the billion demons, why was I chosen? The 7 demon generals would never heed my commands. I never intended to wage war against humanity. I am utterly unfit for this position." Rod scratched his ear, ensuring no peculiar entities had infiltrated his mind to speak. The preceding words were unmistakably clear. This individual was likely the former demon king, the one who had deceived him into laboring in this world. At this moment, his figure appeared relatively normal, comparable to Rod's, suggesting that the identical robes Rod had discovered in the castle were merely hand-me-downs from this character. Perhaps that stone platform that had brought him to the abyss was also crafted by him. Rod turned his gaze in another direction, where another accessible floating island awaited. The scene before him depicted the old demon king seated alone upon his throne, surrounded by an eerie emptiness. At this moment, the old demon king's stature seemed incongruous with the vastness of his throne, resembling a halfling in contrast. His voice resounded once more. "Everyone has departed, leaving me here with naught but a bag of flour. Do they intend to starve me? Fortunately, those seeds remain untouched. I am, after all, a demon king. Must I resort to growing my own sustenance? And to make matters worse, I lack the skill, having succumbed to poisoning last night and just now regained consciousness. The corpse blight mushroom cannot be consumed directly. I must note this down. As his voice faded, Rod made his way to the next floating island, where the landscape bore the semblance of wilderness. The old demon king had collapsed to the ground, obstructed by some monstrous creature preventing his advance. Gabriel and Caesar had stationed sentinels around, leaving him with no means of escape. "If you wish to keep me imprisoned like this, you might as well kill me." This group, each coveting the position of demon king, yet fearing assault from one another, sought to confine him here while they resolved their disputes. "I shall never allow them to succeed. Even if I were to hand the position of demon king to the most incompetent swine, it would be impossible for you to claim it." Rod felt a pang of indignation in the following scene. The old demon king sat on the ground, Surrounded by stacks of books and numerous bookshelves, this place appeared to be the town's library. The conjecture once proposed at the Mage Academy could potentially come to fruition. Perhaps there were reasons the Demon King chose to construct his castle here. Given the right conditions, a stable abyssal rift could be opened. And according to previous scholars' theories, each section of the abyss corresponded to reality. Thus, if one could grasp the coordinates linking the abyss to the material world, possibilities might emerge. Next, he found himself at an unfinished stone platform. Where the old Demon King stood at the edge, his form considerably larger than before, draped in a simple robe. The abyssal worm had already been released, and given enough time, approximately a century, he should be able to master most of the abyssal coordinates. That was not an unacceptable time frame to eye in the subsequent scene. The old Demon King donned the armor he wore before his death, standing before the now completed stone platform. The construction of the abyssal gate had been finalized, and the coordinates of the abyss were gradually being established. Utilizing the abyssal gate, a swift passage could be formed from one point to another. My initial vision has indeed materialized. Those blockheads at the academy who expelled me had no inkling that I was right. What remains is merely the final step, the next floating island. Still before the stone platform, the old Demon King cast aside his helmet, cradling his head in despair. I have failed that I cannot pass the trials of the abyss. It is not a tangible dimension, but rather the essence of the human heart. All who enter the abyss must confront their deepest fears that I can no longer traverse this path. My fear of Caesar and the others has become an invisible prison. I have failed. The old Demon King's voice gradually waned, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. What remained was the final floating island, connected by a straight corridor. Having arrived at this juncture, Rod could not turn back. He traversed the corridor, approaching the floating island. The moment he set foot upon it, the scenery around him transformed rapidly. Ornate and ancient chandeliers hung above. The vast hall was empty. Worn carpets lay underfoot. Dust-coated paintings adorned the walls, and at the hall's zenith loomed the colossal throne. This place was all too familiar to Rod. It was the grand hall of the Demon King's castle. Have I returned? Rod quickly dismissed his thought. Beside the throne stood a figure clad in heavy black armor, gently caressing the armrest of the throne. That I have always been curious about one thing. Rod approached and called out to the figure. With so many spikes on the armrest, do you not find it painful to touch? The figure beside the throne was undoubtedly the old Demon King. At least, the armor was unmistakably his. He resembled the one who now occupied the throne in reality. It seemed that upon Rod's utterance, the old Demon King became aware of his presence, slowly turning his head. Are you my successor? Did you not choose this path for yourself? Rod picked up an overturned chair from the ground, dusted it off, and sat facing the old Demon King. That I thought you were dead, yet you appear quite lively now. It seems I am indeed deceased, the old Demon King replied leisurely, leaning against the throne. You are mistaken about one thing. The being standing here is not the person you once knew, but merely a fragment of his consciousness. A strong thought materialized in the abyss, which is what you see before you. Ah, very well. I have no interest in discovering who you truly are. Rod waved dismissively. In any case, can you send me back? I have matters to attend to. Certainly, it is no trouble at all. Using the abyssal worm's location, you can return to the abyssal gate. Then let us proceed. However, there is one issue. The old Demon King straightened his posture, slowly approaching Rod. Shadows, indistinct and ethereal, began to swirl around them like fish in a school. The abyssal worm will only heed the commands of the Demon King. To issue orders. You must first prove your worthiness as a Demon King. Rod stood up as well. What is required to prove one's worth as a Demon King? A performance? I am not very good at singing, but I can play Go fairly well. The old Demon King gestured, and a long staff materialized in his hand, which he then struck forcefully against the ground. Defeat me. You must conquer the remnant of my essence as the Demon King. Rod paused for a moment. If I may be so bold, what level are you? If you inquire about my level as the Demon King when I failed here, Rod noted a hint of amusement in the old Demon King's voice. At that time, I was level 58. Rod mused. Typically, a person with a combat rating exceeding level 50 is referred to as a master, possessing the ability to turn the tide in a medium-scale war. Incidents where a master-level warrior annihilates an entire city are not uncommon in the wars between humanity and the demon race. The old Demon King's level 58, while perhaps not extraordinary among previous Demon Kings, represents the pinnacle accessible to ordinary beings. Sensing Rod's contemplation, the old demon king remarked, "Do not be overly concerned. I am merely an echo of his consciousness. Moreover, this is the abyss. The levels from the outside world hold little significance here. If you possess sufficient conviction, the disparity in levels can be easily bridged. Show me your level." Rod suddenly felt a chilling gaze sweep over him, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. The old demon king's words hung in the air. Rod glanced at his attributes, where a glaring number 4 stood out starkly. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward. The difference isn't too significant, is it? Rod ventured tentatively. How about this? You go easy on me, and we can consider it a pass? If you can deceive yourself, that might be feasible. The old demon king tilted his head. Though his helmet obscured his face, Rod could discern his confusion. How could you have been chosen? You selected me. Why ask me? Well then, how did you arrive here? I recall placing numerous iron golems at the entrance. Just one. The others were likely broken. The remaining one was dismantled. Rod showcased the chaotic tome hanging at his waist. The chaotic tome? The old demon king expressed surprise. Where did you obtain that? I found it rummaging through the city. Haven't you seen it? Perhaps it is because I do not possess the qualifications. The old demon king's mood clearly dipped further. Your ability to locate the chaotic tome suggests that perhaps you are the one destined to be the chosen demon king. Do not flatter yourself, Rod retorted. Rod rolled his eyes. That is not what I meant, he retorted, while the old demon king cast another surprised glance at him, exclaiming softly. Rod once again felt that chilling gaze, which must be the sensation of being scrutinized by another's insight into one's attributes. Perhaps you indeed. Rod heard the old demon king mumbling something. Just as he was about to inquire further, the old demon king forcefully struck the ground with his staff. Very well, let us cease this idle chatter. Wait. I believe there is no need for such haste, Rod began. But before he could finish his sentence, a massive fireball, ablaze with intensity, suddenly appeared above his head and came crashing down. Boom! The fireball struck the ground and exploded with a resounding blast. Fortunately, Rod reacted swiftly, executing a lazy roll to evade the direct impact of the fireball. However, he was subsequently hurled away by the shockwave generated by the explosion, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. When he lifted his head, he saw a gigantic crater where the fireball had landed, while the old demon king stood unwaveringly in place, appearing utterly unfazed. That had undoubtedly been a mid-tier fire spell. Deliberately restrained in power, merely a warning that things were about to get serious. Consider this another reminder. The old demon king's voice rang out. This is the abyss. Do not attempt to gauge strength with your mundane logic. As he spoke, the old demon king struck the ground with his staff once more. Suddenly, the entire hall began to tremble violently. The sound of cracking and splintering echoed incessantly as the ceiling, walls, and columns began to disintegrate, swirling apart and mingling with the lurking abyssal insects. It was then that Rod realized he had returned to that floating island. Now, let the formalities commence. The old demon king raised his staff and pointed towards Rod's position. What the hell? Rod sensed something amiss and immediately dove and rolled away. Just as the ground beneath him erupted with a column of lava, the searing heat scorched his back. The old demon king's assault did not wane. He remained stationary, continuously waving his staff, unleashing a barrage of spells towards Rod. Fireballs, ice shards, lightning bolts, wind blasts, shadow waves, rapid-fire fireballs, ice rings, shadow binds, chain lightning, and massive tornadoes. These vividly colored spells rained down upon Rod like a torrential downpour. Even though, as the old demon king had pointed out, these spells were significantly weakened due to being merely conjured from thought, Rod could only clumsily evade while attempting to counterattack with his own meager spells. Fire. A small fireball surged through the dense barrage of spells towards the old demon king, only to be intercepted by an invisible barrier just 2 meters away from him. A seasoned mage. It was impossible for him to neglect defense while focusing solely on offense. Rod had never expected that small fireball to inflict any harm on the old demon king. The explosion's fiery light obscured the old demon king's vision. And in that moment, Rod rolled to his feet and charged towards him. According to the old demon king's account, he had originally been an ordinary scholar who had inexplicably inherited the title of Demon King. Subsequently confined within the castle, spending centuries engaged in academic research, Thus, it seemed his actual combat experience was rather limited. Though Rod himself lacked much combat experience, he understood that closing the distance was crucial when facing a mage. There was no need to flaunt his limited spells before the old Demon King. Bringing their confrontation to close quarters would provide him the best chance to gain the upper hand. The floating island was not particularly vast, and seizing the brief moment when the old Demon King paused his spellcasting, Rod dashed within a 5-meter radius of him, drawing his long sword and effortlessly breaking through the magical barrier he had conjured. Delivering a horizontal slash aimed at the old Demon King. However, with an unexpected clang, as the dust from the explosion settled, a magnificent sword imbued with a subtle magical glow appeared before Rod. It became evident that the staff was at the center of that sword. The old Demon King, wielding the great sword with a swift motion, sent Rod sprawling. Forcing me into close combat is a clever tactic, but you still lack a little something. The old Demon King raised his sword, pointing it at Rod. Your attacks lack conviction that if you do not believe you can defeat me, then all your efforts are in vain. He tapped the tip of his sword. Come now, let me teach you how to wield a weapon. Rod silently rose to his feet, gripping his sword tightly, and approached the old Demon King once more. Clang! He was repelled by another strike. After merely 2 exchanges, his hands felt numb, and his palms throbbed with pain as if they might split apart. Yet, he endured the agony and rose again. The old Demon King's armor seemed far more than mere decoration. While his swordsmanship might not rival his magical prowess, it far exceeded Rod's current capabilities. Rod observed the old Demon King's movements, analyzing and learning, unaware of how much time had passed. The fatigue in his body surpassed its limits. He felt nothing, entering a state reminiscent of meditation. Only the continuous sounds of clashing swords and the sparks flying around him registered in his mind. The number of exchanges between Rod and the old Demon King grew increasingly even. Suddenly, a distinct sound jolted Rod back to reality. Following that, a crisp chime resonated, and a piece of the shattered blade fell to the ground. The sword Rod had picked up from the rat man had finally succumbed to the strain. Breaking in two, Rod stared blankly at the hilt, while the old Demon King did not immediately pursue him, merely taking a step back. How does it feel now? Rod remained silent for a moment. I feel I can win. Then let us proceed. The old Demon King beckoned provocatively with a wave of his hand. Rod nodded and took a half step back. Fire spirit, he called out, and the long-lost fireball reappeared. Dancing around him, Rod extended his hand and grasped the fire spirit in his palm. Attach, he silently commanded within. In an instant, scorching flames erupted from his body. Boom! The blazing fire enveloped Rod entirely, climbing up the remaining fragment of his broken sword. Restoring its missing portion, the air around him began to warp from the intense heat, and the ground beneath his feet started to melt. Without uttering a single word, in the next moment, Rod transformed into a blazing inferno, racing through the grayish-white world towards the old Demon King. The old Demon King positioned himself, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, then swung down with force. The silver light of the massive sword cut through the air, colliding with the fiery torrent racing towards him. Clang! The great sword met the flaming blade with a resounding clash, unleashing a wave of flames and shockwaves that shattered the ground, sending countless small stones flying. The two were evenly matched. Well done. The red eyes peering from the old Demon King's helmet glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. I can sense this resolve within you. However, in the midst of his words, the old Demon King lunged forward, his massive sword crashing down with terrifying force, sending Rod hurtling away. This alone is insufficient. Rod's body spun in midair, landing on his hands and feet, the searing flames on his fingers clawing long scratches into the ground before he managed to stabilize himself. How dare you call yourself a mage? Rod shouted as he stood, wielding a massive sword in heavy armor. Can't you possess a shred of a mage's dignity? The old Demon King retorted without losing ground. And you, a summoner relying on spirit possession, have the audacity to criticize me. Hearing this, Rod couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps we are quite alike. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Rod suddenly launched himself forward, transforming into a streak of flame once more. Unsurprisingly, the old Demon King swung his sword to intercept. Subsequently, a flurry of exchanges ensued, the sound of clashing metal ringing out repeatedly. Clang, 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 clang. In this fleeting moment, the two combatants had clashed no less than 100 times. Suddenly, blinding flames and scorching air streams erupted forth, The possession of a spirit, once a talented summoner, had devised this unique technique to compensate for his own lack of combat prowess. By merging the separated soul with the ether, he produced elemental spirits that returned to his body, guiding himself into a state of semi-etherealization. This significantly enhanced all attributes, while allowing for a more fluid manipulation of ether, thus compensating for the summoner's deficiencies in the foundational runic construction of spells, enabling instinctive spellcasting. However, this came with conditions and costs. The process of etherealization as a material being was inherently perilous. Although the summoner could mitigate its effects on his physique through skill, this was limited to etheric attributes with which he had a high degree of adaptability, such as Rod's affinity for fire and darkness. Moreover, prolonged semi-etherealization could induce mutations in the body, leading to unpredictable and irreversible damage. Presently, Rod could maintain a state of undamaged semi-etherealization for 3 minutes. The contest between the two was a comprehensive clash of strength, speed, and technique. The old Demon King's swordplay was as stable as a mountain, with seamless transitions between defense and offense that left no openings, resembling an impregnable fortress. That Rod's foundation paled in comparison to that of the old Demon King. And for a moment, he found himself at a disadvantage, yet he did not falter as time passed. However, Rod's speed began to increase, while the old Demon King gradually slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Rod deftly dodged a swing from the old Demon King, then lunged forward, his empty left hand clawing at the Demon King's breastplate. A searing blaze erupted from his palm, violently engulfing the old Demon King. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as blinding flames surged forth, sending the old Demon King flying, crashing onto a floating stone in midair, causing dust and debris to swirl around him. He then fell back to the ground, nearly kneeling, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword plunged into the earth to prevent his collapse. However, his dark armor bore the marks of distortion, singed by the flames. At this moment, Rod discerned that the old Demon King was indeed not as formidable as when they had first met. Was the old Demon King weakening, or had Rod grown stronger? Perhaps it was a combination of both. In the abyss, strength and weakness were not dictated by conventional wisdom. Recognizing this prime opportunity, Rod was determined not to let it slip away. He stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! Crimson flames erupted from beneath his feet, shattering the earth below, while propelling Rod toward the old Demon King with terrifying speed. A long blade of fire coalesced at his side, his hands gripping the hilt tightly as he swung down with the raging flames. The brilliance of the flames rendered the surroundings seemingly dim. The intensely burning fire emitted a roar akin to a ferocious beast. Roar! This streak of crimson light cleaved through the darkness, leaving a long trail in the air before piercing through the old Demon King's body. Thud! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh mingled with the shattering of steel. As the flames gradually dissipated, Rod reappeared behind the old Demon King. He exhaled deeply, standing upright. The long blade, which had been reduced to little more than a hilt, now melted into a pool of molten iron. Flowing from his palm, his garments had been completely incinerated by the flames, with his skin appearing as if it were flowing like lava. Nonetheless, at least he had not been fully exposed. However, once the molten remnants cooled, that would be uncertain. The old Demon King remained in a half-kneeling position, a horrifying wound gaping at his chest, having penetrated through. His left arm, which had gripped the sword, was severed at the elbow, now lying on the ground. Yet, the old Demon King appeared unfazed by the pain, slowly rising to his feet. "Shall we continue?" Rod panted, inquiring. "You have already won," the old Demon King replied, shaking his head as he discarded his sword and removed his helmet. Beneath the helmet was a nondescript face of a middle-aged man, with features that were merely well-defined. "Now, these abyssal creatures are yours to command." He raised his hand, and the phantoms that had surrounded them surged toward Rod, diving into his left hand, merging into the key-shaped mark in his palm. Simultaneously, an image appeared before Rod, the disheartened old Demon King standing before the gate of the abyss, casting the key within. This key traversed the abyss, landing in an unknown field, picked up by an old farmer, later sold by his son, and eventually acquired by a discerning collector, before finally reaching Rod's hands. This key had once represented the old Demon King's hope for freedom. But he soon discovered that the freedom he sought out of fear of the demon generals had instead become his prison within the abyss, where he encountered those very generals blocking his path. This was the manifestation of his inner fears, transformed into substance within the abyss. Rod gazed at the key imprint in his palm. So, what stands before me should be a large spider or something akin to a cockroach. That is not what you fear most, or rather, the obstacles in the abyss are not necessarily instilled by fear. For you, what hinders your progress is confusion, the old demon king observed, smiling. Rod shrugged. I have never felt any confusion. TSK, if only your swordplay had half the tenacity of your words, you wouldn't have only one now, the old demon king lamented, shaking his head as he did. His form began to disintegrate into ash from the wound. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he added, there is one more thing. Since you have triumphed, you must be rewarded. What would you like? Anything. Rod's interest was piqued. Then I want a white-haired, dual-tailed cat girl maid who goes meow. Meow, meow. That is not impossible. However, it would be I who transforms. Do you want that? Then never mind. Upon seeing the old demon king's earnest middle-aged face, Rod felt deflated. He glanced at his own skin, which was gradually cooling. Then how about giving me some clothes? It would be inappropriate to leave like this. Not a problem. The old demon king replied as his form began to accelerate its dissolution. Yet Rod suddenly remembered he had one last question. By the way, I haven't asked your name. The old demon king merely smiled. Just an unremarkable, dull scholar, not worth mentioning. With that, his body completely turned to dust, falling to the ground as a gust of wind swept through, whisking the dust away, leaving behind a piece of grayish-white cloth. Is this even considered clothing? Rod mused, picking up the fabric. The moment his fingers brushed against its surface, the cloth flowed up his body like water, swiftly enveloping him before transforming into a perfectly fitting grayish-white robe. Simultaneously, he inexplicably understood the garment's function. Though it appeared to be an ordinary piece of cloth, it was, in fact, an abyssal artifact. Upon contact, it had fused with his body that it could absorb other garments or armor, allowing him to don them at will, boasting self-repair capabilities while ensuring a perfect fit. This could be understood as Rod carrying an equipment arsenal without the worry of future clothing being burned away. One had to admit, the old demon king was quite considerate. However, regarding the issue of his name, Rod contemplated erecting a monument for him upon his departure, unsure of what to inscribe, shaking his head. He resolved to set that thought aside for now. It was best to leave promptly, as the abyss was not a place to linger. Take me to the city. Rod picked up the chaotic tome that had fallen to the ground and summoned the abyss worm with a wave of his hand. Creatures that defied classification began to emerge in succession, constructing an oval portal in the air not far away, shrouded in darkness. At the same time, a path leading to that portal unfurled beneath Rod's feet. Below lay an endless void. After a considerable moment of mental preparation, Rod stepped off the floating island and onto the bridge formed by the abyss worms. The sensation beneath his feet was akin to walking on sand, somewhat soft, yet reasonably stable. With newfound boldness, he advanced towards the portal ahead. As he passed through, a sudden thought struck him. Did these beings know which city I was headed to? As the surrounding scenery shifted, he beheld a dim, damp dungeon. Rod realized that to navigate effectively, one must speak the full name. Where am I? He glanced around, noting that the place resembled an underground prison, with iron-barred doors before him and straw strewn across the wet floor. A skeleton in prison garb lay slumped against the wall, having likely been deceased for quite some time. Rod examined the palm of his hand. The key's emblem had faded significantly, indicating it required further charging before it could be used again. The abyss gate could transport him from the stone platform beneath the Demon King's castle to any location marked by the abyss worms, but elsewhere, he could only return to the stone platform. When he could use it next, he should be able to return to the castle. The question remained, where am I? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed nearby. Stop shouting. You won't be getting out no matter how much you yell. Rod then noticed that there was indeed another person imprisoned in the cell across from him, half hidden in shadows, a detail he had overlooked earlier. Leaning closer to the iron bars, Rod peered outwards. Ahead lay another row of cells, and while he couldn't discern whether they housed anyone, their decor hinted at a style he found unfamiliar. Where am I? Rod asked for the third time, but this time he finally had a target for his inquiry. You don't even know where you are after walking in. Had too much to drink? Came the impatient retort from the person across the way. It's a bit more serious than just having had a drink. Rod replied that I merely took a trip to the abyss and got lost on my way out. The other man scoffed at Rod's words. Well, you're in worse shape than I am. You don't even know how you got here. Rod exhaled through his nose, responding sarcastically. Ah yes, I'm quite in the dark. Could you kindly enlighten me? Bah. The man across replied with a tone of irritation. This is Black Mountain Fortress, but it's been taken over by a band of mountain bandits. Black Mountain Fortress. Rod racked his brain, but found no recollection of such a place. Is this a human settlement or a domain of the demon race? Of course it's human. What kind of question is that? Have you drunk yourself into a stupor? Oh, Rod nodded that I must have wandered quite far. The continent of Terra roughly resembles an irregular inverted triangle, predominantly occupied by the Order Alliance. While the demon race mainly resides in the mountainous northwest, it was not until 300 years ago during the Celestial War that the Demon King's army, under the leadership of the former Demon King, crossed the immortal fortress erected by the Alliance to resist them, advancing straight to the continent's midsection where they clashed with the Alliance forces. Following that battle, the demon territories expanded beyond the Alliance's borders. However, after the Demon King's death, civil war erupted within the Demon King's army, resulting in the Alliance reclaiming much territory, leading to a current stalemate. The Demon King's castle lies at the western edge of the continent, separated by the Shadow Cloud Mountains, with endless mountains behind it and the vast expanse of the Demon King's army's territory in front. To have arrived at this place called Black Mountain Fortress, Rod must have traversed half the continent at the very least. This abyss gate technology is truly remarkable, Rod mused, contemplating when he might return home. When suddenly, footsteps approached from a distance that a person clad in tattered fur garments, bearing a long spear, sauntered over nonchalantly. Stop your racket. How can one person be so animated? The man banged the spear against the iron door of the cell across from him. Let me tell you, it's only because you're still useful that we've spared your life. Once we collect our payment, we'll drag you off to feed the dogs. Rod remained silent, observing quietly. This must be the bandit the other prisoner had mentioned, who seemed oblivious to the presence of an additional person. What money? Are you going to collect money? The man in the cell exclaimed in surprise. The bandit chuckled maliciously. Ha! Don't think I don't know you're the Prince of Uladar, right? Outside, they're saying you're dead. I bet your newly crowned sister would be more than willing to pay to have you rescued. What? Crowned Queen Gwen. Impossible. The man referred to as a prince, momentarily stunned, suddenly grasped the implications. Fool! He shouted, startling the bandit. You brainless thieves will get us all killed. The bandit, realizing he had been startled by this prisoner, grew furious. Well, it seems you don't comprehend your current predicament. Once we get our money, your sister can take your corpse back. He raised his spear, preparing to strike at the prince within the cell. Just then, a voice called from behind him. Hey, I have a question for you. The bandit, completely unaware of the presence behind him, fumbled, causing the spear to clatter to the ground. He quickly turned around to find another figure had appeared in the adjacent cell, alongside a massive, menacing creature. Who are you? How did you get there? The bandit stammered. Rod, however, did not spare him a glance, instead grinning at the prince across from him. Hee, so you're a prince, huh? If I rescue you, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a little compensation, would it? Stone, break down the door. At Rod's command, Stone charged forward, slamming into the iron bars of the prison, with a series of clangs. The iron bars, secured to the ceiling and floor, bent and collapsed, crushing the bandit beneath them as he let out a scream. Rod nonchalantly stepped across the fallen bars, as if traversing a narrow bridge. Approaching the prince, Your Highness, what do you think of my proposal? I rescue you, and in return, you grant me a reward, an entirely reasonable arrangement. The prince appeared momentarily stunned by Stone's imposing presence, only regaining his wits when Rod spoke. Who are you? Just a passerby with good intentions. Rod glanced towards the entrance, noticing others drawn by the commotion. Enough chatter. Agree to my terms, and I'll get you out. If not, I'll leave. The prince hesitated. But I can't offer any money right now. Aren't you a prince? What about your family? They will have to pay a ransom, so why not give it to me instead? The prince merely shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, they likely will not pay the ransom. Seems your family ties are rather tenuous, Rod remarked, stepping back. If that's the case, take care of yourself today. As he turned to leave, the prince called out urgently. I know of a place where my ancestors left treasure for emergencies. If you help me out, I'll take you to it. Rod paused mid-step, turning back with a bemused expression. Oh, so you're trading your life for a family heirloom. The prince stepped forward, emerging from the shadows to reveal a weathered face, hair disheveled and beard unkempt. Uladar is at a critical juncture. I cannot afford to die here. Very well. Then, here's to a fruitful partnership, as Rod spoke. He raised his hand towards the entrance, and a fireball soared forth, transforming a newly arrived bandit into a flaming figure. You should retreat a bit, he advised. Hearing this, the prince hastily stepped back, only to witness a tall, emaciated creature adorned with bone spikes materialize from thin air, extending its claws to seize the weathered iron bars. Yanking them with force, the sound of metal being torn asunder sent chills down their spines, and a gaping hole sufficient for his passage was created in the cage. Hurry out, or I won't be able to protect you when more arrive. The despondent prince showed no hesitation, striding out of the cell and picking up a fallen bandit's spear to follow suit. Rod's decision to rescue this individual was not solely out of a sense of justice. Rather, it stemmed from a pragmatic need. The development of the Demon King's castle and Greystone Town necessitated funds. Secluding oneself in the depths of the mountains would only lead to stagnation, ultimately crushed by the advanced productive forces of the outside world. Rod needed to establish contact with the outside world under the banner of Greystone Town, whether for acquiring materials or introducing technology, both of which were of paramount importance. For instance, Rod was currently intent on constructing a road that would lead to the original site of Greystone Town. Relying solely on the townsfolk to painstakingly quarry stone would take an eternity. Hence, he required money. While it was possible that this prince intended to issue him a worthless promise, Rod never intended to remain here until the Abyss Gate was fully charged. He would eventually need to venture out, and bringing along an extra companion posed little issue. Though this was a fortress, it appeared to have been abandoned for many years, with the walls having more than a few unhealed gaps. These bandits were merely usurpers, and their numbers were scant. Rod found himself pondering how this prince had fallen into the clutches of such individuals. The bandits lacked organization and exhibited mediocre combat abilities, likely around level 5. Thus, Rod felt no need to engage personally. With Stone and Juanmalu's formidable defenses, they rampaged through the throngs, leaving no one able to approach. By the way, what is your name? Rod inquired, still possessing the leisure to question the prince. Lucius, he replied, Lucius Calvin. Upon uttering the surname Calvin, Rod could distinctly sense a swell of pride within him. Unfortunately, Rod was entirely unfamiliar with it. I am Rod. He reciprocated, sharing his own name. The bandits in the fortress had already disintegrated under the onslaught, leaving even Rod and his companions' whereabouts unclear. Many fled in terror upon catching sight of Stone. Such combat prowess was only sufficient to bully the common folk. The duo encountered little in the way of significant opposition as they approached the fortress gates, where bandits were frantically attempting to close the gates, an assemblage of wooden planks hastily bound together. Not even a proper fortress door. Just then, with a resounding crash, the rudimentary gates burst inward, sending those attempting to shut them flying. Sensing danger, Rod quickly withdrew Stone and Juanmalu, taking cover behind a low wall alongside Lucius. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, a towering figure clad in resplendent red and gold armor advanced, sword in hand. Simultaneously, an entire squad of fully armed knights filtered in from either side, systematically slaying the bandits who had failed to escape. Upon recognizing the man, Lucius gasped in a hushed tone, General Bell? Here to rescue you? No. Lucius shook his head. He's probably here to kill me. Upon seeing this formidable man named Bell, Rod immediately resolved to make his exit. Only a fool would confront such an adversary head-on. Regardless of the odds, it was a futile endeavor. The kingdom's knights seemed utterly oblivious to Lucius's escape, methodically searching the area, providing the duo with the opportunity to slip away to the previously discovered breach in the fortress. This gap was merely surrounded by a wooden fence, an effort to deter wild beasts, but even a creature of slightly higher intelligence could breach it with ease. With a swift kick, Rod shattered the wooden barrier, and the two escaped before the knights could completely encircle the fortress. Before departing, Rod lit a fire, igniting the bandits' hastily constructed wooden shelters, further sowing chaos within the stronghold. Casting a final glance at the smoke-filled fortress, they made their way down the mountain. Meanwhile, within the fortress, report to the general. We have located the prison. A soldier led Bell down the stairs, arriving at the disheveled prison door. Within, the occupants had long since vanished. Are you certain the prince was here? He inquired of a nearby soldier. Yes, that's what the bandit we captured claimed. Where is that bandit? Bring him here. As his words fell, two soldiers shoved a bandit forward, pressing him to his knees. Upon seeing Bell, The bandit was immediately struck with terror, stammering, "The master, general, I swear everything I said is true. The prince was indeed staying here." He continued, "We truly had no idea he was the prince. Otherwise, even if we had 100 lives, we wouldn't have dared to treat him this way. It was that black dog fellow who took it upon himself to ask you for money. We knew nothing about it." I swear, his contradictory statements were so implausible that even he might not believe them. Bell merely cast a disinterested glance at him and replied flatly, "He is of no use now." He then strode towards the entrance. The bandit's desperate cries for mercy echoed behind him, but soon fell abruptly silent. For a prince, being hunted by his own men is quite a disgrace on a shaded mountain path. Rod and Lucius were making their way forward. Along the journey, Lucius shared his perspective on how he had found himself in such dire straits. Approximately a month prior, the Duchy of Uraldar received a distress signal from the neighboring Iron Kingdom, claiming that the center of the alliance, the hero, had resurfaced, potentially infiltrating Uraldar's territory in pursuit of the sinner's demise, and to enhance his son's credentials. The Duke of Uraldar, Calvin, ordered Lucius to lead a search throughout the realm for the hero's hiding place. Before the expedition, he personally visited the Pegasus Fortress, where Lucius was stationed, to bid him farewell. However, that very night, calamity struck. Assassins, in collusion with traitors within the fortress, murdered Duke Calvin, and Lucius narrowly escaped, shielded by the cover of his remaining guards. Yet, before he could reach a sanctuary, he was captured by a band of mountain brigands. These fools, recognizing the insignia he bore, deduced he was the Prince of Uraldar and, blinded by greed, sought to hold him as a hostage for ransom from Uraldar. The subsequent events were already known to our OD. It appeared that with the king and prince deceased, Lucius's sister had swiftly ascended to the throne, resembling a typical royal power struggle. However, amid their discourse, Rod discerned two unexpected revelations. First, the hero had indeed re-emerged. Second, within the Order Alliance, the hero was seemingly regarded as a sinner, and upon his appearance, nations would unite to hunt him down. Nevertheless, this seemed to be a clandestine accord among the elite, as the common populace still viewed the hero as a savior of the order, eagerly spreading the news upon sighting him. Yet, the nations would soon stifle such information, secretly summoning the hero under the pretense of training, only to arrange for an assassination en route. Rod had come to understand why no hero had appeared in the past 3 centuries. The logic of the alliance was that the hero and the demon king were akin to light and shadow. With light, there is shadow. Hence, if the hero were slain, the demon king would not manifest. Coincidentally, the demon king's forces had also suppressed the knowledge of his continued existence, rendering him merely a legend from centuries past in the eyes of the common demon folk. Both the human and demon factions had synchronously made similar choices, yet for Rod, the hero's existence was exhilarating news. If all went as anticipated, the attributes marked with a plus in his status should be the enhancements acquired from the hero. From this standpoint, Rod had a renewed objective: to locate the hero and cultivate a favorable rapport. The name hero unmistakably suggested a chosen one, and Rod's years of reading novels had taught him never to oppose a chosen one. As the hero grew stronger, even with minimal training on his part, he too would inevitably become more formidable. What a delightful prospect! With this thought, Rod chuckled to himself, eliciting a peculiar glance from Lucius. Meanwhile, within the Demon King's castle, Tina suddenly felt a chill, as though she were being watched. She instinctively drew her shoulders closer together. Rod had mentioned that there might still be untamed monsters lurking in the city, warranting caution. Where had Rod disappeared to? At that moment, she stood before the entrance to the library. According to Lucius, the royal treasure he sought was concealed beneath the Pegasus Fortress, the very fortress that had been attacked, leading to its utter destruction. To be fair, Rod harbored significant doubts about Lucius's intentions in coming to this fortress. However, since he was already here, he had little choice, compared to the previous Black Mountain Castle. The Pegasus Fortress resembled a bastion in its truest sense, standing proudly atop a perilous peak, overlooking the surrounding plains with its imposing structure. The fortress's gates were firmly closed, and fully armed soldiers patrolled the walls. Such intact gates typically housed defensive ruins. Unless one were an ultimate master, a direct assault was ill-advised. Yet, as a former officer stationed here, Lucius naturally knew alternative means of entry. Near the Pegasus Fortress lay an abandoned mine, established to safeguard this vital resource. Once the veins were thoroughly excavated, the mine was sealed and left to decay. However, by accessing certain blocked entrances, one could directly reach the fortress's subterranean level, within the wooded area. Several hundred meters from the fortress, Lucius discovered an entrance shrouded in wooden planks. With a powerful kick, he revealed the cavern below. Rod ignited a branch and tossed it inside, confirming the presence of sufficient oxygen in the absence of flammable gases before following suit. Lucius led the way, explaining to Rod, "I escaped through one of the mine tunnels. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of guards or traps within, so we may be taking a gamble. You could have mentioned this sooner." Rod retorted with an eye roll, "But there's no alternative. We have to proceed this way." With a resigned sigh, Rod acknowledged the reality that the client is always right, for the sake of coin. One must obediently follow the designated path. The mine was rather deep, and Rod was disinclined to create a torch, instead summoning a fire sprite for illumination. Having witnessed Rod conjure various peculiar creatures before, Lucius had grown accustomed to the sight of a small fireball appearing. Yet, he remained perplexed by this sudden manifestation of a man. After being captured at Black Mountain Castle and confined to a cell, he had spent most of his time in a stupor. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had never seen those brigands capture anyone else. The brigands were notoriously loud, making it difficult to miss any commotion. He seems to be a mage. Could it be teleportation magic? Lucius pondered. Though he had limited knowledge of magic, he understood that teleportation was not something just any mage could wield and came with numerous restrictions, such as needing to establish anchor points at the destination, lest one become lost in the ether. Who would take the time to set anchor points in an abandoned fortress's underground prison? Moreover, Rod did not appear to be the type of learned elder mage one might expect to pursue treasure. More importantly, Rod's initial question had been quite peculiar. Was this territory of the humans or the demons? Such a query did not seem typical. Could he be a spy for the demon faction? Lucius mused inwardly, maintaining his vigilance toward RODAT this moment. Rod too had not lowered his guard around Lucius. Who could say whether this fellow might betray him? While appearing casually unconcerned, Rod kept his hand poised over the Tome of Chaos, ready to unleash a creature should the need arise. The mine was not entirely secure. Aside from the typical undead lurking in such lightless depths, there were also flying shrieking moths, robust beasts that dwelled underground, gray cave sprites resembling monkeys, and various other monsters like floating grasses and bat-like creatures with human faces. However, none of these creatures posed a particular threat. Even without unleashing his stone minions, Rod and Lucius could handle them with ease. During this time, Rod glanced at his abyssal gate, now fully charged, ready to return to the city at any moment. With an escape route available, he felt considerably more at ease. After traversing this area, they would ascend through a ladder to reach the fortress's basement. Lucius, evidently familiar with the terrain, swiftly identified the correct path within the mine, leading them to a passage that appeared significantly more refined than the others. An ancestor of the Calvin family had believed that if the Pegasus fortress were ever attacked, they might utilize the underground tunnels, thus constructing this secret passage for potential counterattacks. As Lucius spoke, he climbed the stairs, revealing a wall that appeared to be a dead end. "This is where I escaped when the Pegasus fortress was attacked." It seems untouched by others. Rod gazed at Lucius, who was leaning against the wall, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, Lucius grasped something and pulled forcefully, causing the wall before him to slowly part. Without hesitation, Lucius stepped inside. Rod leaned in to peer through the opening, and it appeared that this was indeed the storeroom Lucius had mentioned. "I've noticed that most mechanisms in other households are automated. You merely press a button. Why is yours manual? Such automatic doors in places like this often remain unmaintained, leading to a high failure rate. What if it fails to open at a critical moment?" Lucius casually replied while striding towards a chest deep within the storeroom, "That I believe it should be right here." However, Rod did not follow him inside. Instead, he lingered at the threshold, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Suddenly, the entire storeroom illuminated. "Your Highness, is this what you seek?" At the entrance of the storeroom stood a man with delicate features, holding a splendid necklace adorned with a massive sky-blue gemstone at its center. "I had a feeling you might return for this Dawn Heart, but I did not expect your recklessness and trespassing without investigation. Is this not rather imprudent?" Upon witnessing this scene, Rod discreetly stepped back, ready to flee. Experience had taught him that, generally speaking, one should not provoke someone with slanted eyes. Meanwhile, Lucius, who had been rummaging through the chest, slowly rose, his face contorted with fury as he turned to confront the man with the sly, almost mocking smile. "Hurst, have you also betrayed me?" "Betrayed? Oh no, Your Highness. It seems you have misunderstood." The man known as Hurst tightened his grip on the necklace and raised his hand. "The real traitor here is you. Lucius, you acted out of anger upon hearing that His Majesty intended to pass the throne to the princess, inciting a rebellion that was subsequently quashed. You." Lucius's face flushed with rage as he advanced aggressively toward Hurst. Just as he passed by the concealed door where Rod stood, his gaze flickered uncomfortably in that direction. "Rod." Without uttering a word, Lucius abruptly pivoted and dashed toward the hidden door. "Run. Are you practicing your quick changes?" Rod barely had time to prepare before Lucius seized him, propelling them deeper into the secret passage. At that moment, Hurst realized he had been deceived and bellowed, "You cannot escape." With that, he unsheathed a slender sword and became a flash of silver hurtling toward them. Fire! Boom! The ever-reliable fireball struck the ceiling of the passage, and the falling debris momentarily obstructed Hurst's advance. In that fleeting instant, Rod deduced that Hurst's agility must be at least 200 points to move with such swiftness. If he were not a speed-oriented class, he would undoubtedly be at least level 30. "What on earth is it about this place that I keep encountering formidable foes?" Rod grumbled internally, his feet moving swiftly as he raced alongside Lucius. Just then, he felt a chilling gaze sweep across his back. Rod had experienced this sensation before. It was akin to being assessed for attributes. Hurst, who had been preparing to pursue them, momentarily froze. The Demon King? It was during this brief lapse that Rod and Lucius reached the ladder they had ascended, and without hesitation, they leaped down. Even before descending, Rod turned back, mockingly gesturing a farewell, by the time Hurst caught up. The two had vanished without a trace. The cooked duck has flown away. Staring at the empty mine shaft, Hurst's once self-satisfied expression contorted in rage as he pounded the wall with his fists. The rocky surface bore the marks of his fury, cracking under the force of his blows. His impotent rage yielded no results. As they fell, Rod had already opened the abyss gate, summoning abyss worms to create an entrance below the stairs. And they both tumbled through. The sudden shift in space caused Lucius to lose his balance and tumble down. When he hastily got back up to flee, he discovered that they were no longer in the original mine, but rather in a gray-white void filled with floating islands and mist. Lucius looked around in confusion, then glanced back at Rod, who had just climbed up and playfully pinched his arm. "Ouch!" Rod jumped back, rubbing his arm vigorously. "Is this how you treat your savior?" "No, I thought we were dead." "If it still hurts, then we must be alive." "Of course, we're alive," Rod retorted, delivering a swift kick to Lucius's knee in response, followed by a firm pat on his back, "Though we need to move quickly. This is not a place to linger." Lucius appeared puzzled. "Oh, you know where we are." He seemed to recall having heard of a similar place before, but with so many recent events, he could not quite place it. "I certainly do, but it's of little significance." Rod, eager to leave the abyss, felt reassured by the presence of abyss worms, though the alien nature of this dimension made him instinctively uneasy, following the path formed by the abyss worms. Rod soon spotted the exit ahead. Noticing that they had to tread upon these ethereal shadows to progress, Lucius initially hesitated, but seeing Rod traverse without issue, he felt somewhat reassured and followed him into the peculiar door. Once more, the scene spun like a whirlwind, and the two found themselves back at the stone platform. Finally back in the castle, Rod's previously tense demeanor relaxed. He sat on the steps of the platform, exclaiming, "I must have been extraordinarily unlucky. Not only did I make a fruitless trip, but I nearly lost my life as well." Just then, a pouch landed beside him, clinking with the sound of metal colliding. From its opening, an array of colorful jewels and gemstones spilled forth. "This is..." Rod tilted his head to glance at Lucius. "Isn't this the reward for saving me? I thought you were after that something heart?" "The Dawn Heart. That indeed is the most valuable treasure among all," Lucius stated without reservation. "But it is the emblem of the Calvin family, our ancestors' legacy. How could it possibly be given away?" Hurst was merely overreaching. "You make a fair point." On their way back to the surface, Rod casually inquired about Lucius's situation. "Who was that man earlier? He looked like he was orchestrating things from the shadows. Was he one of your former subordinates? With such strength, he surely cannot be a mere foot soldier. Moreover, his familiarity with you suggests he is likely someone close to you." "Your Highness." Nodding at Rod's question, Lucius replied, yet shook his head. "Not entirely accurate. He is one of the two generals of Uladar, Hurst Virgil, the swift white wind." Rod initially nodded along. but his expression shifted to one of incredulity upon hearing the latter half of the name. Who came up with such a cringe-worthy title? Doesn't he feel embarrassed hearing it? Lucius, too, found it perplexing. Is there a problem? No, not really. Rod decided to drop the subject and shifted the conversation. Perhaps he is allied with another of your generals. What was his name? Bellerbatos. He is often referred to as the Bloodied. No need for titles. Rod quickly interjected, in any case. It seems that both of your generals have betrayed you, and they are now following your sister's orders. Rod recalled hearing from a bandit in the prison that it appeared Lucius's sister had assumed the throne or title that to this. Lucius shook his head, but it cannot be Gwen. She has likely been deceived. Rod expressed his skepticism. Are you truly so confident in your sister? Indeed, Lucius replied without hesitation. She is far too foolish to possess the capability to undertake such endeavors. Noticing Rod's lingering disbelief, he shook his head and added, in any case, if you ever have the opportunity to meet her, you will understand the meaning behind my words. The transportation from the Abyssal Gate required no preparation. It was merely the return that necessitated charging. Hence, Rod had inquired whether they should return directly. However, Lucius now found himself somewhat perplexed, as the entire duchy regarded him as a traitor, leaving him with nowhere to go. Thus he could only seek temporary refuge with Rod. The Demon King's castle was about to welcome a new tenant. Rod contemplated whether he should simply establish an inn. He could promote that the Demon King resided there, and anyone seeking to vanquish the Demon King would have to lodge at his inn. What an immense profit that would yield. The only concern was the safety of his person, which posed a risk in the venture. As Rod pondered these thoughts, Lucius was also observing the scenery along the way. The disparity between the architecture of the Alliance and that of Chaos was striking, even when constructed from the same materials. Their decorations and forms were utterly distinct. Lucius, who frequently represented Uraldar in the Alliance's various nations, it was evident that this was a castle of the demon race. However, to be frank, he had yet to engage with demons. His understanding of them limited to the legends recounted by others. It was said that demons possessed pitch-black skin, horns upon their heads, and blood-red eyes, all of which starkly contrasted with the individual before him. After much contemplation, Lucius decided to voice his query. Rod, are you of the demon race? Sort of. Rod replied candidly that in terms of racial attributes, he was indeed a demon king, which seemed to imply that demon kings and demons were distinct species. One could only wonder if the same applied to heroes and humans. Then why did you save me? Lucius inquired this. Rod turned back to him with a peculiar expression. Of course, it's for the money. What else could it be? Ah, I see. Lucius acknowledged. In any case, that's how it is. Rod continued. I bear no animosity towards the human race or your alliance. There are other humans who reside here, so you needn't worry too much. As long as you remain silent, no one will concern themselves with your race. Just let me know when you wish to leave, and I shall escort you to your destination, considering it a part of my after-sales service. Furthermore, there will be some magical creatures in the city, but they generally do not attack humans. Just avoid provoking them. They conversed. The two had already ascended to a balcony on the upper level of the castle via the lift, where they could behold the entirety of the castle's surroundings. It was now nighttime, with a luminous moon illuminating one side of lush fields and the other of a brightly lit town. This serene scene was in stark contrast to his preconceived notions of a desolate, cloud-shrouded domain overrun by magical beasts. For a moment, he even questioned whether he was in an unknown human village. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, you mentioned there are other humans here. Yes, they arrived before you. They are my partners. I will introduce you to them when the opportunity arises. Now, let me take you to find a room, Rod said, while internally mulling over how to extract information about the hero from Lucius. The hero was likely being pursued by the Alliance's nations, and if he delayed too long and was killed, it could be ages before another hero emerged. Time was of the essence. It must be said that youth had its advantages. Lucius had a place to stay and promptly fell asleep. Rod's attempts to rouse him for a meal went unheeded, likely due to the exhaustion stemming from his capture over the past days. Truth be told, Rod himself was quite fatigued after a day of running about. After finishing his meal and reading for a while, he, too, succumbed to slumber. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, he rose early, descended to wash up, and prepared for his daily exercises as usual. Now his training regimen included a new subject, swordsmanship, taught by the old demon king himself. After dinner the previous night, while taking a stroll, he had fortuitously visited the grand hall once more. where the old demon king remained seated, propping his head upon his hand, exuding the quintessential demeanor of a classic villain. Rod intended to find a suitable spot to bury him and erect a monument. As a gesture of gratitude for his brief mentorship, calling him a father for life would be a tad excessive. "Good morning," Rod greeted as he emerged after freshening up. Tina was already present, tending to the man-eating flower with a basin of food. The strands of hair on her forehead were still damp from washing her face, clinging to her cheeks. This scene appeared quite surreal. On one hand, Tina's figure was as beautiful as a painting, while on the other, the man-eating flower had grown to a towering height, resembling something from a horror film. Behind them, the stone, finally released from its confinement in a book after a night's rest, yawned and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth, akin to a creature from a Hollywood monster movie. The sight was utterly bizarre. Upon seeing Rod emerge from the door, Tina casually inquired, "Where were you yesterday? I looked everywhere for you." While speaking, she swatted away the man-eating flower that had leaned in to snatch some meat from her basin, and Rod distinctly noticed the flower's large, toothy mouth droop in a display of grievance. "I just stepped out. Is there something you needed?" "Nothing of great importance." Violet mentioned wanting to brew his own wine and open an inn, asking if he could take some of the wheat we harvested. "Let him buy it from the townsfolk with his own money. He says he has already made arrangements to collaborate with the townspeople and will cover the costs." "Then let him be. As long as he pays sufficiently, he can do as he pleases." Rod shrugged, then curiously asked, "Who is so short-sighted as to partner with him?" "It's Jeff, who used to run the tavern in town." Seeing the familiar look of confusion on Rod's face, Tina elaborated, "His wife is Anna, the one who loves singing by the river. Now I remember." Rod's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, if I recall correctly. "He was just hung up at the town gate yesterday for visiting Anna to discuss music and poetry, right?" "Yes," Tina nodded. "But I heard that after Violet sincerely apologized, they reconciled. They even drank together yesterday and have become quite chummy." Their decision to open the inn together came after their drinking session. Rod felt a plethora of thoughts swirling within him, yet ultimately, he refrained from voicing any. It was difficult to assess the situation. So he simply wished them success. Then came the customary morning practice. Typically, Tina would be swinging her sword while Rod cast spells at a wooden post, with the stone snoring thunderously nearby. Today, however, Rod noticed the stone wielding a straight branch as if it were a sword, and it was quite adept at it, prompting Tina to regard it with curiosity. "What are you doing with that branch?" "What branch? This is my holy sword," Rod declared, placing one hand on his hip while dramatically raising the branch, which conveniently had two small forks at the front. "I picked this up while chopping wood the other day. I left it in the yard and thought I'd give it a try." In reality, the feel of it differed significantly from that of a true sword. He glanced at Tina, noticing a question mark slowly forming above her tilted little head. "You wouldn't understand this trivial jest of mine. I've recently learned a bit of swordsmanship and just wanted to practice." Rod casually tossed the holy sword, and it landed neatly against the wall. "Oh, you need my sword?" Tina generously offered her own weapon. "No thanks. I'll find time to ask Old Way to forge me a new one." Dusting off his hands, Rod turned towards the kitchen, only to glance back at Tina and inquire, "What would you like for breakfast?" "I just came into a large sum of money, so we can indulge today." The mention of food, Tina immediately perked up. "I want meat." Eating meat early in the morning was not out of the question. Rod nodded and entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the day. The few inhabitants of the castle relied on him for their daily meals, as neither Tina nor Violet possessed any culinary skills. Nor did they have the option of dining with the townsfolk. Lucius, the newly arrived prince, likely had never even touched a cooking pot, making him an unreliable source of assistance. By the way, I haven't mentioned Lucius to them yet." Rod mused to himself while preparing meat-filled buns and meat wraps. Tina seemed to catch a whiff of the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen and poked her head in. "Who is it? Is there someone else coming?" "Lucius. What was his full name again?" "Anyway, he is a prince from the kingdom of Uraldar," Rod replied, his focus solely on the sizzling meat in the pan, oblivious to the subtle change in Tina's expression. Just then, Violet strolled in, yawning and perfectly timed, having donned a flowery set of pajamas and a sleep cap adorned with little tufts, casually making himself at home. As soon as he descended the stairs and caught the scent of the food, he exclaimed, "Wow, you're back. You have no idea. Last night when you were gone, Tina insisted on cooking, and it scared me half to death. I thought I was finally going to meet my end today." Rod coughed deliberately a couple of times and turned his head away. It was only then that Violet noticed Tina seated nearby, resting her head on her hand, and he froze in place. Fortunately, Tina seemed lost in thought and did not hear his earlier comment. You've arrived? She said, finally acknowledging Violet's presence. I have already informed Rod about your inquiry. Violet promptly forgot his previous embarrassment. Really? You agreed? Whether I agree or not is irrelevant. This is your decision to make. Rod waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Violet should not bother him further. By the way, there is a new resident on your floor. Call him down to join us for breakfast. A look of anticipation spread across Violet's face. Who? Is it a lady? That's not for you to worry about. You'll find out once you go, regardless of what Violet envisioned. Rod was certain it would not align with reality. After sending the bard on his way, Rod served the prepared dishes onto the table. Their dining area was situated within the kitchen, one of the few well-lit spaces in the castle. Adorned with several windows that opened to reveal the view of Greystone Town behind, Rod had constructed a wooden table and gathered a few chairs there, although there was a banquet hall behind the main hall. It was too spacious and distant to be practical. In addition to the meat wraps and buns, there were also some cold vegetable slaws and freshly made carrot juice. Tina's serving of carrot juice was specially prepared with 3 times the sugar, as she had previously requested. However, today, she appeared less enthusiastic about her meal than usual, causing Rod to wonder if his culinary skills had suddenly declined. But why? It was no different from before, was it? Under Rod's scrutinizing gaze, Tina sensed her own slip in demeanor and, after a moment's hesitation, cautiously inquired, what kind of person is the new arrival? You mean Lucius? Well, to be frank, I don't know much about him either. All I know is that he is a prince from Uraldar who was betrayed by his subordinates. Rod paused to reflect. He mentioned he received orders to pursue the hero. However, he was betrayed. His father was killed, and he became a fugitive. Quite a tragic tale. It just so happened I crossed paths with him. Tina fidgeted uneasily. She was unaware of how many people knew about her status as the hero. Theoretically, the Pristri family would have taken measures to keep their affairs private, at least to the extent of concealing their surname. Yet, being a prince from a neighboring kingdom, it was possible that more people were aware than she anticipated. Moreover, it was a strange coincidence that she actually knew Lucius. Their last encounter had been over a decade ago at his birthday celebration, but they had indeed met. She felt a pang of anxiety about potentially being recognized. Has the hero been captured? She asked, unsure of what else to say. Not yet. He mentioned he hasn't even set off. The fortress has been infiltrated by enemies, and his father didn't have time to pass on the hero's identity to him. Rod sighed. I was hoping that if he knew more about the hero, I might have a lead to investigate. Upon hearing that, Tina breathed a slight sigh of relief, but her tension returned quickly. What do you intend to do with the hero? Of course, to bring him here, Rod replied matter-of-factly. Such a rare talent, unique in the world, must be invited to join us in our endeavors. It would be a shame to simply eliminate him. Of course, that is provided he holds no animosity towards the demon race. If he is a madman who slaughters demons on sight, then perhaps it's best to reconsider this. Tina's expression brightened slightly, and she murmured softly, she won't. What? Oh, nothing, she replied, her mood visibly lifting as she raised her gaze, her eyes shining a bit brighter, observing this transformation. Rod couldn't help but reflect on how the whims of a woman's heart were as unpredictable as the weather at sea, changing without warning, leaving one utterly perplexed as to the reasons behind it. However, Tina soon recalled something important. By the way, she addressed Rod, when you introduce me later, could you please refrain from mentioning my surname? Rod raised an eyebrow in confusion but nodded in agreement. Of course, this is your matter, and you should decide how to handle it. But if you don't mind my asking, why? Tina fidgeted with her fingers, unease creeping into her demeanor. It's just my relationship with my family is a bit strained. I would prefer that others not know. Tina Pristri, the last surviving hero in 3 centuries, the chosen one. The youngest mid-tier knight of the Pristri family, and the champion of the Iron Kingdom's martial arts tournament, was not particularly adept at lying. Understood, Rod nodded again, refraining from probing further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and there was no need to pry. Just then, a commotion erupted from the corridor outside. Violet was recounting an exhilarating tale of how Rod had been pursued by a death dragon, employing clever tactics to lead the creature towards a rodent tide, achieving a twofold victory as he entered the kitchen alongside Lucius. Thank you once again for your hospitality, Lucius said, bowing respectfully to Rod as he approached the dining table. Rod dismissed the formality with a gesture, pointing to the seat opposite him. No need for that. I'm not charging you. Cooking for you all comes at a cost, so please, make yourselves comfortable. He then gestured toward the other 2. This one I believe you've been introduced to multiple times already. The bard Violet. Violet seized the opportunity to grin and wave. You can just call me Violet or Vava. That's what they all call me. Not quite, Rod interrupted, cutting off Violet's chatter. And this is Tina. As I mentioned before, my partner in crime. Rod did not elaborate further on Tina, sensing her reluctance to engage with her fellow human. However, Lucius appeared taken aback upon seeing Tina. Is this the lady you mentioned yesterday? The other human, he had expected a seasoned warrior, scarred from countless battles, to venture into the realm of demons rather than a strikingly graceful woman. His preconceived notions had proven somewhat narrow-minded, noticing that Tina seemed disinclined to converse with him. Lucius was perceptive enough not to press further, though he felt a sense of familiarity towards her, unable to pinpoint where he might have encountered her before. Surely he must have met her at some point. When could it have been? Aside from the persistently boisterous Violet, the others at the dining table remained silent, finishing their breakfast in an oddly tense atmosphere. Throughout the day, the townsfolk of Greystone emerged to attend to their duties. Rod had matters of his own to attend to as well. He intended to exchange a portion of the jewels and ornaments he acquired from Lucius for gold coins, which could serve as currency. With money in hand, purchasing seeds, tools, or weapons would become significantly more convenient, allowing for the procurement of essential supplies as well. There was a pawnshop in Rolna, relatively easy to reach, by riding a chocobo. It would take merely 2.5 days. However, with the Abyss Gate now available, such complications were unnecessary. Having never ventured so far before, Rod decided to bring Violet along to avoid any awkward encounters reminiscent of Lulalao entering the Grandview Garden. As he was preparing to depart, Tina overheard his plans and insisted on accompanying them. The presence of an additional pair of hands, along with another protector, was certainly advantageous. Both Violet and Tina had never ventured this deep underground within the castle. They were awestruck by its vastness, soon laying eyes on the Abyss Gate situated in the expansive hall. What is this place? Violet barely had time to express his astonishment before the subsequent spectacle left him utterly speechless. Rod approached the stone platform, raised his hand, and a translucent sphere composed of ether materialized before him. This was the world they now inhabited, known as Terra. The ethereal sphere vividly depicted the geography of the entire continent, showcasing the Great Rift at its center and the boundless ocean beyond. Rod could clearly discern their position in the west of the continent. The spherical map bore numerous gaps, indicating that the Abyss Worm had yet to acquire coordinates for those regions. Largely due to the vastness of the world still unexplored, though some areas might have been deliberately isolated from the Abyss, the vicinity surrounding the Demon King's castle was quite intact, alleviating any concerns on that front. Rod enlarged the sphere, centering it directly above their current location. From this vantage point, an overhead view of the Demon King's castle became apparent. With a gentle wave of his hand, he set their destination to a city located to the east. Finally, it was essential to ascertain the altitude. Without specifying a height, the arrival point could be anywhere between 10,000 meters in the air or deep underground. Violet and Tina observed Rod as he finalized all the settings before they stepped onto the stone platform at his beckoning. As the surroundings morphed around them, the trio found themselves standing on a floating island within the abyss. This was the proper method of utilizing the Abyss Gate. Rod's previous entrance had merely been through a backdoor established by the old Demon King. In summary, that was the gist of it. As Rod proceeded, he succinctly introduced the two to the characteristics of the Abyss Gate. In brief, there were two main points. First, it could take you almost anywhere. Second, refrain from wandering aimlessly. Violet, standing at the edge of the floating island, peered down in curiosity, only to catch sight of an immense shadow gliding beneath. He quickly nodded and rejoined the group. In contrast, Tina remained considerably quieter. Although intrigued, she absorbed whatever Rod said with complete attention. The trio had scarcely walked for 5 minutes when they passed through another Abyss Gate, and the oppressive silence dissipated. They had arrived outside Rolna. Elevated scaffolding had been erected outside the damaged city walls, where workers were diligently repairing the breaches caused by the Ratmen's assault. Clearly, the Ratmen had employed siege weaponry rather than recklessly sacrificing their lives. Additionally, portions of the wall appeared to have collapsed as if melted and then solidified like wax, likely a result of the actions of the dead dragon. Violet quickly accepted the existence of the Abyss Gate. Now that they had reached Rolna, it was undeniably his domain. This way, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he strode toward the city gate, gesturing for Rod and Tina to follow. Rolna was the closest city to the Demon King's castle and the only major city in the vicinity. The environment here bore some resemblance to the cities depicted in the otherworldly animations Rod had seen in his previous life, showcasing architectural styles reminiscent of medieval Europe. Yet, upon closer inspection, numerous differences became apparent. For instance, the doors and building heights were significantly taller than average. accommodating certain larger races. Although referred to as the domain of the demon race, it encompassed a broad classification, including various races such as demons, dark dwarfs, goblins, beastmen, and dark elves, even encompassing a highly intelligent breed known as trolls. The true demons were merely one subset, akin to how humans held a predominant position within their own alliance. At least on the streets. The trio appeared rather inconspicuous. Violet thrived in the city like a fish in water, exuding excitement, while Rod and Tina maintained a more composed demeanor. These sights did not exceed Rod's realm of comprehension. They merely exuded an exotic charm. Had he encountered such a place in his previous life, he would undoubtedly have pulled out his camera for a few selfies. Tina, on the other hand, was purely curious. Having grown up in the capital of the Iron Kingdom, the more developed Platinum City, she found Rolna to be a rather remote locale in comparison. Rod, you're looking to exchange money, right? I know of a bank nearby that also offers pawn services. Just over there. The trio arrived at a plaza-like area, and Violet pointed toward a grand, antiquated building across the square. Before the ornate entrance stood a 5-meter-tall illuminated sign inscribed with demon script, Gold Henry Bank. Don't be fooled by my appearance. The owner of this bank is an old friend of mine, Violet proclaimed proudly, standing before the sign with an air of smugness. Rod, however, chose to ignore him and walked directly into the bank. Good day, sir. Upon entering, a tall, provocatively dressed woman approached Rod with a broad smile, her tone almost syrupy sweet. How may I assist you today? Rod noted that her ears were slightly more pointed than usual. Adorned with silvery fur, and her amber eyes sparkled with warmth. This woman belonged to a race that combined traits of both typical demons and beastmen, often resulting from long exposure to ether-rich environments during pregnancy, leading to offspring with animal-like characteristics from birth. Such mutations could manifest in various forms, from mismatched hair colors to excessive body hair, scales, tails, or beastly ears. Due to the potential for abnormal traits, demon women were typically placed in stable environments during pregnancy to ensure their children did not undergo mutations. However, some affluent individuals developed a peculiar fondness for these abnormal traits, allegedly creating high-concentration ether environments for pregnant women, a practice that was legally prohibited prior to the Heavenly War. Though its current status remained uncertain, Rod's gaze lingered on the half-beast woman for only a moment before shifting away. After all, the more prominent features were the towering mountains breaking through the clouds. He had no desire to be seen by Tina as a lecherous man entranced by such sights. I need to pawn some items for currency. Certainly, please follow me. The half-beast woman continued to smile as she swayed her hips, leading Rod toward one of the counters. Just then, her gaze fell upon Violet, who had just entered after them. Her amber eyes widened in surprise. Vava. As soon as Violet met her gaze, his smile froze. Without hesitation, he turned and fled toward the exit. The half-beast woman crouched, resembling a cat ready to pounce, before sprinting after him. Observing their swiftly retreating figures, Rod clasped his hands together in a gesture of prayer. May you live long. Though the specific reasons elude understanding, it is certain that this young man will eventually meet his demise by his own hand. Despite the absence of guidance, Rod encountered no significant difficulties. Upon presenting some treasures bestowed upon him by Lucius at the counter, the attendant immediately rose, uttering a brief request for patience before hastening towards the second floor. Shortly thereafter, he returned to escort both Rod and Tina upstairs. The individual who greeted them was a stout black dwarf with a golden beard and skin as dark as coal, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit that a gleaming badge prominently displayed his name, Jean Henry. Evidently, he was the president of the Jean Henry Bank. It remained uncertain whether he was indeed the old acquaintance that Violet had mentioned. To avoid any potential friction between them, Rod refrained from mentioning Violet's name and proceeded to have Jean Henry appraise the treasures in accordance with standard procedure. The dwarf showed no interest in the origins of the treasures, methodically inscribing the valuations of each item. It soon became clear to Rod why the clerk had reacted so strongly upon seeing the treasures. Each necklace, for instance, boasted a value of no less than 20 gold coins. While stating a sum of 100 gold coins might seem abstract, when considering purchasing power, in the city of Rolna, 1 gold coin equates to nearly 10,000 of his previous life as currency. In essence, a mere necklace could be worth 200,000. Rod merely performed a rough calculation based on Jean Henry's assessments and realized that the small pouch of jewelry he had brought with him amounted to nearly 10 million in his former life as currency. No wonder Lucius spoke of a treasure capable of restoring his kingdom. Had it not been for that squint-eyed individual's appearance, who knows how much wealth he could have extracted. Money. While these funds might barely suffice for the reconstruction of Greystone Town or the castle, should he choose to spend it solely on himself, he could live in ease until old age. Alas, money. Rod sighed inwardly. Such musings were merely speculative, as having wealth does not guarantee safety and can lead to one's demise if not handled wisely. He dared not utilize the abyss gate to retrieve more from the basement. Whether any treasures remained was uncertain, and if guardians had been stationed to watch over the abyss gate, he would need to recharge it to return. Considering the possibility that Jean Henry might undervalue his treasures, Rod chose not to convert all of them into currency, instead exchanging approximately 500,000, equivalent to 50 gold coins, while also acquiring some smaller denominations. At this juncture, it is pertinent to mention that the current monetary system in the demon realm is roughly divided into two categories: the traditional currency of gold, silver, and copper, and the new currency of crowns, pennies, and shillings. The traditional currency system, inherited from the era of the old demon king, dictates that 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. The new currency system, established by the Iron Prison King Gaius Augustus Caesar following the Demon King's disappearance, stipulates that 1 crown equals 100 pennies and 1 penny equals 10 shillings. Additionally, 2 new coins were introduced: the floro, equivalent to 2 shillings, and the krona, equivalent to 5 shillings, addressing the inconvenience of the old system for medium and small transactions. While Rolna City nominally does not belong to the Iron Prison King's territory, the practicality of the new currency has led to its widespread acceptance. For ease of remembrance, Rod categorized the denominations as 1, 2, 5, 10, and 1,000 units, though the absence of a 100-unit denomination irked him slightly. The bank offered currency exchange services, facilitating conversions between the two systems and even to the currencies of the alliance, albeit at an unfavorable exchange rate. The bank's operations were remarkably efficient. Before long, a servant appeared with neatly packed money bags containing the traditional and new currencies in separate pouches. The weight of 50 gold coins felt substantial as Rod placed them in the inner pocket of his garment, causing it to sag noticeably. The transaction concluded on a positive note. Jean Henry rose, smiling as he adjusted his collar, and leisurely approached the small pedestal prepared by the servant, which was slightly lower than Rod's height. He extended his hand to shake Rod's. Should you find yourself in need of substantial funds in the future, do not hesitate to visit us at Jean Henry Bank, where we also provide large loans at the most favorable rates. If the need arises, I shall return, Rod replied. As he stepped out of the bank, the newfound wealth in his pocket instilled a sense of confidence in Rod's stride. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had scarcely tasted authentic demon cuisine, having only partaken of modest home-cooked meals from the townsfolk. We have money now. Let us indulge in a delightful feast. Upon hearing of food, Tina's spirits lifted immediately. Just as she prepared to follow Rod, she suddenly recalled that someone was still missing. She approached Rod and softly inquired, "Should we not first locate Violet?" It was not an impossibility. Rod stood still, gently stroking his chin, casting his gaze around before striding towards the nearest trash bin and tiptoeing to peer inside. He is not here. Tina? The two settled on a bench adjacent to the square, waiting for quite some time until Violet returned, appearing rather furtive. Observing Violet's disheveled demeanor, Rod could not suppress a mocking smirk. Tina also raised her head, her cheeks bulging as she stuffed the last piece of a wrap into her mouth. Resembling a squirrel, Rod felt a sudden urge to pinch her cheek but quickly restrained himself. Tina's lips continued to move, seemingly attempting to articulate something, yet only muffled sounds emerged. She inquired if he was all right. Rod translated her words and then directed his question to Violet. "What was that about the lady earlier? Did you deceive her emotionally?" Deception might be too strong a term. It was merely a benevolent fib. Violet replied with some embarrassment. To break up with her, I employed an accomplice to convey that I had perished. Tina swallowed her food and clarified, "It was merely a breakup. There was no need to claim you had died." Was it because she was too persistent? Rod regarded him with skepticism. From my perspective, it appears to be more than just a breakup. Violet averted his gaze, visibly flustered. "Well, I had borrowed a sum of money from her previously, and I was unable to repay it." Rod raised an eyebrow. "Oh, to avoid repaying a debt, you falsely claimed your own death. You truly are something." Tina, now standing, rolled up her sleeves, adopting the demeanor of someone prepared to escort him back to the lady. Violet hastily retreated, waving his hands in protest. "I have already settled the debt. There is no need to escort me back." Only then did Tina lower her sleeves. It seemed he had narrowly escaped relying on his charm to evade a crisis. In any case, such matters are not worth dwelling upon. Violet chuckled awkwardly to ease the tension. By the way, have you completed your errands? Would you like me to show you around the city? Who will foot the bill? Rod inquired earnestly. I shall treat you, Violet proclaimed with grandiosity, thumping his chest. However, Rod harbored doubts regarding his financial means, having resided in the castle for an extended period, while Rod had not explicitly asked for money. Violet had insisted on staying, and Rod had noticed the accumulation of items in his room. It was evident that each time he visited Rolna City, he would purchase several items, amassing at least 7 or 8 sets. Rod found himself puzzled as to the source of his funds. Could it be that he had swindled them from women? His dubious gaze fell upon Violet, who was exuberantly leading the way ahead. Unbeknownst to Violet, within mere moments, he had transformed in Rod's eyes into a deceitful gigolo, a mere puppet for the exploitation of wealth and affection. However, it must be noted that Violet's earnings were indeed derived from legitimate sources. As a bard, he had garnered considerable renown in numerous locales, often receiving invitations from theaters specifically seeking his performances. Coupled with his handsome visage and adeptness in melody, Violet also held a reputable standing among noblewomen. With his music lessons for aristocratic maidens being a significant component of his income, occasionally, he would receive generous tips and some additional requests, the legitimacy of which could be debated, regardless. Despite his seemingly idle demeanor, his earnings were quite substantial, often diminished only by his own laziness to earn more. Violet was, without a doubt, well acquainted with the city of Rolna, articulating with confidence the nuances of each street. As they passed a tailor's shop, he insisted on taking Rod and Tina inside, personally funding the bespoke creation of 2 outfits for each of them, even sketching the designs on the spot. His rationale was that he had grown weary of seeing them don the same few garments repeatedly, and felt compelled to enlighten Rod on the essence of fashion. Rod, however, vehemently disagreed with Violet's favored combination of tight-fitting attire and pointed shoes, vowing that he would rather die than wear such an ensemble in the future. Subsequently, he arranged for a custom outfit for himself and Tina, again utilizing Violet's designs. By the time they had meandered through the streets until noon, even Tina began to show signs of fatigue, while Violet remained brimming with energy, declaring his intention to take Rod and Tina to a restaurant known only to locals, promising culinary delights unavailable elsewhere. Upon arrival, Rod was amused to discover that the establishment served a dish where vegetables, fruits, and various meats were chopped into small pieces and boiled in a large pot, resembling a hot pot, though here it was referred to as a hot soup pot. Tina mentioned that a similar method of food preparation existed among humans. As culinary techniques often share commonalities, the flavor was indeed distinctive, the seasoning unknown, yet despite the generous portions of meat, it was surprisingly refreshing rather than greasy. In any case, Violet insisted on treating them, prompting Rod and Tina to order a copious amount of dishes, much to Violet's shock. Yet having boasted of his generosity, he could not retract his offer, and though his heart ached at the thought of the impending bill, he swallowed his discontent. True to his character, once the meal commenced and a few cups of ale had been consumed, all his worries faded, and he seized his lute to embark on an impromptu performance throughout the restaurant. Rod could only cover his face, pretending not to know him. Across the table, Tina remained wholly focused on her meal, seemingly unperturbed by the commotion, likely accustomed to such distractions. As Rod felt he had eaten enough, he set down his utensils and casually helped Tina retrieve more meat from the pot while idly surveying his surroundings. At that moment, he noticed a table behind him where a few individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. A glance revealed their attire to be that of city guards. "Have you heard about that town over in the west, Greystone?" one inquired. "Yes, the one known for stone selling," came the reply. "Exactly, the team that went to assess the damage returned yesterday. And I heard them say the entire town is gone, reduced to skeletons. Surely, no one survived. Alas, with the loss of a town, taxes in other areas will likely rise again. Rising taxes, they just increased them 6 months ago during the ether storm. Who can say? I've heard of unrest in several places recently. If this continues, it may lead to chaos. Let us hope it doesn't escalate to war. The incidents of monsters attacking citizens in the city remain unresolved. I wish to avoid conflict." Having satisfied her appetite, Tina looked content with her stack of empty plates piled beside her. The pot had been thoroughly emptied, leaving only fragments behind. Rod and Violet, 2 grown men, combined had consumed less than she had. It appeared that she had indeed been deprived of sufficient food in the castle, now finally able to indulge. "Full? Then let us head back. A stroll will do us good," Rod suggested, calling to Violet, who, while not intoxicated, was still in high spirits and capable of settling the bill. By the way, didn't you mention wanting to buy something? I've changed my mind, Rod replied, shaking his head. Originally, aside from exchanging some currency, his primary intention was to procure tools and organize labor to repair the road from the castle to the outside. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed prudent to wait and observe. Should the road be repaired, the inhabitants of Rolna might send someone to collect taxes upon discovering the existence of another town. Rod was simply reluctant to engage in bureaucratic disputes. Moreover, hearing of potential unrest on the horizon, it was wise to remain hidden until the storm passed, lest he attract unwanted attention. Of course, at that moment, Rod was oblivious to the fact that while he was distracted by the guard's whispers, Violet had already attracted some trouble, a predicament that would remain unknown to him for a considerable time, leaving him uncertain whether to thank the bard for his knack for stirring up trouble or to deliver a punch. But those matters lay in the future. The surrounding scenery shifted as the trio returned to the depths of the Demon Lord's castle. In the subsequent days, Rod occasionally ventured into town to gather information. Though he primarily remained around the castle, the carnivorous flower had grown to a height of 2.5 meters, gradually shifting towards a dark purple hue. In less than 2 months, it would likely bear fruit. Rod hoped it would meet his expectations. Tina had even given it the endearing name Mouth, a stark contrast to the flower's fearsome appearance. The workshops in the town had been completed. Gathering all the craftsmen, tailors, leatherworkers, blacksmiths, and carpenters, tasked with fabricating the necessary items for the reconstruction of Greystone, the wooden houses for the ordinary townsfolk had all been erected, ensuring that everyone had vacated the castle and acquired their own homes. Those who were now free had eagerly engaged in the endeavor of cultivating the land. On a particular afternoon, an incident of moderate significance occurred in the town, perhaps due to the rising temperatures. A family, while cooking, mismanaged the heat, causing flames to erupt from the stove and ignite the house. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and Rod arrived just in time to prevent a row of houses from being reduced to charcoal, a grim fate after months of labor. This incident made Rod acutely aware of the importance of fire safety, necessitating training for the militia and firefighting. At the very least, they needed to possess the capability to extinguish fires in his absence. Rod was not always present in the castle. He also had another daily task, accompanying Junmaru on excursions into the mountains. This was not merely for leisure, but rather a quest to locate new mineral veins. The urgency to discover new mines was paramount. At times, when the town required new creations, they had to melt down previously forged items to fabricate new ones. If this continued, they might soon find themselves without even a pot for cooking. Meanwhile, within the confines of Rolna, a young demon was frantically sprinting through an alley, seemingly pursued by some unseen force. "Help, help me," he cried out, but his voice echoed as though muffled by a wall. Failing to reach any ears, suddenly he spotted an individual ahead, cloaked in loose robes, facing away from him. Is anyone there? Help me, please. He was overjoyed, calling out loudly to the figure before him as he sprinted toward him. If only one more person were present, he thought. If only he could outrun him. The young demon, still mulling over his thoughts, watched as the person before him slowly turned around. In his hand, he held a fearsome sword, stained with fresh blood and adorned with a massive eye embedded in its blade. The effort he had expended to capture Junmarlo was solely for the sake of the boy's unique talent for mineral detection. This ability allowed him to sense veins of or within a certain distance. What that distance precisely entailed, Rod could not ascertain, nor did he expect to uncover deeply buried deposits. He merely hoped to find surface mines or rocks and soils of unusual hues, which, when excavated, would yield results as the text suggested. Naturally, the ideal scenario would be to stumble upon an open mine, thereby saving the effort of digging altogether. Following the instructions in his book, Rod led Junmarlo upstream along the river, aware that the relentless erosion from years of rainfall might have exposed some mineral veins at the surface. As he walked, he consulted a hand-drawn map, meticulously comparing it to their current location. This map had been crafted from an enlarged version of the Abyssal Gate's master map, rough, lacking in detail, yet better than nothing. He had hoped to mark several discoveries, allowing others to locate them easily later on. However, reality proved far less optimistic. 3 days had passed with nary a find. Each day, as the appointed hour arrived, he would return through the Abyssal Gate, resuming his journey from where he had left off the previous day, which meant they had not ventured far from the castle. The Shadowcloud Mountains appeared to have been untouched for countless years, with vegetation so dense by the riverbank that finding footing was a challenge. Not to mention the occasional emergence of chaotic beasts nearby. While he had yet to uncover any mineral veins, he had amassed a collection of low-level monsters, ranging from level 10 to 4 or 5. walking grass. Vine monsters, cleanser beasts, great horned water buffalo, rock elementals, sludge monsters, copper-shelled serpents, horned eagles, wraiths, stone burrowers, steel shield beasts, and night lizards. Suddenly, Rod noticed an increasing prevalence of metallic monsters among those they encountered. Classification of monsters, aside from their species, often reflects certain characteristic tags. For instance, a dragon of the rock type might be categorized as a tooth beast phantom, and if it had not devolved, it would also possess a flight attribute. Creatures like the steel shield beast, copper-shelled serpent, and night lizard, including the dead nail demon, though differing in species, bore non-native metallic structures, thus earning them a metallic classification. These creatures typically thrive near or deposits, indicating that minerals must be present in the vicinity. This realization invigorated Rod. After gauging his surroundings, he left the riverbank, turning toward the direction from which the monsters had appeared. It was the height of summer, with the sun blazing down from above, yet the dense canopy of trees provided shelter from its harsh rays. Rod trudged through the underbrush. Despite Junmarla clearing the path ahead, he often encountered sharp thorns that tore into his clothing. Thankfully, his attire possessed self-repairing properties. Otherwise, returning empty-handed without his clothes would have been quite embarrassing. As Rod set ablaze a tree that had opened its mouth to devour him. His perseverance finally bore fruit when Junmarla suddenly dashed in a particular direction. Rod hurried after him and soon spotted a patch of reddish-brown rock on a nearby hill. The hue suggested the presence of iron beneath the surface, the result of oxidation from exposure to air and rainwater. Upon cresting the hill, he discovered a cavern large enough for a person to enter upright. Judging by the signs around the entrance, this hole appeared to have been gradually excavated by the metal-consuming monsters. Yet, discovering a mine did not signify the end of their endeavor. The journey from here to the castle would take half a day, assuming a path could be forged. Moreover, the abundance of monsters in the area posed considerable danger for miners making the trip. Typically, larger cities construct walls around mines to deter monsters, often employing guards, as had been the case during his visit to the Pegasus Fortress. However, in such remote towns, merely erecting wooden barriers was the extent of their efforts. As seen previously in Greystone Town, where no barriers existed at all, the proximity of the mine to the town and the scarcity of monsters had sufficed. Here, deep within the Shadow Cloud Mountains, the presence of monsters was undeniable, both in strength and number. If 10 miners were to arrive, it would be fortunate if half returned. Thus, ensuring safe passage would likely require more than just the construction of a path. Regardless, he decided to first assess the situation within the cave. If the minerals had been entirely consumed, any further speculation would be futile. Rod muttered to himself, instructing Junmarlu to lead the way while he summoned a fire sprite to follow him into the depths of the cave. At that moment, he was unaware that in countless taverns, black markets, and impoverished neighborhoods elsewhere, a legend had begun to circulate among the populace. This tale spoke of a castle hidden deep within the cloudy mountain range, where its master possessed the ability to command mighty dragons, summon tempests, and wield formidable magic to swiftly annihilate any tide of vermin daring to intrude upon his domain. The castle's lord was said to welcome those whose homes had been ravaged by rodents, offering refuge to the homeless, regardless of whether they were of the demon race, magical creatures, or even the undead. In this sanctuary, all were treated equally, and the Lord vowed to shield them from external threats. They flourished in their newfound haven, establishing a thriving kingdom amidst the mountains. The source of this rumor was undoubtedly the boastful declarations made by Violet, who claimed that his words were a refined embellishment of art. However, his talent for embellishment was so exceptional that the whispers spread like wildfire through the crowds, morphing with each retelling into an increasingly fantastical narrative. It was even rumored that this noble figure was none other than the long-absent demon lord, returning after 3 centuries to restore unity among the fractured demon race and lead them to greatness once more. Had Rod foreseen such developments, he would have promptly silenced Violet with a hot pot upon his head. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The demon lord was currently navigating the cave alone, blissfully unaware of the tempest brewing outside. The cave, a naturally occurring labyrinth, was filled with intricate passages. Some sections were broad enough to echo, while others were so narrow that one had to sidle or crawl to advance. Various chaotic forks sprawled haphazardly, leading to dead ends at times. Rod had released a motley assortment of magical creatures, freshly captured, to serve as sentinels against any unexpected ambushes. As he ventured further, he observed numerous winding grooves on the walls, floor, and ceiling, evidence of areas stripped bare by magical beings. The outer layers of the cave yielded little compelling Rod to delve deeper. If he were a mage, he would have an array of spells at his disposal: detection, measurement, metal detection, and more to aid in mapping the cave. Yet Rod possessed none of these abilities. He could not even summon a metal sprite, relying solely on his own legs and eyes for navigation. Gradually, as he ventured into the cave's depths, he stumbled upon a wealth of easily extractable mineral deposits. Judging by the visible veins, there was likely a wealth of hidden resources within the stone. Should he manage to exploit this mine, Greystone Town would be well supplied with iron for a considerable time. As for other minerals, Rod was no expert. He would need the discerning eye of Old Way, a specialist in such matters. Having confirmed the abundance of resources, his next course of action was to return to the castle and devise a means to establish a route to the mine. Just as he prepared to open the abyss gate to return, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unusual indentation in the ground ahead, its edges remarkably uniform, unlike any natural formation or excavation by magical creatures. The opening was roughly half his height. If Rod were to enter, he would have to crawl, unable to turn around. Rod bent down and released some fire sprites into the opening. The illumination revealed it was indeed a man-made tunnel, extending into the obscure depths, with supports placed at intervals to prevent collapse. Who could this tunnel have been constructed by? Perhaps dwarves or halflings? The thought struck Rod. If someone had been here to excavate, there might be other settlements or camps of different races nearby. He was uncertain, but he could not simply ignore it. Determined to excavate, Rod stepped back and summoned a burrowing creature resembling a large armored rat, capable of exuding a substance that softened stone, allowing it to easily carve a path with its sharp claws. Additionally, he enlisted Junmarlu's help to expand the tunnel further, ensuring that he could crouch and maneuver, ready to retreat should danger arise. To enhance efficiency, after creating a sufficiently sized opening, he also released a rock sprite and a copper-scaled serpent, one a creature transformed by etheric influence, the other with a drill-shaped head coated in metal, both adept at tunneling. Unfortunately, he had left Ironhead behind at the city gate as a mascot. Otherwise, it would surely have been a glutton. With the collaborative efforts of the magical creatures, it wasn't long before the previously half-height opening was widened enough for Rod to pass through comfortably. After traversing a short distance, the passage broadened slightly. Even without further expansion, Rod could lower his head and proceed. The ground bore two narrow grooves, which, if Rod's instincts were correct, were likely tracks for mine carts, suggesting that the diminutive section was merely a barrier against larger magical creatures. The tunnel was deeper than Rod had anticipated, with occasional scattered mineral deposits lining the sides, albeit in limited quantities. As he ventured further, he encountered an unexpected sight: the skeletal remains of a rat man. Clad in simple cloth garments, it was evident that its body had been severed at the waist, and the weapon that had delivered such a lethal blow had left a gruesome mark upon the rear wall. The perpetrator of this death was unlikely to have been another rat man. Rod cast a vigilant gaze ahead. Present, the most formidable creatures at his disposal, the stone and Junru, were rendered immobile in this narrow passage, leaving him with only a handful of low-level monsters. Should he encounter peril, their combat efficacy would likely be negligible. Thus, Rod resolved to sit down and first enhance the combat potential of his current arsenal before proceeding further. He began by assessing his available forces. Within this cavern, he could summon an 8th-level skull, a 12th-level skeleton crawler, a 10th-level dogmeat, and a 14th-level Vornier, none of which boasted particularly high levels. Crucially, he had essentially brought along only the skull, which served as his personal bodyguard, while the rest were left stationed like scarecrows in the fields near the city gate. The skull, while not entirely inadequate, considering the average level of adult demons was merely 5, was nonetheless ill-suited to the current version. Having regressed in strength, the others were freshly captured creatures, many of which bore injuries. Rod flipped through the pages of his bestiary, his mind already formulating a strategy. The first candidate for enhancement was, undoubtedly, the skull. Its average attributes were passable, and its size rendered it less prone to complications. The enhancement materials were the undead summoned by the dead dragon during the Mouse Tide. Dead prisoner race. Undead level: 0 strength, 0 agility, 0 stamina, 0 endurance, 0 magic, 0 talent, none, while hiding in the cave. He had captured over a dozen such undead. Although they appeared to possess 0 attributes, this was merely a characteristic of their nature as magical beings. If Rod could devise a method to energize them, these undead would rise and reveal their true capabilities. Admittedly, their attributes were not particularly high, likely around levels 4 or 5, and Rod lacked the power to infuse them with ether beyond the dead dragon's magic. However, their use as fusion materials was of no concern, as Rod had previously experimented with this. A white cocoon of light enveloped the crookedly standing skull, and within mere seconds, it dissipated, revealing a skull that appeared unchanged at first glance. Yet, its attributes had indeed undergone some modification. Skull, undead race. Undead level, 9 strength, 101 agility, 29 stamina, 73 endurance, 105 magic, 0 talent. Undead, soul devourer. Immunity, each attribute had only increased by 2 or 3 points. A mere trifle. However, as Rod had anticipated, due to the simplicity of the other fusion material and its shared lineage, the skull's attributes had not diminished at all. With determination, Rod proceeded to fuse all remaining dead prisoners into the skull in one go. Upon completing the fusion of the last one, the skull's exterior finally exhibited significant changes. Its original appearance resembled a complete bone structure adorned with a haphazard array of fragmented bones from a distance. It might have resembled a humanoid form, but up close, it was a chaotic sight. Following this latest fusion, the fragmented bones became neatly aligned, akin to scales on a serpent, uniformly covering the entirety of the skull. The massive bone blade detached from its hand, transforming into 4 long swords made of a material reminiscent of shattered jade, each held by a separate hand. Its height slightly diminished, now comparable to Rod's. And the previously cumbersome physique had been streamlined, resulting in a substantial increase in agility. Skull, undead swordsman race. Undead level, 14 strength, 119 agility, 56 stamina, 101 endurance, 147 magic, 0 talent. Undead. Soul devourer. Immunity, ethereal form. Periodically increases agility. Possesses a chance to evade physical attacks while in ethereal state. This was nearly akin to evolution. Its agility had reached the level of an ordinary human. Though the skull still stood vacantly before Rod, it occasionally flickered, momentarily shifting to a pale blue, translucent state before quickly reverting, reminiscent of a malfunctioning holographic image. Reflecting on this transformation, he recalled that the previous elevation from a low-tier undead to a true undead had also involved substantial fusion with similar beings. Could it be that fusing with kindred spirits was a pathway to evolution? Yet, there were also examples like AG and Alone, who, despite similar fusions, merely sprouted 2 heads. Perhaps there existed an element of randomness or a unique growth mechanism inherent to the undead. If this were indeed the case, could other monsters also undergo a similar evolutionary process? It is difficult to say. We can only wait and see in the future. Regardless, the successful fusion of the skull has opened a promising chapter. And now I shall attempt to merge the other magical creatures I possess. The Wraith Slime is a soft-bodied entity, fundamentally a deep crimson slime, yet it harbors rusted swords and knives of unknown origin within. It can mimic humanoid forms and wield these blades to attack, resembling a vengeful spirit on a moonlit night. The Mud Monster, in contrast, is another type of slime that dwells by rivers or swamps. Exhibiting a temperament far gentler than that of the Wraith Slime, typically subsisting on the carcasses of those who have perished in the mire or water. Upon merging the two, they transform into a larger mass of muck. Mud Wraith species, slime level, 6 strength, 68 agility, 22 stamina, 78 endurance, 79 magic power, 0 talents. Soft, odorous, sluggish. Additionally, I will fuse the Steel Shield Beast, which consumes metal to enhance its cranial fortitude. With the Night Lizard, known for sharpening the bony spikes on its tail for piercing attacks, resulting in a lizard whose scales reflect light like metal, with its tail tip transformed into a steel spike. Night Lizard species, magical lizard level, 9 strength, 71 agility, 78 stamina, 53 endurance, 55 magic power, 10 talents, metallic armor, sturdy, keen, ice attribute among the various creatures. These two stand out, especially the Night Lizard, which has become the first magical creature in my possession capable of employing magic, albeit the simplest form of ice enchantment, and it can only apply it to itself. The remaining creatures are merely feeble, combat-capable entities with a power level below 5, appearing in a myriad of bizarre forms, which disinterest me. I deem them unworthy of release, merely sending them forth as cannon fodder in the face of danger. Once I organized my magical creatures, I rose from the ground, momentarily shaking off the numbness in my legs, and ventured deeper into the cave. Not long after, as I followed the passage to its conclusion, I kicked open a rusted iron door that had long ceased to function, finally arriving at the passage's end. Before me lay an abandoned Ratman factory, seemingly forsaken for ages, aside from the long-defunct machinery. The ground was strewn with the almost weathered skeletons of Ratmen. The instant I stepped into the factory, I sensed an unusual ether enveloping the surroundings. The fire sprite accompanying me began to stir restlessly, its flames flickering erratically. This was evidently abnormal. Ratmen are not known for their proficiency in magic, at least according to my understanding. They dwell underground for the most part, emerging en masse only during rat tides. Yet, I am aware that their weapons and equipment are largely devoid of any magical properties. Should a Ratman wield any magical or runic weaponry, it could be surmised that such items were pilfered from other races. However, observing the condition of this factory, I realized that the information I had gleaned from books and hearsay regarding Ratmen may well be entirely misguided. I discovered a firearm on the ground. Not merely a pole with a barrel, but rather a flintlock as known from my previous life, complete with a barrel, trigger, and firing mechanism. Although the weapon appeared rudimentary and peculiar, reminiscent of early firearms. I noticed a gas vent above the barrel designed to allow gases to propel the bolt backward upon firing, facilitating automatic reloading, shell ejection, and continuous fire. I continued to search the ground, hoping to find fired bullets or discarded casings. And indeed, I uncovered a few. These casings, while rough in craftsmanship, appeared to be of considerable caliber. I do not believe that Ratmen armed with firearms would necessarily surpass other races in prowess. After all, while lacking in firearms, those enchanted armors, runic weapons, and powerful spells exhibit lethality that is by no means inferior. In many respects, there is little necessity for the development of firearms in this world. However, for a race like the Ratmen, who are not adept in the magical arts, the advent of such easy-to-train and widely distributable weaponry, coupled with their numerical superiority over other races, could spell disaster for the entire continent. Furthermore, the existence of this firearm indicates that a breakthrough in the development of firearms has already occurred in this world. Should war arise and such weapons appear on the battlefield, various factions would swiftly recognize their value, as these weapons could endow those who were once mere cannon fodder, slaves and peasant farmers alike, with lethal capabilities. Enchanted armor is not universally accessible, and even knights do not possess heads resilient enough to withstand bullets. The very existence of this factory suggests that the Ratmen who constructed it have transcended the conventional notion of manufacturing, which typically involves a master and a few apprentices laboring with primitive tools. At least one piece of good news is that, after thorough searching, I managed to find this one firearm. This may suggest that such weapons had not yet been produced on a large scale among the rat folk at the time of the incident in this factory. If those rats were clandestinely advancing their technology underground, at the very least, Rod should ensure he does not fall behind. He decided to keep the gun for now, intending to see if he could replicate it upon his return. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of urgency welled up within Rod. He carefully stored the shell casing and the gun in his bosom for safekeeping before resuming his search through the factory. The individual rooms in this place were not particularly spacious, yet the layout, inherited from the rat folk's chaotic burrowing traditions, rendered the connections between them utterly disordered. At times, he would turn a corner, ascend a slope, meander about, and occasionally find himself back at square one. Eventually, Rod noticed that the floors of the passageways between the rooms bore sunken tracks. Following these trails, he began to comprehend the spatial relationships among most of the rooms. Although many peculiar holes remained unexplored, their destinations unknown. This factory appeared to be dedicated to processing raw materials into components, subsequently assembling them into a type of armor specifically designed for the rat folk. The armor seemed to have originally been inscribed with runes, yet the peculiar environment had thoroughly eroded them, leaving Rod unable to transcribe them for further investigation. Ascending one of the staircases within the factory, Rod discovered what resembled an office. The door had been violently breached, and numerous corpses lay piled within, alongside a table that had toppled against the doorway. It seemed the occupants had barricaded the entrance with the table. And upon entering, he noted that the room's arrangement was markedly different from the others, devoid of machinery. Across from the door was a window that provided a direct view of the factory floor below. Precisely where Rod had entered, a board was affixed to the wall, covered in incomprehensible writings. However, he recognized that they were likely formulas of some sort of runes. Additionally, a considerable number of papers were strewn across the floor, forming a haphazard pile, similarly inscribed with analogous content. As Rod rummaged through the stack, he unearthed a notebook crudely bound, presumably once resting atop the table before it collapsed, sending the notebook tumbling into the heap of papers. The notebook was densely filled with scribbles. Some were organized structures and formulas of runes, while others appeared to be annotations or even mere diary entries. The ratfolk's script was notoriously challenging to decipher. Rod scrutinized it for an extended period, piecing together the context of the scene, and ultimately deduced what had transpired in this place. The ratfolk's writing bore fundamental similarities to that of the demon and human races. However, due to their subterranean existence and the severe educational deficits resulting from their societal structure, their script had evolved into an entirely different form over time. They had simplified the original characters into syllables, then reconstituted them into new symbols. This practice resulted in a plethora of homophones in their written language, necessitating contextual understanding for comprehension. Rod could grasp only a fraction of the text. The entire notebook bore no temporal markers. Resembling the ramblings of a deranged individual from the outset, one page expressed a desire to kill someone, while another detailed what was consumed for breakfast and lunch. By the third page, the individual had already committed the act. Such chaotic entries persisted throughout the notebook's initial quarter, and even when the content began to resemble legitimate matters, it was frequently interspersed with frenzied scrawls. No, no, no. This isn't right. It isn't like this. I won't make a mistake. I won't err. Ha ha. I am correct. I am right. The new structure has succeeded. I am the king of the world. The king of the world. Bartley, filth, disgusting insect. You wish to steal my achievements, but I shall not allow it. Damn you, Bloodclaw. Damn you, Bartley. You seek to take my life? Yes, yes, yes. I will return. I will come back. Ah, I have discovered a splendid place, a splendid place. No rat can disturb me. Just wait, wait. Indeed, indeed, I am still a genius. Those fools cling to their worthless scraps of metal. I have already created the most advanced magical conduit in the world. If I can scale production, the world shall be mine, mine. Bloodclaw, Bartley, Rustspot, Shoddy. I shall capture each one of you, one by one, skin you alive. Tear off your tails, and drown you in blood, drown you in blood. Damn it. These wretched slaves wish to seize my power. No, no, no. Just wait a little longer. Soon, there will be nothing left. Finding coherent text amidst the chaotic formulas left Rod feeling dizzy. The ratfolk's writing was not inherently complex. With a foundational understanding of demon script, it was not insurmountable, provided one could discern it. The scribe of these notes had particularly poor penmanship and, due to the impulsive nature of the ratfolk, frequently made errors, which he would then frantically cross out in large swathes. At times, Rod could hardly decipher what had been written. To compound his difficulties, the lighting in the room was exceptionally poor. Relying solely on the flickering illumination of a fire sprite, which fluctuated erratically due to the ethereal conditions. However, after absorbing the delirious descriptions within, Rod finally grasped the events that had unfolded. The notebook's owner appeared to have once held a role akin to an alchemist within a ratfolk burrow city. And after inventing something known as a magical conduit, he became the target of envy. Initially, others sought merely to usurp his invention. However, their intentions escalated to outright murder. Subsequently, he fled the burrow city with his slaves, establishing a new laboratory in the Shadow Cloud Mountains upon discovering this mine, intent on making a comeback and exacting revenge on those ratfolk who had sought to harm him. Unfortunately, shortly after his experiment succeeded, his own ratfolk followers betrayed him. With a multitude of slave rats attempting to storm his office, he could only barricade the door with a table before escaping through the window, encountering other slave rats below, leading to a fierce battle. Betrayal had become a traditional skill among the ratfolk. Rod had previously read in Collis Valger's memoirs that one should never trust even half a word spoken by them. Regardless of their alliance with the Federation, this despicable subterranean race would harbor a deep-seated hatred for you if they felt even slightly disrespected, yearning to flay you alive. This was a direct quotation from Collis Valger. In the fables of the demon race, there is also a tale of a kind farmer who saved an injured ratfolk, only to be devoured by the ratfolk upon recovery. In summary, this self-proclaimed aspiring king of the world ultimately fell victim to his own slaves. Rod was uncertain as to whether he had escaped, yet it was evident that an incident had occurred with the magical conduit, resulting in the chaotic ether that now permeated this place. Perhaps the chaos stemmed from the careless meddling of the enslaved rats left behind, or perhaps the ratfolk had caused the destruction before departing. As for the deceased ratfolk at the entrance, they may have perished due to some trap set before his escape. Certainly, all of this is merely conjecture based on the current circumstances. What can be definitively established is that the rat man, for whatever reason, has not returned. Otherwise, this crucial notebook would not have been left behind at AS for the other enslaved rats. They finally discerned their whereabouts while Rod prepared to inspect the machinery once more. Just as he returned to the expansive chamber from which he had initially entered, an eerie rustling sound echoed from above his head. Upon glancing up, he was met with an innumerable array of glowing red eyes fixed intently upon him from the ceiling. The moment Rod beheld those crimson dots, he promptly opened his compendium. With a surge of magical energy coursing through him, he unleashed all the monsters he had summoned, Stone, Junmarlu, Skull, Wraith, and Night Beast, into the fray. Simultaneously, a cacophony of piercing shrieks filled the air as a multitude of colossal shadows plummeted from above, crashing heavily onto the ground. Rod then discerned that these creatures, although bearing a resemblance to ratmen, were significantly larger and more robust. One claw was long and emaciated, while the other was short and stout. Their distorted heads sported pairs of blood-red eyes that betrayed an insatiable hunger and greed. It was likely that these enslaved rats had undergone a transformation due to their prolonged existence in such an environment, resulting in a few surviving through mutual aggression, subsequently breeding in this place. Even when attempting to suppress their breaths, the sounds emitted by these mutated rat men were exceptionally shrill. They did not immediately charge at him, perhaps intimidated by the sudden emergence of the summoned monsters. Hesitant to act rashly, Rod remained unperturbed, surveying the area to count the mutated ratmen. 7, 8, 25, 26, 27. A total of 27. In terms of typical ratman populations, this was not particularly numerous. It might be due to a scarcity of food, preventing population expansion, or perhaps the mutations had diminished their reproductive capabilities. It was also possible that these were merely a fraction of the mutated ratmen, with the bulk still elsewhere. If it were one of the first two scenarios, it would be manageable. However, if it were the latter, it would pose a grave concern. Swift resolution was imperative. With a decisive thought, Rod hesitated not for a moment, launching a fireball towards the most concentrated mass of mutated ratmen before him. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the searing flames erupted alongside a wave of intense heat, toppling a significant number of the mutated ratmen. This fireball served as the clarion call for battle. The monsters surrounding him bellowed in unison, charging towards the nearest mutated ratman. In response, the ratmen let out a collective shriek and lunged towards Rod. The effect of the previous fireball was less than ideal, aside from the one directly struck. The others merely rolled on the ground a couple of times, singeing patches of fur without sustaining any grievous wounds. Their sizes had grown considerably, yet they retained their agility, and in an instant, one was nearly upon Rod. Fortunately, he was not alone in this confrontation. Roar! Stone unleashed a ferocious roar, delivering a powerful slap to the mutated ratman. A dull thud resonated as the creature was sent flying, crashing heavily into a discarded machine, causing the iron structure to buckle inward. Had it been a typical ratman, that blow would have been fatal. Yet this ether-altered ratman survived, albeit severely injured. Its chest was caved in, and its claws clung to the edge of the machine, lacking the strength to extricate itself. Rod pointed towards it, ready to deliver a finishing blow with a fireball, but he was not the only one under attack. Another mutated ratman had breached the line of monsters, howling as it reached for Rod's back. However, just as its claws were about to strike, it felt its foot ensnared by something viscous, rendering it immobile. Suddenly, from the very mire it had overlooked, a humanoid form emerged, brandishing a rusted sword, which it plunged into the ratman's chest. Thud! Well done. Rod commended this newfound ally as the fireball soared towards the previously targeted mutated ratman, engulfing it in flames while a more wretched scream echoed from within. The other ratmen were unable to approach Rod at all. Junmarlu exhibited its terrifying speed, weaving through the throng of rats, its spiny protrusions serving as effective weaponry. Though not particularly sharp, they still penetrated the soft skin of these mutated rats. In the blink of an eye, two more mutated ratmen fell to the ground, wailing. The evolved skull wielded its forearms, seemingly flailing its long knives haphazardly. Yet, they formed a tightly woven net of death that ensnared a nearby ratman. Another mutated ratman lunged from behind, but just as its claws were about to grasp Skull's back, the skeletal figure became ethereal. The ratman's claw passed harmlessly through Skull's form. Taken aback, the ratman was met with a bone knife that emerged from an unexpectedly awkward angle, swiftly severing its head. These 20-odd ratmen were being pushed back by Rod and the significantly fewer monsters at his disposal. Just then, Rod noticed Amidst the chaotic cacophony, the sound of something else crawling through the fray. If his suspicions were correct, reinforcements of rat men had indeed arrived. Rod, of course, had no intention of lingering. These rat men were troublesome enough, and exterminating pests was not a task for the present moment. With urgency, he summoned the monsters to prepare for retreat. Just as they took a few steps, he sensed something amiss behind him. Stone stood rooted in place, gazing intently in the direction of the rat men. Its body enveloped in flickering magical light, unsettling motes drifting from the corner of its mouth. Rod immediately realized the situation was dire, and sought to return Stone to his compendium, but it was too late. With a thunderous dragon's roar, a dazzling torrent of magical energy erupted from its mouth. Roar. Although it was impossible to ascertain how long this factory had been abandoned, it was evident that due to the anomaly of the magical conduit established here, the place was saturated with an array of ether of diverse properties, and Stone, as one of the most ether-sensitive beings among the material races, even after its regression, could still keenly perceive the fluctuations of the etheric environment around it. Thus, after battling within the factory for a while, it could not help but unleash a sneeze. Roar. The Stone instinctively stirred the surrounding ether, transforming into an unstoppable torrent that surged forth, instantaneously obliterating the still-living mutant rat men within. However, at the same time, this torrent of ether penetrated the pillars supporting the ceiling. Coupled with the violent assault it endured, the entire cavern trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this dire situation, Rod hesitated no longer. He forcibly retracted the stone back into the tome and swiftly opened the abyss gate. Diving into it, in the fleeting moment before the gate sealed shut, Rod glanced back to see a massive chunk of the ceiling, along with a pile of mutant rats, plummeting downwards. Had he delayed even a heartbeat longer, there would have been no need for a grave. He would have been interred on the spot, although he had emerged unscathed. The machinery on that side was already buried. Should he ever venture into a mine to extract resources again, the issue of the mutant rat men would need addressing. More critically, Rod had teleported directly from within the mine and now found himself at a loss as to the mine's entrance. He would have to locate it anew. When the stone was released again, it appeared weary, suggesting that the earlier tumult had taken its toll on it for his spoils. One was a rather rudimentary-looking semi-automatic pistol, and the other was a notebook written in a language he currently could not comprehend, the purpose of which remained a mystery. While the haul could not be deemed insignificant, it had yet to prove of any immediate utility. Gazing at the two items before him, Rod found himself in a quandary. The notebook, at present, seemed entirely devoid of function. Within the castle and the newly established Greystone town, there were barely 2 spellcasters, himself included, with the other being Violetta. Violetta's magic was purely talent-based, and the spells she knew were trivial at best, such as the ability to make feet stink or hands oily, skills that could hardly be deemed useful. In terms of theoretical knowledge, she fell short of Rod's understanding. As for Rod's own arcane knowledge, it was at a kindergarten level, unable to rise any higher. Then, there was the pistol. Its design bore no trace of magic. And while it might be replicable, that was merely a possibility. Leaving aside the matter of how to craft a smooth barrel and appropriately sized bullets, Rod could not fathom a solution. Was he to hammer out a barrel? Or perhaps fashion bullets from scrap metal? Ah yes, the issue of iron was yet unresolved, though Rod had a rough idea of the components used to create simple black powder in his previous life. The rules governing this world might differ. Who could say whether the charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur of this realm would ignite when combined? He was equally in the dark about the methods employed by the rat men to forge this weapon. Yet, perhaps there were alternative means. After some contemplation, Rod resolved to consult a professional. By professional, he meant Oldway, the only person he was acquainted with among the scant populace surrounding the castle. When he found Oldway, he was lounging atop the workshop roof, basking in the sun. With the town currently lacking iron, he had little to do besides sunbathing or playing cards with others. Oldway, Rod called out. Rod, you've come. Oldway patted the space beside him. Come, join me for a nap. I'll pass. Rod waved his hand. I came to ask you something. As he spoke, he produced the pistol from his pocket. Take a look at this. If you were to create it, could you produce an identical one? Upon seeing the weapon, Oldway's interest piqued, and he sat up, examining the pistol closely. What is this? A handgun, a contraption of the rat man. Rod explained. You could think of it as a more lightweight, user-friendly, long-range crossbow. Oldway nodded and continued his meticulous inspection, posing various questions regarding the weapon's firing mechanism, the type of ammunition it used, and how it could be disassembled. Rod was able to answer all but the last query. Eventually, Oldway shook his head. No, our tools are too rudimentary to achieve the firing specifications you mentioned. We would need to forge a barrel that matches the dimensions of your bullets precisely to ensure no air leaks. Such molds are beyond our current capabilities. What if we used magic? Do you know of any similar spells that could assist? Oldway contemplated for a moment, explaining that is rather complicated. Let me take you to see. As he spoke, he rose and descended the stairs. The workshop below consisted of several rooms arranged neatly, serving as a centralized location for the town's craftsmen. That it was fundamentally still a cottage industry, far less advanced than the Ratman's factory Rod had previously encountered. Oldway's forge was the largest of all the rooms, currently housing 3 forges resembling a toilet plunger, with a hemispherical base and a cylindrical chimney extending to the ceiling. One was the first forge Oldway had built upon his arrival, the largest and most finely crafted. The other 2 were much simpler, made for his apprentices. None of the forges were lit at the moment. Oldway approached his forge, tapping a deliberately carved notch at the base. He retrieved a palm-sized iron box from his pocket, opening it to reveal 3 stones, each uniquely shaped and inscribed with different patterns. This is what is more crucial to blacksmiths than life itself: heating runes. Drawing heating runes is a fundamental course that every blacksmith must begin learning alongside the art of forging. For a blacksmith, these runes are as vital as the hammer they wield. These simple runes were of a lower level than the ones Rod was studying. If Rod's knowledge could be likened to kindergarten level, then these runes would be considered mere toys for children to a true spellcaster. Even for ordinary folk devoid of any innate magical talent, through long periods of rote memorization, they could learn to recall how to create and use some runes with minimal effects. Passed down through generations from master to apprentice, Oldway carefully placed the 3 runes into the prepared recesses and subsequently covered them. Once all 3 runes were installed, they activated automatically. Their functions included absorbing ether, raising temperature, and facilitating air circulation. Thus, even without a bellows or efficient fuel, simply using ordinary firewood could raise the temperature sufficiently for metal forging. However, that was where their capabilities ended. Once the forge was ignited, Rod could hardly feel the flow of ether. The rune's effects were feeble, merely sufficient for kindling but far from adequate for propelling bullets. Moreover, given their current level of technology, the size of the runes was far too small to be inscribed on the compact design of a handgun. During the war between the demon and human races, both sides employed weapons enhanced with runes and magic, among which the iconic weapon was the single-shot siege crossbow, whose power rivaled that of a grand spell. However, such a device was particularly large and required a dedicated mage to manage the magical circle, ensuring the crossbow operated correctly. This was fundamentally at odds with the concept of a firearm as a versatile individual weapon. Oldway did not elaborate further, and Rod understood his implication. Simply put, it was unfeasible. Although Rod sighed at this revelation, he did not feel particularly disheartened. It was inherently a matter of chance. If it could not be done, so be it. After all, there was no pressing need for combat. If their combat capabilities were lacking, then so be it. The Demon King's castle had seen no visitors for 300 years. It was unlikely that he would suddenly attract throngs of people upon taking over. Just as Rod was mulling over these thoughts, Tina unexpectedly entered with Marvin. Upon seeing Rod there, Marvin approached immediately. "Mr. Rod, so you were here. I've been searching for you. I just stepped out for a moment. There's something you need?" Rod inquired. Marvin hesitated. "If you went out, then you must already know about that matter." Although uncertain of the specifics, he sensed that the matter he was about to disclose was unrelated to his recent activities. Rod scratched his head. "Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me. Marvin nodded. "News has come from Rhea that a group of people has arrived outside, drawn by your legend, seeking your protection." Rod raised an eyebrow, confusion evident on his face. "What legend?" In a bid to facilitate the mobility of the townsfolk, Rod had divided the captured chocobos into 2 groups for domestication. One group was placed in the livestock area adjacent to the town, consisting of a modest number, as there was insufficient fodder available for the chocobos. The other group, however, was under the care of a young man named Shio, who had constructed a chocobo stable in a location before Greystone Town that was not threatened by the undead within the town, allowing the townspeople to travel conveniently, while also preventing outsiders from inadvertently wandering into the settlement. Currently, Those fleeing from calamity had established a temporary encampment beside the Chocobo stable, awaiting Rod's response. The tale of the so-called Demon King, who could summon winds and rain to eradicate the rat men in a single strike, was undoubtedly a fabrication spun by Violet. Upon hearing this, Rod felt a surge of anger rising within him. "Where is that Violet?" He gritted his teeth, directing his query at Marvin. The response came from Tina, who had stood silently alongside them. "When we sought you earlier, we inquired about him, and I just saw him rush out in a hurry." Goodness, he runs swiftly to AT that moment. Rod had contemplated hanging him at the city gate for a while. However, other matters demanded his attention. With a long sigh, Rod conceded, "Let him return, and I shall hold him accountable then." "Marvin, accompany me. We shall check on the situation with Shiode." "I will go too," Tina suddenly interjected. Rod pondered briefly before agreeing. Very well. Together, they proceeded towards the Chocobo stable. The secret of the Abyssal Gate was his alone. Tina and Violet were allies, and sharing this knowledge with them posed no issue. However, he maintained a degree of wariness regarding the denizens of Greystone Town, despite observing that Marvin was indeed trustworthy. Rod was reluctant to disclose this secret to a larger audience unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, using the Abyssal Gate required recharging upon return, and Rod needed to ensure that the portal was always prepared for his return. According to Marvin, the variety of races present this time was extensive, with the demon race comprising only a small fraction. Thus, Rod's vigilance was paramount. The path leading away from the castle had been trampled repeatedly by the townsfolk, creating a passable route that spared them the need to navigate through the dense forest as before. Their travel speed had significantly increased. What once required half a day's journey could now be accomplished in just over an hour on a Chocobo. Given some proficiency, upon exiting the town, they encountered Lucius, who seemed to be instructing the townspeople in the construction of a water wheel for irrigation. When he first arrived, he appeared somewhat reluctant to engage with the townsfolk. But he quickly assimilated with them. From Rod's perspective, he could discern no fundamental difference between the human and demon races. Yet, even within the human and demon factions, conflicts erupted daily, and it was hardly surprising for disparate groups to engage in warfare. Kings required an adversary to unite their people. When a common foe emerged, they would naturally rally together, much like the group Rod now observed. Barbarians, goblins, dark dwarves, and perhaps even an elf. They had cleared a patch of ground in the woods and were seated upon it. Some clutched their belongings, wrapped in cloth, protectively against their chests, while casting wary glances at those around them. Others possessed nothing but the tattered remnants of clothing, their gazes vacant and numbed, many lacking even a single shoe. Witnessing the plight of these individuals, Rod could not help but furrow his brow. Where had they come from? Not certain. They all hail from the vicinity of Rolna, unable to survive, having heard tales of your legendary exploits. They sought to try their luck, replied a scruffy man, whose youth was evident upon closer inspection. His name was Shio. He was a returning university student who had previously worked in the city, but returned to Greystone Town to raise poultry for sustenance. His parents perished during the rat plague, and his livestock had been devoured by the rodents. Upon hearing of Rod's desire for assistance in raising chocobos, he immediately volunteered and came to dwell here alone. Legendary exploits. Rod sighed heavily. He had gathered some understanding of the situation outside as he had previously surmised. The tax hike edict had caused a significant uproar in the vicinity of Rolna. The common folk, already suffering immense losses from the rat plague, found it increasingly difficult to endure under the more burdensome taxations. Numerous instances of violent resistance against tax collection had arisen, followed by the Lord's forces ruthlessly suppressing dissent. To preserve their lives, many were forced to flee their homes and seek refuge in the perilous mountains, rife with monsters. Do they have leaders? I wish to speak with them. There is one. I shall retrieve her for you. Shio replied as he ventured into the temporary encampment of the refugees. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a woman. Her skin was a shade of gray-brown, her ears pointed, and her silvery hair cascaded down. Her stature was slightly shorter than that of an average demon, that half-dark elf. Rod mused in surprise. If one were to debate which race was the rarest on the continent, opinions would vary greatly. Similarly, determining which race was the most despised would yield no clear victor. However, if one were to inquire about a race that was both scarce and loathed, the majority would likely respond without hesitation: elves. This race, seemingly favored by the heavens, boasted tall figures, exquisite beauty, prolonged lifespans, and an innate affinity for the ether. They excelled in magic, archery, swordsmanship, arts, craftsmanship, and regarded other races with disdain. Every afternoon, they required a precisely brewed cup of tea alongside meticulously prepared delicacies before commencing their leisurely tasks for the day. These individuals resembled the bourgeoisie of the city, with one of their daily pastimes being to mock their impoverished relatives during tea time. Dark elves were akin to their impoverished kin, having retreated underground following failed ventures. Polluted by the ether, their vision faltered, their skin darkened, and their temperaments grew malevolent and extreme, harboring hatred towards any race besides their own, a trait they shared with their affluent relatives, albeit with an affinity for sadomasochism. Half-dark elves, as the name implies, were the offspring of dark elves and other races. Given that elves typically birth only once every 4 to 5 centuries, those capable of producing offspring with them were predominantly humans or demons adept at childbearing. Of course, rat men were also proficient in this regard, but that was a topic unfit for this healthy channel. This half-elf woman clearly inherited the skin tone, ears, and stature of the dark elves, with the probable height of a demon. Truth be told, the human and demon races, as unfortunate siblings, had little to pass on to one another, except for reproductive capabilities, of course. Evidently, this lady had also inherited the elf sharpness and arrogance. "You have a keen eye," she remarked, attempting to tilt her head in a condescending manner towards Rod, though her stature made it quite challenging. From her height, she appeared to be between 150 and 170 years old. And considering that elves mature at 300 years, she would require another 150 years to genuinely look down upon Rod. After failing to discreetly rise on her tiptoes, she feigned nonchalance and returned her heels to the ground. "I am Eileen Maxwell Samantha Isabel Antoinette. You are the Demon King." The naming conventions of elves were detailed in a dedicated tome. Though Rod had never perused it, he was acutely aware that mispronouncing even a single syllable of an elf's name was a grave offense. So he opted to refrain from addressing her as such. "I am Rod. I am not particularly aware of the nonsensical rumors you have heard about me," he stated, glancing into the depths of the forest. "But presently, our own circumstances are dire, and we lack the means to assist you. From a moral standpoint, given their current state, the likelihood of these individuals surviving the return journey is likely less than 30%. However, from a pragmatic perspective, accepting refugees would not only complicate the gradually stabilizing town of Greystone, but, more importantly, the crops in the fields have only just been sown and will require time to mature. Presently, the food reserves within the castle are woefully insufficient to sustain such a large number of people. Yet, Erin appeared unfazed, maintaining her composure as she declared, "What we require is not your charity." Rod raised an eyebrow, intrigued though. She turned to address the motley gathering seated casually on the ground, stating, "The goblins and dwarves here hail from the northern Ironwood town. They are seasoned craftsmen, while these brutes, despite lacking skills, possess considerable strength and can work far more effectively than those demons you employ." Erin inhaled deeply and fixed her gaze resolutely on Rod. "That we are not here to beg. We seek collaboration." Rod rested his chin on his hand, pondering Erin's proposition seriously. If what she claimed was true, and such a multitude of craftsmen resided here, the situation would indeed shift dramatically. The issue of food could be resolved. After all, Rod had the means to procure supplies from other locations, as traversing through the abyssal gate did not consume much time. However, one question lingered in his mind. If they were all craftsmen, why did they need to flee? Craftsmen are treasures in any region. Even lords who may look down upon them would typically refrain from harming them as long as they did not cause trouble, unless, of course, they had committed some grave offense. Regarding this, Erin seemed to have nothing to conceal, casually responding, "It's not a significant matter. The Lord's tax collector arrived in the village, seized their families, and threatened to execute one person for each day of delayed tax payment. As a result, we killed the tax collector and his entourage, leaving us no choice but to flee." This explanation was indeed plausible. The question remained, however, whether this half-elf spoke the truth, and if so, why the tax collector resorted to such extreme measures to compel immediate payment. One could only wonder how many secrets lay hidden in her words. Fundamentally, under what circumstances could a group of craftsmen overpower a regular army led by a tax collector armed with armor and weapons? Rod turned to Marvin and Tina. "What are your thoughts?" Marvin, the acting mayor of Greystone, and Tina, a partner in their endeavors, were crucial to the decision of whether to accept these refugees. Marvin expressed no qualms. noting that during times of war, it was quite common for villages and towns to absorb populations from one another. Tina nodded in agreement, her gaze falling on the dejected refugees, her eyes filled with sorrow. I believe we cannot simply abandon them here. Rod contemplated for a moment. Then, before he could finish his sentence, he and Tina abruptly turned to face the direction from which the refugees had come. Someone was approaching. Were they allies? Rod inquired of Erin. Our people are already here, she replied, also gazing toward the same direction. The only ones coming now are likely those pursuing us. Did you not claim to have eliminated them all? Erin retorted with confidence, we killed the tax collector, not the entire populace of Runner City. They must have sent someone to investigate upon realizing the tax collector had not returned. In the brief exchange, the others had already heard the rapid hoofbeats approaching from a distance. The ranks of refugees erupted into chaos, clearly aware of what those hoofbeats signified, before they could gather their belongings and flee. A cavalry squadron charged towards them, swiftly closing the distance. You've made me work for this. The leader, mounted on a grand steed, bellowed, his armor adorned with ostentatious patterns, a colorful plume protruding from his helmet. You, the criminals who defy the Lord, shall now receive your due punishment. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, seemingly ready to command his subordinates to advance. Rod could not permit them to act on this impulse. Regardless of the truth behind Erin's words, these craftsmen must not perish here. He stepped forward, with Tina and Marvin flanking him, confronting the knight. Before they could utter a word, the knight scoffed loudly. So, you are the reinforcements these criminals summoned? With such a meager force, you dare to stand before me, Sitatok? Since you have chosen to oppose the Lord, I shall waste a moment of my precious time to dispose of you. Rod had initially hoped to avoid conflict. Recognizing that engaging with the soldiers from Runner City would yield no benefits and could sour relations with them. However, upon hearing the self-proclaimed Sitatok speak, he swiftly changed his mind. Moreover, it was not solely him speaking. An individual who appeared to be his aide chimed in. Oh, Lord Sitatok, it seems these individuals are foolishly attempting to obstruct your path. They do not deserve your attention. Allow me to deal with them. Sitatok did not even lower his gaze, dismissively waving his hand, as if swatting away an annoying flyas you wish. This attitude was infuriating. Rod frowned, scratching his chin, then placed one hand on his hip. Shouting, stop barking like a dog. If you're going to fight, do it swiftly. To Rod, this hardly qualified as an insult, yet the aide reacted as if he had been grievously insulted, shrieking, You lowly peasant, dare to utter such filthy words to Lord Sitatok. With a thud, a potato struck the aide squarely in the face. Rod dusted off his hands. Who said that? I was referring to you. Do you understand the language of demons? He then turned to the knight named Sitatok and pointed at the aide, declaring, he is a dog. Preposterous. Sitatok appeared unfazed, while the aide leaped down in a fit of rage, his face flushed with indignation. Truthfully, Rod believed his words lacked any real malice. He preferred to avoid more aggressive comments that would tarnish his demeanor. He never expected someone would be so riled up over such trivial words, perhaps because he had always been the one hurling insults without ever facing any in return. Have you never been insulted? Rod asked earnestly. Are your parents still alive? He initially intended to inquire if he had never been scolded by his parents, only to realize it sounded somewhat odd as anticipated. The aide, seething with fury, drew his sword and aimed it at Rod, declaring, I will duel you. I shall wash away the disgrace you have cast upon my family with your blood. Never mind. Forget it, Rod sighed, beckoning to the aide while motioning for Tina and Marvin to step back. All right, come at me. Tina and Marvin were still trying to grasp the situation, bewildered by the sudden challenge to a duel that, to be honest, Rod himself was equally confused. Yet, it mattered little. The soldiers led by Sitatok quickly stepped aside, while the refugees, though apprehensive, gathered around in the center. Only Rod and the aide faced each other. The aide proclaimed loudly, I am a knight of the Maxwell family, Dola Maxwell. State your name. Summoner Rod. Rod replied, feeling a bit awkward standing before this individual. Let us get on with it. Humph. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The aide's words were rather cliché. Rod struggled to articulate his feelings, although he had never heard such phrases in this world. They felt all too familiar from various other contexts at that moment. Dola had already readied himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Rod with a fierce battle cry, sword drawn. However, he barely took a couple of steps before sensing something overhead. Then came a resounding thud. Ironhead fell from the sky, directly smashing him into a pulp. Well, that's that. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward? Rod extended his hands, surveying the surrounding silence. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from behind him. Although the refugees could not comprehend how Ironhead had appeared, the soldiers who had relentlessly pursued them had left many laggards dead in their wake, and thus the refugees felt no sympathy for them. Meanwhile, the soldiers were vociferously cursing, indignantly accusing Rod of lacking martial virtue and violating the rules of engagement. Rod remained unperturbed, disdainfully facing the tide of accusations that as a summoner, was it not entirely reasonable to employ summoned beasts in battle? Yet it appeared that his adversaries did not share this sentiment. Sitatok, who had previously seemed to enjoy the spectacle, was now consumed by rage, suddenly drawing his sword and declaring, "There is no need to discuss benevolence with these unscrupulous individuals. Let us slay them, kill them." The soldiers, though only minimally trained, donned decent armor yet rushed towards Rod in a disorganized frenzy. The previously passive refugees were thrown into chaos. The timid goblins turned to flee, while the hot-tempered dwarves and barbarians, emboldened by Rod's earlier victory, prepared to fight to the death. Rod flipped through the chaos compendium, and a myriad of monsters materialized before him, their roars instantly intimidating the aggressive soldiers. Simultaneously, a lithe figure darted past him. Tina, like the wind, surged into the midst of the soldiers, and before they could react, 7 or 8 were swiftly felled. Rod suddenly realized that he had never witnessed Tina in genuine combat. Only when he had subdued the dead-nail demon had she displayed her prowess, cleaving through its chest with a single stroke. Rod had only vaguely understood her strength, never fully contemplating just how formidable she truly was. Yet now, as he observed that a third of the enemy had already collapsed before his summoned creatures even reached them, he was struck by the gravity of her abilities. Sitatok was sent flying a considerable distance by a single kick, crashing into a row of soldiers. These soldiers, many of whom had enlisted merely to earn a meager living, were largely comprised of local ruffians, lacking any real morale. Their training had been lax, and while they might bully defenseless civilians, the dire situation prompted some to begin fleeing. Sitatok, witnessing his men crumble like tofu at the slightest touch, bellowed for them to return, but his calls fell on deaf ears. Without hesitation, the knight whistled sharply, mounted his steed, and, cracking his whip, barreled through the obstructing soldiers to escape into the distance. Those who could not flee were overwhelmed by the monsters and refugees, meeting a brutal end. They've escaped. Observing the panicked soldiers, Rod sighed. Tina returned, sword in hand, her tone tinged with regret. "I'm sorry, I let him get away. No matter, he has fled, and that is sufficient," Rod replied with a smile, then turned to the retreating Eileen. "You certainly show no intention of assisting. You run remarkably fast." Eileen, unashamed of her flight, defiantly placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest. "One must assess your capabilities. Otherwise, how would we avoid falling into a disadvantage? Collaboration necessitates mutual understanding." "That is indeed a valid point, and thus I hope you will demonstrate your worth in due course," Rod stated, then looked towards Moen. "Please, take Tina and the others back and arrange accommodations for them." "Understood," Moen nodded, then inquired, "And what about you? I must check on how my chocobos are faring. Right, Hugh?" Rod smiled at the figure hiding behind a tree. Hugh, startled by the earlier commotion, managed a sheepish grin. Before long, the refugees, who had just begun to settle in, hastily packed their belongings and headed towards the castle, expecting to arrive as night fell. Rod surveyed the chocobo enclosure, exchanged a few words of care with Hugh, and then announced his departure. He then utilized the abyss gate to position himself on the path the soldiers would inevitably traverse, preparing to eliminate any remaining threats. Rod had no intention of allowing these men to return alive to Lerner City. He was not so reckless as to confront the Lerner army at this moment. If no one returned from here, it would at least afford the castle a significant period of preparation until the enemy discovered that their pursuit of the refugees had vanished. At that juncture, they would either send more to investigate or abandon the endeavor entirely, providing Rod ample time to bolster the strength of Demon King City. Although he had previously contemplated such strategies, he had preferred the tranquility of farming. Now, however, he had no choice but to enact the plans he had once mulled over. With some time before the deserters arrived, Rod remained unhurried, releasing the monsters to warm up. He had previously noted that since emerging from the Ratman underground factory, Shido's condition had been quite poor, displaying signs of lethargy even when confronting the soldiers. This time, upon being freed, Shertu simply lay down, closing his eyes to doze off. Ill, Rod approached and gently patted Shitu's head. The creature merely opened his eyes slightly, nudged Rod with his forehead, and resumed sleeping. Shertu, the beast dragon species, dragon level, 24 strength, 213 agility, 77 stamina, 466 endurance, 147 magic, 165 talents. Beast dragon blood. Beast dragon scales, magic resistance, blade resistance, impact resistance, poison resistance, earth resistance, fire resistance, water resistance, wind resistance, light resistance, dark resistance, night vision, chaos adaptation. While there were no changes in attributes, Rod noted the disappearance of the degraded talent, degradation. Talent is gradually deteriorating. Shertu had been confined within the great magic circle since birth, lacking sustenance and ether, which had irreversibly affected his body. Even after being released by Rod, this talent had not vanished, indicating that Shita's body was still undergoing a slow transformation. For instance, his beast dragon blood and beast dragon scales talents evidently stemmed from a degradation of dragon blood and dragon scales, and it was possible that the other talents had also experienced some degree of decline. Yet now, the degradation effect had vanished. Was it due to the environment of the Ratman factory? Rod pondered thoughtfully. Just then, the crouching dogmeat suddenly stood, growling and baring its teeth, fixating on a direction behind Rod. Shertu also opened his eyes wide, staring intently in the same direction. Who goes there? Step forward. Rod called out towards where dogmeat was focused, but found nothing but dense forest. Fear not. It is eyed out a half-elf with flowing white hair emerged from behind the trees. Her expression one of curiosity. I am quite intrigued as to when you arrived ahead of me. It seemed that Eileen had deduced their shared thoughts as a half-elf, her ability to rise to leadership among a group of fools. Brutes and cowards must surely be attributed to some skill. While she appeared to be walking with the others towards the castle, she had likely taken a different route, upon noticing Rod lingering in the chocobo enclosure. She must have assumed he was trailing behind. However, her swift arrival at this juncture hinted at several secrets. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Seeing Rod's silence, Eileen pressed further. How did you get ahead of me? Rod, looking down at her from his height, regarded Eileen with a slightly disdainful expression. How should I know? Perhaps your legs are simply too short. Eileen was momentarily taken aback, then glared at Rod with gritted teeth. You are exceedingly rude. Rod exhaled through his nostrils with a cold chuckle. Ah, it seems we are alike. Having said that, he could scarcely be bothered to acknowledge her, resuming his repose against the stone. Closing his eyes to indulge in a much-needed rest, he had not had a moment's peace since rising that morning, not even pausing to eat, which had rendered his mood exceedingly irritable. The half-elf, observing his demeanor, sulked and retreated to a nearby tree, mimicking his posture to rest against it. Yet, she seemed less adept at maintaining her patience than Rod. She soon complained of the tree's rough bark and the abundance of insects, ultimately taking the liberty to lay herself against the stone without Rod's consent. Thanks to the dragon's aura surrounding the stone, even the most persistent mosquitoes dared not approach. However, Eileen was not content to remain still. Her hands incessantly exploring the surface of the stone, it seemed that the Dark Elf's XP system was peculiar, and given Eileen's mixed lineage, one might wonder if she harbored some draconic inclinations. As Rod's gaze towards Eileen grew increasingly peculiar, he pondered whether to apprehend this infatuated girl, who had been unduly affectionate towards a dragon for at least 3 centuries, when she suddenly spoke with a look of confusion. Its condition is rather strange, you know. Oh, how so? Rod inquired, finally paying earnest attention to Eileen's movements. Eileen leaned against the stone's back, her expression grave. I cannot discern the specifics, but the ether within it is exceedingly chaotic. You understand magic? Eileen replied, somewhat exasperated. Though I possess only half-elf blood, I still carry some elven heritage. Very well. What implications does this carry? Rod pressed further. Undoubtedly, some change has occurred, whether it is for better or worse. I cannot say. Eileen sat cross-legged atop the stone, resting her chin in her hand, deep in contemplation. Has it encountered any unusual circumstances of late? She queried. What has it encountered? Rod mused briefly before recounting the stone's recent experiences. Though he refrained from delving into excessive detail, merely mentioning its previous existence in a severely ether-depleted environment, followed by a visit to a realm teeming with chaotic and overwhelming ether. I do have a theory, Eileen proclaimed suddenly, revealing a sly smile. However, you must apologize to me before I divulge it. Rod regarded the half-elf with a complex expression, then sighed. Very well, I apologize. Not sufficient sincerity, Eileen retorted, her expression exuding delight as her nose seemed to point skyward. You must declare that Lady Eileen is not short at all. Lady Eileen is not short at all. Lady Eileen stands 2 meters tall. Lady Eileen stands 2 meters tall. Lady Eileen is both tall and beautiful. With a stunning figure. I, Rod, am but a mere insignificant figure in her presence. Lady Eileen is both tall and beautiful, with a stunning figure. I, Rod. Well, that will suffice. Rod shot her an irritated look, feigning anger that I was merely jesting. Eileen retorted, rolling her eyes before adopting a serious tone, that I hypothesized that although its body has regressed, the innate instincts of the dragon race compel it to absorb the surrounding ether subconsciously as a means of self-repair. The ambient ether was not particularly abundant. Hence the previous minimal impact on IT. It was only upon your arrival at that chaotic location, where it absorbed a significant amount of external ether in a short time, that this anomalous state manifested. Will this have any repercussions for it? Essentially none, Eileen replied. Had it been another race, it would likely have grown an extra set of limbs by now. However, dragons possess a natural resilience to various attributes. A bit of rest will suffice for its recovery. It merely has an upset stomach now. Once it digests this ether, it will ultimately be beneficial. Understood. Thank you very much. Although Rod held little fondness for the half-elf, he expressed his gratitude sincerely. In response, her demeanor shifted, and she turned her face away. I'm not insisting you thank me, but since you feel compelled to do so, I shall graciously accept. Such a tsundere at 150 years old. Rod thought, scratching his head, resolved not to voice this sentiment. With the assurance that the stone was unharmed, Rod's spirits lifted somewhat. At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted from the pathway below the hillside. The deserters had arrived. Siddiq rode at the forefront, dejected, accompanied by a ragtag group of wounded soldiers trailing behind him. Rod patted the stone's head before making his way down the hill. What are you planning to do? Eileen asked, blinking innocently, feigning ignorance. You claim I am the demon lord. Naturally, I must undertake actions befitting a demon lord. Do you require assistance? Have you finished scrutinizing my secrets? I believe I have seen enough. Eileen braced herself against the stone and leaped down nimbly to land gracefully. Moreover, as you mentioned, as your partner, it is time for me to demonstrate my worth. Siddiq trudged down the road back to the city. His spirits low. What a dreadful path. Can't it be a bit more stable? The road, seldom trodden, had become uneven, and Siddiq's irritation boiled over as he raised his hand to strike the head of his warhorse. Yet, upon reflection, he lowered it again, considering that angering the horse might lead to his own downfall. Damn those two. I will not let you escape, Siddiq muttered through gritted teeth, but the thought of the woman, powerful as a monster, and the man capable of summoning beasts and even dragons sent shivers down his spine. Even if I am powerless, once I return, the lord of the city will not let you off lightly. After all, you are but a bunch of lowly commoners. As he walked, he continued to vent his frustrations. Do you not feel parched? A voice that filled him with dread suddenly rang out, and Siddiq realized a figure stood by the roadside ahead, none other than the man he had encountered previously. F4, Siddiq gasped in horror, yanking the reins to halt his horse abruptly. Simultaneously, the soldiers behind him caught sight of Rod and erupted into a frenzy of panic, seeking to flee in all directions. Rod and Eileen had prepared to leave no one unscathed, ensuring that escape was not an option. With a resounding crash, a circular wall of fire erupted, ensnaring all within its confines. The fastest of the soldiers, unable to stop in time, collided with the flames, igniting instantly and collapsing to the ground, a burning figure that writhed in agony. Eileen perched on a prominent stone ledge, raising a finger as a series of small flames danced like serpents around it. With a swift motion, she directed the fire toward the soldiers, and those touched by the flame erupted in flames, their screams sending chills through all present. Some soldiers hastily readied their crossbows, but before they could draw back the mechanisms, a gaunt, spiny troll barreled toward them, piercing one soldier's chest with a single claw. Eileen gave Rod a thumbs up from a distance, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Before him, Siddiq had fallen unceremoniously to the ground, and Rod had employed a remarkably simple tactic. He had commanded the fire spirit to charge at the warhorse, which, in its panic, had thrown Siddiq off. Such was the reason why cavalry often required blinders during a charge. Please, do not kill me. Do you know who I am? I am Shu. Rod crouched before Siddiq, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. If you wish to boast of your lineage or demand a ransom, I shall ensure our acquaintance becomes more intimate. Siddiq promptly sealed his lips. Excellent. Rod nodded in satisfaction. You may speak freely, as long as you refrain from uttering anything I find displeasing, despite his assurances. Siddiq remained silent, too fearful to utter a word. Very well, since you are unwilling to speak, I shall pose the questions. Thais Zydatok nodded rapidly. Rod commenced his inquiries. Who are you? Where do you reside? And what is your position? Zydatok appeared reluctant to speak, prompting Rod to draw the fire spirit closer to him. The sparks flying forth compelled him to respond hastily. I am Zydatok Ellis, a knight of the Ellis family. I dwell at number 17, Luke Street, in the city of Lerna, and my title is Sergeant Major. Who sent you? And for what purpose? It is those sinners, those commoners. They killed Lord Bobby, the tax collector. The lord of the city commanded me to bring them back for execution. Why did they slay the tax collector? Well, I am not certain, Zydatok replied, on the verge of tears, that I merely follow the commands of the Lord. I know nothing beyond that. Oh, Rod nodded. How well do you know your Lord? Upon mentioning the Lord, fear was evident in Zydatok's gaze. I am but a humble knight. How could I possibly be privy to the affairs of the Lord? Yet you are a knight and a sergeant major. That is not insignificant, Rod remarked, choosing not to pursue further personal details about the Lord, as he was not there for such frivolities. What do you know regarding the tax increase? This is all the command of the Lord. Oh, Rod leaned the fire spirit closer, nearly singeing the man's hair a little closer, and the wailing soldiers would be his fate. No, please, I truly know nothing. Zydatok screamed in desperation that it began last year when the Lord suddenly imposed higher taxes. The rates for us nobles increased even more. No one wished for it, yet none dared oppose the Lord. All who opposed him have vanished. Do you know what he does with the collected funds? I do not know. I genuinely do not, Zydatok cried out. Well then, Rod nodded, having exhausted his inquiries for the moment. Your answers have been honest. Thus, you need not face the flames. With that, Rod drew the short sword from Zydatok's waist and swiftly severed his throat. In truth, Rod could have toyed with him before his demise, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope before delivering the final blow, but he deemed it unnecessary. After all, Rod bore no deep-seated grudge against him. He was merely an ordinary villain, easily dispatched. Torturing the nearly dead was the pastime of the Dark Elves. Rod glanced at Erin, who was delighting in driving soldiers against the wall of flames with a serpent of fire, and let out a sigh. With her prowess, she should not be chased by such mediocre soldiers. Yet, Rod could not fathom her intentions. The skull of a soldier was cleaved in two as she charged forward, beheading him with a single strike. TCH, how dull, Erin scoffed, ceasing her play. With the soldiers dwindling in number, none survived the combined efforts of her and the monsters. She leapt down from the rock and trotted over to Rod. Casting a disdainful glance at the corpses, to kill them so easily is too merciful. You have no idea of the atrocities they committed while pursuing us. Whether I know or not is inconsequential. I was not present and cannot empathize, Rod stated as he directed the monsters to cast the bodies aside. They would soon vanish from sight. The key point is that it is already quite late. He gestured towards the sky, which was nearly enveloped in darkness. That I wish to return for dinner. I am quite tired. Let us not squander any more time. With that, he summoned all the monsters back and, yawning, made his way toward the castle. Erin, however, was quite intrigued by the iron-bound book in Rod's possession. What is this? May I take a look? Are those monsters bound within this book in the form of ether? Is your magic cast through this book, or can you perform it independently? This material is quite remarkable. I have never seen anything like it. You cannot possibly be the Demon King, can you? Wait, hold on. Dante walks so fast, just because you have long legs. When Rod returned to the castle, it was indeed already midnight. The refugees, much like the townsfolk of Greystone before them, had been assigned to spend the night on the first floor of the castle. Tina informed them that they were strictly prohibited from venturing anywhere in the castle except for the side hall on the first floor. However, given the general nature of this group of races, it was hard to believe they would comply. This batch of refugees included barbarians, dark dwarfs, and goblins, With the exception of Eileen, Rod had encountered the Dark Dwarves before. The bank president, Gene Henry, belonged to them. Albeit he was among the least dwarven of the Dark Dwarves. The T.O. put it simply, Dark Dwarves are ordinary dwarves with their stubborn and irritable traits amplified. It is said that their emergence resulted from ordinary dwarves unearthing ether anomalies, leading to their transformation, while another tale suggests a tribe of dwarves fell victim to a sorcerer's curse. These are merely legends. What is certain is that these dark dwarves could no longer thrive within their original alliance and were driven into the realm of the demon race. Presently, they were living quite well, engaging daily in mining, forging, drinking, and brawling, leading a fulfilling and joyous life. Of course, their form of fighting is generally regarded by other races as self-inflicted carnage. If other races lack a physique comparable to that of dark dwarves, it is best to avoid their drinking bouts. Otherwise, one might exit sideways after entering, or in some cases, only half a person might be dragged out, the other half swept away. Goblins, while strikingly similar to dark dwarves, are their complete opposites. They possess forging skills that rival those of dark dwarves, yet they are exceptionally timid and indeed quite weak. Rather than crafting large armor or weapons, they prefer to create smaller, intricate items such as watches. As for the barbarians, it has been previously mentioned that they are a type of troll. However, these trolls seem to have undergone some enlightenment or perhaps have been pinched by a door, as they are significantly more intelligent than their distant cousins, capable even of coherently forming rudimentary sentences with the words they have learned, due to their immense strength and regenerative abilities. Many have attempted to train barbarians as soldiers or war machines, but often the first hurdle is ensuring that their instructors survive the training. Nevertheless, after all these years, there have been some methods devised. The most effective approach is to forego training entirely, arm them with weapons, and send them directly into battle, merely pointing out a target. Generally, this target would be the enemy's stronghold. As time progressed, barbarian mercenaries became a distinct profession, characterized by the imperative not to disclose any complex task information. Simply instruct them where to go and whom to eliminate. The reason for not specifying how many to kill is that even the cleverest of barbarians struggle with arithmetic beyond 2. Additionally, it is crucial not to attempt to coordinate other troops alongside the barbarian contingent. Typically, the heads of your other soldiers would be the first to be smashed into their chests by the barbarians' fists. However, due to their lack of intelligence, barbarians exhibit a high degree of loyalty. With Eileen's guidance, they can be directed, for instance, by distributing weapons and instructing them to clear a path to the mine, subsequently transporting or back daily. The greatest danger along this route comes from monstrous creatures. But if the cargo bearers are barbarians, it is the monsters that should feel apprehensive in terms of preparing for potential future adversaries. Rod has always harbored a general notion that TO swiftly enhance combat capabilities without traditional training. The focus should be on improving the soldier's equipment. The major factions in this world generally overlook this aspect. Due to the existence of levels and magic, an individual's combat prowess can escalate to a formidable degree, much like Tina, who, when holding the initiative, could effortlessly annihilate the forces that previously pursued the refugees. Not to mention the recent occurrences involving the formidable death dragons, capable of rendering vast areas barren with a single spell. Their master, the Death King, along with other demon generals and the coalition heroes who have battled against the Demon King's army for years, would only grow stronger. The Great Rift still resides at the heart of the continent, created 3 centuries ago. Thus, Rod had never contemplated opposing these forces. As long as he could maintain his modest domain, he would suffice. However, the current issue is that the enemy is approaching. The good news is that the strength of the city of Rolna is relatively weak, situated deep behind the demon realm, with both military and economic capacities being quite average, and they have hardly engaged in warfare, with soldiers primarily occupied with patrolling or dealing with troublesome monsters and civilians. The subordinates of Zytotok that Rod previously encountered represent the typical combat prowess of Rolna's soldiers, averaging around level 5, with the more formidable among them barely exceeding level 10 yet. The problem lies in their sheer numbers, and they are all armed. In contrast, the majority of those in the castle and Greystone possess little more than pitchforks as their finest weaponry, rendering them inferior to these untrained soldiers. Therefore, regardless of Rod's subsequent plans, the immediate concern that must be addressed is the procurement of materials. This means swiftly establishing a route to the mine. Irrespective of the quality of old waste furnaces, they must be ignited without delay on the following day. Rod sought out Eileen to share his plans with her, outlining where the craftsmen from Ironwood Town could construct their homes and the general specifications for their construction. To prevent misunderstandings between the unfamiliar parties, Rod had actually designated separate zones for both groups. Greystone would remain in its original location, while he had planned another area for the new residents from Ironwood Town. As for timber, it could be sourced from the forests upstream of the river, easily floated downstream once felled, a method previously employed by the inhabitants of Greystone. Stone, on the other hand, could only be mined at the edge of the Black Earth, where towering cliffs abound, ensuring an ample supply of stone. Rod also mentioned the location of the mine he had discovered, inviting those unafraid of danger to seek it out. Following this, it was up to Eileen to inform the newly arrived craftsmen. Upon noticing that they had already begun their work, Rod left them to it and returned to his own affairs by the third day. After concluding his customary morning exercises, Rod visited Greystone and observed that the new residents had commenced constructing their homes. From a distance, it appeared as though a group of individuals was industriously engaged in their tasks. But as he approached, he realized the situation was far from that. The dark dwarves were obsessively intent on residing underground. Without having laid a proper foundation, they were digging holes everywhere, transforming the once pristine expanse of land into a war-torn landscape riddled with craters. The goblins, however, showed no inclination to work, each standing idly by, assuming the role of overseers and issuing directives. The barbarians, on the other hand, were indeed working diligently and, truth be told, were quite obedient, following instructions as given. Yet, often, 2 or 3 goblins would chatter incessantly beside each barbarian. And the barbarian's intellect was not sufficient to discern whose orders to heed. The outcome was a chaotic construction, with houses being erected in disarray, and any progress made was frequently dismantled and redone. Despite being a group of craftsmen, their actual performance proved to be inferior to that of the ordinary citizens of Greystone. The situation escalated when a poorly secured wooden beam collapsed, crushing a nearby hole dug by another dark dwarf, resulting in a quarrel that spiraled into a brawl between the barbarians and dark dwarves, while the goblins cheered on the chaos. Observing the pandemonium from a distance, Rod shook his head and sighed deeply. Exhausted, he contemplated destruction. However, despite such musings, Rod could not simply turn a blind eye. The lack of proper management had led to this anticipated outcome. Greystone was inhabited by races with similar lifestyles, and with Marvin's capable oversight, things had remained relatively stable. Yet on the Ironwood side, Eileen was utterly uninvolved, and the 3 races each bore their own character flaws, making the emergence of issues hardly surprising. Since problems had arisen, they needed resolution. After some contemplation, Rod summoned both Marvin and Eileen. They arrived. "What is the matter?" Eileen pushed open the door and boldly took a seat, while Marvin had been waiting here for some time. This was the town hall of Greystone, specifically Marvin's office. "IT concerns our current situation," Rod remarked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, "that I wish to overturn the original plans and consolidate our resources into a new collective." Rod's initial strategy aimed for a peaceful coexistence, allowing them to live as they always had. However, he soon realized that this approach was untenable. Even within Ironwood Town, there were frequent frictions among its inhabitants. If this continued, even if they weathered the current crisis, conflicts between Ironwood and Greystone would be inevitable in the future. Thus, Rod's foremost task was to eliminate the division between Ironwood and Greystone, uniting their citizens under a single banner, which would facilitate management and enable them to collectively fend off external threats. Marvin pondered for a moment. Does Mr. Rod mean to establish an independent nation? Or perhaps forge an alliance? It's not as grand as that, and the term alliance suggests a potential for division. Rod chuckled. "That I merely propose merging into a new town, thereby standardizing labor management and distribution to lay a solid foundation for future development." "I have no objections," Eileen responded decisively. Ironwood Town had long ceased to exist. There was no harm in adopting a new name. Marvin, however, appeared conflicted. "After all, Greystone is where generations of our families have lived. If we abandon this name, why not just let us all merge into Greystone?" Eileen shrugged indifferently. Rod interjected, shaking his head. "No, that would only foster resentment among the original Greystone residents towards these newcomers. For true integration, we must first completely dismantle the existing boundaries." He sighed and turned to Marvin. "Hey, you have any suggestions? Or could you attempt to persuade the townsfolk?" Marvin's expression grew troubled. yet he began to contemplate earnestly. After a short while, he seemed to have a glimmer of inspiration that I may not be able to do it myself, but perhaps someone else can. Who? Mr. Violetti. When Violetti was summoned, Rod could hear him lamenting from a distance. Upon entering the room, however, he fell silent, sheepishly chuckling as he glanced at Rod. Did you need something? I have no intention of causing you trouble, Rod replied with resignation. The crux of the matter was that the people of Ironwood had come here because Violetti had been boasting outside, resulting in a cascade of rumors. Ever since their arrival, Violetti had been avoiding Rod, fearing his wrath. Yet, Rod was not one to harbor grudges. What had happened was in the past, and the focus should be on finding a solution. Moreover, on a positive note, the arrival of a group of artisans was not entirely unwelcome. Seeing that Rod did not intend to confront him, Violetti relaxed, reverting to his usual jovial demeanor. I knew you wouldn't treat me this way. He then surveyed the room and finally noticed Eileen sitting nearby. A half-elf. His eyes lit up as he approached her, bowing extravagantly. It is a tremendous honor to meet you. Beautiful half-elf lady, I am Violetti Andrew, the bard who sings heroic epics. Where did this fool come from? Eileen's expression was one of disdain. Ignoring the stunned Violetti, Rod turned to Marvin. Now that Violetti is here, please share your plan. Upon hearing that the situation seemed to involve him, Violetti wore a pained expression as he looked at Marvin. Marvin nodded. Well, my idea is as follows. Although Violetti was somewhat frivolous, he maintained an excellent rapport with the townsfolk of Greystone. This relationship was different from Marvin's. Largely due to Violetti's exceptional social skills, he could engage in conversation with nearly everyone and often performed in the town, endearing himself to others. If Marvin were to convey the same message, it would come across as a directive from a leader, which, while accepted, would inevitably leave a lingering resentment. However, if Violetti spoke, it would feel more like friendly persuasion. Moreover, due to his involvement with the tavern, Violetti had recently mingled with the most articulate individuals in town. Thus, if he could convince his friends, the rest would follow suit. Leave it to me, Violetti declared confidently after hearing Marvin's suggestion, patting his chest to assure success. He then greeted Eileen before departing, albeit receiving a frosty response. The issues in Greystone would depend on Violetti's efforts, while Ironwood faced its own challenges regarding the coexistence of three races. To be honest, according to Eileen, these groups had never successfully coexisted. Ironwood had originally been a goblin village, home to a few artisans, until the city of Rolna relocated a group of dark dwarves there to craft tools and weapons for the city. The goblins lived above ground, while the dark dwarves resided underground. Although they were not on friendly terms, the goblins were too weak to contend with the dark dwarves, allowing for a tenuous peace. It was only later, when a band of unemployed barbarian mercenaries arrived, that the situation changed. Initially hired by the goblins for protection, they eventually settled down, with the barbarians' assistance. The goblins grew bolder against the dark dwarfs. And from then on, communication between the two groups deteriorated, often resulting in conflicts. It wasn't until the recent tax hike that they were forced to cooperate in fleeing the crisis. Now that the immediate threat had been averted, hostilities had resumed. I think I understand, Rod nodded. Acknowledging his comprehension, he also noted a detail that Eileen had not mentioned, why she was among these people and how she had become their leader. Eileen, the half-elf, was highly suspicious, yet Rod refrained from probing further. Rather, he recognized that more than 90% of elves were enigmatic, and he was grateful to comprehend even a fraction of Eileen's words. As long as there were no irreconcilable conflicts, Rod was indifferent to the secrets held by those around him. At present, the pressing issue remained the craftsmen of Ironwood. Rod had begun to formulate a plan. Goblins were inherently timid, and their newfound boldness against the dark dwarves was primarily due to the presence of the barbarians. To prevent conflict, the first step would be to find a suitable reason to send the barbarians away. I previously mentioned to you that I discovered a mine to the north, likely excavated by monsters. Marvin nodded. Indeed, the town is in dire need of metallic ores. That is indeed promising news. However, there are numerous monsters along that route. And you also mentioned that there are rat men within the mine. Mining there could be exceedingly perilous. Precisely, but this danger, while significant for an average person, poses no issue for barbarians. Eileen straightened in her seat. You intend to send the barbarians to mine? To be exact, to carve a path leading to the mine. Rod explained that his current task was to separate the barbarians from the goblins. The path to the mine was fraught with peril, and the timid goblins would likely be hesitant to venture forth. However, they could not simply ignore the mine, for they were craftsmen in dire need of materials. Clearly, allowing the barbarians to take the lead was the most prudent course of action. As for the goblins remaining behind, Rod needed to devise a way to involve them in the work as well. If he were to assign them vague tasks, even with a promise of compensation, they would undoubtedly seek to shirk their responsibilities without jeopardizing their income. To address this issue, Rod implemented two strategies. First, he meticulously subdivided their tasks into the most fundamental components, such as hammering nails, sawing planks, or digging foundations, thus leaving no room for them to exploit any loopholes. Second, he organized the goblins, black dwarves, and even the magic folk from Greystone Town into small groups of 5 to 10, allowing them to elect their own leaders and subsequently designate a portion of them as overseers. Each day, the overseers would assign the tasks that needed to be accomplished during the morning, with a collective assessment taking place in the evening. The group leaders would manage their respective teams, while the overseers were responsible for monitoring and compiling the work progress of each group. Should a group fail to complete its designated tasks, this would directly impact the reward system. If a group consistently exhibited low productivity, a change in leadership would ensue for both the group leaders and overseers. At present, these individuals were not formally Rod's subjects. Thus, he had no grounds for punishment, but he could certainly establish a reward system. It was imperative to remember that these newly arrived craftsmen were still reliant on Rod's support for their livelihoods. Those who failed to fulfill their responsibilities would only receive a meager assistance sufficient to stave off starvation, while they would have to watch others thrive. Consequently, this arrangement would serve to instill a sense of accountability. Additionally, Rod was contemplating a competitive mechanism and a set of regulations, which he intended to discuss with Marvin. Regarding the use of tools, after some consideration, Rod decided to postpone any implementation of a formal policy. The tools currently in use belonged to the craftsmen themselves, who treated them with care, alleviating concerns about misplacement. If the population were to increase in the future, he would then need to consider a unified approach to the borrowing and return of tools. To prevent dissent among the residents of Greystone Town, Rod chose to bifurcate the system. The inhabitants of Ironwood Town would adhere to the complete group mechanism, while the residents of Greystone Town would merely form groups without participating in the reward system. Once the houses were constructed and the residents became acquainted, he would gradually extend the system to encompass everyone, thereby promoting productivity. This would be a process requiring time and gradual adjustment. It could not be rushed, as doing so would only exacerbate tensions. As long as individuals began to appreciate the benefits of the reward system, they would naturally be inclined to participate. As for the rationale behind excluding the barbarians from this system, allowing them to engage would only disrupt the established order. They required a different management approach. While Rod spoke, he jotted down notes on a board, soon filling it with an abundance of ideas. Aaron had long since given up on trying to comprehend the intricacies and simply stated that he should inform her of her duties when the time came. Marvin, on the other hand, grasped Rod's concept but struggled to understand one aspect. Wasn't this rather convoluted? Convoluted? Rod chuckled. Let me pose a question. How many individuals do you interact with daily in all of Greystone Town? Marvin paused briefly before responding thoughtfully. If it's merely passing encounters, I could see about 50 to 60% of the townsfolk. But for meaningful exchanges, perhaps fewer than 20. Exactly, Rod affirmed. You can only oversee the contributions of 20 individuals, meaning you can guarantee the quality of their work, while the remainder must rely on their own initiative and faith in their capabilities. Rod paused for emphasis. However, if each of those 20 individuals manages even a mere 10 others, the number of people whose work you can confidently ensure increases significantly. This is simple arithmetic, and I trust you can calculate it. Individuals experience a tangible improvement in productivity. They will naturally gravitate towards participation in the work and adhere to the established rules. Those disinterested in management are but a minority, and as long as the rules are strictly enforced for a time, they will begin to maintain them autonomously. Hence, before this new system is set into motion, I wish to enforce compliance. Should anyone object, inform them that it is the directive of the castle lord, and those who refuse will see their assistance revoked. Rod added that while he proposed a solution, the implementation of the rules must be gradual. Haste would yield no fruitful results. He decisively delegated the responsibilities to Marvin, recognizing his exceptional project management skills, not as a means of shirking duty, but rather as a testament to his ability to harness talent. Rod then joyfully retreated to the library to indulge in his reading. In a world devoid of computers and smartphones, reading had become Rod's sole source of entertainment. After numerous days of practice, he finally felt on the verge of mastering the art of insight. In the library, Rod sat amidst a pile of books, while Agrin was beside him, gesturing towards him. Suddenly, Rod felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, just like that, Agrin remarked, with both heads conversing independently. What he had just demonstrated was the method of casting insight. Indeed, he had learned to cast spells before Rod. I shall give it a try, Rod replied. Feeling slightly competitive, he sat cross-legged before Agrin, focused intently on channeling the ether. The ether manifested before him, constructing runes that interconnected and ultimately coalesced inside as the runes activated. A panel materialized before Rod. Dog-headed creature race, Beastman level, 10 strength, 31 agility, 65 stamina, 41 endurance, 32 magic, 85 talents, tracking, split personality. Ether control. Agrin tilted his head, and the panel's attributes shifted entirely. Race, level, strength, agility, stamina, endurance, magic, talents. To be frank, this was quite unreasonable. Observing Agrin, who effortlessly cast spells that hindered his own insight, Rod could not help but make a sarcastic remark. Previously, he had assigned Agrin to the library as a librarian, only to discover one day that it could effortlessly cast light and levitation spells while scurrying about. The two heads not only managed to cast spells independently but could also synchronize their incantations, thereby amplifying the potency of their magic. During a demonstration, Agrin had shown him one head casting a fireball while the other used a shield to block its own spell. Not only had Agrin mastered insight early on, but it had also acquired the ability to cast counter-insight. The principle of counter-insight involves using one's own magical energy to disrupt the magic used by others for probing, if one is sufficiently skilled. It could even allow others to perceive attributes that one wishes to conceal. This was precisely why Rod had been diligently practicing insight. He needed to ensure that others could not discern his attributes, allowing him to venture forth with peace of mind. There had been an encounter with a certain individual while he was underground at Pegasus Fortress, who had employed insight against him. That person likely already knew Rod was the Demon King. Fortunately, Rod had managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, he would have either been slain on the spot or captured for some ghastly experiment. After days of practice, he had tested the effectiveness of insight on the monsters around him. For lower-level creatures like Agrin and Fat Tiger Shifu, he could see their complete attribute lists in less than half a second. However, for higher-level beings, such as Skullcap and Vornier, it took several seconds. For a level 26 creature like Junmarlu, Rod needed to maintain his spell for about a minute without resistance to as for the stone. Its innate resistance rendered it impervious to insight altogether. This discrepancy was merely a matter of levels. And now Rod wished to see if it could be effective against others that he decided to seek out Veil-It. With this thought in mind, Rod promptly sprang up and headed towards the door, calling out to Agrin, "Please return all the books." Agrin nodded, clambering up and raising one hand, causing a multitude of books to levitate as it followed him deeper into the library, though he intended to find Veil-It. She had yet to return. After searching for some time, Rod only found Tina, who was enjoying the breeze on the upper balcony. She seemed lost in thought and did not notice Rod's approach until he was within 5 meters of her. At the sound of his movement, she gasped softly and spun around, visibly relieved to see him. Rod leaned against the railing and inquired, "What occupies your thoughts so intently?" Tina gazed at him, her lips moving as if she wished to ask something. But after a moment's consideration, she shook her head. "It's nothing." Even a fool could perceive that she harbored some concerns, yet since she chose not to disclose them, Rod would not press her. Moreover, with her presence, he no longer needed to search for by the way, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you might assist me. Upon hearing Rod's request, Tina's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Please. Go on. There's no need for such formality. It's nothing significant." Rod waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he continued, "I've been practicing insight lately and wish to find someone to test it on. Would you be willing to?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Tina's cheeks visibly reddening. After a moment of hesitation, she turned her gaze elsewhere, her voice dwindling to a whisper. "If you truly want to, I suppose it's not out of the question." Rod sensed her reluctance and decided to drop the matter, watching as she darted into the castle like a startled rabbit. What just happened? Rod pondered, bewildered, feeling as though he had committed some unspoken faux pas. scratching his head in confusion. He had yet to grasp the situation when the door swung open once more, revealing Lucius, that not Lady Tina. What seems to be the matter? He inquired, glancing curiously towards the door. Seeing someone who appeared to understand the nuances of the situation, Rod hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. Seeking clarity on what precisely had gone awry, he was met with a ghostly expression from the prince. What exactly is the issue? Hurry and explain. Lucius furrowed his brow, deep in thought, as though contemplating how best to elucidate the matter to Rod. After considerable deliberation, he finally managed to articulate. Would you inquire of a lady whether you might touch her pectoral muscles? Is it truly that severe? Rod asked, astonished. Indeed, it is. Then I am finished, realizing the enormity of his social blunder. Rod felt utterly despondent. Lucius sighed, shaking his head in resignation, preparing to depart when he recalled he had other business to discuss with Rod. Wait. Don't be so hasty. I still have matters to address with you. Speak, Rod replied weakly. The vegetable you planted below, it seemed rather peculiar when I passed by. The carnivorous flower? Rod surmised, realizing Lucius was referring to the plant. What has happened? I can't quite comprehend. It was just like this. And then it was like this. Lucius gesticulated animatedly, while Rod stared at him, utterly perplexed. Finally, he resolved to investigate for himself. He swiftly descended via the lift to the lower level, while Lucius remained astonished that the contraption led directly to the rooftop. Rod arrived in the courtyard, where the carnivorous flower was planted at the very center of the enclosure. Typically, either he or Tina would tend to it, though it was usually Tina who rose early in the mornings. It required minimal care, just a bit of water and a piece of meat, growing rapidly, not unlike chives. However, when Rod had glanced at it that morning, it had been swaying its large head in the breeze. But now it appeared wilted, its head drooping towards the ground, seemingly half alive. Could it have suffered from indigestion? Rod consulted his compendium, finding all of the flower's attributes to be normal, indicating it did not appear to be ill. Attributes directly reflect the current state of health. It is commonplace for a person's attributes to diminish when unwell, or could it be a natural change? Rod was not well versed in the ecology of carnivorous flowers. He had contemplated researching it, but various distractions had either delayed or caused him to forget, leading to this moment. After some reflection, he summoned Skullcap to lift the flower's head, hoping to discern any abnormalities. As soon as it elevated the head, a shiny object clattered to the ground. Is this an ether crystal? Rod bent down to retrieve the spindle-shaped crystal, confirming it was identical to the ether crystals he had encountered previously. It was encased in a layer of slime, slightly off-putting. He turned back to the flower and noticed that within its tooth-filled maw, several ether crystals were forming. To be frank, the sight made his teeth ache. Rod vaguely recalled that carnivorous flowers reproduce by expelling seeds akin to spitting out watermelon seeds, with the outer layer of congealed slime enveloping the seeds before embedding them in the soil. As the slime gradually dissolved, the seeds would absorb its nutrients until they encountered the earth, at which point they would swiftly burrow in and begin to grow. It seemed that after some form of fusion, the seeds intended to encase themselves in slime had transformed into ether crystals. Moreover, there were no seeds present. Rod directed the spindle-shaped ether crystal towards the sunlight, observing its complete transparency, devoid of any impurities. He harbored uncertainties regarding whether the man-eating flower reproduced asexually. It could be due to the absence of another flower for pollination, or perhaps it had lost its reproductive capabilities following fusion. The notes of Caulifalge did not address the potential loss of fertility in fused magical creatures, only mentioning that there was a slight probability of producing two remarkably similar beings, considering that some fusion creatures from that era had indeed formed into established populations. It suggested there was a chance they retained their reproductive abilities. It seemed that Zizui was not so fortunate. The lack of reproduction was somewhat regrettable. Otherwise, planting a field full of ether flowers and harvesting ether crystals periodically would surely be preferable to the perils of mining in caves. However, this idea could certainly be worth exploring further. Rod glanced at the compendium, examining the creatures somewhat akin to the man-eating flower. Carnivorous plants, also known as magical plants, comprise a significant category within the magical species. Creatures classified under this category generally share a common trait. They possess root-like structures that absorb ether for growth. However, they actually contain a complete digestive cycle, meaning that while they resemble plants, they are indeed magical beings. Among these, various carnivorous plants reminiscent of the man-eating flower serve as representatives, such as the bloodsucker vine, longwhip vine, and man-eater tree. Conversely, the walking tree, typically regarded as a plant-like magical creature, actually belongs to the tooth beast category since it merely possesses a plant-like disguise and does not rely on roots to absorb ether. According to Rod's conjecture, carnivorous plants capable of surviving by absorbing ether, akin to the man-eating flower, could potentially transform into a form that produces ether crystals after fusing with ether crystals. Yet, the number of carnivorous plants recorded by Rod was rather limited. These creatures were captured during his recent excursions in the forest while searching for mineral deposits. As carnivorous plants tend to remain stationary and are not easily encountered, currently he possessed only one type in abundance: floating grass species, magical plant level, 1 strength, 0 agility, 0 stamina, 3 endurance, 0 magic, 5 talent, ether absorption. Growth: this creature resembled a dandelion the size of a basketball, lacking leaves, with numerous delicate tendrils protruding from what appeared to be a stem, utilized for absorbing ether from the atmosphere, despite its floating presence. It employed simple wind-based magic to propel itself towards areas rich in ether. During strong winds, it could anchor itself to branches with its tendrils to avoid being blown away. Its ability to float was, in fact, a form of magic, as the levitation spell previously employed by Agron was refined from the runic structure found within the floating grass. While strolling through the forest, Rod encountered a large patch of floating grass obstructing his path and collected the entire batch, amounting to over 50 specimens, which would certainly suffice for experimentation. Unfortunately, he currently possessed only one ether crystal, with no indication of when he might acquire another. Is everything all right? Lucius finally caught up, noticing Zizui still hanging its head, and inquired with concern. There should be no issues, but we will need to observe for a while longer, Rod replied, shaking his head, suddenly recalling that Lucius was a member of the human race. According to Tina, humans had advanced significantly in the study of ether crystals, progressing to the point of utilizing them as an energy source. By the way, take a look at this. He presented the ether crystal to Lucius. Ethereal crystal? Lucius immediately recognized it, yet questioned, what significance does its polished form hold? None. That is inconsequential, Rod stated. How do you humans generally employ ether crystals? At this, Lucius hesitated momentarily. For civilians, they are typically fashioned into standard-sized cubes. He gestured with his fingers, indicating dimensions of approximately 2 centimeters on each side. Some mages use ether crystals to enhance their spells. In such cases, size seems irrelevant, as it is merely for extracting ether. Regardless of dimensions, what about those cut into small cubes? I'm not entirely certain, but I've heard that they utilize runes to absorb ether. However, the extraction efficiency isn't high, so they can generally only cast basic spells like illumination. He continued, I've heard of some nations developing magical furnaces that utilize ether crystals for ignition, but the heat output remains insufficient. Understood. Thank you, Rod nodded. Comprehending Lucius' point, it appeared that humans faced a similar dilemma regarding the low output power of ether crystals. The rudimentary runes lacking a spellcaster rendered them inefficient in extracting ether, resulting in these crystals being of limited use in civilian applications. Far from revolutionizing everyday life, in military contexts, ether crystals served primarily as a means for spellcasters to recharge their magical energy in emergencies or to unleash spells beyond their limits. However, one of Lucius' remarks sparked an idea in Rod's mind. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Thank you. He hastily bid farewell to Lucius and returned to his quarters to retrieve his tools. He was eager to experiment and ascertain the smallest size to which an ether crystal could be cut without compromising its inclusion in the chaotic compendium. The piece he had previously utilized for fusing with Zizui had been trimmed without affecting its eventual incorporation. So if he could divide an ether crystal into numerous smaller fragments, it would likely yield significant savings. However, upon attempting this, he quickly discovered it was unfeasible. Only ether crystals above a certain size could be properly recorded. Using these diminutive ether crystals for fusion with the floating grass resulted in most merely exhibiting crystalline features without altering their talents or species. Only 3 outcomes pleased Rod. Ether floating grass species. Hybrid magical creature level. 1 strength. 0 agility, 0 stamina, 5 endurance, 0 magic, 20 talent, ether absorption. Growth. Etherification, these etherified creatures appeared largely unchanged from their original forms. Yet, like Zizui, they possessed the talent for etherification. Rod could sense the ether in the surrounding air gradually converging towards the few floating dandelions suspended in midair. If all went well, they too would produce ether crystals from their bodies, much like Zizui. Perhaps he could establish an ether plantation. In comparison to Zizui, the advantage of these ether-floating flowers lay in their independence from land considerations. As they hovered in the air, absorbing ether directly from the atmosphere, at least there was no concern of overcultivation leading to barren earth. The downside was their ether absorption efficiency was not particularly high, necessitating more time for a harvest. Nevertheless, given that it was essentially free, a slower pace was inconsequential. Rod released all the floating grass from the window, utilizing the compendium to guide them in orbit around the castle, ensuring they wouldn't simply drift away with the wind. Furthermore, Zizui appeared to be in good condition, which alleviated Rod's concerns somewhat. However, regarding Tina, he still needed to devise a way to apologize. Rod scratched his head and sighed. Primarily, he had never apologized to anyone in this life, nor in the previous one. He was woefully unpracticed in this regard. After much contemplation, he resolved to consult an expert. Upon locating the expert, he found him engaged in a persuasive discourse with the townsfolk. Consider this. When working for oneself, the outcome is dictated by fortune, correct? If luck were to abandon you, not only would you reap nothing, but you'd also owe taxes to the local lords. Now, however, not only do you earn your keep, but exceptional efforts yield additional rewards. I've observed your diligence, and you are all quite skilled, possessing such remarkable abilities, yet only managing to secure a meager portion of rice each year. What a pity it seems. In his newly opened tavern, Desolate engaged in a hushed discussion with a few individuals regarding the future development of the town. Those present appeared bewildered, nodding in agreement. Rod sensed a subtle dissonance between what was being articulated and his own aspirations. He resolved to clarify matters later. Should his grandiose claims be exposed as mere bluster, it would spell trouble. Noticing that the moment was not opportune for him to interject, Rod sought a table to sit at, only to spot a half-elf in the corner, camouflaged in skin tone, indulging in copious amounts of drink. "What are you doing here? Is this what you were tasked with?" Upon raising her head, Eileen found Rod standing before her. "Oh, I've already shared this with them." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Do you doubt my capability?" Eileen declared confidently, slamming a cup larger than her face back onto the table. "They all heed my words." Rod remained skeptical. "So you've been here all along, confident they will follow your lead?" "Rest assured, young man," Eileen chuckled merrily, patting Rod's arm. "That lad Marwin excels at this. I've entrusted everything to him. So you're having someone else do it?" "Of course," Eileen replied with unabashed conviction. "Very well," Rod conceded, though he felt uneasy about entrusting matters to Marwin. Observing Desolate still speaking animatedly, Rod took a seat beside Eileen, retrieving a book from his robe. Introduction to Ether Manipulation. This tome instructed spellcasters on how to adeptly wield ether. Uniquely, it was a skill book. Mastering its contents would bestow the reader with the innate talent for ether manipulation. More reliable than any examination, Agron had recommended this book to him. After completing it, advanced versions on ether control and ether mastery awaited him. Agron had already finished the second volume and was now delving into the third. The earlier demonstration of levitating the book was a technique attainable only after acquiring the talent for ether manipulation. Upon noticing Rod engrossed in his reading, Eileen could not resist mocking him. "You need to study something as fundamental as ether manipulation? Shouldn't that be an innate skill?" "I lack your innate talent," Rod replied, unperturbed, resting his head on his hand as he continued to read. Though those with elven blood are long-lived, their emotional maturity develops slowly. Even at 3 or 4 centuries old, they might still be prone to juvenile antics, like throwing stones at windows or letting air out of others' bicycles. Seeing Rod's lack of the reaction she anticipated, Eileen pouted, finding herself rather dull. After contemplating for a moment, a new idea struck her. "How about I become your teacher?" Rod turned his head slightly, noticing her beaming with newfound delight, appearing somewhat foolish. "If you continue learning on your own, how long will it take? Instead, observe me. This is what a professional teacher looks like. Are you truly going to let such an extraordinary spellcaster waste her days idly drinking in a tavern?" Rod then recalled that this half-elf was indeed a mage. Due to the stereotype that elves excel in magic, he often regarded them as sorcerers who need only level up to learn spells, an accurate assumption. As many elves are sorcerers. However, Eileen, being a half-elf, lacked the pure elven lineage. Thus her choice to harness her innate gifts and become a mage was not particularly surprising. During their encounter with the pursuers from Learner City, her displayed abilities indicated she was at least a third-tier mage, which would equate to a level above 25. Ample qualification to instruct Rod. Should you truly wish to teach, I would be more than willing to learn. Rod responded. But what would be the cost of tuition? Not much, considering your financial state. Eileen replied with a glimmer in her EYE.my request is quite simple. As your teacher, I require a room arranged for me in the city. Is that too much to ask? Certainly not excessive. Rod paused, closing his book and rising. However, I must decline. With that, Rod turned, making his way towards Violet, who was now free of the crowd that had once surrounded him. Humph. Eileen was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she sprang to her feet. Why not? Rod glanced back, a smirk on his face. One of my favorite pastimes is telling self-important individuals no. This response irked Eileen, prompting her to chase after him. Are you really refusing? I am a fourth-tier mage, and countless people outside would beg for my instruction. I believe you possess great talent. It would be a shame to squander such gifts. Join me as my student, and riches will follow. Furthermore, I can cook, wash dishes, and do laundry. If you wish, I could even warm your bed, though that last one is out of the question. However, I can certainly clean your room. Seeing Rod remain impervious to her entreaties, Eileen dramatically collapsed to the floor, clinging to his leg and wailing, "Woe is me! You cannot leave me outside. It's so cold. Those dwarves and greenskins reek. And I shall surely faint from it." Rod hastily attempted to free his leg. "Hey, what are you doing? You cannot abandon me outside. What if I catch a chill? Even if you do not care for me. You must consider the child within me. What nonsense are you spouting?" Witnessing the bemused expressions of others in the tavern, Rod realized he must intervene before rumors began to swirl. With a swift kick, he sent Eileen tumbling, seizing her and making for the exit. "Rod?" Violet looked on as Rod hurriedly exited, his expression one of utter confusion. The two of them dashed out of the tavern, leaving the patrons exchanging bewildered glances, which soon erupted into animated chatter. Rod, oblivious to the ensuing discussions, was solely focused on escaping the scene of chaos, dragging Eileen to the town's gate before unceremoniously dropping her. "Ouch. Do you not know how to treat a lady?" Eileen grimaced, rubbing her sore rear. Upon seeing Rod's troubled demeanor, her expression morphed into one of triumph as she stood up, gazing up at him. "So, can you agree now? That is clearly a threat." Rod sighed, leaning against the wall by the town gate. "Let us be honest. I did not wish to inquire initially, but now we must speak plainly." He straightened, fixing Eileen with a serious gaze. "What is your true purpose in bringing these individuals here?" Eileen's demeanor shifted, a playful glint in her eyes, starkly contrasting her earlier childishness. "Did you perceive it? Did you wish to conceal your intentions?" Rod replied, exasperated. Her power alone could easily obliterate the pursuers sent after the refugees. Her delayed intervention could only be interpreted as deliberate. Moreover, her demeanor suggested she was indifferent to the plight of the townsfolk. Perhaps their forced flight was orchestrated by her. "I understand your thoughts. I harbor no ill will," Eileen shrugged, taking a step back. "The plight of the townsfolk is of no concern to me, though I cannot deny I have indeed manipulated the situation. However, it was a fair exchange. Without my intervention, they would have perished on the road. And aside from them, what is your objective?" "I'm merely assisting others, needing to come here to assess the situation." Eileen paused, a smile spreading across her face. "To see what sort of person this newly appointed demon lord is. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. I am not particularly adept at acting either. It would have been far easier had you clarified your intentions earlier." Observing Rod's wary expression, Eileen leisurely waved her hand, casting a spell to isolate their surroundings. "You need not worry now. Whatever we discuss will remain unheard by those outside." As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow at Rod, revealing a playful smile. "Of course, if you intend to do anything to me, who would dare to lay a hand on a minor?" Rod surveyed Eileen's figure with a disdainful chuckle, provoking a grimace from her in response. "Never mind that. Let us address the matter at hand." She huffed defiantly before continuing. "I doubt I am the only one who would have anticipated that the newly appointed Demon King would be such an unremarkable member of the demon race. Yet I am still curious. The Demon King's castle should have been entirely sealed by magic. So how did Gallias manage to find you? Is Gallias the name of the former Demon King? Rod pondered for a moment before voicing his confusion. What spell? The spell that isolates the Demon King's castle from the outside world. It prevents anyone from entering or exiting. This spell can only be lifted upon Gallias' death, thus serving as a means to ascertain whether the Demon King still lives, Eileen explained, her expression betraying a hint of amusement as she regarded Rod. They were currently scouring the world for the Demon King's successor. Surely, no one would suspect that the new Demon King resided within the castle itself. The they you mentioned refers to the Mountain Prison King, Priestley Gabriel, and the Iron Prison King, Gaius Augustus Caesar. You must have heard of them. This spell was set by them together. By the way, I am affiliated with Priestley. Upon mentioning Priestley, her face contorted with open disdain. In any case, I have answered all your questions. It is your turn to respond to mine. How did Gallias locate you despite the magical barrier? Hearing Eileen pose the question again, Rod realized his attempt to change the subject had failed. However, he had already prepared a response. How would I know? You have witnessed my magical prowess. Whether I can enter or not is beyond my control. That I suspect the former Demon King had no choice either. Otherwise, how would he have found me? Eileen scrutinized Rod for a moment. That is true. Exactly. So asking me these questions is futile if you have the ability. Go seek out the former Demon King yourself, Rod replied, taking it for granted he had not lied. He simply concealed a portion of the truth. Eileen sensed that he was withholding some information but chose not to press further. All right, my task is complete. Let us leave it at that. What are your plans now? Will you return to report? Eileen blinked. What if I said yes? Your obedient dragon is still asleep, and that woman named Tina is not here. Without them, you might find it difficult to stop me. That is not necessarily the case. As Rod spoke, a flickering flame and a host of magical creatures materialized beside him. Do not be like that. I was merely jesting. If I return, I would have to continue running errands for him. And I have no intention of doing such foolishness. It is quite pleasant to spend my days here. Eileen rolled her eyes before adopting a rueful expression. Moreover, regarding that matter I previously mentioned, I truly cannot endure those little ones any longer. Just help me out and arrange a place for me to stay. Will you? I shall teach you magic. Please, please, the ageless half-elf implored Rod with a voice that dripped with sweetness. We shall see. Rod remained unyielding. He had not yet reached a point where he could fully trust Eileen. However, since the matter had been made clear, there was no need for further inquiries. Eileen wished to stay, and Rod did not oppose it. Rather than seeking external security, Rod preferred to unify all possible allies. By the way, there is one more thing you ought to heed, Eileen reminded him before he departed. Gaius's people should be arriving soon. How you choose to handle that is entirely up to you. Thank you for your concern, Rod replied dismissively. Upon returning to the castle, Rod let out a deep sigh. Although he had anticipated this, the arrival of Gaius's subordinates still weighed heavily on his mind. The 7 demon generals under the Demon King were formidable adversaries, each with their own strengths. Among them, the most powerful were the Mountain Prison King and the Iron Prison King. Priestley Gabriel, as the Mountain Prison King, was a conservative, advocating for the continuation of demon traditions, provided that the Demon King was of his choosing. Gaius Augustus Caesar, on the other hand, represented the reformist faction, as evidenced by his introduction of new currency. He consistently promoted the notion of altering tradition and adopting new forms of governance. Yet, regardless of whether they were the Mountain Prison King or the Iron Prison King, their shared trait was their lack of support for Rod. What a headache! Rod sighed once more as he pushed open the kitchen door. He typically found solace in cooking while contemplating matters. Allowing himself to relax, upon entering, he encountered a stove emitting brilliant sparks as though cutting through steel, alongside Tina, who stood by in confusion. Water flow, hiss, a plume of steam erupted, and the stove, resembling an electric welder, gradually settled. Tina stood beside him, her attire splattered with oil, looking quite disheartened. She seemed to want to say something, and Rod had his own thoughts to share, yet neither spoke. Ultimately, Rod broke the silence first. Do you wish to learn how to cook? She nodded. Why? Rod inquired, perplexed. She usually cooked for herself, and the town had recently begun to establish a communal kitchen, making the need to learn to cook somewhat unnecessary. Although having assistance in the kitchen was certainly beneficial, and skills were never a hindrance. I feel as though I am of no use, Tina replied, a hint of despondency in her tone, since the arrival of the townsfolk from Greystone. Her daily tasks had dwindled, as Rod had assumed responsibility for nearly everything, including the implementation of new rules, land development, and resource extraction. Her only remaining duty was to feed the magical creatures, leaving her feeling somewhat superfluous. "We are partners," she murmured softly. Seeing Tina's expression, Rod surmised her thoughts. For him, however, Tina was far from an idle companion. Her presence was significant. An adept bodyguard like her was a rarity indeed. Yet, since she sought something to occupy her time, he offered, "Would you like me to teach you how to cook? Is that possible?" A look of anticipation crossed Tina's face. "That if you wish to learn, then certainly. I do," she replied without hesitation. "All right then, let me think." Rod nodded, surveying the kitchen. A basket of potatoes sat piled beside the sink, alongside an assortment of vegetables. An idea struck him. "I shall teach you a simple yet delectable dish, the essence of Northeast cuisine, known as mixed stew." "You have been to the Northeast?" Tina exclaimed in surprise. "The Northeast of Tyra is a perilous realm of dangerous magical creatures. This Northeast is not the same as yours. Think of it as the edge of the universe." Rod replied, clapping his hands. Deciding against delving into that convoluted explanation, he gestured towards the potatoes. "These are called potatoes. You should be familiar with them. Select a few larger ones, wash them thoroughly, peel them, and then cut them into pieces. This task is not overly complex. Tina has practiced swordsmanship for decades, so she should certainly be capable of slicing a potato without difficulty." While Tina regarded the pile of potatoes before her as if it were a formidable adversary, Rod took the opportunity to remove the damp firewood from the stove, replacing it with dry timber, and ventured into the cold storage to retrieve a piece of meat that had not been consumed previously. The cold storage, which Rod had recently established, operates on the principle of using water sprites to create ice and subsequently cool a small chamber. The results have been commendable as the weather gradually warms. There is no longer a concern about food spoiling before it can be consumed. Rod selected a rib, and by the time he returned, Tina had already sliced the potatoes, although they were not as perfectly cut as one might envision. They were far from the terrifying state of her previous culinary endeavors. What, then, had led to such a disastrous outcome before? The ribs should be cut into pieces and soaked in water for about 10 minutes. And the same applies to the other vegetables. Following Rod's instructions step by step, Tina diligently prepared the ingredients, while Rod labeled the various small jars containing seasonings with their respective types and quantities. Adhering to the standards, even if the results may not be exceptional, at least they would not be inedible. This is salt. This is sugar. The red one is chili powder, and the yellow one is ginger powder. Everything essential for the household is present, and the external seasonings may not be as comprehensive as what I have prepared. Rod possessed great confidence in the culinary aspect. "Understood," Tina replied, somewhat awkwardly nodding her head and murmuring softly. The fire crackled energetically, and Rod, engrossed in his own cooking, did not catch what she was saying. He continued to guide Tina through the process, sautéing and stewing, until at last, the meal was ready. It smelled delightful. Observing the edible dish she had created for the first time, Tina's expression reflected a mixture of excitement, her eyes sparkling as if they were radiating light. However, she did not forget about the others. "I'll go call Vala and the others. They'll come on their own when they're hungry. Don't worry about them," Rod replied, glancing outside as dusk approached. If all went as expected, the diners would soon arrive. "Wow, Rod, what delicious food have you made this time?" "I could smell it from outside." Vala rushed in first, theatrically tossing her golden hair. Just as Rod placed the washed dishes on the table, he gestured toward the pot in the center. "This. Give it a try, stew." "I love stew," Vala exclaimed, scooping a spoonful into her bowl and tasting it. Not bad." Tina had been anxiously watching her expression, and only when Vala spoke did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Right? Tina made it," Rod added. Vala's expression shifted dramatically. "Am I going to die? If you keep talking, you just might." At that moment, Lucius entered from outside, accompanied by the chubby tiger and little Fu, who had recently taken a liking to dining at the town's large cafeteria and were rarely seen returning. Somehow, Eileen had also followed them in, her eyes brightening at the sight of the table overflowing with food. "Oh, student, did you make all this?" "Who is your student?" "We're not that close," Rod retorted, wanting to send the shameless half-elf away. However, he thought better of it. Since she was already here and his mood was good, he wouldn't quibble with her. As Tina observed the lively gathering at the table, she found herself momentarily dazed. Home. In the following period, The construction of the new district in the town progressed remarkably well. Rod's new regulations gradually gained traction among the populace, significantly enhancing the townsfolk's work efficiency. The dwarves and goblins had ceased their quarrels, primarily because the barbarians had been dispersed and could no longer overpower them, but a town distinct from all others was steadily taking shape. The naming of this new settlement remained undecided. During this time, Rod had consulted Marvin, Vala, Lucius, and even the original townsfolk along with the dwarves, receiving wildly varying suggestions. The elderly farmers thought the dark soil warranted the name Black Soil Town. Vala believed the expansive and level terrain, where common people could live in peace and prosperity, should be called Happy Town. The dwarves felt it resembled the Demon King's stronghold, suggesting it simply be named Demon King's City. In short, everyone had their own ideas, resulting in an ongoing inability to settle on a name for many days. Ultimately, it was Rod himself who could not make a decision. Furthermore, despite the apparent smoothness of progress, Rod remained unsatisfied. The primary issue was that the path to the mine remained unbroken. Without mineral deposits, there could be no steel smelting, no tool or weapon manufacturing, and consequently, no arming of the townsfolk and militia. It was profoundly disheartening to have an abundance of craftsmen, yet no means to employ their skills. Rod had not merely lingered in the castle during this period. Whenever time allowed, he returned to the vicinity of the mine to ascertain the progress of the barbarians. Their advancement was not slow. However, the dense forest posed a significant challenge, as constructing a road for swift travel necessitated the felling of trees along the way. Rod envisioned more than simply allowing the miners to traverse on foot. He intended to utilize the tracks and mine carts from the Ratman factory to create a rudimentary railway, which would vastly improve mineral transportation efficiency in the future. However, prior to that, the mutated Ratmen needed to be addressed. Currently, it remained uncertain how many of these Ratmen existed or what level of technology they possessed. The mutations seemed to have affected their cognition, making it unclear whether they could produce weaponry beyond the Stone Age. Although their attributes were significantly superior to normal Ratmen, boom, a fireball soared through the air, accurately striking a mutated rat in the head, obliterating it into fragments. "Did you see that, students? That's how you use a fireball," Aileen proclaimed proudly from atop a large rock, brandishing a staff adorned with a crystal at its tip, directing her words at Rod. She had fashioned the staff from a sufficiently long stick and incorporated a piece of ether crystal from the mouth of a creature, employing some unknown spell that caused new branches to sprout from the original dry twig, effectively encasing the ether crystal within. It appeared quite impressive, although she had not formally become his apprentice. She had indeed begun her spellcasting lessons with Rod, often lamenting that his magical talent was rather mediocre compared to her own, while Eglon, who attended classes alongside her, could master a concept in 10 minutes. Rod required an hour. Nonetheless, Rod shrugged it off, recognizing that learning was a process. Besides her, Tina had also accompanied them. The mutated Ratmen in this area were sparse, and as Aileen vanquished one, Tina swiftly dispatched two others with her sword, severing their heads, which fell to the ground and twitched momentarily before going still. Another was met with Rod's fireball to the face, followed by a sword thrust through its throat, a clean entrance and exit. This two-handed sword, forged by Old Way at Rod's request, measured about 1 meter in length, with both blade and hilt slightly longer than a typical sword, specifically designed to combat foes of slightly larger stature. That should suffice. Rod surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the fallen mutated Ratmen, there were no other active enemies in sight. He then took out a cloth to wipe the blood from the blade before sheathing it at his waist. This encounter marked the third wave of mutated Ratmen they faced that day, with both frequency and quantity surpassing those of the previous 2 days. This indicated they were nearing the Ratmen's lair. "Be cautious, stay alert," Rod advised, opting not to engage with Eileen's display of superiority as he prepared to scout ahead. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound. Immediately, Rod turned his gaze toward the source of the noise and spotted another mutated Ratman lurking behind a bush. Its eyes filled with malice and fear, fixated on their group. Aileen noticed the mutated Ratman as well and quickly cast a fireball, but it only struck a nearby tree. The Ratman let out a shriek and fled into the depths of the dense forest without looking back. Finally, a rat with its wits still somewhat intact. Rod did not hesitate. He immediately summoned Dogmeat to track the scent of the Ratmen, while also beckoning the other two to follow suit. These mutated rats seemed to have lost their faculties, perhaps due to an excess of ether. Every time they engaged, They fought with reckless abandon, completely devoid of the typical ratman's admirable trait of retreating when outmatched. This peculiar behavior had led Rod to chase them for several days without encountering a single one willing to lead the way. At last, they had finally found one. Perhaps due to the overwhelming presence of mutated ratmen in the vicinity. Their pursuit had not brought them into contact with any other magical creatures along the way. They followed the trail to a raised mound of earth, where a sufficiently large opening allowed them passage. Do we really have to go in there? Eileen pinched her nose, displaying her distaste. How about I stand guard outside while you venture in? That works. Tina readily agreed with a nod in a way. Rod interjected without an ounce of courtesy. Hurry up. Aren't you dark elves accustomed to living underground? Stop dawdling. I am a half-elf. Eileen protested, though her small objection fell on deaf ears. First, she cast a light spell to ensure there were no unsightly things on the ground. Then, after a moment of mental preparation, she stepped in behind Dog Meat. Wield a light spell. She truly is a mage, Rod mused, and he followed Tina into the darkness. Due to their size, the tunnels of these mutated ratmen were considerably wider than normal, allowing Rod to stand upright within, even accommodating 3 people side by side. The thought of capturing a few to excavate tunnels flitted through Rod's mind, but was dismissed within half a second. The rats were simply too repulsive. No way. Under the illumination of the light spell and the glow of the fire sprite, the group advanced deeper into the cave, increasingly filled with the stench of blood and decay. Faint sounds of chewing and scuttling echoed around them. Given the depth of this rat hole, it seemed to be the lair of the mutated rats. Should we continue deeper? What if we get lost? Eileen was clearly reluctant to press onward. The odor had grown so potent that it was nearly suffocating, and as she was not adept at air purification spells, she had to cover her nose with her sleeve to keep moving. Rod and Tina fared little better, but neither of them was so finicky. More importantly, they had come this far. If these ratmen were not thoroughly eradicated, they would pose an even greater threat in the future. Stubborn, Eileen muttered under her breath, preparing to take another step forward when she suddenly sensed something awry. Wait, she raised her hand to halt Rod and Tina. Her tone was serious, clearly not in the mood for further complaints. And the two promptly stopped. Turning to look at her, I sense an unusual ether reaction, she declared, closing her eyes and extending her hand. Gripping her staff that was taller than herself, the ether crystal atop the staff flickered, finally stabilizing in a direction, emitting a faint white glow. This way, approximately 300 meters, she said softly, opening her eyes. Do you know what it is? Rod asked, furrowing his brow. Uncertain, but it is likely another spellcaster. Eileen pondered, crouching to scoop up a handful of dirt, which she touched with the tip of her staff. The dirt morphed like clay, ultimately forming a ball the size of a fist, sporting 4 spider-like legs. She placed the earthen sphere on the ground, and it began to scurry swiftly into the depths of the cave. Eileen pointed her staff again, and a black and white image appeared before them, revealing the perspective of the dirt ball. Enhanced with night vision, before long, they spotted a swirling mass of tangible black mist moving about, and even Eileen's cat's eye spell could not penetrate its depths. There is something within. She directed the dirt ball to advance toward the mist. But the scene abruptly shifted to complete darkness. Suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped Eileen's lips, and the visualization spell was interrupted. What happened? Rod asked hastily. I ran into a wall. Heh. Eileen chuckled awkwardly before continuing. But I did catch a glimpse of the master of that darkness, a truly large rat. How large is this large rat? As Rod inquired, he glanced around. The tunnel was wide enough for a truck to traverse, indicating that the creature inhabiting it would undoubtedly be of considerable size. About this high, Eileen gestured, feeling it was insufficient. She stood on her tiptoes. Even taller than you. That must be at least 2.5 meters. Rod exclaimed, Don't make me hit you. Eileen replied playfully. However, based on the rule that larger magical creatures typically possess greater strength, a rat of such size would necessitate a full squad of knights to subdue. Should we retreat? Eileen suggested, clearly having second thoughts. Rod pointed behind them. If you want to retreat, then you go alone. Figure out how to make your way back. The area was dotted with 6 or 7 passages leading in various directions. Without Dog Meat guiding them, they would have likely lost their way by now. Eileen, for one, had no recollection of the route back. Considering the potential dangers ahead, the mere presence of this large rat was a significant threat. Their luck had brought them here this time, but next time, they might not be so fortunate. We must press on, Rod resolved. Let us assess the situation. That he unsheathed his sword, slowing his pace to take the lead. And before long, they arrived at the darkness Eileen had depicted earlier. The thick mist loomed ahead, blocking the light from their spells and the fire sprite, resembling a curtain. Dark ether, Eileen observed. It seems this rat has developed a magical affinity. She stepped closer to the ominous fog, muttering to herself, then turned to Rod, gesturing for him to approach. What do you want me to do? Rod asked, perplexed. Eileen hesitated, glancing subtly at Tina before looking back at Rod. You know, that one. Which one? The two were clearly not on the same wavelength, and Rod was utterly lost regarding Eileen's intentions. Just then, Tina approached. I'll handle it, she asserted, gripping the hilt of her sword at her waist. With a flourish, a brilliant white light surged forth, instantly dispersing the dense black mist and revealing a deep tunnel beyond. That I'll go first, Tina signaled to the others, stepping forward with steady determination. Although Rod had never seen this technique before, he thought little of it, merely assuming it was a new skill he had yet to witness. However, Eileen leaned in closer to Rod, beckoning him to lend her his ear. What is it? Rod bent down, listening as Eileen whispered, Where did you find this female knight? I picked her up. Why? Rod replied nonchalantly. Someone who can wield light ether. What an exceedingly rare talent. You can't just find treasures like that lying around. Is it really that rare? Rod asked, puzzled. Ether is categorized into 9 elements. Earth, fire, water, wind, metal, life, death, light, and dark. Among these, fire, earth, water, and wind are the most common, forming the foundation of the world alongside metal. Life and death ether together create the ecological system. Although light and dark are omnipresent, records indicate that beings capable of harnessing these 2 forms of ether are exceedingly few. Rod had previously suspected that those who could wield light and dark ether were scarce. Yet, look at that large rat. It can wield dark ether. Is it really so strange that Tina can wield light ether? It seems to be a matter of this nature. Eileen felt herself swayed. With every distance traversed, new dark attribute ether would coalesce, necessitating Tina to expel these ether each time that at long last. The large rat that Eileen had previously encountered emerged before the group that it stood with its back to them. Its head bowed, its long tail swaying carelessly. While it was impossible to ascertain its exact actions, the chilling sounds of gnawing and the cracking of bones echoed incessantly throughout the cavern as if sensing the noise behind it. The half-crouched large rat slowly turned around. Its entire body was cloaked in a corpse-like pallor, devoid of any hair. Its towering frame was riddled with horrifying muscles, and its slender, elongated claws were smeared with blood and uneaten scraps of flesh. Upon its head sat a skull, resembling that of a deer or some other monstrous creature, like a grotesque helmet, with murky yellow pupils fixated through the eye sockets of the skull, glaring intently at the 3 individuals and 1 dog not far away. Towering and sharp horns jutted skyward, while its gaping maw, not concealed by the skull, hung open ominously.